Welcome back to the MCC Kartplex for the Clash at the Club, the Stars Championship Series. Third round of 4 in the 2024 season, and we are set and ready for the first rolling start of the weekend. KA Masters Heat number 1 rolling out and onto the racetrack here. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for your KA Masters drivers as they begin to make their way onto the racetrack. It was Nicky Coelho who topped the charts in qualifying yesterday on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. He'll start alongside the reigning series champ in the number 1 plate, John Bonanno's Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Then row 2, the privateer Andy Kutcher on the inside, and local hometown hero Zach Corder on the outside.
You go back to row number 3 with Tyler Prestel and David Goldman, a race winner already this year. Clay Settles and Jacob Neary starting on row number 4.
Austin Queen and Brant Estes will round off the top 5 rows in 9th and 10th. Then it's Anthony Stifler and Greg Leahy on row number 6.
You go back to Damian Jennings, Peter Cook on row number 7. Gershner, Carapolati, Simon Ellick, Santos, Stanescu, Simon Ellick running up your top 20 here this weekend. And then the final row with Paul Montopoli and David Galonia on row number 11.
Yeah, Galonia and Montopoli had some good speed through the practice session, so keep an eye on that last row starting 21st and 22nd to make some major moves here as we get set to go green for the first heat race of the morning. It is a crawl from Nicky Coelho. He's on that all black and shades of green and orange Franklin Motorsports Merlin on your right. The bright yellow, white, and blue comp kart for Timmy Tech of John Bonanno on the outside. Justin Dittrich and Bobby Radavoy up on the flag stand looking for the green lights and for the red lights to go out. And as they hit the start box, it looks good enough, and it will be a great start. A nice and clean one down to turn number 1 as they go through the first corner. 2 by 2 further back. Coelho will get the lead. Bonanno into second, and Kutcher will slot into third here just ahead of the Tyler Prestel's Cosmic, who gets to 4th.
Yeah, very, very well played there by Nicky Coelho at the start. Slowed everybody down. He had total control there. David Goldman, unfortunately, got tripped up there at the start. I think he's lost a couple of spots here early on in this one. Clay Settles sits there right ahead of Goldman, who's all over the rear bumper of Clay Settles now. So let's see when Goldman decides to try and make a move here. But Coelho, a car length separates him and John Bonanno here. Kutcher sits in 3rd, Zach Corder 4th, and there you see Goldman all over the rear bumper of Clay Settles here. Not yet going to make a move, still pushing each other forward.
First lap going to be completed this time. Do we see any late moves in the hairpins? We do not. It'll be one long train led by Nicky Coelho when they hit the timing loop. Here they go through the dog leg and across the line. 1 lap complete. Coelho, your leader by a car length, back to John Bonanno through turn number 1 and over into turn number 2. Kutcher just Prestel, Corder, Settles, all of them within a little bit. In fact, Clay Settles actually a little further back, so kind of a top 5 breakaway. And here's the battling for 6. Settles will fall down to the 8th spot with a big send by David Goldman. Talk about making up some ground. David Goldman has been marching up the grid. Talk about positions gained after fading back off the start. He did not get a good run off the line, but the bright yellow suit now is almost back to neutral there in 6th from his original starting position. So Goldman brought Austin Queen with him. Settles finding a home in 8th for the moment. And the top 5 still yet to battle it out. As there they go. Then this middle group back to Settles. Jacob Neary, next one in line on the AEM Karting LN car. Then it's the Eyes Up Racing Tony Kart of Brant Estes there. End of the top 10. Here comes Neary looking on Settles, top of the screen. He'll get clear as the top 5 head once again to turn number 2. Another lap in the books. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, very interesting. Settles really struggling here in the early stages of this race. Lap times currently sit at a 101.585 for Settles, so way off the pace here at the moment in the first 2 laps. So unfortunate there for Settles. Still a lot of fighting, and you see already Clay Settles getting gapped here in this little short shoot straightaway. So unfortunate for Settles. Something to miss here for the top kart driver.
Not ideal for Clay Settles on that blue and white top kart here to get things going. We don't know what it may be. It could, in general, just be a little bit of low air pressure and a lack of grip in the opening few laps. But you've only got so much time to make ground back up here in these heat races, and he now finds himself pretty far back. Not to mention as well, it was only an hour and maybe some change ago that Clay Settles found himself in the outside wall. So did Zach Corder, but a lot less damage to Corder's TKG Kart Republic. So hopefully everything's back to right, but there may have been some lingering damage that could be also holding Clay back here. Now, last time by was the first time that John Bonanno really started to make a bit of inroads towards race leader Nicky Coelho. He picked up a 10.25, and behind him as well, Andy Kutcher has now fallen behind Tyler Prestel. So we're starting to see a little bit of change in the order in terms of lap times for the top 5. And John Bonanno typically has been one of the most patient KA Masters drivers on the season. It felt like at Charlotte, he just kind of cruised in third almost every session. We were waiting and waiting and waiting for him to make a move to go by, and it wasn't until the final he started to really make some passes. So while he might be a little faster than Nicky Coelho right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see John Bonanno just kind of push him away and take a P2 here in Heat 1.
Yeah, especially for a guy like Bonanno, right? He likes the number 1 plate on his kart. He's not going to wait this time, though. On the inside of turn number 1, he's able to get clear and to the front of the field here, and rightfully so, because he went 3/10 quicker than Nicky Coelho the last time around. Bonanno, fastest lap of the race and the fastest man on the racetrack here.
Well, Caleb, we've had bad juju come from us for putting the spotlight on someone, and now I've been wrong already straight up within 10 seconds. So thankfully, it's a long day of racing, folks. Full round of heat races here in the morning, a lunch break, another round of heats, pre-finals, 2 pro motos. We've got at least plenty of time left in the day to finally get our stuff sorted and be correct. But to Nicky Coelho's credit, since he's lost that spot, he did close back up through the S's that time, and he needed to, because not only was John Bonanno looking to get away, but, well, Tyler Prestel, I thought he was going to be able to hold him back. He's not. Move the cosmic 217 up to P2, even with a little bobble coming onto the front stretch. Tyler Prestel and AMAX Racing now higher up on the pylon than they've been all weekend. So here he goes to turn 1 with a big run and a little slide there into the first corner.
And you saw there Coelho on the main straightaway on the needles, looking to make a little bit of a carburetor adjustment here. Falls back to a car length behind Tyler Prestel, who's really quick here. He's the second quickest driver, is the quickest driver now on the racetrack, 59.641 for Prestel last time around. So he's definitely going to close down that gap to John Bonanno in the lead here shortly. So we'll see what it looks like as this race continues to progress. 5 cars in the lead group here. The one outside looking in is David Goldman, currently P6. And everybody else further back. Update on David Galonia, your King of the Castle winner. He has made some moves, 13th. Up to 13th, I should say, after starting at the tail end. So in this group there in a Steel Motorsports Burrell Art machine. So a good recovery drive for Galonia. Going to get another one here into turn number 13.
Yeah, that's a nice move on Austin Queen. In fact, he almost ended up running into the back of Greg Leahy's TKG Kart Republic. So he's picking the pack apart pretty nice, as Zach Corder has now moved up into 4th. Here goes Coelho trying to go back on Tyler Prestel. Not going to happen through 2, and now he's going to have to deal with Corder, who's got a big run on him into 4. Zach's going to look for 3rd and take it away right there in that hairpin. So Prestel gets a little bit of breathing room as Bonanno continues to lead and Goldman continues to close. Last time by, he got down to within a second. David Goldman ripping right now here in this KA Masters opening heat race. He was 3/10 clear of race leader John Bonanno last time by. John did a 60 flat and Goldman a 59.78. So that bright yellow suit we're starting to see flicker into the shot more and more over the course of the last 2 laps, because the Kart Republic depth kart that he's got is fast. Let's see what he does this time by. I think he'll be close enough for a bit of a toe gain, as we're down to within a minute now of the leaders. Getting to the 2 to go signal. And just like that, Bonanno's lead has evaporated. It looked like the last time we checked in on him, he had 3 car lengths to Prestel. That's gone.
Yeah, and that was all the fighting that Prestel and others were doing. So this is definitely what Prestel needs to work together with Zach Corder if they want to get ahead of John Bonanno here at some point. And Coelho and all of them need to realize this and try and get themselves a couple of spots better here. So we definitely have a fight on our hands coming to the 2 sticks in the air next time around.
Tyler Prestel has already made some moves, so we know that he's willing to try to make some hay and go forward. Maybe can take some of that and take it to Bonanno, and he'll have to do it soon, because he just took a look over his shoulder and he felt the pressure coming from Zach Corder, who is also starting to move forward. Little love tap from Zach there into the brake zone, and Goldman now latches onto the end of this pack. That kind of bump right there kind of knocked Prestel loose. And now, timer at 0, the double sticks in the air. 2 to go, and here comes the move from Corder for second on Prestel. Prestel tried to hang on to it, and I don't know how he kept that thing on the racetrack, but again, he hangs on there in turn number 2. Tyler Prestel not making it easy here. He's making that car real wide and buying John Bonanno a lot of time.
Yeah, goes to the bottom of the racetrack here, defending. Coelho on the outside, looking to get an over-under, and there you have it. Tyler Prestel loses the spot. Quarter now, P2. Kutcher looking to take the third spot. He's able to get it done. Coelho inside of Goldman, who has now joined this party, and John Bonanno long gone here at this point if they can't work together and catch right back up to the Timmy Tech comp cart of Bonanno. But you already see there for Presto still sliding around, and that's just how dirty those tires are after going almost sideways on the exit of turn number 1, kind of fighting with the kart. And that's one of the big talking points that we've seen all weekend. Coelho on the inside in 13, not able to get it done, and I'm corrected. He is able to get clear. So Presto still losing spots and falling like a rock after getting stuck in the marbles.
Not ideal for Tyler Prestel. He's going to need to hopefully find a gap. He's actually going to get a run on Goldman here, and Jacob Neary will get back around Goldman as Goldman has to go through the dirty part of the racetrack at turn 1. Neary even tried to move there on Prestel in turn number 2. The battle is also on for second. Andy Kutcher with a bit of new life here at the end of this race is all over Zach Corder. Bonanno's got plenty of space out front. He can cruise to the line now, but we're not done for the spots behind him. Corder with a good exit there out of 7 will keep the spot through the S's for the moment. Can Kutcher find a gap there? Zach covered it off nicely into the left 90. 2, maybe 3 passing zones left in the lap here as they fight behind him. First, second, and third, it looks safe. Here's Goldman going back around Jacob Neary. Prestel all the way to the back of that train, it looks like. And out of the last couple turns, where do the rest of them fall? Austin Queen's going to make a move. He'll get around Jacob Neary, actually. So Queen gets through. Neary with an over-under. Well, up front, John Bonanno cruises to the line for Heat 1. Corder, Kutcher, Coelho, Prestel, the top 5.
You go back, David Goldman across the line 6. Jacob Neary, P7. Austin Queen 8. Brand Estes, P9. Greg Leahy rounds up your top 10 here. And then you go back to David Galonia. He was able to work his way all the way up to 11th here, so a good recovery drive. 9 spots gained, I believe, for David Galonia here in this one. Could be 10 spots gained if I'm not mistaken for Galonia. You go back to Scott Carapolati, the lone Carapolati brother running here this weekend. Damian Jennings, 13th. Clay Settles, 14th after issues for him all race long. Seems like he wasn't able to fix that top cart in time here for this one. Anthony Stifler, P15. And then you go back to your rest of the field. Peter Cook, 16th. Tom Gershner, 17th. Kevin Simonellic, 18th. Marciano Santos, 19th. Ken Simonellic, 20th. And John Stanescu, your field here in KA Masters. As we get set to go green here in a couple of moments' time with our Micro Swift standard.
Yeah, from the veterans to the young guns. Micro Swift currently on deck. I think we'll be able to go straight into them as the KA Masters drivers pull into the scale line. A good bit of action, but a clean opening heat race, and that hopefully will set a nice tone for the rest of the day. But on that same note, we know things are going to get pretty crazy here on out. So that will send us off into a quick break and come back with the youngest superstars in the Stars Championship Series. Micro Swift, when we return.
USA, the top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as we get set to go green with our micro swifts here. Easton Kubinski getting set to go green on the inside with Lawrence Perriman getting set to start on the outside. Zane Burgess on row number 2 alongside Santi Orioli. Then you go back to Jake Manolio on row number 3 alongside Jaden Francisco. Lennox Lockhart starting on row 4 alongside Hudson Howard here. And they're going to get set to go green in a crawling pace here for Kubinski. And we get to the main straightaway here in micro swifts. It's Kubinski and Perriman getting set to go green in micro swifts. We look at the lights and they're out. And we are racing here in micro swifts. A very, very good start there by Kubinski, and the exact opposite for Perriman, who's going to already lose 2 spots. Lockhart looking to go as well. They go side by side there for a second. And Perriman seems to be struggling here in the first couple of corners, Xander.
Yeah, he got caught out in the wayside a bit in 1. He's still trying to hang on, but now he's a little wide in 4 and 5 as well. That's going to give a gap to the top 3 as now Lennox is under pressure. Here comes Orioli with a big send there for the 5th spot. He'll get by. Here comes, I believe, Danny O'Gara through. Jaden Francisco tried to follow, but Lennox got tucked into line just behind in 7th. So O'Gara up to 6th. Orioli in 5th. While Easton Kubinski the lead. Zane Burgess and Jake Manolio into the sweeper here on lap number 1. So just that little bit of back and forth action on the first half a lap for Lawrence Perriman, and Lennox Lockhart has already given the top 3 an opportunity to break away as Jaden Francisco kind of gets tripped up with Lennox Lockhart. He's going to get put in the middle 3 wide. Hudson Howard on one side. Looked like maybe Dominic Gaddis on the other, and they all went around him. And Howard moves into 8th. Gaddis 9th. Francisco crosses the line in 10th, just barely ahead of George Zeminski, but I think he had to lose that spot as well, and maybe 11th now. So quite a hairy moment already for Jaden Francisco as we've just got 1 lap completed, but Zane Burgess going straight to work already, trying to push Easton Kubinski away from the pack. They've built 5 or 6 car lengths in the last lap from Jake Manolio, and they need maybe 2 more laps at this pace and 1 or 2 more passes for 3rd and 4th, and it will completely shake up.
And you were talking about patient drivers. Zane Burgess, whenever he's sitting in 2nd, he's definitely very patient, likes to push, likes to kind of work with the leader, learn from him, spot where the weaknesses are, and then pounce in the last couple of laps. And whenever he feels that he's just that little bit quicker, but he gets tripped up and already going to fall under fire here to Jake Manolio. Wonder what happened there to Burgess. Lost a lot of time to Easton Kubinski. So now let's see if Manolio decides to work with them or try and go for a move here in turn number 2. Not close enough. Burgess closes that gap right back up with the draft. And we see how big that is, especially in these lower speed categories here. Very, very draft dependent, and Burgess was really able to close down his gap to Kubinski. Manolio still in 3rd there. Hasn't looked for a move. Perriman in 4th. And Santi Orioli in 5th, and going to join the party here shortly.
With that 5-car breakaway here, let's lock into them for the moment. Kubinski and Burgess have now lost that entire lead back to Jake Manolio. He did a great job in the S's there. Orioli is going to go to work on Lawrence Perriman back behind them for 4th. It will not happen. Perriman hangs on. The top 3 single file. A little bit of pushing and shoving here through the back hairpins. And onto the front stretch, you have a huge gap now to Danny O'Gara. And look at this swarm, 2 wide, about 3 different ways through that pack. Jaden Francisco has made it out of the madness back into 7th, but sadly, they are 4+ seconds away from the leaders. They've actually more than that, really. This is the differential here. Let's take a look at the gaps themselves through the pack. They are 5.6 back from the race leader here, and we're just only at 3 laps complete.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much passing in between the top 5, and all this back here is just an all-out brawl, and then you see a couple of drivers going wide there, so that's definitely not going to help their charge forward. But yeah, I mean, you see the top 5, it's kind of leisurely drive here so far, and then everything further back, just an all-out brawl, everybody throwing haymakers, looking to get the move done on each other, so that's not going to help them out in their charge forward. For Kubinski, still your leader. Burgess in 2nd, Manolio in 3rd. Everybody running similar lap times in the 103.6 kind of margin. Burgess the only driver quicker in this top 5 with a 103.4. So we'll see how it continues to progress for Zane Burgess. Still super, super patient behind Easton Kubinski.
across the line here. Zane has yet to make a single move for the lead. Burgess on that number 55 Sodi, still trying to, push away, but I don't think they're going to break away at this point. Manolio looks fast, Perriman looks good, and Santi Orioli, out of all of them, might be the most eager to get to the lead. So if Zane doesn't make some moves here soon, he's going to find himself shuffled back potentially. The same could be said for Manolio, as we just saw Orioli already make that move complete on Lawrence Perriman and lose little to no time. Still one big pack of 5 here up front. O'Gara in no man's land in 6, and then Francisco leading the next pack with Hudson Howard. Jack Katowski now into the top 10, and they pulled a little bit away from Dominic Gaddis. Lennox Lockhart, who started inside the top couple rows and you saw on that first lap was battling for the top 5, is now down outside the top 10 and 11th, as Orioli makes a nice bid there to get into 3rd and continues his march up the boards. Check this out for Santi Orioli to rebound a little bit. He's got a big run towards Burgess. Burgess looks back, sees the 16, and knows he's probably got to go here soon. Let's see if he doesn't try something in turn number 2. He won't, but Orioli will, and it won't quite happen there. Zane's going to hang on.
Yeah, Zane's definitely going to see the MPG front fairing. They're looking to make a move and going to know that he's under pressure here if he doesn't decide to make the move on Easton Kubinski anytime soon. But he definitely wants to be in that second spot and be more of the predator, as Santi Orioli goes on the inside, able to get clear. So Orioli up to second. And what a send there by Santi to get clear. So now Burgess and Orioli going to have to work together to catch right back up to Easton Kubinski if they don't find, as they go side by side further back and up ahead as well. Santi Orioli wasted no time and to the point of the field. Burgess almost lost a spot there to Manolio, and he just might, as Manolio got all out of shape there over one of those bumps.
Oh, and problems for the number 20, the AMAX Racing entry off on the side here. That is Kaysen Hendrickson, was 14th across the line last time by battling with, looked like Zeminski. Yeah, so Hendrickson out and to the tail of the field. Minute and a half to go, and Santi Orioli now commands the train, and they've started to spread out since. Still enough time to maybe drop a car or two off before you start battling. Santiago Orioli, fastest driver on the racetrack, fastest lap of the race by a lot. Only driver in the 102 second bracket is the 16. The next best is Lawrence Perriman at a 103.1. So that's actually check that. Jaden Francisco at a 103 flat is the next best car, but he's all the way 7 seconds away, trapped in position number 7, running with Danny O'Gara. There's the leaders. Here's the gap all the way back to them. Francisco now has gotten around O'Gara, so move Jaden up and into 6. Hudson Howard here looking to challenge as well with 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go on that blue and yellow Alonso kart for Trinity Karting Group. Then it's 2 seconds to find Jack Katowski, and another second from him to Marcelo Flores, with the wide spread of pace right now here in this Microsoft field. But for the moment, Santi Orioli, the best of them all, out in front with Kubinski and Burgess right in tow.
Yeah, Orioli just able to keep that gap in between himself and Kubinski just big enough so Kubinski would have to, kind of make an overzealous move here, and just still half a car length separates the two of them. So Orioli very, very quick, serious pace in his Orioli Kart Performance MPG Academy machine here. Down the back straightaway, and a much better exit for Orioli on the left-hander there to the back straight to continue to keep that gap there just stagnant. A car length now separates them. Is Burgess going to go here on Kubinski? Not as of yet. Going to stay in 3rd. Manolio still in that 4th spot, and Lawrence Perriman kind of no man's land here. Not close enough to the top 4 to get a draft, and nobody behind him to really give him a push. Francisco and others just a little bit ways back, still fighting.
2 to go for the top 4. Can Easton Kubinski reclaim the lead? Can Zane Burgess make a bid? He has not made a single pass this race entirely. He has just stayed behind Kubinski the entire way. And now with 2 laps to go, you would think this is the moment where you start making some moves. Orioli already feeling the heat. He's going to continue to defend in the hairpins, and that'll make things a little bit tougher for everyone behind them, except for maybe Jake Manolio to close back up because he's faded a little bit. Over the S's curbs now into the back 90. Lap and a half to go. Orioli still the leader, up and over the hill, trying to score some points, trying to keep himself in this championship conversation. big run through the sweeper, and Burgess had I thought he was close enough. Looked like he might have had a shot at Kubinski. He didn't take it. He stays back there in third. Manolio now back onto the bumper again. They're going to get a big run on Orioli. I think he got a little bit too far out in front. They're going to have a huge slingshot run at him here at the end of the straightaway, but they won't be able to do anything with it. Santi covers it off.
Yeah, just not close enough as of yet. Bottom of the racetrack for Orioli in turn number 2. Kubinski going to have to get creative here on Orioli. He's going to defend again into turn number 4. Still at the bottom. Kubinski going to follow him all the way through. Burgess looking to set up an over-under. Still not close enough for Burgess to get it done. Everybody still single file.
Into turn number 7 now. Orioli still on the bottom. Still single file behind him. Nobody making any charges here in this micro swift field. As the best lap time show, I mean, Orioli still has been the fastest car, so I'm not surprised that they're maybe struggling to get some momentum going, get a run at him. But he's also done a great job defending, as now Zane pops out of line, but Kubinski holds. He'll still go again into the back hairpin. This time, clear. Zane gets to second. Kubinski back to third. And Manolio, all he can do back there in fourth is watch along in the 91. It'll be a run to the line for second as Kubinski is trying to find a gap, but Santi Orioli scores the Heat 1 win in micro. Burgess, Kubinski, Manolio, little gap back to Lawrence Perriman in fifth. Then Jaden Francisco getting away from Howard and O'Gara for sixth. Howard seventh, O'Gara at the line. Last second, Marcelo Flores will beat him by a couple hundredths. And then Jack Katowski rounds your top 10 here in micro as the last few cross the start-finish line straight away. What a bummer again for Kason Hendrickson, running safely in the top 15 on that AMAX Racing Tony Kart. He will end up 21st. Got back around Liat Simonellik at the end of the race, but beyond that, not much to show for it for him. Here's a look at the provisional results from Heat 1 for Micro Swift. Santiago Orioli, your race winner. Zane Burgess, Easton Kubinski, Jake Manolio, Lawrence Perriman, the top 5. And then outside the top 10, Lennox Lockhart on the PSL B-Roll Art in 11th. Dominic Gaddis with that 3-wide move on the first lap. Ends up settling into 12th right behind Lockhart. George Zeminski, Darius Waronics, Will Feitinger, the top 15. And then back to the last few on the field, Wyatt Huntsbarger, Drake Williamson, Miles Wilson, Lincoln Wiley, Jackson Frank, Hendrickson again in 21st, and Liat Simonellik in 22nd. All 22 micros able to finish as the Trinity Karting Group boys taking a good look here at the grid on top of the official TKG Kart Republic hauler. And there's all kinds of vantage points everyone's finding, especially with the packed house we've got. We've got RVs almost all the way around to the back straightaway. You can't fit another trailer into this place if you tried.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely have to get here early to get some good parking, some close parking as well. Yesterday when we showed up around 9:30, warm-up was already underway, and it was just kind of hard to find a good parking spot out here because it definitely gets packed very, very quickly here. But good to see, a fence line filled up with cars and trailers and haulers and families and everybody, having a good time, because that's what the sport is all about.
Well, speaking of having a good time, I think we're about to be in for it with this ROK Master and Pro Master field. They were separated by less than 0.2 for the top 5 and looked to be a little bit of a different top 5, albeit Joe Ruck still at the top when we looked at them in warm-up today. So, for a class that has hovered the 20 marker, just shy of it here this weekend, and with the reigning champ on the pole, we're in store for what should be a very entertaining gearbox heat race here. The first standing start of the weekend, the first chance to see which lane works out better. Now, you talked about it earlier. The front row is the only lane, the only row that might get inverted, where the pole man usually gets the option to choose either side, but he doesn't necessarily move the line behind him. So if Joe Ruxay wanted to start on the outside instead of the inside, Jake Fetter would still start on the outside lane. Skitchy Barnes would still start on the inside. Roads 2 on back have to start where they start, but in some series you are allowed to pick the side of the track that you want to line up on, but you have to stay there for better or for worse through the rotation of sessions. So in the case of heat races here, if you pick the outside for heat 1 and you got beat, you wanted the inside, you don't get to choose it. For heat 2, you're stuck on that outside. So you're gambling on yourself. You're gambling on the balance of the track being that much cleaner to go to the outside, that you can get clear in that 100-foot, 200-foot run down to turn 1 before the first turn. We'll see what Joe decides, but either way, he was the fastest in quali, so we know the speed is there because he was quick again in warm-up as he starts alongside Matt Machiko.
You go back to row number 2, fellow Maranello driver to Joe Ruck. Skitchy Barnes going to start on the second row alongside Jake Fetter, Scott Presti, and Mike Rivera on row number 3.
Back on row 4, Ryan Franks, VTM Racing Team RS Kart, makes a very red row 4 alongside PSL Karting's John Ditzelwig. Then it's Mike Gouache on row 5 alongside Hugh Templeman. Lots of experience there on the 5th row and final row inside the top 10 before the Luis Quinones pairing on row number 6. Diomedes Ortiz, Robert Fige, and the final couple getting lined up here for Pro Masters and ROK Shifter Masters. The reigning champ, the number 1 plate on the inside. He's elected the inside of the racetrack. Matt Machiko to the outside. So a little bit dirtier, but the closer and shorter run to the apex at turn 1. To the lights for Pro Masters Heat 1. And a great start for ROK and a terrible start for the outside that's going to cause chaos. Gouache is around. Templeman is around. And into the wall, it looked like it was Ryan Frank, I believe, on the 605. So 3 of our starters out off the line.
Yeah, unfortunate start. It looked like someone just stalled it, and then everybody kind of just an accordion effect there at the start just came together there. But a good start there by Joe Ruck on the inside. Everybody looking out to find whatever bit of space that they can. Mike Rivera looking to go on Frank Distelwig here. Not close enough as of yet. And as I say that, what a send by Mike Rivera into the 90-degree left-hander. And issues for Jake Fetter, who's off the racetrack with a mechanical, it looks like.
Yeah, that is not good signs here from the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Look at the rear bumper. Yeah, so Fetter again started on that second row. We saw off the line Machiko struggle, and then Fetter got going, ran to him, then jammed the brakes, and I think that was just a stack up, all stemming from our off-pole man. And Fetter, I think, is looking at that rear bumper dragging, trying to dislodge it on the straightaway because it is stuck on the left rear tire, and then you can see the right side is digging into the ground when he goes through a left-handed corner, and all that load shifts to the outside tire. So he is a wounded kart right now, driving a wounded go-kart, and just hanging on probably to run to the finish. I think if he fades all the way back to last, though, on track, he may pull in early to save rubber as Joe Ruck, Skitchy Barnes, Scott Presti, a 3-car breakaway have now begun to form up front.
Yeah, and Presti all over the rear bumper here of Skitchy Barnes. He's definitely going to want to go here shortly, but Skitchy, a great run out of the last couple of corners, and now all over the rear bumper of his teammate. So what does Skitchy Barnes have in a turn number 1? Going to be a risky move, especially in this gearbox category. Definitely not impossible. We've seen it done before, but definitely how much do you want to risk on your teammate especially?
Yeah, and at this point of the weekend, right, it's still a heat race. It's still very early. Plenty of time left in this session. No need to push the envelope that hard for Skitchy Barnes outside of the fact that you've got pressure from behind. Here comes Presti trying to move there in the infield. Skitchy's going to hang on tough on the outside. Skitchy Barnes, definitely one of the tougher drivers to pass in this class here. He does not like to give up that move. You've got to really send it in deep to force Skitchy to go, all right, that's deep enough. I'll give you the position. So just a nose on the inside. You're not getting by the 509 that way. Scott Presti's going to have to do a little bit better. Behind him, Matt Machiko already from 1.5 seconds back and 1.3 from them last time off that one move. Now is a lot closer in frame. Here's Presti trying it in turn 1, and again, Skitchy holds.
Yeah, definitely not close enough there for Scott Presti that time by, but that move there, that half move, I should say, is really going to cost him a little bit here. Matt Machiko now going to be within striking range in the next couple of laps if he can continue to set in the lap times that he's been setting. He's currently the fastest driver on the racetrack. 54 flat was the fastest lap of this race and of this session last time around for Matt Machiko. And for all these shifter drivers, right, this tire set, I believe, is going to be with them for the entire weekend, even going into the main event, so they're going to really have to nurse them all weekend long, Xander.
Yeah, this is a long weekend to stretch the MG Yellows on. So, and for a track with this much grip down, you're carrying that much load. Yes, the rubber helps you in the center of the corner go faster, but at the same time, you're still running those tires harder and harder with more with higher minimum speeds. So That turn one, I mean, really the right side's got to be cooked. I would not be surprised, Caleb. This is a bit of an older school trick that not everyone does with the newer style tires. You'll get mixed reviews from mechanics and tuners if you ask them about flipping the tires from left to right because the tires wear in kind of a certain pattern, right? And so when you flip them, yes, you in theory have more tread maybe on the left sides than the right sides with a predominantly left-handed racetrack. But the first few laps, you're kind of re-wearing and repatterning, if that's a word, the tires, and especially the fronts even more so than the rears. But I mean, you can see it. We don't have any right-hand sweepers like this. We have two massive left-hand sweepers at high speed, both that one right there and turn number one, that are really working those outside right-hand tires. I'm curious. They can't obviously put any new ones on through the day, but they could swap them. And now into the fast sweeper, Scott Presti does get it done, but Skitchy's going to try and answer back in turn two, and they're going to drag race, but Presti finally, on like attempt number 4 or 5, gets the spot away. Skitchy's going to try again in turn 4, and he will get back around him, so Presti has to go back to the drawing board once again.
Skitchy not going to waste any time to go back there, so a good move. Machiko as well, now in striking range to the two drivers ahead of him. He's kind of still running the same lap times he was, not any quicker than the two drivers ahead of him. Just his fighting is kind of slowing him down and everything kind of falling into the laps here of Joe Ruck. So this is exactly what Joe Ruck wants to see. He wants to see them fight so you can be comfortable out ahead and really start nursing those tires and have that cushion behind to be able to nurse as much as he needs on his equipment. But we get set to go into the closing stages here. Just under 2.5 minutes to go left in this one. Ruck still your leader. Skitchy Barnes second. Presti third. Machiko fourth. And further back, Mike Rivera, the second of the three ROK power plants here, currently sits P5 overall. Luis A. Quinones in sixth.
Yeah, Luis A. Quinones from that sixth row has picked up a number of positions here through a bit of attrition off that start and also just some good speed. He's actually working the rear bumper of Mike Rivera as of last time by, so that's a good little battle there for the fifth spot, about 7 seconds back from our leaders. Here comes Ruck then over the hill. Machiko, you saw even have a little fade behind Scott Presti for third. Then you go back to this fight here for the last spot in the top 5. Second in the ROK Shifter Master class as well for Mike Rivera. But in the overall Pro Masters division, holding fifth away from Luis A. Quinones is JMF Racing Factory Kart. So across the line at the end of heat number 1, Skitchy to Scott Presti to Matt Machiko. All three of them starting to slow down a little bit on pace and spread apart at this point in the heat race here. Whether it's tires falling away or if they're like content to ride with where they're at and just kind of banking on a mistake. Because like you said, I mean, making these tires last, you're pushing them that much harder when you're trying to make moves down the inside like Scott Presti was early in this race. You could overheat them or overwork them a bit, and you may go, you know what, risk versus reward. I'd rather just live to fight another day and try again in heat 2. But Presti had a big run into Skitchy there into the sweeper, got in a bit too deep and gave him a little love tap, and Skitchy's going to realize that and go to the low side to defend here in these two hairpins.
Yeah, very, very late on the brakes, looked like there for Scott Presti. Almost got into the rear bumper of Skitchy Barnes, but they're both slowed down. Presti to the bottom. Can he get clear in turn number 1? He's not going to waste time this time either. Turn number 2, he's able to get clear there for a second. They still go wheel to wheel, door to door, and Barnes able to stay ahead. He's definitely putting up a fight. Presti looking to go back. This is a nice little battle we got going on here, Xander. And nobody giving anything up here.
And what's cool about it is, again, you're seeing the balance of power in real time. Skitchy Barnes on that less top-end speed than the KZ-powered machines, but he runs at a lower minimum weight. Now, Matt Machiko with a big send there at the end of the S's. That was deep on the brakes, and he did a great job not overcooking the exit and moved Matt Machiko into third. Now 1 spot away from neutral.
Yeah, what a send there by Matt Machiko to get that spot clear. We're out of time this time. He's out. Joe Ruck still long ways ahead, 3 seconds back to Skitchy Barnes, and then the battle in between Machiko and Presti has opened up that gap. Currently sits at half a second in between second and third. So Machiko the driver in third, Presti fell back to fourth, and Rivera still able to hold on to the 5th spot from Luis A. Quinones.
Through the infield hairpin they go back behind. The battle's also kind of quieted down for 5th now. Rivera has pulled back out to half a second over Luis A. Quinones. Jake Fetter is still hanging on strong with that bent up rear bumper as here comes Presti with a run on Machiko up and over the hill. into the sweeper, moves Scott Presti back into third on the VTM Racing Team RS Kart. To the line, here we go. Second, third, fourth, all close together while Joe Ruck runs away with it. Skitchy Barnes, car length ahead, and they will put another lap in the books here for ROK Shifter Masters and Pro Masters as they go down to turn number 2.
Yeah, white flag in the air that time by, so this is the final time around for all these drivers. Barnes holding on from Presti, who has re-arrived on the scene, I should say, and now going to look to go for the second spot here. His best option is probably going to be on the back straightaway, so we'll see what it looks like for Scott Presti here on the exit of the left-hander, going on to the back and over the hill here.
Yeah, he'll have one more shot as Joe Ruck cruises through the sweeper here. Plenty of time to slow things down. Look at Presti with a major send. Way locked up the rears and overshot the entry to the sweeper. Now he's trying to hang on as Machiko tries to take advantage, and he will as Presti misses a shift coming out of the back hairpin. Machiko to third, Barnes to second, Ruck scores the win. And a bit of last lap drama there with one heck of an attempt from Scott Presti, but just a bit too much into that last couple corners.
Yeah, just a little late there on the brakes for Scott Presti, who ended up finishing fourth. Mike Rivera holds on from Luis A. Quinones to round up your top 5. Quinones 6th. Jake Fetter, after issues earlier on in this race, after issues for him on the start, crosses the line in 7th. John Distelwig in 8th. The other Luis Quinones, 9th. Hugh Templeman still slated across the line here shortly, who should cross 10th as it stands. And drivers who are out on the first lap, Diomedes Ortiz, Ryan Frank, and Michael Gouache not able to close this one out.
No, not quite, sadly. What they will have, at least a little fresher tires. Templeman, Frank, Gouache, hopefully not too much damage there from that stack up off the line. And that's the tricky part of these standing starts, is especially when they're lined up 2 by 2 with the little gaps that they have in the FIA start boxes. You're hoping that the lane in front of you still launches good enough. You maybe want to be able to leapfrog them, but you're not planning on someone to stutter off the line the way that Matt Machiko did in that session. So that hurt him and hurt the overall pace of the entire outside lane getting off the line. So Ruck at least no issues, clean, and leads from flag to flag after some early pressure and then breaking away from that fun battle to watch for P2. K.A. Jr. on grid for the first of the 2 groups here in heat number 1 with more racing to come from MCC. K.A. Junior drivers heading on to the racetrack. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here with an all MPG Motorsports front row with a 1, 2, 3, 4 lockout in qualifying. First team to do that in quite a while, to have that many drivers lock out the front couple starting spots. They'll be in all red and white front row in both of the K.A. Junior groups for all 4 heat races the class will run. Caleb Tartar and John Antonino will do it in this one for Group B. Benham Abernathy and Mad Max Weiland on row 2.
Jackson Dio and Tyrone Kepler Jr. on row number 3. Nate Golseth, a best national starting spot on row number 4. Then you cycle through to the last couple of rows. Luca Gomez, Jeremiah Thomas, Luca Brancati, Henry Taylor, Cadence Presley, and Connor Corsi. your field here in this one. 13 rows total here, if I'm not mistaken, for all these drivers. Should be about 23 or 24 getting set to take the green flag. And we see your field here: Jude Thermoswamy, Kai Mars, Emerson Lane, Cameron Marcia on row 5 and 6.
Henry, Mort, Nolan Anderson, Cranston, Utsi, and then Derek Wargo and Charlie Myers complete the first 10 rows and the top 20. Again, you're looking for a 15th place average or better to safely go through to the A pre-final, do one extra race today, and not worry of whether or not you get to line the grid for the 40 that will race in the main event tomorrow. But an all-MPG front row, at least a white front bumper, helps delineate the two. The white front bumper on the left is John Antonino. On the right in the 805 with the blue and red helmet is Caleb Tarter. Here we go to the lights there, and green on this start into turn number 1. And a good jump for both lanes. And it will easily line up 1-2 coming out of turn number 2 for MPG Academy drivers. Tarter leads, Antonino second, into third for Benham Abernathy. Weiland fourth, and Jackson Deal further back, dropping a tire in the grass, trying to hang on for that 5th spot amongst a swarm. Nate Golseth shuffled to the wayside. Couple more a little bit wide further down the boards. But through the infield, 4 drivers getting away early. Deal leads the rest of this midfield swarm all the way to the S's. Oh, no!
Wow.
Oh, big contact. 1 driver up and over. Big contact there in the infield. 2 more collected over here. Cadence Presley is one of them. 1 driver on top of another, it looked like, over outside of the S's. I think that might have been Jude Thurmalaswamy that might have went up and over in the infield alpha timing hairpin. We're still green for now. The officials quick to the scene, and there is the red lights. We're going to go red flag here for the first time this weekend on the first lap of KA Junior Heat 1, Group B. Thurmalaswamy actually may not have been the one. He was collected with Cadence, so that was teammates together. It is actually, I think, Ryan Mort in the 812, but I'm not 100% sure on the driver they are checking on there in the infield. Actually, correction there. Mort still going good. The driver that we believe it may be is the 880 of Charlie Myers. That was the driver that had that moment. We were following the pack as it went through the corner, and they all made it into the apex of turn 7 clean. Good first half lap, and then things got crazy as they stacked up in front, and then Charlie Myers trying to follow the pack around. 2 cars that got stuck together and ended up going up and over. So the on-site medical team will roll onto the racetrack now, and we will go quiet on the airwaves for more intel here from MCC as we get a short break in the action to tend to Charlie Myers there on the infield hairpin. Scary moment there. Just nothing, just a racing incident really as the pack kind of stacked up, and when you get a cart stopped or a couple of carts stopped right in front of the pack, it's rare that it doesn't end badly. So we'll give you updates as they come. For now, we'll take a moment here to remain silent and wait for more updates.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parallelusa.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Welcome back, everyone, to MCC Kartplex. And after a scary opening lap incident involving Charlie Myers, he was checked out by the on-site medical team. We're going to send it on down to Alexander Searle while the outlap gets underway for a quick report as we get set for a complete race restart. Alex?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. As red flag conditions are now done and dusted, back to racing action very shortly here. A little report on Charlie Myers, able to move fully the arms and the legs, complaining of shoulder and back pain, so of course precautionary measures getting sent over to the hospital now.
Thank you, Alex. Again, best wishes here with Charlie Myers. Good to hear that he is awake and alert, and talking with the on-site medical team for then to head off-site for some further evaluation. Now, the drivers that were involved in the opening lap incidents had to go further back to the tail. One of them, of course, Cadence Presley. He is going to continue, albeit with potential damage to the 801. You can see some of the rubber markings for him as he was tagged with, it looked like either Jude Thurmalaswamy or Ryan Mort. I believe it was Jude. So we're down a couple off the bat, unfortunately, for Group B in KA Junior's opening heat. But a complete restart for the front row. Another chance to try and get this race underway with Caleb Tarter on the inside in the blue and red helmet, John Antonino Jr. on the outside in the white and red helmet and the white front bumper, easy to pick out. Benham Abernathy there. You can see him lined up on the inside of row 2 alongside him, Max Weiland. So we go to the official Track Systems North America light system once again. We'll see if that red light goes out. And it does. We're back racing here at MCC, and a good start again for Caleb Tarter. This time a better one for Benham Abernathy. He's going to take the fight right to Antonino, but Antonino hangs on tough, and we got problems in turn 2. A couple drivers stuck together. Looked like a couple of comp carts that got kind of tagged along as Abernathy with a big send on Antonino in turn 4 takes over second.
Yeah, and Antonino able to hold on there around the outside and get into the third spot. A lot of bumping, a lot of pushing and shoving here early on. Jackson Deal there on the rear bumper of Max Weiland. Kemper in line as well. I think Cameron Marsha also was involved in that first lap incident with a couple of the comp carts. We go side by side. What a send by John Antonino on Benham Abernathy. Antonino up to second. Now going to defend here. And this is exactly what Caleb Tarter wants to see in this first heat race.
Yeah, that's going to give him quite a big gap here already. It might even give Antonino one as Weiland gets through on Abernathy. He's going to shuffle Jackson Deal to the wayside. Here comes the 806 of Kai Mars alongside him. But Kai's going to be on the outside for the front stretch. He'll get a little tow from Tristan Murphy, but he will not get clear, so he's going to have to let those two go by. Deal and Emerson Lane on the Hotes DD Tony card get through on Kai Man. So Kai Mars back to 9th, just ahead of Ryan Mort on the MPG Academy Kart Republic. Deal still feeling the heat. He's going to defend low into 4 from Emerson Lane, and that will give a little bit of a gap up front to Tristan Murphy and the rest of the top 6. Already a half-second lead for Caleb Tarter as he tries to get away a lap and a half into this heat race. Antonino trying to track him back down, and Weiland is on the ride with him as well. 3 cars now split apart up front, and John Antonino Jr. with a big run towards his teammate.
Yeah, there you have Abernathy giving the signal to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and trying to work their way forward. Antonino, a good exit there on the inside of turn number 13. He's able to get clear. Tarter and Weiland side by side. Same further back with Kemper Jr. and Abernathy. So Kemper going to go up to 4th now, coming on to the main straightaway. So with Kemper now at the front of his group, they could probably close down this gap if they continue with the pace that they have in hand here. 59.8 last time by for Kemper, having to make a move. And for the leaders, they were just 0.2 quicker, so Kemper does have pace in his Carlos Sainz machine here. So let's see what it looks like as this race continues to progress.
John Antonino Jr. Ahead of Caleb Tarter. Does Weiland want to go? He does not in the infield hairpin yet. But like you said, Tyrone Kemper Jr. is marching up the boards here. Great start for the 871. The Louisiana native starting to close that gap down to the top 3 already. Abernathy now following suit. They're down to within a second, it looks like, of the back bumper of Weiland. Then Deal, Murphy, Lane, and the rest of the field kind of spread apart as we start to fight for second. Weiland tried it on Caleb Tarter. It did not work, so no change there. Big move on the inside. That's one of the BJR MDR LN carts going on by. The 826 machine making some moves in the form of Ben Cranston. Move him into the top 10 now.
Yeah, got to move there by Cranston to gain that spot. Up on the lead here, Antonino and Tarter 1 and 2. Weiland in the third spot here, and he's going to fall under fire to Tyrone Kemper Jr. here shortly, who has definitely closed down the gap the more and more that those top three continue to fight. Here's Josh Oates, team owner, looking on as Benham Abernathy running here P5. So we'll see what Josh Oates' driver can do in Benham Abernathy. And he's not too far back. Had a good start, but just fell back and kind of looking to work his way up the field now as this race continues to progress.
One of the cool parts about the MCC Kartplex is, again, the viewership where you can watch from all around the property. We've got a packed house of motorhomes and trailers here in the infield, and even a trail around the outside as Kemper got up on two wheels there trying to get by Weiland. He's going to get roughed up a little bit in the exit of it all. Benham Abernathy will inherit the spot. Let's see if Kemper tries to go back on him. Benham's trying to get him to work with him, and Tyrone will stay in line down to turn number 1. As Jackson Deal now pulls alongside into turn 2. Move Jackson now into that 5th spot ahead of Tyrone Kemper Jr. And the 894, hot off a regional win last week of the Route 66 Sprint Series, is making hay as Abernathy gets by Weiland now for 3rd. And it's a big breakaway for Caleb Tarter and John Antonino Jr. as we take a look there at the fence line on the bottom side. Here's a move from Deal. He'll get by Weiland as well. Move Jackson now up 2 spots in about half a lap into 4th.
Yeah, still they're up in 4th for Jackson Deal. Weiland still looking to get around, not close enough as of yet. Emerson Lane further back as well with the Holtz driver development team here this weekend. Good to see Emerson Lane here. And there you have on the inside, Max Weiland able to get ahead of Jackson Deal. As Emerson Lane, 10 years old, got a waiver to race here in the junior category this season. So a good start nonetheless to be fighting inside of the top 10 as Kemper going to defend from Tristan Murphy in his super tuned machine here.
Yeah, all the fighting's brought in 2 more drivers. Like you said, Lane and Murphy are now there in this pack from about 4th on back. Benham Abernathy's gotten some breathing room. Jackson Deal going to send it back again on Max Weiland. He'll get by in turn 4. So Jackson retakes that 4th position, and Weiland has to settle for 5th for the moment. 5 cars here from P4 back to position number 8 with Emerson Lane. 2.5 till you'll find Kai Mars and Ryan Mort there in 9th and 10th. Then it's Drew Thurmalaswamy in 11th. Ben Cranston 12th. Davis Henry, Isaac Nolan, Nate Golset. That's your top 15. While John Antonino Jr. and Caleb Tarter continue to try and build that gap out in front. Abernathy, while he did get away from this pack, is not terribly out of the weeds. Here's a look at Cameron Marcia. He's made up a spot, just got around Kai Mars, and is now trailing Ryan Mort. So the 2 of them now, 9th and 10th. Mars back to 11th with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in heat number 1. They find themselves about 2 seconds back from this group, battling inside the top 10. And then they're still 3.5 back from the 2 leaders that are making a clinic out of teamwork right now with the MPG crew watching along, probably pretty happy with the way their 2 team drivers are performing up front, playing a smart race right now. They found that Antonino, the 2 of them at least, found out that Antonino looks a little better to lead it for the moment. So John Antonino leads as Tarter kicks up a little bit of dust, dropped a tire there, going on to the backstretch. That'll put some marbles for the next cars to hit the sweeper. Let's see if anyone goes wide. Abernathy does a little, and that allowed Deal to pull up to his rear bumper. And Emerson Lane, while he was on the cusp of this pack, has now started to slip back a couple of car lengths in the 850. 1 minute plus 2 laps to go. There's a look at the sea of red shirts watching along as Antonino Jr.'s lead now is up to 3 car lengths.
Yeah, up to 3 car lengths there for John Antonino. Driver still fighting. Cameron Marcia up to 9th. And I want to make a point here about Cameron Marcia. He lost 4 spots at the start, and now he's all the way up to 9th. So what a good recovery drive for Marcia to solidify himself inside of that top 10, who has now gained spots, actually 1 spot gain from where he started this one. So a good drive nonetheless for Cameron Marcia further back in the field. But back up at the front here with Tyrone Kemper Jr., Murphy and company. They still fight it out. Just a little bit of a gap separates every car in this train. So everybody kind of not really forcing too much. The leaders still very close together, but going to stay patient and continue to work together to not lose any time till this hungry pack of wolves further back.
As they exit to put another lap in the books, they'll be right on the border of whether we get another lap. We will not. 2 to go here at the line as the timer hits 0 for Antonino Jr. and Tarter. Jackson Deal in 3rd is 2 seconds away. He made up a 10th last time by, but even the pack behind him made up more. Benham Abernathy's tracked him down to less than 3/10 away for 3rd and 4th. And then it's still only 4/10 back to Kemper Jr. and company. So Benham Abernathy up and down in the top 5, might have another shot at Jackson Deal before it's all said and done. This group seems to have kind of fizzled out for the second, while they still run about 3 seconds up the road from Cameron Marcia, his group, as he's gotten by Ryan Mort and has inherited the 9th position. So here they go through the S's and back up and over the hill with a lap and a half remaining. Antonino yet to go to the bottom side and defend, but he's definitely keeping close tabs on Caleb Tarter. And right there we see it starting to go a little more narrow in the back 2 hairpins.
Yeah, just kind of fading low, trying to defend as much as he can from Caleb Tarter. Need as many points as they can to really fight for a championship here this year. Both drivers have been super strong at every single racetrack that they go to, but the white flag in the air this time by Antonino fades low. Going to defend here from his teammates, so an all-out brawl all the way to the stripe into turn number 4. We go. Antonino to the bottom, Tarter to the high side. Not close enough, and not going to be able to get it done. They go side by side there for a second. Antonino still your leader here.
Yeah, John Antonino Jr. doing a nice job defending. That's backing them up. It's going to allow Jackson Deal to get close. I don't think he'll get close enough to play spoiler at the rate it's going. Another low fade there through the S's from Antonino. Big run coming for Caleb Tarter. Can he do anything with it? He'll go all the way to the low side and find a hole, but he's going to lock up, and they're both going to go wide. Tarter all the way out into the marbles. Here comes Deal. He's going to look for second on his teammate. Not quite there, and they're going to make contact as well. Here comes Benham Abernathy. He'll take third, might take second with a big run, as to the line, John Antonino Jr. is going to win the heat, and Benham Abernathy will take over second in heat number 1.
Yeah, good drive there for Benham Abernathy. Kept his nose clean and was able to take advantage when it mattered most. And you see a happy Josh Holtz after seeing Abernathy cross the stripe there well off. Emerson Lane as well, inside of the top 10 for Josh Holtz here in this K100 junior class. Tarter across the line third, Deal fourth. Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounds up your top 5.
Let's take a look at the full results here. Back from Tyrone Kemper Jr. Tristan Murphy there 6th, Max Weiland 7th, Emerson Lane ends 8th. Ryan Mort and Kai Mars were both able to get around Cameron Marcia at the end, and Nate Golseth charged his way all the way to the tail end of that pack. He ends 12th ahead of Isaac Nolan, Ben Cranston, and Davis Henry for the top 15 in Heat 1 Group B for KA100 Junior. Here's the final few. Derek Wargo, Chris Utzi, Luca Gomez, Indy Anderson, Jeremiah Thomas, Cadence Presley, and Connor Corsi on the 848 comp card. So that rounds off the first of the 2 groups for KA Junior. And there shouldn't be too much cleanup now, as they were able to clear the track, I believe, of all the carts during the red flag. So we'll be now to ready racing. But before we do, it looks like there is some commotion on the grid. And I believe Alec Coates, race director, is going to have a quick word with the front row to make sure he lets them know what he wants out of the start before they roll off for Group A's opening heat race in KA Junior. So a last bit of intel from our Stars Championship Series race director. There you can see he's chatting with Gabriel Balog and Landon Boer. And there is the 1 minute marker from head grid marshal Justin Newcomb. So we're ready to release the second half of our KA Juniors. Once again, they're all shooting to finish 15th or higher in both heat races. That's the safety number, as you can do the quick math and know that with the top 30 transferring, the group split evenly down the line. If you're above the top 15 in both heats, you're safely going through to the main. Anything outside of a 15th place result, and you're balancing that cut line of whether or not you'll have to race your way into the show tomorrow morning in the B pre-final. With Boer and Balog on row number 1, Isaac Malcuit and Chase Gassiet-Lee on row 2.
Go back to Enzo Vidamontien and Rowan McCurdy on row number 3. Nathan Dupuis and Ty Fisher starting on row 4.
Row 5 has Travis Pettit and Homer Heyman with one driver laid off the grid. We'll see who that is rolling out. Looks to be one of the Privateer Tony karts entered this weekend. Sebastian Rist and Marco Romero back on row 6.
Row number 7 and all DPK America's Team Bennick. Row 7 for Mason Coonan, Maximo Karam. Then you go back to row number 8, Luke Fedowitz, Casey Mosley. Row 9, Jacob Shively, John M. Dunnigan, Isabella Simpson, and Gage Harden. Round up your top 20 and your first 10 rows.
Then back to the final few starters here for Group A in KA Junior Heat 1. You have Kennedy Tracy on the inside of row 11 and 21st, alongside Wyatt Smith on the DR Racing Kart North America entry. Thomas Anthony and Isaac Gardner. And the final few, Alex Miller, Julian Pollard, and Ezekiel Height. The 14 rows, the 27 starters ready to go green for our other half of our K8 juniors. The 866 machine was the driver that was laid off the line trying to catch up. That was Isabella Simpson on the AMAX Racing Tony Kart. We'll see if she can get caught up to the end of the pack. Looks like she has. And it is a nice and slow crawl from first-time pole sitter Landon Boer, top qualifier from Friday afternoon. Takes us through the lanes, lights out, and away we go down to turn number 1. And a good start for Landon, a better start for Isaac Malcuit even. He'll get to second. And around the outside, trying to hang on for third, is Gabriel Balog. He'll fend off Enzo Vidmontien for now.
Yeah, Dupuis and Gassiet Lee were side by side there for a second, and Gassiet Lee continued to fall under fire here. One driver there way wide and going to lose a spot in the process. Travis Pettit was able to get ahead there. I believe it was Roman McCurdy, if I'm not mistaken. But they continue to go side by side as it stands here, and more drivers just kind of looking for whatever bit of racetrack that they can. Vidmontien there already. Up to P3, Dupuis on the inside of Balog, who's lost a lot of spots here. Gassiet Lee looking to get through as well. He does. Pettit now on the inside of Balog. Fisher looking to go through with him as well. Side by side for Balog and Fisher on the back straightaway. And there you have it. Fisher's able to get clear.
And going through as well as Roman McCurdy. So McCurdy moves up another spot. Further back, that's Kennedy Tracy alongside the 860 BJR MDR entry of John Michael Dunnigan. Challenge for the lead. Isaac Malcuit takes the point in turn number 1. And here comes Enzo. Enzo Vidmontien for second. He'll get by as well on rookie Landon Boer. Here comes Nathan Dupuis on the Sodi Racing USA machine looking for third.
Yeah, new tubes overnight for Dupuis seem to be working on the inside there. He's able to get clear that time by of Boer, who drops a tire. Gassiet Lee looking to go through as well. Not going to be close enough. Tried to fall back in a line, but Pettit right there. And Fisher going to go through on Gassiet Lee as well. So Lee has lost a couple of spots here already in this one. So going to have to regain that momentum to try and get ahead of the Race Lab TV carts ahead of him.
Yeah, he'll have some work to do for sure. Here is your race leaders, Isaac Malcuit and Enzo Vidmontien. They have dueled plenty of times on our cameras here as we watch them come out of the last couple hairpins. Big move from Chase Gassiet Lee. He'll pick up a spot following Travis Pettit through on Pettit's teammate in Ty Fisher. 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Malcuit and Vidmontien trying to break away as we go side by side down to pit lane with Alexander Searle.
Thank you, Xander. John, I mean, you and your teammate Caleb Tarter pulled away from the field for most of that one, battled it out towards the end. I mean, what did it take to walk away with the win here?
It was really tough because I had to be really defensive. I didn't think he would be able to catch me when it went two to go, but I looked behind on the exit of turn 1 and he's on my bumper, so I do a quick move dive down, and then I kind of just white line it for the whole lap, and then go into the compression corner. I defend, but he gets over under on me, and I block down low, and then I shoot back out on the entry because I knew that he was going to blow the corner. I just over under him, and that was the race.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a chance to talk to you much this weekend. I mean, you seem pretty quick so far. Got the win in the heat. I mean, where do you think you're kind of losing ground everybody else, if there is anything?
I would say, like, the exit of the last corner is really tough for me. It's hard for me to get an exit, but I think I fixed it this race.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you.
As we were away there, you just saw the incident. John Michael Dunnigan, Ezekiel Height, and Casey Mosley all together in the back sector. They have lost a ton of ground as they try to get dislodged before the leaders come by and stay on the lead lap. And in the race, Enzo Vidmontien leads now over Nathan Dupuis, who's also gone around Isaac Malcuit. And this lead group is about 6 deep as Malcuit drops a tire. He'll defend low into the sweeper. And here comes a run from Boer, from Fisher, from Gassiet Lee, who opens the door. Nobody does. They all stay narrow there. And Fisher going to send one on the inside of the rookie. Gassiet Lee going to feed him a little bit of a tire there coming out of the corner as well. And Boer slots into 6th. But Enzo Vidmontien leading the way here at Trinity Karting Group's home racetrack, the MCC Kartplex, with about 4/10 to boot. Back to Nathan Dupuis.
Yeah, they continue to cycle through a little bit of side-by-side action there further back in the field in 8th in between Travis Pettit and Gabriel Balog on the main straightaway there. Pettit was able to stay ahead, but Balog very hungry to get ahead of the Race Lab TV cart there. That entire group still single file and lapping here at the moment. When we look at lap times, Enzo Vidmontien 59.4 to compare to Nathan Dupuis at 59.6. So 0.2 of a second quicker for Enzo Vidmontien than Dupuis. For Malquit, who continues to fight here in this one, just a minute .4, who's still making passes here and fighting with the likes of Ty Fisher to try and gain more spots. But he's closing in on Dupuis, so could have a lot of pace in his PSL Braille Art machine.
Travis Pettit, on the other hand, is just trying to fight from going backwards right now, passing back and forth with Luke Fedowitz and Sebastian Riss there at the edge of the top 10. Another lap complete. Big lap for Dupuis and a big move from Ty Fisher, but a bit overcooked. Mount Hewitt goes back by, and Gassiet Lee goes through as Rowan McCurdy also making a move on his fellow MPG teammate in Landon Boer. He takes over 6, but Nathan Dupuis looking good on the black and orange machine. Gassiet Lee now makes the move on Mount Hewitt. Move Chase on the Coastal Link custom printing Nash EOS Kart into 3rd with now some clear racetrack to try and put his head down and hit some good apexes and corners to break back away from this fray and catch the 2 leaders, because they are almost into the clear, and this will help some more. Fisher now to the inside on Gassiet Lee. He'll get by.
Yeah, and you saw a little bit of a difference in line there in between Gassiet Lee and Ty Fisher. For Gassiet Lee, he really just ate that curb on the 90-degree left-hander, and Ty Fisher decided to stay a little bit to the right and clear of it. And he got a much better run than Gassiet Lee did onto the back straightaway. It could either work or just a little bit of a difference in between these 2 drivers here on our screen. It ended up working that time for Ty Fisher, as we had side-by-side action further back in the field in between McCurdy, Boer, Balog, and Rist, all kind of still scrapping it out here for position. And just outside of the top 10 here, Luke Fedowitz and Homer Heeman, currently 11th and 12th respectively. Homer Heeman as well, a home race for him this weekend, looking to make moves in this one as well.
For Nathan Dupuis, the gap at about a half car length to a car length over the last couple laps just kind of rebounded back and forth up to Enzo Vidmontien. He's just trying to stay close to him. Ty Fisher was a little better through the first couple sectors of the racetrack. Last time by, he was 1.1 seconds back. Let's see if that's tracked down at all, and I would believe that it might have a little. So a clean lap for the 8:37. This will be a good read of the lap times this time by the stripe. Dupuis still trying to push with Vidmontien to break away. What's the margin? Was 1.1. Now it's 9/10 of a second. 2/10 gain for Ty Fisher to the race leaders.
Yeah, and I really think Nathan Dupuis is going to want to make a move here in a couple of corners time. It could even be this one for Dupuis. Going to stay in line, but looks very hungry to try and get ahead of Enzo Vidmontien here. Absolutely identical lap times in between the top 2, but fastest lap of the race for Chase Gassiet Lee, 58.4, was 4/10 quicker than anybody else at the moment on the racetrack. So 4/10 quicker than the leaders as well, and Ty Fisher there just sitting in 5th with a 58.5. So lapping quicker than your 2 leaders as well, who are just continuing to push and in each other's drives. So I think the drivers in 3rd and 4th here are going to be within a shot coming to the last lap.
They will definitely have a chance at it. Here's a move from Landon Boer, the original pole sitter, trying to make back up some time. He gets by on Isaac Malhewitt, moved Landon back into the top 5. And with a couple tenths to go, there's a look on as Trinity Karting Group's leading man is doing a good job to keep the brand up front. But just now, Nathan Dupuis catches him by surprise and takes over the lead. Nathan Dupuis on the Sodi, and that one move is all Ty Fisher needed to get the sniff of toe, and now you can call it 4 in this lead pack here in the fight for the lead and the win. Mount Hewitt and Boer are still going at it back there for 5th. They've lost some time. Mark it at about half a second to 7/10. And Dupuis defending a little bit low there into turn number 7. He knows the pressure is right on his doorstep. Not just 1 now, but 3 deep back behind. Vidmontien trying to catch him by surprise there with a big move at the end of the S's. Here comes Ty Fisher. He's looking for both of them. Big run over the hill, inside looking, and he's got it. Chase Gassiet Lee goes. Vidmontien's going to go all the way back to 5th, maybe more as they go into the back hairpins.
And that's just a little bit of a difference there between Ty Fisher and Chase Gassiet Lee. Those 2 drivers have been really, really patient all race long and kind of bided their time, made the moves when they needed to. For Vidmontien, I just think it was a little too quick to make a move into that corner. Gassiet Lee now going to go to the point. On the inside of turn number 1, he gets clear. Dupuis goes through as well as we're side by side inside of the top 10 here. Vidmontien looking to make up some spots. White flag came out, Vidmontien into the grass, and he's going to cut the track here and try and regain that position that he had. But off the racetrack for Enzo Vidmontien, and a post-race penalty will be coming his way for cutting the racetrack.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Here comes the leaders. Enzo's trying to let them all go and blend into line. He's going to have to let that entire pack go, and this is going to get tight in the S's here He's going to blend in just behind Rowan McCurdy as Dupuis gives a bit of elbow grease to Landon Boer. He'll go all the way off the racetrack and lose about probably 10 spots there into the dirt fully. So Nathan Dupuis now safely into third. Up front, Gassi lead to the low side. Here comes Ty Fisher trying over, under, and the rest of the pack out of the last turn. Across the line, it'll be side by side as they head for the checkers. Look at this, door to door. Fisher, Gassi and Lee, they bang tires. Gassi and Lee wins Heat 1.
What a race there in between Chase Gassi, Lee, and Ty Fisher. Bided their time. They were patient and came away on top. Gassi Lee, the winner. Fisher, second. Dupuis, third. Isaac Malcuit, P4. Gabriel Balog, fifth. Enzo Vidmontien after cutting the track. And I'd assume he's going to get a post-race penalty for that. So just going to leave that up to the stewards, obviously, here. P6 for Enzo Vidmontien. McCurdy, seventh. Pettit crossed the line, eighth. Sebastian Rist in ninth. And Homer Heeman, P10. Unfortunate there for Landon Boer, who it just seemed like he was bullied around everywhere in the racetrack during this one. But yeah, definitely results still pending. Fedowitz was able to cross the line 12th. Mason Kuhn 13th. Isabella Simpson 14th. Julian Pollard running up your top 15.
And further back down the board, Wyatt Smith, Isaac Gardner, Kennedy Tracy, Thomas Anthony, Gage Harden, the top 20. And Marco Romero, Jacob Scheible, something happened to them on the last lap. They failed to finish after running safely inside the top 20. So a bummer for them as they go to 25th and 26th on the results. They'll need a major run in heat number 2 to safely put them into the A pre-final. Otherwise, they will find themselves deep in the field and fighting their way for the final 10 spots in the B pre-final tomorrow morning. So KA Junior definitely gave us a whole lot of action. We've got more to come. Swift Stars on deck before the 2 KA Stars will go. Before we go back to the on-track action, though, let's hear from some of the Pro Stars drivers. They're gearing up for their round of warm-up after the heat races, specifically here with Josh Conker. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Josh, I mean, the JMF project is still pretty new. I'd say it's the best weekend or start to the weekend so far that you've had with them. I mean, how would you kind of sum up your weekend thus far?
I'd say the weekend's been pretty good so far. Being here for SCUSA a couple weeks ago definitely helped that, and especially having Billy. Billy's just amazing. So, yeah, the JMF factory kart powered by Carblos Racing engines has been really fast this weekend. We've been missing a little bit with me. Unfortunately, last time we were here for SCUSA, I was a little sick. I just kind of injured myself a bit, but, we're fighting through it. It's nothing that I can't drive through, and, yeah, every time I get on the track, I feel better and better about the package.
Yeah, I mean, the JMF boys and girls have been putting in a lot of effort to kind of perfect the project underneath that tent. What's it been like so far this weekend for the whole crew?
It's been a good overall weekend for the crew. Some of the kids have been struggling. They haven't been here before. The first 2 weekends were a little better because some of the drivers had seen the track. But other than that, I mean, like Christian Moniz in the 993, I think he qualified inside the top 10 yesterday, and that's his best qualifying in the KA so far. And yeah, I mean, every weekend we're on the chassis and with the product, the kids are getting better and better, so it's good to see.
Yeah, let's talk about the warm-up session, right? You get a warm-up coming up very shortly. I mean, you got a chance to kind of see from your teammates, so to speak, what the track's been like. I mean, what have you noticed about the progression from yesterday to today?
This morning, track looked really quick. It was definitely a little different in qualifying after we had the rain yesterday. So we'll see when we're able to hit the track today. Unfortunately, with that red flag, it'll set us back some time. But, looking forward to it, and, we'll see what we can do.
I'm sure you got a chance to watch the Shifter Masters start there. I mean, is that kind of on your mind a little bit heading into today's motos?
Yes and no. I mean, we're going to start P4 after some penalties in qualifying yesterday. So for me, I think we'll be okay. A little back farther in the field. We'd seen here before where there's some big wrecks off the start. Maybe a guy stalls or they just don't get a good enough start and calamity happens. So probably a little farther back, but I think up front we'll be okay.
Yeah, and during the SCUSA weekend, I mean, we saw all the marbles that were laid on the racetrack. It's even, bigger this weekend is what it seems. I mean, what can we expect the racing to be like in the shifter class, you think?
I think it'll be aggressive for sure. We'd seen it was pretty aggressive at SCUSA, so just kind of looking for the same thing. It's pretty much most the same field that we run with at SCUSA, so yeah, just kind of looking for an aggressive race. Tough to pass around this track. There's like 3 pretty big passing zones. Other than that, you got to be really aggressive, so definitely some aggressive racing today.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Alex.
Always great to hear from the Canadian Josh Conker. Happy that he's feeling a little bit better this weekend. You mentioned, of course, the injury. Injured one rib at the SCUSA Pro Tour event here a month ago, and those S's are a grinder for the drivers. I mean, they're throwing you from one side of the seat to the other. You're jumping over the curbs into the air. There's a lot of high G load, and that goes top to bottom, even down to the Micro and the Swift Stars divisions. On the grid now for Swift Stars, we've got the entire field, and it's a first-time top qualifier for Holden Myers and the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. The 136 will lead us to green alongside Marco Samet's BJR MDR machine and Brandon Ang and Bowen Green on row 2.
You go back to Josh Bergman and Parker Ives. Bergman still knocking on the door to his maiden Swift Stars victory here, and Ives looking to continue his methodical start to his mini Swift career. Grayson Wolcott and Nico Katowski starting on row number 4.
Row 5 has Isaac Payne and Ben Gleberman to round off the top 10. Then it's Simon Jack Klein on the inside of row 6 alongside Franklin Motorsports' own Cameron Johnson, who got his first career mini Swift win last week on the regional level at the Route 66 Sprint Series with Robert Lash and then Braden Westfall for an all Kart Republic, row 7.
You go back to Nicholas Mose and Bashi Jimenez on row number 8, William Vitor and Alex Kutcher, the privateer, on row number 9.
Row 10, the final row of the top 20, has Parker Stewart on the inside of Cade Wolf, two drivers that'll be looking to go forward with the pace we've seen from them over the course of this year. And then behind them, Paxton Romero and AJ Stoner.
Go back to Owen Gassion and Alyssa Eddy on row number 12. Riley Dobelier, Asher Ferris on row 13. Silas Root, Emma Schumann, row 14th, and Anthony Mazzaculo here, slated to start 15th here on the inside. So we'll see how it goes for all these drivers who get set to go green for the first time this weekend. Holden Myers and Marco Samet going to lead us away here.
Yeah, the quick formation lap for the Swift Stars coming to a close as we've got the entire field together. They'll begin to form behind Holden and Marco. And as the two young drivers bring us around the dog leg, we'll get a good look at them head on down the front straightaway. Holden Myers on the right in the blue, white, and yellow Timmy Tech Comp Kart. On the left, the white, and yellow BJR MDR machine of Marco Samet. A fast start, and it's going to turn Brandon Ang. Brandon Ang off the start, gets shoved forward as Marco Samet comes down. And Brandon Ang on the Catalyst Driver Development at Talcart is beached in the grass at the outside of turn 1, and that has completely shaken up your field. Josh Bergman into second, Grayson Walcott to third, Bowen Green is fourth, trying to find where Marco Samet found himself. He's back to fifth. Looks to be sixth is Isaac Payne. So a major shakeup here as we get rolling in Swift Stars.
Yeah, very quick start there by those drivers, and unfortunately Brandon Ang paid for it. But there you have your pole sitter, or who is your race leader here, falling under fire to Josh Bergman, who sits in the second spot, going to fade low on the inside for Bergman. He's able to get the move done. He's clear. Bergman, your leader here. And everybody else in third is Grayson Wolcott now. Samet lost a couple there. Bowen Green was able to get ahead side by side there further back. And keep an eye on the likes of Flores and others to work their way up the field after issues for them yesterday. Side by side, Green on the inside of Grayson Wolcott. Green looking to get through. They're going to go side by side and a little sideways there for Bowen Green on the exit of turn number 1. Now Marco Samet going to look to take advantage of the Timmy Tech Comp Kart here and try and get ahead. Is he able to get it done this time by? He doesn't. Green again fades low in turn number 4. Green's able to get clear.
Good move by Bowen to make up a spot there. Here's Grayson Walcott right on the bumper of Samet, and look who's joined him. Oh, actually a bunch of them. Parker Ives, Isaac Payne, Nico Katowski, Ben Gleberman, all lined up in this pack here as they go through the S's and around the 90 up and over the crest, while the top two have a little bit of a gap now back to the rest of the pack. Josh Bergman leading Holden Myers through the sweeper, trying to back up that performance by Enzo Vidmontien, running up at the front. NK Jr. and a big slide by Parker Ives there as he ended up with nearly a wheelie with the front tires coming off the ground when he hit the Rhino liner on the inside of that left hairpin. He did a good job saving it, didn't lose too much. Now he's trying to go by, but he's going to get in the grass. Grayson Walcott trying to shut the door, and Parker's going to lose about 3 or 4 spots there by turn 1.
Yeah, just a little too late there for Grayson Wolcott, unfortunately, to move down on the main straightaway, and he's going to lose the spot in the process for Nico Katowski, who was able to get clear. So Katowski looks to be up to P5 and now going to start defending here. Gleberman in this group. So is Isaac Payne and more further back. Marcelo Flores, I believe, one of the drivers in this one as well.
Marcelo Flores on that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic has had to start from pretty far back as he tries to march up the boards. I don't believe he's gotten there quite yet, but he is definitely moving forward. Here is a look as the pack crests the hill with Katowski now leading the way. Look how many cars are just about lined all together. You've got pretty much from these two at front, Katowski and Walcott, who goes back around him. Katowski goes right back in the next corner. That's fifth on back, and this is going to very quickly become a massive swarm. So as we hit the line at 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Katowski still hanging on. No moves out of the front 7 in turn 1. Does anyone fade out in turn 2? They do not. Single file while Josh Bergman continues to lead the way.
And I apologize. Flores actually in the micro swift classes. Bowen Green into the wall. Oh. Big contact there in turn number 4. Got together there with his teammate of Holden Myers. Unfortunate end to Bowen Green's race, and you're going to see he is okay and moving. So unfortunate there for Bowen Green, who was on for a good finish here in this one.
Now as they go to the S's side by side, the 143 alongside Robert Lash trying to hang on, as now we're down to 3 in the front pack, and then 2 seconds back, now 3 seconds back to find this group of Katowski. Gleberman has gone his way all the way up into the 5th position. Would have been 6th before the crash with Bowen Green, taking him out of the top 4. And there's a move to the inside. That was Simon Jack Klein on the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic trying to make a move. Isaac Payne, Alex Kutcher all there. This group right in the middle looks like Kutcher's gotten around a bunch of them on that Nitro kart. Parker Ives back there making a move. Here's some more moves further back. That's Braden Westfall on the inside of the Bennick of Bashi Jimenez maybe in the 105. And then further back, Nicholas Mose on the CRG.
There you have it. Jimenez looking on the inside at turn number 3, and that's not a spot that we see a lot of moves being made, but a good move there by Jimenez to get ahead. Ives able to get ahead of Isaac Payne that time as well, so he's able to get clear. And the driver that I was mistaking for Marcelo Flores is actually Simon Jack Klein. So good to see Klein inside of the top 10 on the SLA Karting Kart Republic here this weekend. There he is just passing by our infield camera. Behind him, not too far back, another one, which is Parker Ives there. So a couple of moves being made, but update back at the front of the field. Still Josh Bergman, who leads from Marco Samet and Holden Myers. Everybody else cycling through. Katowski holding on to 4th, and Ben Gleberman, P5. Everybody else still single file and side by side way back in the field here. But Bergman, been a year and some change since he's won his maiden victory, which was last year at Utah for the Sodi Racing USA team. This year with Trinity Karting Group, still looking for that maiden win in Mini Swift, but definitely has been knocking on the door this year, Xander.
Yeah, he has been making some major inroads, and you know, this track was good to him a month ago with his first career Mini Swift podium. Only 7 months into his Mini Swift career, and Josh Bergman is leading and is one of the major contenders here for the Stars Championship Series Clash at the Club. Marco Samet reeling him back in, though, through the S's. He's got a run. I don't think he's going to go yet, but he's just, again, trying to time that momentum that he gets at different parts of the racetrack and map out how he wants to play the final few laps. For now, he's happy to stay second. Holden Myers, our pole sitter, still right there in 3rd with a good exit out of that back hairpin as they cross the line. Minute and 45 plus 2 laps to go. That'll mark us at right around 4 to go. And now Marco Samet says it's time to go. He's taken over the lead into turn 2.
Yeah, good move there by Marco Samet to take the point. Now Bergman going to have to get back to work, see where Samet was stronger that lap around, and see where he can close down his gap to Samet. Holden Myers kind of sitting patient here in 3rd, not exactly on the rear bumper of the top 2, but definitely watching on as this fight continuing to rage on in between Bergman and Samet. And if anything does end up going wrong in between the top 2, Holden Myers will definitely be there to pick up the leftovers. But everything else further back, still Katowski in the 4th spot, Gleberman in 5th, Simon Jack Klein, P6, and sitting patient there. Not too many moves inside of the top 10. Ives in 8th here. Everybody just kind of staying stagnant. As I say that, Walcott looked on the inside there of Simon Jack Klein, just didn't get the move done.
No, he couldn't quite get there. So behind them, check out Jack Klein, Walcott, and here comes Parker Ives once again trying to get the momentum back shifting in the positive direction as we look up front. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Josh Bergman allowing Marco Samet to lead and pushing him away from Holden Myers. This has been the best formation for the two of them, it looks like, as he pulls now to maybe 4 or 5 car lengths away. So Marco Samet, Josh Bergman through turns 4 and 5, and in the run to the infield, turns 6 and 7 we go.
Yeah, 6 and 7 there. Samet still leading from Bergman. Not too much being made, but they are opening up that gap to Holden Myers further back. Lap time still identical, but it just seems like the top two are that little bit more consistent than Myers here to be able to keep them a little bit further back. Lap times for Katowski and Simon Jack Klein. They're actually two of the quickest cars on the racetrack, 102.2s for both of them. But the fastest driver is Parker Ives, just hasn't been able to make moves so far in this one. A 101.920 for Ives, who sits in 8th still and a little bit ways back from Grayson Wolcott. 2-6 in the air, officially crunch time for our top two. And we'll see when Josh Bergman decides to make the move, if he is going to make the move on Marco Samet here, Xander.
And as well, when Marco Samet wants to go to the low side and begin defending that top spot, when does he feel the pressure? He's not feeling it yet, and Bergman is trying to buy himself some more time away from Holden Myers, continuing to push with Marco. Marco Samet, much like Josh Bergman, burst onto the scene, except Marco had probably one of the best national debuts you can have, winning on debut in the micro class a couple of years ago. Now here in his second full season in mini Swift competition, Marco Samet is trying to vie for a championship in the Swift Stars class. Bergman still pushing. Nobody making a move into the sweeper. They're going to hit the line this time and see the white flag, and Bergman wants to lead us to it. A nice move there in the back hairpin. Josh Bergman takes over the lead.
Yeah, very well planned there for Josh Bergman to get that move done. Everything else further back. Ives was able to get up to 7th last time by, I think, 6th even. Now he's behind Ben Gloverman, but we're going to go side by side for the lead. White flag in the air. Last time around for these drivers in this heat race, Bergman fades low. Marco Samet to the high side, and now Holden Myers. New life for that Timmy Tech Comcart driver to try and snag away a heat race victory from the top two, who continue to fight. They almost go 3 wide. Bergman on the bottom, Samet to the top. Not able to get ahead of him here for Marco Samet.
Yeah, Marco Samet now needs to take all that knowledge he had from earlier and figure out which is the best way around. Here's a big over-under. He wound that car up and got a great run, and Bergman tried to hang on. He's still trying to hang on, and he will. A little bit of side-to-side action there as Samet gave way to Josh Bergman, but he definitely had the nose ahead. Now Bergman's going to defend low into the back sweeper. Samet to the high side, looking to over-under him in the hairpins here. He can't go low there. He's got some room as Holden Myers goes really wide, and I don't know what he'll have coming to the line. Here's a look back with Katowski. Gleberman, his teammate Parker Ives alongside. They'll drag race to the dog leg. To the stripe we go. Samet trying to find a hole. Nothing going to be there. Josh Bergman will hang on to win heat number 1 in Swift Stars. Samet second. Myers, Katowski, Gleberman hangs on over Parker Ives for that 5th spot. Then Grayson Wolcott in 7th. Simon Jack Klein 8th. Isaac Payne in 9th. And Alex Kutcher will round off the top 10.
You go back to 11th with Robert Lash. Anthony Mazzucchello finished 12th. William Vitor 13th. Nicholas Mose 14th. Braden Westfall 15th. You go back to your last couple of finishers here in this one. Bashi Jimenez 16th. Paxton Romero 17th. Parker Stewart 18th. Cade Wolf 19th. Cameron Johnson 20th. Owen Gassion 21st. AJ Stoner 22nd. Ferris Dobelier. Brandon Eng, after an unfortunate start to his race, finds him down in 25th. Silas Root 26th, and Bowen Green, after contact with his teammate in Holden Myers, finds himself at the tail end of the field. 7 laps short here, unfortunately, for Bowen Green, but still a lot of racing action set to come our way here, Xander, with the KA Stars on deck here.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun, folks. We'll take a quick break. When we return, it is the first of the 2 groups for the 54 driver class here from MCC.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as we get set to go green in OKN Stars Racing. Jackson Warney and Finnegan Bailiff get set to go green from the front row, and the rookie going to lead us here to green. An early start and a couple of drivers out of the tram lines here early. That looked like it was Dallas Dunlap, but everything said and going here. Clean into turn number 1. Everybody cycling through. Bailiff in second there, looking to find a spot in line. He's able to get it done. Isambard in third, and a couple of drivers way off the racetrack there. One of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics, 2 of them actually, and another driver there further back. So a couple of drivers here out early and out of contention for good finishing spots. Still signing spot. That was Logan Mueller. We're just getting reports that it was Logan Mueller there, unfortunately, who finds himself in the grass. But 2 Kart Republics at the front. Woney, the Lone Speed Concepts racing machine here this weekend, and Finnegan Bailiff in second, the hometown kid, and racing in his backyard. Isambard there in third, looking to get an over-under move done. He gets clear of Bailiff. Lemke looking to go through as well. And now Bailiff going to fall under fire to what looks to be Ben Gunn in the BJR MDR LN kart.
Yeah, we're getting ready and set to finish lap number 1 in the books. Isambard leads ahead of Wolney and then the privateer. Now Lemke looking to the inside. Look at this. Finn Bailiff going to help him through. Couldn't make it through as Ben Gaunt. So while Wolney's down to 4th, there goes Finn Bailiff having to defend now from Wolney. A little bit of a break now for the top 4 as 5th on back is Ben Gaunt battling with Dallas Dunlap and others. White lining goes to the bottom of the racetrack. The BGR MDR driver slightly wide there through 3 and 4. It's going to back up this bunch of drivers here. It's going to give this top 4 a bit of breathing room here, but here comes Ben Gaunt to the inside. Adam Maxwell now fighting with the likes of Avrutsky and Zabo as well.
Yeah, very, very intense battling just outside of the top 5, so they continue to cycle their way through and continue to fight here. Everything further back. Gaunt, they're looking to fall under fire from Dunlap, who actually stays in line that time around. So not a move there for Dunlap, who could have a post-race penalty after this one. One driver way around there. It's one of the LN karts, and more drivers here collected. That's one of the X-Brees, the 905 of Andrew Hamill, and another there, the 951 or 57 there of Chase Adams, who's out of this one early. The top 3, though, Alan Isambard, Mr. April leads from Brandon Lemke. And there's the 926 off the racetrack as well here in this one, as Bailiff there on the inside of Lemke. Bailiff going to get clear and up in a second.
Yeah, the more these top 3, top 4 fight, the more they're going to give the likes of 5th on back a chance to claw their way back in. Because the top 4 did pull about a 1-second gap now to the second group as we saw the chaos ensue behind them about a lap ago. So here goes Isambard leading ahead of Bailiff. These 2 now have a bit of a gap to Lemke and Wolney. Lemke's have to be careful here because Wolney's to the inside. So too is Bailiff. Finn Bailiff now to the lead, and there goes Wolney to P3 as well.
Yeah, and Isambard didn't really fight it too much, but he's going to go back on the inside there. They go side by side. They're going to lose a little bit of time there to Wolney. A lot of bit of time, I should say, to Wolney, as they're all bumper to bumper now on the inside. Bailiff, Isambard. I think he's going to get eaten up here in this one because Wolney deciding to push a fellow Kart Republic here, and Finnegan Bailiff and Lemke going to go through as well for the 3rd spot. Now Isambard not wasting any time. Very, kind of just looking to go back here, Alan Isambard, and get back up to the front. Looks like he wants to be in control here, Alex.
Yes, seemingly that's what he wants to do as Dallas Dunlap goes way wide into turn number 3. He's going to be able to somehow hold that position ahead of Ben Gaunt. I thought he was going to go way out to the wayside there, but able to maintain that 5th position. But for Alan Isambard, I mean, you think that he would have let Finn Bailiff kind of go into the lead and push away from the likes of Lemke and Wolney, but it actually ended up costing him 2 positions net loss there. And matter of fact, that brought the group from 5th through about 10th back into the mix, 5th through 9th. So instead of making this a 4-car battle, he's about to make it a 9-car battle as Wolney up to the bumper now of Finn Bailiff. Isambard back to the bumper of the likes of Wolney as well. Dunlap through ahead of the likes of Avrutsky, Maxwell, Crouch down there as well. Ben Gaunt fell to the rear end of that 4-car train.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ben Gaunt, he's going to cross the stripe 8th that time around. Crouch, the driver, in 9th, and Maccabee currently 10th. So everybody's still cycling their way through as Woney looked to fade low. Still in line here behind Finnegan Bailiff, cycling through. And for the likes of Dallas Dunlap, personal best lap time last time around, 59 flat. The leader is just running that little bit quicker. Bailiff 0.2 quicker than Dunlap, but if Dunlap can keep up the pace in his Super Tune machine, they could be there and have some time to take the fight up to the top 4 here, Alex.
Yeah, as they climb the hill, Finn Bailiff looks over his shoulder, so too does Wolney. They have a bit of a gap here to the likes of Lemke and Isambard. And like you said, if Dallas Dunlap can put that pace together and not do this right here, get passed by Sam Avrutsky now. So this battle for 5th is going to give a bit of breathing room to the likes of Isambard and Lemke. But Avrutsky feels like he has a bit more pace on board that 9:24 a.m. karting OTK machine. Dallas Dunlap behind him, and then Maxwell behind him. Ben Gaunt has lost the pack completely. Now he's about a second back from those drivers. Isambard back to the inside of Brandon Lemke. Last time around, they lost a bit of time to the top 2. He didn't want to lose any more time. He goes to 3rd. You see him give the signal to Lemke, let's work together, which is ironic because that's not what Isambard's done all race long. But nonetheless, as a driver, you always want people to help you and not help them back.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's kind of give me, and I'll give you very little, right? So that's how Isambard's playing it here at the moment in the 3rd spot. Lemke's still there in 4th. A couple of veterans here in the top 4, 3 veterans and 1 rookie who's driving very much like a veteran. He was quickest last time around, 58.3, was 0.2 quicker than Finnegan Bailiff that time around. And for Lemke and Isambard, their lap times are 0.2 off of what Bailiff and Woney are running. But maybe this change is going to help them close that gap back down. It looks a little bit closer this time around, but we get to the closing stages of this race. Just over 2 minutes to go left in this one. Avrutsky as well closing down his gap. Personal best lap time for him, 58.5.
Yeah, we'll see how they mark it here. It's either 4 or 5 laps to go here for the KA Stars crew. So still a bunch of racing to go. Finn Bailiff starting to put a bit of a gap on Jackson Wolney, almost 0.4 of a second. Isambard this time around seems to have pulled Lemke back into the mix of things here. And if the top 2 are not working together, which right now I think Finn Bailiff's a little bit too fast for his own sake here, if Lemke can help Isambard get back to that front group, we might have a 4-car battle back on our hands. Isambard taking every bit of curbing and some here. Look at that, 4 tires up on the curbing there, trying to do everything he can to make this track as short as possible. Seemingly working right now on board that Sodi Kart USA machine. We saw him in the warm-up this morning, set what seemed to be maybe the fastest time we've ever seen around this place in the KA senior package at a 57.7. So we know that thing is quick. They've seemingly worked on it all weekend long. He was pretty tight, he said yesterday at the end of qualifying, but he found some pace overnight, and he's up on the wheel right now. The gap was 0.8. It's down to 0.6 of a second, a minute and some change to go. So I think about 4 laps remaining here in the KA Stars race, depending on how they time it.
Yeah, how about that for Isambard at 58.2 last time around. So we saw him absolutely clobber that the curb on the 90-degree left-hander, and it definitely helped him out here because he continues to close down his gap to Woney and Bailiff, who are running 58.4s, 58.3s about for them respectively. And Lemke, you saw him go down the back straightaway, a little adjustment on the carburation and on the needles to try and find some pace here late in this one. Just under 30 seconds to go left in this one, and it's all to play for right here. They could probably, I think when they cross the stripe, it's going to be 3 laps to go here, Alex.
Yes, most likely 3 to go, like you mentioned here. Clock is ticking. They're going to have to race to the line here to see if there's 2 or 3 laps to go, but it should be 3. Round in the final corner, the gap is closer for Isambard to Wolney. It's maintained for Finn Bailiff, and yes, 3 laps to go here for this KA Stars crew. Brendan Lemke struggling to hold on to the back of this 3-cart train. If anything, he's actually losing time and giving Sam Avrutsky a chance for a top 4 finish here. But here's your battle for the top 3. Finn Bailiff looks to maybe go to the bottom of the racetrack. He doesn't do it. Wolney says, thank you very much. I'll take first, but not for long. Crossover move. Finn Bailiff back to the point. That's going to bring Isambard back in the mix. And Brendan Lemke off the racetrack with seemingly a mechanical failure.
Well, unfortunate there for Brandon Lemke. We saw him make some adjustments on the needles, and just the weekend that started off pretty bad, finding him in the fence, has kind of just gone worse here with a mechanical issue for Lemke, the privateer here this weekend. But Finnegan Bailiff still your leader. Woney looked to go for a move a couple of corners ago. He's going to go for it again. Bailiff going to hold on to it around the outside. Not close enough. Isambard looking to go through as well. And the 2 veterans going to work together to get ahead of the rookie here. But 2 sticks in the air this time around. 2 laps to go in the first of the KA Stars races, and there goes Bailiff quite easily on the main straightaway ahead of Jackson Woney, who looks to go back in turn number 2. Not able to get it done. Isambard in third, and they're actually losing time to Avrutsky and the AEM Karting, Tony Kart, who continues to close down the gap the more and more that the top 3 continue to fight here.
Yeah, as expected, gloves are off with 1.5 laps to go for Finn Bailiff. He leads. He goes defensive over Wolney. Isambard looking for the crossover. Not going to happen. This is part of the racetrack where you don't see a lot of passes happen, but through this S section, you could send it up the inside if you want to. Finn Bailiff knows that. He has enough laps around this place to understand that you can throw it up the inside there if you want to. Down the bottom of the racetrack he goes. Middle of the track, surprisingly for Finn Bailiff. Wolney, we saw him throw it in last lap. Does he do it again? Not going to happen because Bailiff learned his lesson. We're coming up to 1 lap to go here, Caleb, and Sam Avrutsky's on the charge.
Yeah, Sam Avrutsky has definitely now arrived on the scene here with the top 3. White flag in the air, 1 stick in the air as well. Final time around on this KA Stars 1. Isambard fades low. Won't he look to block? Isambard, what a move there on the main straightaway. Avrutsky all around the outside, looking to get the over-under move done. Side by side with Woney, who's going to have the inside. But the outside going into turn number 4, and Avrutsky off the racetrack there. Going to lose a little bit of time as Adam Maxwell now going to look to go 1 spot better and up in a 4th, as he now has Avrutsky well in his sights and almost on his front bumper. But all that fighting for second on back has really allowed Bailiff to kind of run away with this one here, Alex.
Don't want to speak too soon, but you can almost pen in the name Finn Bailiff here for a Heat 1 victory. Behind him, Isambard is going to try to hold off Wolney, and then further back, that battle for 4th is starting to heat up with Avrutsky and Maxwell, and there goes Maxwell to the inside. What a run for the AMAX driver. He's up to P4, but out front, it's all about the TKG Kart Public with Isambard behind them.
And Finnegan Bailiff there. White flag was out last time by. Checkered flag is out this time around. Finnegan Bailiff wins heat race number 1 in KA Stars. Alan Isambard across the line 2nd. Jackson Woney 3rd. Maxwell 4th. Avrutsky rounds up your top 5.
Yeah, what a run for Sam Avrutsky there. Unfortunately lost that 4th spot to Adam Maxwell towards the end, but he had a good run. Dallas Dunlap, the Super Tune driver there. We saw him early on have a pretty good pace. Fell off towards the end, got his way back to 6th. Ben Gaunt as well, a P7 finish for the BGR MDR driver. He fell back to 9th at one point, up to 7th at the end there. Eli Warren, how about it for Eli Warren from the back of the grid to P8?
Wow. Serious pace for Eli Warren, a 58.2 that time around after getting a DQ in qualifying yesterday. It's going according to plan, right? He was telling you before the race that he just needed to make up this many spots and this many spots every single heat race to get himself outside of the LCQ and maybe in a top 20 spot going into the pre-final later on this weekend, tomorrow. Today, later on today, actually. Very long day of racing.
It's going better. It's going better than he was telling me, because he said, listen, my goal is maybe a 12th every single heat race. That puts me maybe 20th or so for the pre-final, 8th already for the heat race. So if he can stick that pace up, it'll put him maybe about the 15th spot for the pre-final. So Eli Warren, the War Power Racing package there, looking really strong early on, as expected from a driver of his caliber. Further back, Ryan Crouch, 9th. Matthew Mockabee, I mean, he not in the seat very often anymore. Hasn't driven a Kart Public, he's told me, in a couple of years. So relearning the package this weekend.
That guy's lying to you. He was driving here last weekend at the Pro-Am.
I know. That's what I told him. But he said, listen, I haven't driven one. I'm like, I don't think so, man, but it's okay. But nonetheless, TKG Kart Public driver has some things figured out and looking pretty good. A top 10 is always solid in the KA Stars class.
For sure. Lucas Zabo, 11th. Giovanni Santora, 12th. Jaden Harry, 13th. Hamill, 14th. And Camden Trachtenberg finished 15th. Shimbashi, Estes, Klein, Dagenhart, Autumn Fisher, Santos, Mueller, Lemke, unfortunately, 23rd. Chase Adams, 24th. And Ryan Bierman, your field here in KA Stars Heat 1B. Heat 1A getting set to go green here in a couple of moments' time, but we're going to go quiet on the airwaves before they fire up the engines.
A good race for the first of the two groups of KA Stars with a bit of veteran prowess kind of playing out at the front of the field. Let's take a look here as the rows file in for another becoming a veteran front row in James Overbeck and a wily veteran in Mick Gabriel, our most recent KA Senior National race winner. Starts alongside the reigning series champ with Josh Campbell and Vaughn Beasley lined up behind them on row 2.
We're back to row number 3 with Christian Menez, I should say. Just so used to all the Menez stuff. Starting on row 3 alongside Chris Harrower. We go back to Noah Jackson and Carter Thompson. Starting on row number 4, Frank and Powers, row 5.
Row 6 has Blade Fountain and Seamus McKendry with Presley Whitney and Will Steele on row 7.
And you go back to row number 8 with Rush Gary, CJ Bowman, Christian Valverde, Mason Surgener, Broben Facino, and Flintoff on row number 10. Then you go back to your final couple of rows with Height, Pfister, Sanseri, Gollin, Cardwell, and Frederick Manning. Your field here in KA Stars Heat 1A.
So 26 make up the grid in this one. We had 27 in the last. Here we go. James Overbeck on the inside in that blue, white, and yellow BJR MDR cart. Then on the outside, it's the kind of grayish, tealish blue of Mick Gabriel's AEM Tony kart. And the lights are out. We're racing, and Gabriel's got a nose ahead through 1. Can he keep the momentum? He does. Mick Gabriel to the lead down to turn number 2.
A little bit of contact there further back in the field. A lot of drivers side by side. One driver further back in the field slowing. We actually do have some contact. A comp kart together with one of the Tony karts further back in the field, but everything nice and steady further up. Jackson was able to get a move done there. Everybody's still side by side here in this group. Carter Thompson, one of the drivers in this group as well. There's Jackson, who was able to get clear of one of the JMF machines that time by. I think that's Maniz, who's in this group.
Yeah, Christian Maniz right in the mix of it all as they go through the S's. That's about 5 or 6 of them, but it's a 3-car length gap for Mick Gabriel back to Overbeck. Little wiggle into the corner there from the 980 machine of Zach Frank, and that's going to open the door. Here comes Carter Thompson through. Trying to go by as well is the 987 of Presley Whitney. He will not follow with pressure now to his doorstep in the form of Will Steele. As up front, Gabriel is getting the lead. Big move for Harrower and a big slide for James Overbeck. He'll lose 2 spots. Vaughn Beasley getting underneath him, and then Josh Campbell going by as well for 3rd. So Overbeck there, you saw him really sideways through turn 1 as Beasley was right underneath him, and then getting out wide and into the marbles opened the door for Josh Campbell to go by. Noah Jackson having one of the best runs he's had so far this season with the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic Group. He is 5th on the cusp now of more, with Overbeck only a half car width up the road. Mick Gabriel's lead, though, opening now. Mark it at maybe 6 or 7 car lengths back to Vaughn Beasley.
And as soon as I go through, there's Overbeck with Noah Jackson right behind him. A good showing this weekend here for Noah Jackson, getting himself inside of the top 5 here and looking to fight for a top 3 finish in this heat race. Carter Thompson, who sits in 6th. He actually took the win last weekend at the Pro-Am at the Pro-Am here at MCC. So still showing that same pace that he showed last weekend here in this heat race for Carter Thompson. Made moves already early on in this one.
Mick Gabriel's lead marked at 7/10 last time by. It is going to stay at the same or get a little bigger thanks to this. Overbeck getting back around Josh Campbell, his teammate there for 3rd. Jackson could not follow, and that'll open up the margin for Vaughn Beasley to get a bit more of a gap out away from them. So as they go to the S's here, Mick Gabriel, Vaughn Beasley, James Overbeck, Josh Campbell, Noah Jackson, and again Carter Thompson. Even with dropping a wheel, Carter is fast. Look at the run he's got up to Jackson's bumper. He's pulled well away from Christian Maniz there in the 7th spot, and he's going to look for 5th on his teammate. Inside and clear for Carter Thompson on the 951, so into the top 5 now for last week's club race winner.
Yeah, and Carter Thompson, one of the drivers that TKG has really developed here on the club side of things and on the regional side of things as well, and good to see him kind of breaking out in his first really a good national breakout for him this weekend. For Carter Thompson after doing what he did last weekend, kind of putting on a clinic and then, fighting with some of the best in the nation here, and a driver who's actually going to go to France later this year, and Mick Gabriel setting in better lap times than all of them. So good to see Carter Thompson really racy here this weekend, and now Josh Campbell next on his list if he's able to get to the rear bumper here. Still a lot of racing left, just under 4.5 minutes to go.
Now as we approach the halfway mark, this is a good time to start looking at lap times. Last time by a 58.868 for Gabriel, his best, but Vaughn Beasley was better. And now Overbeck, who was even better than the pair of them, is challenging for second. James Overbeck, the pole sitter. A lot of speed in that 948 LN kart. Let's see if he's able to take it up to P2. He's got a big run on Beasley down the front straightaway. Beasley's got no choice. He'll have to let him through in turn 1, and James Overbeck is back up to the potential front row. Behind him, Beasley slots in just ahead of Josh Campbell and Carter Thompson. Both of those two drivers a little quicker than him last time. Let's see what they do. Campbell's going to send it. Turn 4, inside. They'll run him a little wide, and that'll open the door for Thompson to go, as well as now on top of Carter Thompson goes Vaughn Beasley, and he'll lose an additional spot with Noah Jackson getting by there for 5th.
It almost looked like Vaughn Beasley dropped the right-hand side tires into the marbles and lost a little bit of time going into turn number 2, which then kind of just proceeded to get even worse and worse for him and falling just outside of the top 5. There's moves further back there on the inside for Frank. It looks like looking to get the move done. Wasn't close enough that time by.
No, he backed out of it. Christian Moniz, though, is going to go to the inside, and Vaughn Beasley goes from second to now back all the way to position number 7 here in just a matter of a lap. And on the same token, James Overbeck picks up another 2.5 tenths on Quick McGabriel. So the 948 hunting back towards the lead here with a ton of speed in this KA Stars Heat race. He'll be close enough for a dive bomb if he wants it as soon as turn number 6 and 7, although he had a little hiccup there in the middle of turn 4, so maybe he'll have to wait a little longer. But Gabriel's lead definitely shrinking, and Overbeck's not the only one tracking him down. Campbell was a little better last time by. Carter Thompson was better. Noah Jackson was even, so 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all faster than your leader last time around. And you can see them all getting closer and closer together as we get towards the end of this race. We'll hit 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go approximately when they hit the finish line.
Yeah, further back, the Kart Republics have definitely caught to the back of the train here. Carter Thompson there sits in the 4th spot, and Noah Jackson as well in the 5th spot. So those KRs definitely close. Just over 2 minutes to go left in this one. Side by side, further back in the field, Moniz, Beasley, Frank still fighting it out there for the 6th spot on track, and they continue to go side by side on the main straightaway. But up the field, McGabriel been pretty quiet for him so far in this one. Got to lead early, hasn't looked back since. Overbeck, though, getting back up there with some help from his teammate and Josh Campbell. So we'll see how those two work together here in this one.
Yeah, let's see if Josh Campbell can push James Overbeck to the lead, then maybe make it an all BJR, MDR lock out of the 1-2 spots. They've definitely got the pace to do it, but Carter Thompson is just as fast as well. Overbeck feeling the need to go. He's going to take over the lead right there in the left hairpin. Gabriel back to second. Campbell all over him, looking for a way by as well. We'll hit the line with probably 3 to go, maybe 4. Overbeck's lead now going to come under fire already. Gabriel back to the point in turn 1. And James is trying to cover back on the low side. He does.
Look at that from Carter Thompson around the outside of Josh Campbell, looking to go through in turn number 3. He's able to get it done. Went way deep on the brakes there in turn number 2 for Carter Thompson. Wow, what a move. Everything else further back. Still single file for a couple of drivers that are further back. Steele in that group, and McGabriel already looking to go defensive here early on from Overbeck and Thompson, who both have a lot of pace. I think arguably a little bit more pace than Gabriel here at the moment, Xander.
Look at Carter Thompson with an over-under on Overbeck. He's going to get a nose down low. Carter Thompson now up and into second as they go to the sweeper. But he'll get a little too much help, and Noah Jackson pirouettes on the left rear tire of Overbeck. Sends them both out into the weeds. They'll get back going. Overbeck heavily damaged left side pod on the 948 as he tucks in line now behind Noah. And into the back hairpins we go. Those two now way down the leaderboard. 5 seconds plus 2 laps to go. High side, low side, Thompson into the marbles, and here comes Josh Campbell down low.
Josh Campbell still fading low. Thompson was able to get the move done in 3 last time around. Not going to happen twice there, Josh Campbell says, and points forward to Carter Thompson as Campbell looks to take a heat race victory here in this one. Sits second here at the moment for Beasley and Moniz. They sit 4th and 5th respectively, and looking to close down their gap to the top 3 here, Xander.
Gabriel trying to make that AEM Tony Kart as wide as possible right now. He's been defending every time he's gotten under pressure, but now Campbell almost had his number right there up and over the hill. had to jam on the brakes as Mick slammed the door. And now Josh is under heavy fire from Thompson again, so they're all going to park the bus on the inside lane. Here's a big run around the outside for Christian Moniz on Vaughn Beasley. He'll get over-undered, but Beasley won't have the momentum. So Christian Moniz now on the JMF Racing factory car moves into fourth. Behind, closing in now, Presley Whitney, Will Steele, as Gabriel continues to defend down low. Thompson's going to try the high side again. He's going to try and go all the way to the lead. He'll get to second around Campbell.
Yeah, good driving here by Thompson, who sits in the second spot. There goes Mick Gabriel again, defensive to the bottom. Thompson looking to set up the over-under here once again. Going to have a good shot here into turn number 7 for Thompson. Let's see what he does. Going to get creative here. Thompson around the outside. We've seen a lot of over-unders happen here. He goes to the bottom, not close enough to get the move done.
No, didn't quite get it. He pinched the exit a little bit, and Mick Gabriel has done it enough now to hold the lead, but again, just a little wide there at the top of the hill. Now Thompson opens the door. Campbell's trying to give him the opportunity to do something for the lead. Gabriel is going to get the bumper from Carter, who moves him up the racetrack there on the left, but that's just going to open the door for Campbell to get to second. Good attempt, but wrong corner to move a driver out of the way, because the very next turn, 50 feet away, goes the opposite direction. So now Gabriel can take a breath, and so can Campbell as they hit the normal line through 1. Thompson under heavy fire, back in 4th. In 5th there, Presley Whitney, side by side for 6th. What a run forward for Will Steele on the TKG Kart Republic. He gets around Christian Moniz, and Campbell has been very courteous to Mick Gabriel. Does he want to move him out of the way? Because I don't think you're getting an over-under done, and I don't know if you're going to find a hold of the inside. Mick Gabriel has done a great job of defending the lead over the last few laps.
Yeah, Campbell tried the move here to try to set up the over-under on the exit of the 90-degree here. Can he get close enough? Gabriel's been defending here, so it's really tough to get it done. Frank goes a little wide there further back, and there goes Campbell, locks up the brakes a little sideways there, side by side, everything further back. And everybody's still fighting for any bit of real estate. Beasley side by side and wheel banging here.
Yeah, Vaughn Beasley got in the back of Campbell. I don't know if he had help, but he definitely didn't just lock up. Campbell got shoved wide, then Beasley got shoved wide by Thompson. Gabriel will score the win, but there are probably going to be a lot of talks about that. And James Overbeck just drove his way back up to 9th.
Wow.
What a recovery, and gets within 3 seconds of the leaders from wrecking. James Overbeck, how about that from our pole sitter? He rebounds to safely still put himself with a good Heat 1 result. But definitely some questionable moves across the board. So all results unofficial for Group A in KA Stars. We saw a touch of aggression with Alan Isambard in that first group. Lots of different drivers with aggression here in group number 2. But Gabriel to Thompson, Beasley, Campbell will steal the top 5. Moniz, Whitney, Frank, Overbeck rebounding to 9th, and more importantly, to within 3 seconds. So whether it's a time penalty or a position penalty, James Overbeck still is primed to move up a couple spots depending on what the officials say. Mason Surgener 10th, Powers, Jackson rebounds to 12th, CJ Bowman, Christian Valverde, Seamus McKendry back in 15th. Then it's Kai Broben, Casino, Massimo Sanseri, Frederick Manning, Malachi Height, Lily Flintoff, Blade Fountain, Cami Feister, Rush Gary, and Joseph Gall in the 24. The only one unable to finish was Chris Harrower. That's why you keep going. That's why you keep your foot down. And James Overbeck had all the right in the world there to throw his hand up at Noah Jackson and say, hey, man, what in the world? But he was focused more so on getting back on the racetrack and staying in the race, and that's the difference from crossing the line in 9th versus maybe down in 24th. And a major point swing, and not just the points to go to the main, but the championship as well that he is well in the conversation for. So already we've got engines fired as the track is cleared back up. OKN Junior heading onto the racetrack for our last of the semi-pro heat races in the morning section.
And we get set to go green here for your OKN-Js. Mad Max Weiling going to start on the pole position alongside Isaac Mel.
Row 2 has Davin Roberts and Chase Gassey at lead. Row 3, John Antonino Jr. and Gage Korn. Lucas Palacio was set to compete this weekend. I don't believe he's here, so that means Jonah Moniz and Nate Golseth will make up the final and 4th row of the grid.
Yeah, Golseth, no transponder on yesterday during the qualifying session, which puts him at the tail end of the field here to start this one out. But we'll see what it looks like here for all these drivers who get set to go green in OKN-J. It's been really action-packed racing for this class, especially all year long. So we'll see what it looks like here and how the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati delivers with all these wicked fast OKN-J drivers.
Yeah, and the gaps have been pretty wide open, but we have seen some different drivers kind of get up and into the mix. I'm curious to see what this first heat race looks like, because we've seen plenty make some big strides over the course of a weekend and all of a sudden challenge, but Max Weiland's had them covered as he leads us to green. Lights out and away we go down at turn number 1, and we'll take them down into turn number 2. Max Weiland, your leader, into the first hairpin with Davin Roberts into second, and off the bat, Gage Korn into the wall. Gage Korn spun around on the MPG Kart Republic. They're off the green, and unfortunate for Gage Korn is there's no way to restart the OKN juniors once they're on the racetrack. The drivers are not allowed to attempt on their own. The bump start motors means once you push off the grid, that's the only time that motor will ever refire or fire up. So it's Weiland to Roberts, now Hewitt, and right behind is John Antonino Jr. Already up into 5th is Nathan Golseth on the RPM Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart, although Chase Gassiet-Lee is going to cycle back around him into 5th. And then Jonah Moniz on the Maranello runs back in that 7th position, just a little ways back from your top 6. So 1 lap complete. Yellow flags displayed on the light system down the front stretch. So no passes allowed here into turn 1, which would be tricky anyway, as they're bouncing the limiter about halfway down the tram lines.
Yeah, it seems like Korn's kart was able to get cleared in between that lap, so no yellow flags as of yet, but Mad Max Weiland still leading us away to Roberts and Malkuit in 3rd. So we'll see what it looks like for all these drivers. Antonino, a lot of pace there in his MPG machine, sits in 4th. Gassiet-Lee 5th here at the moment, and Golseth losing a little bit of time to Gassiet-Lee there when they crossed the stripe.
Up and over the hill here. This is a lot closer than the practice times and qualifying times would tell you, as it would show Max Weiland just driving away, but they are staying pretty close to the Magic Kart driver for now. We talked earlier, you asked me about what the difference was here on this power plant. I think we're going to see it in action of where they're able to make some moves and where they're not really able to. I don't know how many passes we're going to get down at turn 1 with the OKN-J package. They all kind of are in lockstep down the front straightaway, but you will definitely see some late braking moves because you're slow out of the corner that you won't run the risk of getting over-undered. But it means you got to have a lot of confidence in your car and a lot of confidence in yourself on the brakes in your go-kart as well to send it that deep to make that move, because you can see that the gaps are anywhere from half a car length to a car length or 2 between the top 4. It tightened up a moment ago there coming out of turn 7 between Isaac Malkuit and John Antonino Jr., but Antonino still isn't quite there to get a draft and take the moment of it. He'll have to still send it under braking, as Roberts a little more narrow than Weiland through the back hairpins. Weiland able to run a little wider line, keeps that motor wound up, and gets himself an extra car length down the front straightaway.
And Antonino had a really good exit out of the last couple of corners, now all over the rear bumper of Isaac Malkuit. So we'll see what it looks like for Antonino in turn number 2. Not close enough, and like you said, just kind of we're really going to see where you can make moves. We're not expecting to see many on the high-speed categories with the rev limiter here, but we'll see what it looks like and how long it takes Antonino to try and get ahead of the Burrell Art machine there of Malkuit in 3rd. Roberts still just kind of been stagnant there in 2nd. Everybody just kind of lapping around here at the moment and learning a little bit from each other. And this is really good for a guy like Davin Roberts to learn a little bit from Max Weiland, who's been the quickest driver this weekend so far. So we'll see. Everybody kind of running it in the same 10th, 55.7s all across the board. Gassiet-Lee running a 55.8 here at the moment. Golseth a 56.1. Moniz a 59.2. So just very, very close lap times in between the top 4 to continue to fight here.
Alexander Searle has already begun to catch up with a couple of our KA Stars drivers. How about one driver that had a front row seat to all the madness, Josh Campbell. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, you said it best. I mean, Josh, front row and center for about a majority of the chaos that ensued in that one. I mean, how would you kind of rate the driving in that race?
Yeah, it was a little, for a first heat, it was a lot. I felt a couple of times I was alongside and then I was just getting moved over on. But that's racing. You just got to work through it. It's kind of unfortunate he started blocking when he did because we went maybe a little too low on the tire pressure. My kart finally came in, and then we just started blocking, so there was no point for it. But yeah, what are you going to do about it? You just got to race with it and hope for the best.
We were talking before this about kind of the grip levels that are on this racetrack. You said you haven't experienced it in your karting career. Being a taller guy yourself, has it affected you at all?
Oh yeah, this is a grip like I've never experienced it before. Even first practice when we got here, I came through the back, I almost grip flipped. I've almost grip flipped probably 3 or 4 times, so it's taken a lot of adjusting to get used to, but we're figuring it out. I like it a little bit better than with the harder tire. It's just funner to drive. You're a lot faster in the middle of the corner. But yeah, with my sides, it's probably not the greatest thing ever, but we're working with it.
The sun is seemingly baking down the racetrack at this time of day. I mean, have you noticed the track get any better or worse as it stands right now?
Yeah, I don't really know. It's definitely hot, but I come from Arizona, so I'd say I'm used to it in a little bit, but at the same time, it still catches you out. It's more humid here, so I sweat a lot more. But in terms of the track, I'm just trying to race. I'm just going with it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, thank you.
And for an answer like that, you might be a little bit bummed to go, hey, man, you just came off. Why can't you have a little more intel? Well, when a race turns like that, as he mentioned with Mick Gabriel defending early, but right at the halfway point, and you're just in a battle, you're not really able to feel much of the conditions. You know, you're getting offline. You're going into the dirt. You're going a whole lot slower, so you're not running, you know, a practice session like what they did in the warm-up and getting a much more accurate read of where the conditions are. Based on what everyone's told us, we would imagine right now is starting to get to that tipping point of maybe a little bit too much grip, but eventually we'll get so much heat built into the racetrack that it'll start to grease over. The temperatures will just, you know, raise to the point that rhino liner, all the rubber laid down, you'll get into it, and then it'll kind of spit you sideways as well. I don't know if we're there yet. It definitely looks like we're still planted into the circuit, but at some point or another, there will be that changeover period where it feels like it gets more slippery than sticky. Across the line again, 1.5 minutes now to go, and it's just been a rubber band effect for the top 4. However, Chase Gassiad Lee at the top of the screen has tracked them down. Caleb, he's been faster than them for the last couple of laps.
Yeah, definitely been faster at 55.4. Kind of goes a 10th quicker here, a 10th quicker there, but the lap times in between the top 5, I mean, it's give and take, right? 55.5 for Weiland last time by, 55.5 for Roberts, 55.3 for Malquit, which was the fastest lap of the race, 55.4, 55.4 as well. So the lap time's absolutely identical, and it's just a little bit difficult to pass at the moment for all these drivers. Roberts has looked for a move on Weiland several times, just not close enough to get it done as of yet. But so making adjustments and looking to get that move done is Davin Roberts. Just can't get it done for now. Everybody just still been stagnant. And like you said, a rubber band effect all race long, it seems like.
Out of the back hairpin we go. Max Weiland by a car length and a half still to Davin Roberts in every major passing zone. He's able to launch out of the corner beforehand and make it where there's no real opportunity for anyone to get around him. Isaac Malcuit in that same boat right now. He's just trying to get that launch to challenge Davin Roberts. He's definitely a little bit better over the last 2 laps and has closed that gap up and has opened the gap back to Antonino. But he hasn't been able to do anything. He's just been kind of having to sit there in the wake. And you can see even Malcuit, a lot of inside rear tire hike on that red and white Biro Arch. So this time into the S's, almost close enough, but Roberts really good over that right-hand curb. And, you know, you talk about bigger versus smaller drivers. Davin Roberts a little bigger, helps him in that section, but Malcuit able to punch a smaller hole in the air, took that to his advantage, got a big run over the hill, and we've got our first pass here in the top 4. Isaac Malcuit into second as they exit the dog leg.
Yeah, good pass there by Isaac to go up inside of the top 2. And now that gap to Weiland opens up that little bit more. Fastest lap of the race last time by Max Weiland, 55.303. Malcuit, 55.3 as well with making a pass in the process. So not too bad at the moment, but whenever you're running the same lap time as somebody else ahead of you, it's just kind of hard to find the pace to continue to, you know, close down that gap, because it just stays stagnant, the gap, whenever they're on the same 10.
As they hit the S's again, a lap and a half to go now. You need more than a 10th, though, for Isaac Malcuit. Even though he's been, you know, a 10th or so better, that's what you need. A big mistake out of the race leader. Max Weiland dropping a tire in the back, and now he's going to slide wide there in the sweeper. And all of a sudden, this race just opened up. Look at Malcuit trying to go to the high side. Now back low, Antonino trying to over-under. He won't have the power to get out of the corner, so it'll stay all the same. But we just got him a whole lot closer together, and Malcuit's got to run. Here comes Ike looking for the lead, but he won't have it.
Not close enough on the straightaway there for Isaac Malquit. Weiland now going to have to go defensive here. Knows that Isaac is right behind him and has a lot of speed in that Burrell Art machine. What does Weiland do? Not going to defend that time around. Malquit looking to go on the inside. Side by side. Not close enough to get it done there.
No, not quite. And now he's got to worry about Davin Roberts, so he'll go and defend low. Here's Antonino taking advantage. So will Gassi and Lee. And Davin looks to the heavens and goes, oh, man, just gave it up right there. Back to 5th, and he nearly goes off the racetrack after going wide in just one corner. So Roberts way back. Here's Antonino challenging on Malquit. Right behind him, Chase Gassi and Lee looking to go as well. Into the last corner. For the last time here in heat number 1, Weiland's going to get away safely, and it looks like it'll stay even behind him. Antonino, a little run down the line. Max Weiland wins heat 1 in OKN Junior. Malquit, Antonino, Gassi at Lee, the top 4. 5th to Roberts, 6th to Golseth. Jonah Moniz, we saw have a DNF early. He went out, and then Gage Korn getting turned around off the start. Doesn't even get a single lap turn, but he'll have a little fresh rubber when they go back to the racetrack for heat number 2. A bummer start to Saturday, though, for Gage.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Gage Korn to start off his Saturday like this, but that's a part of racing. Unfortunately, there's some good, there's some bad, and unfortunately it started bad for Gage Korn. But Mad Max Weiland, a good heat race victory to start off his weekend and his Saturday afternoon. In a couple of moments' time, we get set to go with the Pro Show here with our OKNs getting set to go for their warm-up.
Karts onto the racetrack here for OKN Stars for their warm-up session before their 2 motos here today. And after yesterday, it was close, but everyone's chasing that man right there, that black and yellow BJR MDR LN kart of Paulie Massimino. Put it on the pole. He enters the weekend 30 points out of the championship lead and ended Friday as the fastest, but he was not necessarily the best through the practice sessions. Diego Ramos, as has been the case with all 3 rounds this year, has rolled off the truck better than anyone else so far on his PSL karting Bureau Arch. So Paulie making the inroads by the time things mattered the most helped him out to leapfrog the Brazilian, who enters the weekend just ahead of him by a couple points markers.
Yeah, there was Zachary Clement DeMello. Looks like he's having some issues two-wheeling in a couple of corners, so definitely a setup they're going to have to figure out here as the weekend progresses. Josh Holtz, Henry Wheeler, and a couple of other drivers still cycling their way through the field here at the moment, but a lot of pace for some of these drivers. I mean, that OKN-J kind of gave us a little bit of a preview to what we kind of expected to see. It was a little bit difficult to pass in that OKN-J category. We have more drivers in this class, obviously, for the seniors and the pros. So we'll see what it looks like for all of them when they get into racing action here shortly.
Yeah, and the warm-up session here for them, the first time they've hit the racetrack today. So a full round of heat races and a full round of warm-up sessions for all other support classes here at MCC before the pros even get down to the grid to clear the track off and lay down some more rubber. So it's a much different surface than what they finished up with qualifying yesterday afternoon. But no problem at all for Paulie. He just went straight to the top, and the kid that qualified second, Austin Olds, has gone to second here on the boards as well on a decision over the last couple weeks to take Austin up from KA Stars and put him into the pro division. Was a bit of, you kind of want to get away from that mayhem like what we just witnessed in that KA Stars Heat race. Get around some smarter drivers, some faster packages, and more than anything, the pro level of the field. And he's excelled so far. Second in qualifying on only his 4th ever session driving the package. Super impressive for the MPG Motorsports driver. Then we just saw a couple of Holtz DD Tony karts on the other end of the spectrum. Josh Holtz, a lot of speed to find after last night, but his teammate Nick Terlecki was still pretty good through qualifying. And ahead of him, Caleb Gaffera on that leading edge Motorsports Tony kart has been just kind of quiet, I would say, here this weekend. He's not been flashy, but he's also not been way off the pace either. Yeah,
he finished 6th in the qualifying session with a lap time of a 54.861 for Caleb G. And we'll see what it looks like for him as he continues to set in some lap times here in this warm-up session. There's Josh Holtz, team owner and racer here with another contingent here this weekend for him and Alex Feldstein. And a good weekend for Josh Holtz. Was close to a podium at King of the Castle and has had some pace here this weekend already. Inside of the top 10, currently going to start 9th later on. He qualified 9th, so we'll see what it'll say for Josh Holtz.
Yeah, he'll start 9th in both of the 2 pro motos. Then behind him, Alex Feldstein, his debut this weekend as well. He's right there with Josh and has been with him most steps of the way. And you could make the same argument for the 2 PSL Karting Bureau Arts of Henry Wheeler and Diego Ramos, but not seeing Wheeler populate on the time charts. Ramos, we are, at least. He's up to second. And the driver who leads the points in the SCUSA Pro Tour is, I believe, second in the points coming into this weekend in the Stars Championship Series. Has the chance to get not just his first U.S. Pro National title, but potentially his second in the same year in a span of about a month and a half. And he has been kind of the captain of consistency over the last 2 seasons. Not a ton of wins for the number of podiums and overall points runs that he's had. He led the U.S. Pro Kart Series into their season finale last year at Trackhouse Motorplex, only to come up 1 spot shy in the championship fight. Has had a win already this year at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy and has been in contention here at the Stars Championship Series, but yet to get a win. And the same for Aiden Fox, the winner of the King of the Castle last year, winless so far in 2024. And this weekend, it doesn't look like, to this point, he's got the speed yet to fight for it. But this warm-up session is looking better for the Fox & Son karting driver. Third currently, 10th and a half off, although, again, one of the bigger guys. You just saw the detriment of being a bit taller, all that higher center of gravity, wanting to tip that kart up and over through that back hairpin.
Yeah, a couple of drivers kind of brought that up. Henry Wheeler as well said he had a break-in different braking zones than Diego Ramos, given the size, right? Henry Wheeler, a little bit of a taller guy, going through our screens now, and Ramos, a little bit shorter guy, right? So Wheeler, couldn't drive the same way that Diego Ramos was driving just because of the difference in size.
We saw ZCD pull into the pit lane. Here's a look at rookie Austin Olds' debut weekend on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. What a run in qualifying. I don't know if he would have even predicted that. I can't imagine what the expectations would have been. In chatting with team owner Billy Vincent and Coach Braden Eves, Billy was like, look, man, when we get Austin around smart drivers who make good decisions and are fast and consistent, he can rise up to their level. When we put him around the craziness of KA, he'll end up finding himself in the craziness as well. But a good start in qualifying. I'm curious to see how he's able to handle the racing action, because it's a bit clicky at times up front when the new kid on the block joins the lead pack. He normally gets it in the teeth a little bit. So starting on the outside isn't ideal here at this racetrack, having to go through the marbles and whatnot, but he's got two chances at it, rolling from P2, Moto 1, and then Moto 2 later on tonight at around 6 p.m. Local time. Here's Nick Terlecki, the points leader. Talking about first time Nick Terlecki has led a Pro Division championship, and Alexander Serlin, you talked to him a good bit over the course of this weekend. He mentioned the big attributes, what's helped him about being fully into pro classes across the board this year.
Yeah, no, for sure. Really decided to commit to the 125cc category this year, and both USPKS at SCUSA and here this weekend with the Stars Championship Series as well, and kind of learned a lot, developed a lot as a driver, learned how to race as well with all these guys. When he came in fresh last year, right, finished, was close. I think finished on the podium at Clash at the Club here last year, so was super close. Nicholas Terlecki, and very good at this racetrack. He's comfortable with this racetrack. Very similar to Paulie, right? Paulie was quick at SCUSA. Same thing with Nick last week at SCUSA, and kind of just minor tweaks to the setup and look at it continue to gain time here.
Yeah, he finished second at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event over in Dowson, Wisconsin. Like you said, he got a podium here a year ago. He was also on the box when the U.S. Pro Kart Series came, so that first win was definitely coming soon, and it hit him at the King of the Castle, where he was the class of the field a month ago in Indiana. He ends third here in warm-up. Ramos, the quickest driver in warm-up here on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. Paulie Massimino ends in second. Terlecki, Olds, Aiden Fox, Caleb Gaffera, Aiden Lorenko, Alex Feldstein, ZCD, and Josh Oates, but a pretty big spread once you get past Lorenko in seventh. It's a full half second back to Feldstein. We did not have timing and scoring for Henry Wheeler in that session, and I don't know if we missed one more as well, but a couple did not show on that timing run. So Henry Wheeler was the only one that we really don't know where he's at, but we know that his teammate Ramos is class of the field going into Moto number 1 by 2/10 over Paulie Massimino. There's a look at one driver that's got a lot of work to do today. The Magic Man himself, AJ Myers and Michael Riccio, will start from the tail of the field after getting DQ'd for a loose bolt in the engine, I believe. Even he himself shrugged, saying, I don't know, to be honest at this point. It is what it is. We're going to roll from the back, and he's done it before. If we go back to the Clash at the Club 2 years ago, AJ Myers started dead last and made it look easy. He cut through the field like butter. But the field has definitely gotten stronger since, with more and more talent joining, and that has made that man in the number 1 plate's title defense even more difficult. Talon Yockel last year already had a win at this point in the season and had stood on the box multiple times. He has yet to even reach the podium here in the Stars Championship Series. And running back as a privateer, him and his dad in a go-kart this week, they were 11th in qualifying provisionally, Caleb. They are still chasing some speed to contend here at the club.
Yeah, still chasing a little bit, and kind of surprising for me, especially because we saw Talon Yockel at the front row when the SCUSA Pro Tour came to town, was taking the fight to AJ and had a lot of pace. It was just kind of the racing aspect that he struggled in. This weekend, just the pace hasn't really been there. Said he missed something with the skid plates, forgot to put the skid plates on, and just kind of had was very off on the setup. Says he fixed it overnight and is feeling really good coming into the day today. Another guy who kind of, in his words, needs to stop driving like a baby is Ian Quinn. Needs to push a little more. Says he needs to be a little bit more confident on the brakes. They made a change to his brake system. He said he wasn't confident on it just yet, and his mechanic and kind of coach and Mark Steele was telling him to stop making up excuses and to drive the kart.
Well, let's see. He's already closing into Talon from what we can tell so far just by the eyeball test. Let's take a look at the first couple lap times that'll populate up here in Pro and ROK Stars morning warm-up. And indeed, Quinn much better than Talon on the out lap. Jay Irwin will join him up the boards as well. While we keep an eye on the Pro Stars drivers, let's go down to pit lane. Alexander Searle has caught up with our second place starter for OKN Stars and rookie Austin Olds. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Austin, new kid in town here in the OKN class, but you took to this thing like a duck to water. What do you think helped you adapt so easily to this class?
Really, we didn't test at all. I think what helped helped me adapt well was running the Rotax race out here a couple weeks ago. The OKN has about the same mid-range as that, a little bit faster, so it took me about half the first session just to get used to the mid-range. Then after that, we just started working on the go-kart, working on my driving and everything, and we're putting it all together nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday you were quick, obviously put a P2 in qualifying. First session out there this morning or this afternoon in the warm-up session, I mean, does the piece feel pretty similar from yesterday?
We went out on a bit older tires, so I feel like once we put the race tires back on, we'll be right where we were yesterday and be able to lead off good for the heat race.
Yeah, and usually in the pro categories, you have the new kid in town. They turn the bully on him a little bit. I mean, what's kind of your rebuttal to that? You're gonna get elbows out right back?
Yeah, just don't let anyone bully you. If someone tries to do something to me, I'll do it right back. But I'm not gonna drive too dirty or anything. I don't plan on doing that. I'm just excited to get this going.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
That is exactly the answer you want to have out of your driver in a pro class debut or in any class moving up and being the new kid on the block. I'm not planning on doing anything crazy. I want to blend in, but at the same time, I have no issue giving back what's given to me. And we are now a good ways into this Pro Stars warm-up, and we're starting to see the contenders begin to form up the pylon. Irwin to the top, Yockel second, Quinn third. Here's a look at A.J. Myers. He is mired in traffic and is going to pull over and try to get a clean piece of real estate to start putting some laps in because he did not want to spend this session carving up through the field. As good as the passing practice would be, he's got plenty of it here at the MCC Kartplex. He's now locked in behind what looks to be either Jonathan Ocasio or Michael Riccio. I believe that's Ocasio. Riccio, indeed, just up in front of him. So he is going to go by. Riccio will tuck in behind him, let him go. And we won't see a lap out of AJ probably till next time by, not this time by, as he was still slow and getting up to speed across the line. But Irwin on top, and Ian Quinn, looks like he took that advice overnight, Caleb. That was a good lap.
Very, very good lap by Ian Quinn to get that move done that time by and go up to the top of the timing charts here. So good to see Ian Quinn. A lot of pace and definitely taking the advice of coach and mechanic Mark Steele as Vincenzo Saraceno now crossing the line. And for Saraceno, I mean, last year it was a little bit of a story. One driver actually over here in the wall at the moment. Not sure if that's one of the ROK power plants machine or one of the KZ powered plants here.
Yeah, that was down at turn 2 here.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get our camera to go take a look over in the second hairpin, or the first hairpin, turn number 2. Someone went way off, and that is the 207 at Tegan Poles. Tegan holding her wrist gingerly there. Hopefully she is okay.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Tegan.
Not what you want to have to start your Saturday when you got to go out and race here in a couple hours. Vincenzo Saraceno, though, on the other end of the spectrum, looking pretty good. He's going to slow down and probably do a mock start before he pulls in at the end of this warm-up session. The number 10 plate, P4, 10th and a quarterback. AJ on a push lap here. Let's see what the Magic driver has in store. The 00 enters the weekend with 83 points to the good as the championship points leader. He's got his work cut out for him, though, having to start from the rear. And we've got another one with a big spin down in turn 2 ahead of us. That one looked to be one of the Rivera Racing GFCs just up the road from AJ. But his first lap at speed puts him into 8th, and Michael Riccio following him just went to the top. No big deal. 52.47 for the Canadian.
Yeah, good lap that time by Michael Riccio. So We'll see how those two drivers can do. It's one thing to set in a purple lap time and go fast across one lap, but if you can't get around karts efficiently and quickly, it's not going to mean anything whenever you have as much pace as they do at the moment. Myers, I'm more than confident he knows how to pass, but for a young guy like Michael Riccio, he would probably struggle a little bit and kind of bide his time here. So we'll see what it looks like for Riccio, who's very, 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 very quick here in this warm-up session. They cross the line this time around. See what the lap times look like. Riccio still at the top. Nobody goes quicker at the moment. Musgrave, big move by him, up to 6th. So the factory kart All-American badass, a 52.627 for Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, nicely done for Billy here after putting the fastest lap turned in what anyone has seen in a gearbox package in FP3. Everybody slowed down in qualifying. Jay Irwin was the best of them all, and he is still right near the top of the leaderboards in second, 24 thousandths off the time of Riccio. You can see AJ is still going for another push lap here at the end of the session as the checkers fly. Let's see if anyone else can topple the 2:16. I believe Michael Riccio may have already pulled in. Saraceno cooling down, and no, that'll do it. Checkers wave to them all, and it is going to be Michael Riccio ending as the fastest driver in Pro Stars Warmup. Jay Irwin, second. Ian Quinn, third. Josh Conker, fourth. Vincenzo Saraceno, fifth. Musgrave, sixth. A 10th.5 for the top 6. 2/10 for the top 8. Talk about close quarters action here for warm-up in Pro Stars. Talon Yockel, 9th. 2 1/4 back. Then it opens up a little with Charlie Steins ending the top 10 on the Factory Fury GP Motorsport machine. Justin White there in 11th. Eli Fox in 12th. Jared Ramnarayan, Ocasio, and David Carmody, your top 15. And then the rest of your Pro and Rock Stars field back to the first of the Rock Stars drivers, Frankie Iadavea. Looks to be that Tegan Poles is okay. She is up and talking with the officials. We saw her standing there holding her arm for a moment. Hopefully she will be good to go come Moto number 1 later this afternoon at just around 2:45 or probably pushing closer to 3 p.m. with a slight delay in the day. Now, originally we were set to go green with the second round of heat races here at 12:40. We have pushed back the green flag for KA Masters to 1 p.m. So there will be a little bit of time for our hardworking kart chaser team to head on in, grab some lunch. The same for all the hardworking Stars Championship Series officials as they come down from the skylifts and make their way into the infield. We'll return with more action from the MCC Kartplex at the top of the hour here in Cincinnati.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. My name is Caleb Yeska. Alongside me here in the booth, the one and only Alexander Searle has been getting intel for us all weekend long on pit lane and across everywhere in the paddock, I should say, Alex. But we get set to go green and do it all over again a couple of more times with our K8100 Masters. We get set to go green. Let's run you down your starting lineup for heat race number 2. Nicky Coelho and John Bonanno starting on the front row. On row number 2, Andy Kutcher and Zach Corker.
Yeah, row 3 is Tyler Prestel and David Goldman. Row 4, Clay Settles, Jacob Neary. Row 5, David Galaunia and Austin Queen.
You go back to row number 6 with Brent Estes and Anthony Stifler, Greg Lee, and Damian Jennings on row number 7. Cook and Gershner. Row number 8, Cara Pilati and Kevin Simonellic. Row number 9.
Yeah, and row number 10 is going to be Marciano Santos and John Stanescu. And then one more row to go here in the KA Masters category, and it's Ken Simonellic and Paul Montopoli.
We get set to go green. We saw Nicky Coelho do a really, really slow start last time by, and it worked out nicely for him. It was John Bonanno who was able to take away heat race number 1. Let's see what it looks like for the rest of these drivers who look to take the fight to the reigning champion and deny him from back-to-back heat races here in heat race number 2. And again, for Nicky Coelho, very, very slow start. He's probably not going to punch off until he gets into that starting box. But we look at the lights, we look at Nicky Coelho, and he's the one who decides when this race starts. A crawling pace for Nicky Coelho. Into the start box we go. And we are racing here in KA100 Masters. Coelho, again, a great start. Bonanno stuck on the outside. Side by side there with Tyler Prestel. Clay Settles looks a lot sportier here at the start of this one. Into turn number 2. Settles slots back into 5th, but Coelho, a good start once again, a slow start, and works out for him 2 times in a row. Goldman side by side there, looking to get some moves, and a couple of drivers collected there in the back section. The 275 and the 219 collected here. Chris Jennings and Peter Cook there, unfortunately, collected at the start.
Yeah, unfortunately for those two drivers, they're going to have to battle it out for the back end of the grid there just because of the way the track position shapes out here. But halfway through lap number 1, almost done with lap number 1, actually, Nicky Coelho still leads ahead of Andy Kutcher. Further back, Tyler Prestel, another great start for him. Bonanno, the number 1 plate there in 4th position. Like you mentioned, Clay Settles didn't have the heat number 1. He would have wanted the pace seemingly not there for him. Maybe it was because of that warm-up incident. Looks much better so far this time around in P5 there for Clay at the end of lap number 1. But it was that late race pace that cost him as inside and through Andy Kutcher, but way wide enough the racetrack. He thought about a move to the inside, got in the marbles, and it's going to cost him a handful of spots there.
Unfortunately there for Kutcher, who finds himself in the grass there for a couple of moments, able to get back in line here, but lost a lot of spots here. Settles was able to get through. Zach Corder able to get through as well. So now Kutcher is in line there. Unfortunate start. Jacob Neary right behind him now, who made up a couple of spots. He's able to get ahead of, I believe that was Goldman. So yeah, Neary ahead of Goldman. Goldman lost a spot there to Neary, and they go side by side again. Goldman looks to remove there further back in the field for P5, just about. And they continue to fight it out as Corder looked to remove down the inside on Settles. Wasn't able to get it done that time by. There's Goldman behind Neary. They were side by side for a couple of moments. Queen in that group as well. So a lot of battling in this Masters class, and this is really one of the biggest Masters class that we've seen all year, Alex.
Yeah, the KA Masters class has been pretty strong, I'd say, for a majority of the year, but it seems to be really, really strong here at the Stars Championship Series. Look at this. John Bonanno has found a lot of pace on board that Kart machine, the number 1 plate, looking to make a move here on Nicky Coelho momentarily. It was 4/10 last time around. It's down to about a kart length and a half. Tyler Prestel on the rear bumper of the Kart as well. This is a 3-car breakaway out front. About a second back is the likes of Clay Settles now in 4th. And like you said, with Corder as well, the TTG Kart public driver sits in 5th. And after the mistake from Andy Kutcher, he has to climb his way back. He's down there in 6th as it stands with Jacob Neary all over his bumper. But these three, if they start to battle it out, it'll bring the likes of Settles and Corder back in the mix. If they work together, like we've seen in past races in the KA class, they could pull away. Nonetheless, Settles has been repassed by Corder. Corder's back into that 4th spot. He leads that group from about 4th on through to about 11th.
Yeah, 4th on through all the way to 11th. Everybody's still single file. Kutcher rejoining this pack again. So let's see, Kutcher has a lot of pace, a lot of laps around this place as well. Local to MCC, him and Corder have had a lot of battles in the Pro-Am championship across the year. Now Kutcher going to look to try and make a move on Clay Settles, who is the reigning, winner of the Clash at the Club from last year. So we'll see what he can do here in these next couple of corners. Settles losing a little bit of time to quarter, and Kutcher kind of about to get all over the rear bumper here of Settles. So we'll see what it looks like down the back straightaway.
Down the back straight here, it's still a 3-car breakaway. Look at this, the 276 machine looking to make a move on the inside of the likes of, I believe, Andy Kutcher there. So Goldman thought about a move, couldn't get a good enough run. Look at that. You see Andy Kutcher's left rear tire hopping in the air with how much grip there's being laid down there in the final couple of corners. So I think there's a little bit too much grip on board that red speed machine. You have to take some out of it for the next race coming up later in the afternoon. But for Andy Kutcher, his charge through the field stopped pretty early on when he went off the racetrack. Hasn't really been able to make any headway since. He's stuck in that 6th place spot in between the Settles and Goldman. Out front, you see Bonanno still on the rear bumper of your leader, Coelho. Settles now trying to set up a move here on quarter, but seemingly losing a little bit of time. And if anything, actually, Kutcher is catching Settles here. So with Settles, Kutcher, and the likes of Goldman now, it's going to allow Quarter to maybe pull away a little bit. Like you said, local to this racetrack, has a lot of laps around here. It's seemingly paying off for him because he's actually closing the gap to the top 3.
Yeah, and Goldman here, what I think has been hurting him a couple of laps, he kind of falls out of line a little bit too soon, falls out of line there just in time, but not able to really get it done there into the sweeping left-hander. But they continue to cycle through. Goldman just needs to be patient here and kind of follow Kutcher for just that little bit longer, really get in that draft and try and close down as many, as much real estate as he can. Just kind of, it seems like to me that he falls out of line a little bit too soon looking for the move. That may hurt him, but there goes Presto inside of John Bonanno. Presto gets the move done and up in a second. Bonanno back to 3rd, it's been something so far this weekend with all these guys and all these drivers who continue to fight here. They go side by side. There's Bonanno and Presto into the hairpin there. Bonanno was able to get back ahead. John Bonanno to 2nd.
Bonanno to P2, all that fighting. Look at this. Nicky Coelho has left them in the dust, and it's brought in the likes of Zach Quarter and Clay Settles back into the mix. So this group of about 3 has turned into a train of 7 or more. Coelho has about 5 kart lengths in advantage ahead of P2 as, Presto goes way wide. Quarter takes advantage of that one. He's going to look to the inside here, but Presto gets the inside for the final corner. He's going to maintain that 3rd spot. All that battling now allows John Bonanno to have a bit of daylight. So the leader, Nicky Coelho, 5 kart lengths back. Bonanno by himself. Presto now has to be worried about the guys behind him like Quarter, Settles, Kutcher, inside and through. Jacob Neary on David Goldman.
Yeah, what a move there by Jacob Neary as they go side by side. 2 drivers get together. Presto and Zach Quarter up and over there for the 2 of them. And unfortunate as Quarter looking to apologize to Presto, and I think Presto, that's going to be it for him in this heat race. Unfortunate there for Presto and Quarter, who had a lot of pace and were taking the fight to John Bonanno. Just unfortunately get together, and that's going to be it for the 2 of them.
Yeah, you could see something like that, shaping up. You would hope, Quarter would have hoped for no contact there, but with Presto just turning in, seemingly didn't really expect him to be there. Inevitable contact and just a racing incident, but one of those things where it ruins both of their races and ruins their points chances in terms of the heats and where they start for the pre-final. Nonetheless, that allowed a lot of drivers to move up a free 2 position. So now Clay Settles, he's in the battle for that 3rd spot rather than 5th. So he's trying to hold off Andy Kutcher, Jacob Neary, Goldman. Look at this, Andy Kutcher inside, easy as that. He's up back in the P3. Clay Settles thought about a move. It was really offense turned defense because now he's worried about Jacob Neary behind him.
Yeah, Neary with a full head of steam looking to get ahead here of Clay Settles on the inside into turn number 4. Neary able to get clear, and Goldman looked to go through as well. Not close enough on Clay Settles to get that move done for David Goldman, the round 1 winner at the Queen City Gambit at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And, had a pretty good weekend at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Just, fighting for a championship here this year for Goldman. This is going to help John Bonanno with all the wins and the pace that he's had so far to put himself further up there.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned the pace of Bonanno. Nicky Coelho 8/10 ahead of him. Bonanno by himself, kind of the Lone Ranger in 2nd place. This is the battle we're going to follow for the rest of the race, most likely as it stands. You see the helmet tap from Andy Kutcher. He's saying, let's work together. Let's see if we can actually catch Dom Bonanno. Only 2 laps to go. I don't think it's going to be possible, but I've seen crazier things in the KA Masters class. Last time around, Coelho, the only driver in the 59-second bracket, so he's extending his lead. Bonanno last time around was faster than these two as well. So this is the battle for third. Jacob Neary thought about a move, thought better of it. David Goldman thought better of it as well, because he's going to go to the inside. And there it is. That is the likes of, I believe, Quarter out of the race.
Yeah, unfortunately for Quarter, just goes from bad to way, way worse. Finds himself in the barriers there on the exit of the sweeping left-hander, and that's going to end his race early here in this one. We go down the back straightaway. Neary, a great run on Andy Kutcher. Let's see what he can do as we check in on Quarter to get his car out of the way. And there goes Neary right behind Kutcher. This is the closest battle at the moment. Bonanno just a little bit 2 ways back from Coelho, who continues to set in really good lap times, like you said. The only driver in the 59-second range here when it comes to lap times. White flag in the air. And let's see what Neary can do on Kutcher as we get the white flag this time by side there, further back. Queen on the inside of Settles. Queen's able to get through, and Settles loses yet another spot.
Yeah, Settles, he was gifted a P3 2 laps ago, but from there the pace has seemingly fell off because he's down there in 7th now, even with the 2 DNFs there from Prestel and Quarter. Nonetheless, his charge has come to a halt. But for Andy Kutcher, he was off the racetrack halfway through this one, fell back to outside the top 7. He finds himself at a chance at a 3rd-place finish here in heat number 2. He's not going to let this go without a fight. Jacob Neary now as they climb the hill towards the backstretch. About 1 or 2 more passing opportunities left for the driver who finished 2nd last year in the championship.
Yeah, 2nd in the championship, and let's see what it looks like this time for Neary. They continue to fight, and it looks like it's going to stay stagnant, so your leader, Nicky Coelho, from green to checkered, wins heat race number 2 in KA Masters. Bonanno across the line, 2nd. Kutcher and Neary side by side, and it looks like Kutcher was able to get it done. Neary across the line 4th, and there you have it. Goldman finishing 5th.
Yeah, further on back, Austin Queen 6th place, settles down there in 7th place. David Glonia 8th, Anthony Stifler and Scott Carapelletti, that's your top 10. And then unfortunately for Prestel and Zach Quarter, those are your 2 DNFs. We saw that in the incident in turn number 2. That was the battle for 2nd at the time.
Yeah, that was the battle there. And then you go further back, Scott Carapelletti 10th, Brent Estes 11th, Greg Lee 12th, Marciano Santos 13th, Kevin Simonelli 14th, Johnson Escu, your top 15 in this one. Good moves by David Galonia, sort of last in the first heat race. I believe it was an engine change or could have been a chat. I'm not sure. That set him to the back of the field. Started in his normal qualifying spot for the 2nd heat race and stayed stagnant in the 8th spot. But the rest of your field here from further back, those drivers had the likes of Damian Jennings, Tom Gershner, Ken Simonelli, Zach Quarter, Tyler Presto, and Peter Cook, rounding up your field here in KA Masters. In a couple of moments' time, your Micro Swifts get set to go green. Well, the Micro Swifts are working their way out onto the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting order. Easton Kubinski and Lawrence Perriman on row number 1. And row number 2, Zane Burgess and Santi Orioli.
Yeah, P5 and P6 belong to Jake Manalio and Jaden Francisco. Row 4, Lennox Lockhart and Hudson Howard. And then P9 and P10, Jack Katowski, Dominic Gaddis.
Go back to Kason Hendrickson, who had issues in that first one. Put him further back in the field and out. He's going to start on row number 6 alongside Wyans Huntsbarger. And you go back to row number 7 with Will Feitensinger and Miles Wilson.
Row 8, George Zeminski, Jackson Frank. Row 9, Drake Williamson, Darius Woro Nowitz, and then Leah Simonelik, Lincoln Wiley. That's your top 20.
They look like a handful for you there, Alex.
I was struggling.
Row number 11, Marcelo Flores and Samuel Chavari on row number 11. Yeah, there you have it. Danny O'Gara starting on row number 12 here. And
I think the heat's getting to us, bro.
Yeah, the heat is probably getting
It's
to
hot
us.
out here.
We really hope that everybody's staying hydrated on the fence
Please.
line and everybody here stays as hydrated as they can. It's a very, very humid and hot day. Some wind coming through now, so that's pretty nice. But we get set to go with our Micro Swifts. Kubinski and Lawrence Perriman going to lead us to green, and we have one kart straggling there further back, so we'll see. That was Jaden Francisco, I believe.
Yeah.
Who's further back in the field, and that's unfortunate there for Francisco, but green flag is out. We are racing here in Micro Swift. A good start by everybody. 3 wide further back in the field. Let's see what Francisco can do. Has a lot of work to do to try and get up there back to the front of the field. Side by side, Orioli and Lockhart. Orioli is able to get ahead. Hudson Howard not too far behind either. And Easton Kubinski still leads us away here.
Yeah, the AEM karting group driver there leads the way. A couple drivers around in the back. The number 5 machine of Marcelo Flores and the 44 machine of Lincoln Wiley. So that's the AMAX driver out of the go-kart and out of this heat number 2 in Micro Stars. Out in front, it's still Kubinski ahead of Burgess with a really good start here. Manalio as well. He's in 3rd. Speaking of which, a good start inside and through. Zane Burgess to P1. Manalio thought about sneaking his way into P2. Can't make it happen, so Kubinski now falls to 2nd. Look at this. Lawrence Perriman to the inside and through into 3rd. Behind him is Manalio. Then it's Orioli. Lennox Lockhart, a much better start to his heat race than he had in the first one. He's up there inside the top 7.
Yeah, good start for Lockhart there. And Zane Burgess, a little bit different to what we saw compared to the first heat race. He was very patient, and it seemed like too patient there, Alex, because he ended up losing the spot, falling back just outside of the top 5, and then was able to get back into 3rd and then finish 2nd ultimately. So not wasting any time this time around, and neither is Jake Manalio on the inside. Orioli going to follow through. Perriman is a driver who loses those 2 spots, so unfortunate there for Perriman. But Orioli, who was your heat race winner earlier today, continuing to make moves, able to get ahead of Manalio, and there goes Perriman following Orioli through. So those 2 drivers working together here.
Yeah, Orioli feeling aggressive and racy early on in this one. He's back up into that 3rd position. Look at the battle for the lead as well. Burgess and Easton Kubinski going at it. Burgess starting to pull away slightly from the AEM karting group driver as Lennox Lockhart thought about a lunge to the inside of Jake Manalio. Couldn't make it work, but he gets a good exit out of the final corner. You might see a move for the battle for 5th down this long front straightaway. 5, almost 6 minutes to go here in heat number 2 plus 2 laps. Burgess leads by about 3/10 over Kubinski. Then it's Orioli, Perriman, Manalio, and then it's Lockhart who might send up the inside here and does. Lennox Lockhart up to P5.
Yeah, got a move there by Lockhart in a turn number 2. Still making moves inside of the top 5 here for Lennox. And further back, there's Jack Katowski and Hudson Howard in tow. So all these drivers still looking to make moves as we get ready to go into turn number 7 now. Hudson Howard, they're looking on a move on the inside of Katowski. Wasn't close enough for Howard that time around. I'm going to have to slot back in a line. Your leaders now, that gap has opened up to just about 2/10. Orioli sits in the 3rd spot there. A little bit of a gap back, almost 2 car lengths there. And then Lockhart getting some help from Katowski here at the moment to try and work their way up closer to the top 5.
Yeah, as Orioli thought about a move to the inside of Kubinski. That's going to slow his run onto the straightaway. Look at this. Lawrence Perriman all over the rear bumper now of the MPG driver. You might see a move down the front straightaway if the run is there for Perriman, but he seems to have backed out of it. Orioli gave him the signal to work together rather than push him. Lennox Lockhart has lost a spot now to Jake Manalio, and is all over him is Katowski. He's going to go to the inside and push Lennox out of the way, as well as Hudson Howard. So Lennox lost 3 spots in the matter of a couple of corners there. I know in heat number 1 he was having some engine issues, maybe more of the same here. Speaking of motor issues, one driver not having that is Hudson Howard. He's to the inside and through now.
Yeah, Hudson able to get the move done there. His dad, Jay Howard, owner of the open wheel racing team across the USF championships and the Formula championships here in the U.S. So good to see Hudson already at a young age making pretty good moves here as they continue to fight. And there is Jaden Francisco behind Lennox Lockhart here. So Francisco making up moves here early on in this race. Has been charging up the field, 2 spots gained last time around. So a good drive nonetheless for Jaden Francisco, and everybody else still cycling through here in this one. Huntsbarger is the driver there, just on the edge of the top 10 in 10th. So everybody's still cycling through. Kubinski and Burgess, though, in a class of their own here at the moment. A 103.2 for Burgess last time around. Kubinski was able to close down that gap, a 103.0. Orioli, fastest on the racetrack, a 103.025. Is really going to need Kubinski and Burgess to start fighting here so he can be within a shot of going back-to-back in heat races.
Yeah, as it stands at the moment, Orioli starting to close the gap. He's jumping the ship here, if you will. He's gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd, and now he's pulling away from Perriman and closing the gap to the top 2. Issa Kubinski has been very quick last couple of laps, quicker than Zane Burgess. It's hard to be the leader around this racetrack, especially in the Micro Stars category where you're pretty much just punching a big hole in the air in a very draft-dependent category. As Kubinski goes way wide, it's going to give Orioli a free position there. Early birthday gift, if you will. He's up to P2 now. Kubinski now has to worry about Lawrence Perriman behind him, who's played a very cautious and patient race, and it's working out for the BJR MDR driver. He sits in 4th. It's a huge breakaway out front, and then by himself is Manalio down there in that 5th spot. So, yeah, with that mistake from Kubinski, he's down in 3rd. Perriman starting to lose ground from the top 3, but with Zane Burgess defending, it's going to bring the top 4 back into play. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Orioli's not going to waste any time here on Zane Burgess. Definitely going to want to go. And there you see Burgess, middle of the racetrack. This is all going to fall into the hands of Lawrence Perriman and allow him to continue to close down his gap. You see Perriman taking the normal line. There goes Orioli on the inside of 7. Orioli gets clear. Burgess is 2nd. And Lawrence Perriman now very much, very, very close, I should say, to the rear bumper of Easton Kubinski here, Alex.
Yeah, Orioli now leads ahead of Burgess and Kubinski. Down the back straightaway we go. A decent run for Kubinski. Nobody's really close enough to throw a go-kart in to make a move here. 2 corners to go, about 1 minute and 50 seconds left, plus 2 laps to go for these young Micro Stars. Around the final corner, look at that. Orioli seems to have a lot more grip than the rest of these guys as it stands. Look at this for Jaden Francisco. Up inside the top 7. He was slated to start inside of row number 3. He fell back to the back of the grid with a poor warm-up lap, and now he's clawed his way back from the last place on the grid up to P7. Speaking of which, Zane Burgess now up into the lead. Kubinski followed him through, so Orioli, he has to do all that work again. He's going to start it right here in turn number 4. Orioli back to P2.
Yeah, good move there by Orioli to go up to 2nd and retake that spot there as Perriman still sits in the 4th spot. Let's look at lap times here for a second. Orioli last time around was a 103.5. Obviously, with all the fighting, is not going to help either of them out. Just want to compare the pace in between Burgess and Orioli here, who have been some of the 2 of the fastest drivers here in this lead group. Kubinski as well. 103.5 last time around for Kubinski. He was 0.2 quicker than Burgess. Orioli, a 103.5 on his own. Obviously lost a spot there. Burgess, a 103.7. So these drivers have kind of been lapping 0.2 of a second quicker than Burgess here at the moment. So for Burgess, they're definitely going to close down that gap here in no time. And as I say that, down the main straightaway we go. Orioli to the bottom, Burgess on the top, and there goes Orioli, able to get clear. Burgess now going to fall back in a line, and let's see what Kubinski decides to do here.
Very impressive for Santi Orioli to go from 5th to 1st, back to 3rd, and then now he's not going to lose that lead a second time around if it's up to him. He's defending early. The next time around, they're going to see the 2 sticks in the air, so Orioli knows it. He knows there's 2.5 laps to go here if he wants a chance to sweep the day in the Micro Stars category, but Burgess is going to want something to say about it. He's down there in P2. Kubinski is still in 3rd. Perriman still in that 4th spot. These 4 have about a 2.5 second advantage over Manalio. It'll be tough for Manalio to make any headway, but if they start battling like they are right now on the back straightaway, Burgess looking for the outside move. There's no grip out there. Potentially a crossover move for the Sodi car driver. Nothing to it yet. They're getting ready to see 2 sticks in the air, Caleb.
Yeah, nothing to it as of now as Kubinski there and Perriman go side by side. And Kubinski able to stay ahead. We get to the stripe this time around. 2 sticks in the air, officially crunch time for all of these boys and girls. And there goes Orioli. Burgess on the outside looking to set up an over-under in a turn number 2. Orioli moves over. I don't think he saw Burgess looking for the move and setting up that over-under. They make a little bit of contact there. And now Orioli still your leader. Burgess now, is he going to stay with Orioli at the bottom? He does. Kubinski going to follow as well. Perriman looking to set up the over-under move here on the 3 drivers ahead of him. Going to have to be one at a time as it stands, but 2 laps to go. Let's see what Perriman has in store in the 4th spot. Orioli still your leader here in an all-out brawl all the way to the checkered flag, Alex.
This is incredible driving from the youngest stars we have on the national calendar. To the bottom of the racetrack goes Orioli, but Burgess goes even lower. He's looking for the inside, and he's through. Kubinski thought about it. He's going to go to P2, so Orioli lost 2 spots in 1 corner. And now with the white flag getting ready to wave for the Stody Kart USA driver, Zane Burgess leads heat number 2.
Zane Burgess leads. 1 stick in the air, white flag in the air as well. In Zane Burgess at the point here. You go to 2nd, and there goes Kubinski on the outside, looking to do the exact same move Burgess did. And Kubinski gets together with Burgess. Loses a lot of time, goes around, able to get back going. Francisco able to get through. Kubinski now has to pick up the pace because Lockhart and company are starting to close down. Let's see if Orioli has enough pace to close down the gap to Burgess. His best shot's probably going to be on the back straightaway here, Alex.
Yeah, Zane Burgess now leads. Orioli starting to close that gap on Zane Burgess tremendously through turn number 5. Santi Orioli is all over the rear bumper of the 55 machine through the S's section of the racetrack. Burgess knows you could throw a cart in there if you want to. Orioli looking for the crossover move now. Up the hill and down the back straightaway we go for the final time. Do we see a crossover from Orioli? He's going to look to go outside. He's going to go inside. Thought about it. Burgess chops the nose on him.
Burgess not letting Orioli get ahead. Manolio now the driver in 3rd, who was in 5th for a while. They're going to go side by side all the way to the main straightaway. And we emerge from the corner. Zane Burgess going to take away heat race number 2. And I may have spoken too soon because there goes Orioli. Not close enough. Orioli crosses the line 2nd. Manolio 3rd.
Yeah, wow. Burgess, Orioli, Manolio, your top 3. Lawrence Perriman, he was in 4th for the whole race. He finishes 4th. Jaden Francisco, he had issues on the warm-up lap, had to start at the tail end of the 22 kart field. He finishes in 5th place on that RPM OTK machine. 6th place, Easton Kubinski after a perfectly executed pirouette on the exit of turn number 1. And Lennox Lockhart there clawing his way back up into a top 7 finish. Hudson Howard 8th, Dominic Gaddis 9th, Jack Katowski your top 10.
Go back to Kason Hendrickson in 11th, Darius Warnowicz 12th, Wyatt Huntsberger 13th, Marcelo Flores was able to recover to 14th, Miles Wilson rounds up your top 15. The rest of your field here on screen: Drake Williamson, George Zeminski, Will Feichtinger, Jackson Frank, Danny O'Gara, and Liet Simonelli. Your 21 drivers here. Unfortunate for O'Gara. That is kind of uncharacteristic there. Not what I was expecting to see, and it seems like we're getting reports that he had an issue with 3 laps to go in that one. So unfortunate for Danny O'Gara to end that one off. And not sure if we have pickup to go to get set to go underway, but our master shifters get set to go green here in a couple of moments' time. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. have exactly one kart getting picked up off the racetrack here, but a very, very action-packed Micro Swift race that absolutely delivered, and it was a little bit of the same last time around. We had a very, very good Master and Master KZ and Master ROK shifter race earlier this morning, and we get set to do it all over again on this beautiful afternoon here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Heat race number 1 was all about Joe ROK. He's starting alongside Matt Machiko on the front row.
Yeah, row number 2, Skitchy Barnes and Jake Fetter. Row 3, Scott Presti, who found a lot of pace on board that Ralph Schumacher machine. He starts on the inside of row number 3. Outside of row number 3, Michael Rivera on board the GFC Karting GFC.
We go to Ryan Frank and John Listoway on row number 4. Row number 5, Michael Gouache, who had issues at the start of the first heat race. So let's hope he can get through the start. Stu Templeman starting alongside him on row 5. Luis Quinones starting on row 6 alongside Luis Quinones.
And then row number 7 in the final row of the grid for the Master Shifter drivers, Diomedes Ortiz and the likes of the one other driver there, Caleb.
One other driver there, indeed, and I think we may have pulled down that starting graphic just a little too soon, but I guess it's Alex's fault because he can't read quick enough. That's what it seems like here. But we get set to go green. We'll bring that last driver here shortly when he crosses the timing loop. But Joe ROK getting set to go green on the inside, was able to get the whole shot the first time around. Let's see what it looks like for Joe ROK this time. Still a good start so far. Jake Fetter was one of the drivers who had issues with his start and I think got collected there in the end. But we look to the likes of Christian Marks and Mr. Rusty get us set to go green here. We look to the lights. The lights are on, and we'll wait for them to go out here shortly. And they're out now. Joe ROK, a great start for him, gets the whole shot, as well as Skitchy Barnes on Matt Machiko, who looks to go back on on Presti. Wasn't close enough that time by for Scott Presti to go back there. So unfortunate, but there goes Presti on the inside of Barnes. It looked like for a second wasn't able to get that move done. And they continue to cycle their way through. Ryan Franke, P7 there. He's made up a couple of spots. It's behind Jake Fetter, who seems to have struggled there on the start as well. Diomedes Ortiz, 13th at the moment. So everybody kind of just fighting for whatever bit of real estate they can get.
Yeah, so far Joe ROK leads. Look at this. Wow, Scott Presti early and quick. He goes to P2 on board the Ralph Schumacher machine. He's going to move Skitchy Barnes down a position there. But for Joe ROK, it's been a dream start to his day so far. Pretty easy heat number 1. Maybe it'll be a little bit tougher this time around with Presti finding a lot of pace here in heat number 2. But so far, Joe ROK has about a kart length and a half lead over P2. And then Skitchy Barnes falling back a couple of kart lengths now already down in 3rd. Machiko up there in 4th place. Rivera up a spot up in the 5th now. Jake Fetter has lost a couple of spots there. He's down in 6th as well. And then Franke as well in that 7th position. So, yeah, a couple drivers, squabbling for position. We saw Distelwig there lose a couple of spots. He's down in 13th. As it stands, it's Skitchy Barnes missed his braking zone by a couple of feet there is what it looks like. And now he's got a rear view mirror full, essentially, of Matt Machiko.
Yeah, Matt Machiko. Oh, they get together. Skitchy Barnes and Matt Machiko into the wall in the 90-degree left-hander. And both of them out of this one early. I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to push start. I don't think they will be. So Skitchy Barnes and Machiko out of heat race number 2.
Yeah, well, it looks like Skitchy Barnes is going to try to get this thing fired up and going again, but it's going to put him tail end and then add a bunch of kart lengths to the next guy in front of him. So either way, it's their heat race essentially over. Out front, it's ROK ahead of Presti. 3/10 is the gap between the top 2. So Joe ROK with a little bit more pressure than he had in heat number 1, I'd say. Further back, it's Michael Rivera up at that top 3 now with the battle for with Skitchy Barnes and Machiko crashing out last lap around. So for Jake Fetter, he's back up in the 4th. For Franke, he's up into the top 5 now. Michael Gouache, a much better start to his race than he had in heat number 1, I'd say.
Yeah, much, much better for Gouache there, who currently sits 6th and looking to close down his gap to Franke in P5. As Presti still putting the pressure on Joe ROK here, and ROK just kind of fading to the middle of the racetrack, but Presti all over the rear bumper of that Maranello driver. And let's see what it looks like when they get to the main straightaway. Presti, we've seen him try moves in turn number 1. We've seen him try moves on the back straightaway. And not this time. Still biding his time with Joe ROK. And one of the funny stories about Joe Ruck, we talked to him a lot this weekend, Alex. We were telling him that he was kind of driving some drivers away. A lot of them kind of, were scared they wouldn't be able to contend with the physicality and of the shifter class. And when you have guys as fit as Joe Ruck, who's a CrossFit enthusiast himself and a family man as well, they're kind of scared to think that they're not going to be able to compete with the guys of Skitchy, the likes of Joe, who are very, very fit, especially Kart Fix. It's a whole different thing, right? So Ruck was also telling us that he barely gets any little time to test, no time to test actually, is only able to really get in the seat whenever he gets to a race weekend. So he's doing a good job nonetheless here, holding on to the lead from Scott Presti.
Yeah, that's just so impressive whenever we get to see Joe Ruck drive a shifter kart. I think Joe Ruck has a major issue. Yeah, I think he has a major motor issue here. It's getting stuck or something, because I noticed for the last couple of corners, it seems as though it's just not firing, and if anything, it's stalling on him. So for Joe Ruck, major mechanical failure here for the #1 plate. As we were hyping him up and saying no testing, no seat time, doesn't matter, he still puts a P1 every single time. For Joe Ruck, yeah, looking down at the go-kart here, something, whether it's mechanical or cosmetic, nonetheless, it is costing that go-kart a lot of pace, and he's going to be out of this race. That's going to hand Scott Presti a 4-second lead over the likes of Rivera and Fetter. Look at this. The Ralf Schumacher driver has clear daylight behind him, almost a straightaway advantage over second place here. We have to wait quite a bit there for Rivera, and then there's Jake Fetter, and then it's his teammate of Presti's teammate of Franke as well. He's going to move up now into 4th, and then Michael Gouache will reclaim 5th.
Yeah, so Frankie now, everybody going to get promoted one spot better. Fellow Ralf Schumacher kart, so the driver in the lead here at the moment, and Scott Presti. So they still lap around here. Let's look at the lap times for Fetter, a 55.113. Was a little slower than Presti last time around for Michael Gouache. Currently in 5th here at the moment at 55.7. So just a little bit off the lap times that 3rd and 4th are running here. So they continue to cycle their way through and work their way further up the field.
There's a look at Joe Ruck's #1 machine there, making his way up into the pit lane now, and we'll have to get a word with him at some point to see exactly what went awry for that go-kart, because it seems as though Joe Ruck, we talk to him every weekend, and no luck seems to go his way, no matter what. At Charlotte, he had no luck until the final. Newcastle, same sort of deal, and then here as well, just no luck for the #1 plate. He has a heat race victory under his belt, so it's a first and a last. It's going to put him about mid-pack, so with the pace he's showing, it wouldn't shock me if he can get back up to the front in the pre-final, but I'm sure Joe Ruck one of these days would love to have just a free-flowing weekend.
Yeah, no, for sure. Not going to be this weekend, unfortunately, for Joe Ruck. He's always faced with adversity, but we've seen him come out on top many and many times before. For another guy, Mike Rivera, who we actually ended up seeing on the road over here from Indiana, or from Mansfield, Ohio, I should say. We saw him on the road and gave him a little wave by as we passed him. Nobody gonna give him a little wave by now when they try to get past him here on the racetrack. Still holding on is Mike Rivera to P2. Jake Fetter in 3rd. Ryan Franke, P4. Gouache still there in the 5th spot and lapping around here. And just very, very stagnant race here at the moment for these shifter master drivers who are just kind of now just start thinking about your equipment. Start thinking about what you can save, what you can hold, because me and Xander talked about earlier, you really have to nurse these tires. These are the tires that you really kind of are going to use for the rest of the weekend, Alex. So you really have to kind of hold on to it here as much as you can. And then we look here in the infield as a fellow Stars photographer, One Shot J there, getting the best shots on track. And the master shifters continue to cycle their way through.
Yeah, as Presti's lead grows to 5.3 seconds. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack, and it's for that P2 position. It's Michael Rivera, Jake Fetter, and then it's going to be the likes of Franke, Gouache, Luis A. Quinones as well has actually got into the mix there. He started towards the back of the field there after poor qualifying effort, but he's up inside the top 6 now with that factory kart machine. He's been flying since the green flag wave in heat #1. The pace seems to be there again in heat #2. But look at this. Here comes Michael Rivera trying to maintain that second position over the comp kart driver of Jake Fetter. He had his first shifter weekend ever over at the the Queen City Gambit at Charlotte. He's been really, really quick ever since then. He's taken to like a duck to water seemingly here in the shifter class. So for Jake Fetter, very impressive. The driver behind him, that's Franke as well, all over his rear bumper, and then it's Gouache having to hold off Luis Quinones. So we have two battles going on. It's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and the battle for 5th and 6th of Gouache. A couple car lengths ahead of Quinones now.
Yeah, a couple car lengths ahead as we look over to the time. Just 4 seconds to go that time around. I believe Presti was able to get, he actually got the 2.6 in the air, so 2 more times around for the Ralf Schumacher driver of Scott Presti as he still works his way around the racetrack. But now Jake Fetter very, very close to the Mike Rivera driven GFC here for the Rivera Racing Company. Let's see what Fetter has in store. Can he get ahead of that GFC ahead of him? Rivera super quick, and he's always super, super quick when we come to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like you said, 2 laps to go here for Michael Rivera, who's put a really handy couple of corners together as well. Michael Gouache goes way wide, and it's going to hand over that 5th place position to Luis Quinones. So now he's going to inherit that 5th place spot. As they get ready to see the white flag in the air, Michael Rivera, a much tighter arc through the final corner there. Let's see if it pays off on the front straightaway here with the shifter class. Obviously, you'll see a lot of these drivers do a diamond sort of line. You don't have to really round out the corner so much because you have so much bottom end power on these gearbox machines. But as Presti's lead now grows to 6.1 seconds further back, Rivera's going to have to fend off the comp cart here of Jake Fetter. Into corner number 4, Rivera's going to maintain that lead, but Fetter with a good exit here into turn 5. He might be able to lunge it up the inside if he wanted to, but he's a little too far back as it stands, especially for a heat race. So Michael Rivera, half a lap to go to hold on to P2 ahead of Fetter and then ahead of Franke as well.
Yeah, let's go back up to the front here with Scott Presti, a driver who really was faced with adversity early on. Said he wasn't here to run in 5th, wasn't here to run anything but the lead. And he's going to get it done here in heat race number 2 and Pro Master and ROK Master shifter. Scott Presti wins heat race number 2. Across the line next, Mike Rivera holds on a 2nd from Jake Fetter. Then you have Ryan Franke, P4, Luis Quinones across the line, 5th.
Yeah, and then further back, we saw the mistake from Michael Gouache. It cost him a spot. He crosses the line in P6. The other, Luis Quinones, in 7th. And then Distelzweg is the one that I was not able to mention at the start of the race there from the back of the grid. A great run for the PSL driver up into the top 8. So good run there for John Distelzweg in 8th. Hugh Tupperman in 9th. Skitchy Barnes, after the incident on the opening couple of laps, he rounds out your top 10. The last of the finishing drivers then is Diomedes Ortiz, Joe Ruck, and Matt Machiko, your 3 DNF drivers.
A lot of pickup getting set to come our way with the likes of Machiko, who's still out there in the infield. But when we come back, we go straight into KA100 Junior Racing action. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Clash at the Club. Don't go anywhere.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, But I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly.
About that time to go green with our K8-100 juniors. Let's run you down your starting grid order here. Caleb Tarter and John Antonino get set to go green from the front row. Benham Abernathy and Max Weiland on row 2.
And then it's Jackson Dial, joining his front row MPG compadres there in row number 3. Tyron Kemper Jr. on his outside. Row number 4, Nate Golseth and Tristan Murphy. And then 9th and 10th belongs to the TKG driver of Cameron Marcia and the Hotes DD of Emerson Lane.
You go back to Juther Malaswamy and row number 6 alongside Kai Mars. Davis Henry starting alongside Ryan Mort. You go back to Nolan, Anderson, Cranston, Utsi, Wargo, and Gomez running up your first 10 rows.
A couple more drivers to note here in KA Junior Heat number 2, and it's row 11 of Jeremiah Thomas and Luca Bruncati, Henry Taylor, Cadence Presley, and Connor Corsi. That's the last and final row of 13 rows here for your first of 2 groups. A bit of context further back here in the KA Junior category here, Caleb.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact here before we even go green, but everybody in line here, and we look to the tram lines and await our KA100 juniors to get to the main straightaway. As we have Caleb Tarter, John Antonino getting set to lead us away in MPG front row. Let's see what we have in store. A couple of drivers moving out of the tram lines that little bit early before the lights went out. And that's going to be something for post-race penalties to look at. As everybody is able to cycle their way through, side by side there, further back, Cadence Presley, one of the drivers in that group. As Caleb Tarter able to take the lead. Benham Abernathy cycles his way up to second. One driver way, way wide there. And one of the MPG Academy drivers there who's...
Yeah, I think it was Ryan Mort.
Yeah, Ryan Mort looked to be the driver there who was really, really wide there as Antonino emerges in the lead. So John Antonino to the point of the field.
Wow, John Antonino. He got that Heat 1 victory, looking to make it back-to-back here inside for Caleb Tarter. He thought about a move, but Benham Abernathy, the Hotes DD driver, he's been incredibly quick all year long. He's really found his stride in the summer stretch of the KC season, and he's up into P1 now. Antonino third, or to second, as Max Wayland goes to third. That's Jackson Deal now down there in that 4th position. Caleb Tarter getting shuffled to the wayside there, down inside, outside the top 6 as it stands right now. He is 6th.
And there you have Jackson Deal looking to make quick work of Mad Max Weiland. Not going to be as quick as he'd want it, because Weiland has a lot of pace in his Magic Kart machine. Is Deal going to go for it on the inside at turn 4? Little sideways there under braking, and everything usual there for Jackson Deal. Going to get clear and get that move done. Kemper Jr. now, the next driver in 5th. He's going to go side by side there with Caleb Tarter, and Tarter able to get back and get that spot back. Unfortunate couple of corners for Tarter, who just has lost a couple of spots since the start of this one.
Yeah, for sure. Caleb Tarter struggling early on in this one, but starting to find the pace now when it matters most here. Lap number 2, lap number 3, we really start to figure out who's fast and who's not in the KA categories. And for Caleb Tarter, he's pulling away now from that group of 6th on back or 7th on back. So for Caleb Tarter, he's pulling away now from, I believe, Kemper Jr., Golseth, Murphy, and others. But this top 4, if they work together, can pull away, but this is not going to help. John Antonino back up to the inside. Abernathy lets him have it. He doesn't want to race too early here because there's still almost 6 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. Jackson Deal to the inside. Max Whalen to the inside. Abernathy's going to go from 1st to 4th.
Yeah, Weiland was able to get back in line there in front of Abernathy. And now they're going to lose time to Kemper Jr. Abernathy going to go back on Weiland, and now they're really going to lose some serious time to Kemper Jr. and Caleb Tarter, who continue to close down their gap to the top 4. Tarter scared me there for a second. It looked like he wanted to go into the 90-degree left-hander, but I must be seeing things here, Alex, as he's still in line. We'll see what it looks like here in the last couple of corners into turn 13. We go! Caleb Tartar up and over Ben Abernathy. Caleb Tartar, unfortunately, in the infield here. Going to lose a lot of spots in the grass. Going to rejoin just at the tail end of this KA Junior field. And as the entire Holtz driver development team watches on as Abernathy continues to lose spots, got stuck on the outside there. Emerson Lane going to go through, as well as another driver there I think was Cadence Presley, who was able to get through as well. So
I think Benham Abernathy has major alignment issues on that front end of that Holtz DD go-kart. Struggling to get the car to point in at all, even in turn number 2. I know he's in the marbles and whatnot, but after getting run over like that, it's pretty easy to do to your front end alignment. So let's see what Abernathy could do. The 877 machine seems to have found a little bit of pace on board that Holtz DD OTK, but I think for sure you can see his steering wheel is kind of crooked. I think it's definitely ruined the alignment of that go-kart. I have to go back and to the drawing boards after that one. So not what you want to see if you're Josh Holtz or if you're Benham Abernathy after a strong start to heat number 2. Nonetheless, it's given the MPG boys of Antonino and Jackson Deal a great advantage over Max Weiland in that third place spot as Abernathy makes a move on, I believe, the likes of maybe Ryan Mort there as well, Emerson Lane. So for Abernathy, yeah, you pointed out, Caleb, as well. You were kind of showing me with signaling with your arms. That steering wheel is way crooked.
I mean, it kind of looks straight to me, Alex, from where we're looking at it. But there goes Taron Kemper Jr. on the inside of Max Weiland, as he's able to get through that time by. We'll take a look at Benham Abernathy's steering wheel here shortly and get a closer look for you viewers at home to see what actually is amiss. Some of my thoughts are, I think it seemed like he really got stuck on the marbles there and just kind of lost a lot of time. And it takes a while. We heard from Joe Rook yesterday. It takes a long time to really get heat back into those tires. So we'll get a good look on Abernathy as he goes through. You see that front fairing a little bent, and it does look like that steering wheel kind of bent over that front fairing just that little bit, Alex. So it could be a bent steering column there, and that's exactly what it looks like there for Benham Abernathy, unfortunately.
He's driving through it, though. He's gotten around Cameron Marshall now, so he's back inside the top 9. Whatever's amidst maybe handling-wise from that go-kart, he's seemingly driving through it right now, driving a little bit angry probably, if anything, if you're at Benham Abernathy after the pace he's had. So nonetheless, the 877 machine, like you mentioned, probably a bent steering column, which is still not very fun to drive around, but he's working around it here, inside and through. That's Ryan Mort on Kai Mars. So Ryan Mort, the MPG driver, trying to join his buddies up front. He's up into the top 7 now.
Yeah, good move there by Ryan Mort into the hairpin to get clear. Now Abernathy, the driver, right behind him. This is the battle for 7th here with Mort now leading this group here on our screens. Golseth, the driver, just ahead of them. The Arcane Motorsports RPM machine sits in 6th. Tristan Murphy in that 5th spot. And the battle for the top 4 continuing to stay stagnant for Antonino and Jackson Deal in the lead. And they go side by side. There goes Abernathy on the inside of Kai Mars. Abernathy gets that spot. And now Cameron Marcia, next one up, going to look to go on his teammate here. Not close enough. Side by side for Golseth and Tristan Murphy. Golseth on the inside is able to get clear. So Nathan Golseth up to P4 here.
What a run for Nate Golseth there up into the top 4. You see Max Weiland there losing a little bit of ground to Tyrone Kemper Jr. out front. Last time they crossed the stripe, Antonino and Jackson Deal are separated by less than a 1/10 of a second. So those two teammates going at it there. We saw what happened the last time the MPG guys got together in heat number 1. There was a crazy battle between Caleb Tartar and Antonino. This time it's Jackson Deal and Antonino in heat number 2, with Caleb Tartar unfortunately spun around earlier on in this one. But this is a good look at the battle for 5th and 6th between Golseth and Murphy. Back up front, Antonino and Jackson Deal. They have a 1.5 second advantage, Caleb. A minute to go, but we saw this same movie before last heat race.
Yeah, there goes Abernathy on the inside there of Ryan Mort. So Abernathy, whatever's amiss there, definitely not slowing him down one bit, because he was purple last time around, a 58.765 for Benham Abernathy. And we'll see what it looks like this time when he crosses the stripe, 58.9. But their leaders, I would assume they're not going to pass until we get to the final couple of laps. Kemper Jr. there in 3rd, a little too far back. They're not going to want to give up any bit of real estate. But a cool story about Nathan Golseth here. A couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, I should say, at the Tech Spin Racing Series, had a really, really nasty flip. Hurt himself from kind of hurt his knee, scraped his knee, but after that, a flip kind of switched on the Arcane Motorsports driver, has been absolutely flying ever since that happened. and spent the last week in North Carolina with the Ryan Perry Motorsports team at a bit of a kart camp. And now, for the first time this weekend, was a driver who found himself in the LCQs kind of trying to race his way in to main events. This weekend, he's been one of the front runners all weekend long. Went fastest in a session overall and has had a lot of pace, almost like a flip switch right after that. And now really coming into his own here, sits in the best spot that he's been all year long. And in his young career, I believe his second full year of karting here for Nathan Golseth, who sits in the 5th spot, continuing to lap around and hold off Tristan Murphy here. So pretty cool story for Nathan Golseth here, and a couple of drivers further up as well. And Benham Abernathy and a lot more cycle their way through. There's Lane behind Mars, and everybody kind of just pushing. Groups of 2 all the way back to almost the top 10. Everybody kind of has their dancing partner, and you're either going to make up some time or you're going to fight it out to finish wherever you can. The 2 sticks were in the air last time around, I believe, so could be the white flag as Antonino and Jackson Deal get together on the back straightaway. The 2 MPG teammates, while we looked away for a little bit, the MPG teammates made contact. Deal going to be stuck in the grass and probably going to be out of this one early. Antonino loses a handful of spots, and that's going to hand the race lead to Tyrone Kemper Jr.
I was saying it 2 laps ago. I've seen this movie before with the MPG teammates in heat number 1 where they maybe got a little bit too aggressive. This time, a little bit overboard, I'd say, if you're the MPG guys, if you're Chase, if you're Race Liberante, if you're Billy Vincent looking at your team and saying, listen, what are we doing? We have a 1-2 locked up, and now one of them is outside of the top 10. One of them is in 10th. One of them's out. Now this is the battle for the lead and the win in heat number 2. We just saw Max Wayland get passed by Tyrone Kemper Jr., so now Kemper Jr. has to fend off the Magic Kart USA driver from winning 2 races in one day. He won the OKN-J Heat number 1. Can he win here in Heat number 2? Down the back straight, a drag race. Max Wayland to the lead. Kemper Jr. puts the bumper to the back of him. He's going to go back to the inside. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back to P1. 1 corner to go. Tyrone Kemper Jr. with a straightaway in hand further back. Nate Golseth off the racetrack. Abernathy off of the racetrack. Kai Mars has reclaimed the top 5. More drivers off the racetrack.
Davis Henry there was collected, as well as another driver there collected, unfortunately. And checkered flag is out. Tyrone Kemper Jr., your winner here in this one. Max Weiland second, Tristan Murphy third. Ryan Mort finishes 4th, Kai Mars 5th. Emerson Lane 6th, Cameron Marcia 7th. Nate Golseth, unfortunately, there in the end, is going to finish 8th. Benham Abernathy 9th. John Antonino 10th.
Yeah, what a chaotic final lap in KA Junior Heat number 2. The first of 2 groups here on the afternoon slates. Further back, Isaac Nolan 11th, Cadence Presley 12th, Luca Gomez, Bex Cranston, Caleb Tarter. That's your top 15. And then further back, Jude Thurmalswamy, Indy Anderson, Derek Wargo, Jeremiah Thomas, Jackson Deal. We saw him get into it with his teammate on the final lap there, final lap and a half or so. He finishes 20th. Connor Corsi, Davis Henry, and Christopher Utsi there. That's your top 23.
A lot of action there in that last lap, and a lot of pickups set to come our way. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Clash at the Club. We'll be back shortly.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Here's a look at the starting lineup that you saw already won crazy KA Junior Heat here. It's time for the second group, Group A, to form. Landon Boer, the top qualifier, got kind of shuffled around on the opening couple of laps in Heat number 1, and he was only able to rebound back to just barely in the top 5. Gabriel Balog starts alongside him. Isaac Mount Hewitt, Chase Gassie Lee, Enzo Vidmontien. Your favorite driver may start outside the top 20 because there are a ton in the field. But as they make their way out of the dogleg, Boer on the inside on that red and white MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Gabriel Balog on the left in the blue, white, and orange Magic Kart. We look to the Track Systems North America lights, and they are out. We're racing down to turn number 1, and a good jump for Landon Boer. And hopefully the field can survive this first hairpin, this second turn. We're clean through there, although Jacob Scheibele is going to go off in the grass further back. But most of the pack is clear, and Landon Boer is under heavy fire. Isaac Mount Hewitt trying to go around the outside. He'll get put in the marbles. Vidmontien into second already, and he's having to overcome what was a 5-second penalty as there's contact that has taken out one of the DR carts at the top of the screen. But Enzo Vidmontien, he needs a big heat here to make up for the points he lost in Heat 1. Nathan Dupree, on the other hand, consistent opening heat. He's already up to third, getting by Mount Hewitt. And the rookie is facing pressure from 3 of the best junior drivers right now. Landon Boer trying to cover the low side off there in the hairpins, Alex.
Yeah, let's get ready to finish lap number 1 here for Landon Boer. Leads against Vidmontien. You mentioned that 5-second penalty. It's a pretty hefty hit in the KA category with how close the racing is. Lap 1 in the books. Boer is on the racetrack. He opens up the corner. Vidmontien says, thank you very much. I'll take the lead. There goes Nathan Dupuis back to the second place spot as well. Gassiet lead of 4th. Ty Fisher now makes a move on Isaac Malkowitz down into that 6th place position there. So Vidmontien leads at Nathan Dupuis, the same top 2 we saw for majority of heat number 1 when those two were in the mix. 8:57 of Harden there. He's going to be spun around. He's going to go to the tail end of the field. But out front, Vidmontien leads ahead of a massive train of about 10 or more go-karts, separated by less than 2 seconds here. Early doors in this one. 6.5 minutes to go. Gassiet Lee inside and through. Landon Boer, Ty Fisher follows him through.
So quickly, once again, Landon Boer finds himself on the wrong side of the leaderboard, going backwards, and it has opened the gap up from Chase Gassiet-Lee to Nathan Dupuis. Behind him as well, the same set for Gabriel Balog. Look at the 881. He's just barely going to get in line in front of Mason Kuhn on the 813 DPK America's Bennick. That's all the way back to 9th and 10th. But Enzo Vidmontien leads the way to Dupuis and Gassiet-Lee. There's a move down the inside. That's the 843 of Homer Heeman. Greggy up and into the top 10 out of turn number 2.
Out of 2 and into 3 here and into 4 now. Nathan Dupuis inside. He's going to move it up the end of the marbles. He's going to have to give way to Gassiet-Lee, another driver who's just made amends for every other driver's mistakes. He was the winner in heat number 1. He's looking to do it again in heat number 2. Up in the second place now as Dupuis leads on the Sody Kart USA machine. This has been one of his best weekends to date. As Gassiet-Lee to the inside, he's going to move Dupuis up the racetrack. Vidmontien, a 2-for-1 special on the back straightaway. He's back to the lead. Ty Fisher to second, and they're going to continue to change spots in the top 4. The more they battle, the more the likes of Malkowitz, Boer, McCurdy are back in the mix as Gassiet-Lee back to P2.
Yeah, so now Enzo Vidmontien gets the biggest lead that we have seen so far in this race, and it's only about 4 car lengths. These kids are throwing haymakers at each other back and forth, and it's a miracle that more drivers haven't caught up to the top 4. But when you go back from 5th, you can see the gaps. I mean, they're close all the way into the early teens from the back of Landon Boer and Isaac Malkowitz, and give it another pass or 2 up front, and there will be more drivers into the fight. So Vidmontien to Gassiet-Lee. He's on that black, white, and yellow Coastal Link custom printing machine. Then it's the lime green TB car to Ty Fisher. That's easy to pick out. The bright orange and black Sody of Nathan Dupuis there in 4th. And then you go back to the red and white MPG Academy Kart Republic of Landon Boer in 5th. Balog already was looking low there on Rowan McCurdy. He didn't go. And we go up the road. Actually, it looked like there might have been something happening in the top 4. It was just more of fanning out, actually. A couple looks, but no changes for the first 7 cars as of last time by. Here comes Gassiet-Lee, though, to change that into 1 and a little wiggle, and Vidmontien did a good job kind of pinching Ty Fisher down to minimize the amount of dirt and debris he was going to pick up on his tires there with that position loss.
Yeah, as trends would have it, it seems to be a very difficult track, especially in the KA class, to be the leader in, especially when you have a bit of a gap like Vidmontien had 2 laps ago. We saw that gap close quite quickly if you're Gassiet-Lee. He now leads ahead of Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, Dupuis ahead of Landon Boer behind him. Malkowitz got a bumper full of Roman McCurdy and Gabriel Balog now as one of the Alonso carts. So that's the 813 machine. That's Mason Kuhn off the racetrack. He's gotten that thing refired, but stuck and skateboarding between the grass and the asphalt now. So that's really going to cost him a bunch of spots, put him last and some. So for Mason Kuhn, unfortunate for him in heat number 2. But look at this. This is a group of about 7 or 8. This is 8 drivers down to Gabriel Balog, headed by Gassiet-Lee now. 3 minutes and change to go in this KA Junior heat number 2. We had a barn burner of a Group B, and now Group A is putting on another good show for us. Gassiet-Lee has been the fend off for Vidmontien.
And Chase won heat number 1 in this group, so he doesn't necessarily need to back it up since Group B all wrecked amongst each other for the lead and the win. That had a mixed bag of results there. Vidmontien trying to get everything he can. He got an 11th place result in heat number 1 after penalties were assessed. He's going to fall to 3rd now. Fisher going by. Nathan Dupuis there still in 4th. 5th for Landon Boer. 6th for Isaac Malkowitz. And they've finally got a little gap forming back to McCurdy, and another one back to Balog as he's got around McCurdy. So Gabriel Balog now back up to 7th as they go into the hairpin. You saw all of them kind of fade low And now Boer is going to pay for it, kind of getting in too deep to the back of Dupuis. And Isaac Malcuit will take over the 5th position. But Chase Gassiet Lee leading the way. And Ty Fisher had a big run at him down to turn number 1. He didn't do anything with it. Let's see what he does over in 2. No, but I think really the safest place to probably make a pass, if I don't want to get passed back, is probably back here, Alex. Turn 4 with the way it all goes, and that's where Ty's going to go.
Yeah, you saw him point too. He pointed to Vidmontien saying, I'm going to make the move in turn number 4 because I want you to follow me through here. So for Ty Fisher, you don't see that very often, the driver kind of giving away his plan, but it's always good to have some help behind you. So for Ty Fisher, the Race Lab TV Kart, he is flying. We saw in the warm-up this morning the pace was there. We kind of had a bit of a foreshadowing to what we can expect today in the heat races, and it's paying off for Ty Fisher. He's had consistent heat races so far. For Vidmontien, like you said, he needs a good second result if he wants to be inside the top 5 or so come the pre-finals later on. But for Vidmontien, he's having to hold off Gassiet lead now. For Ike, he's up into the top 4. He's gotten around Nathan Dupuis now in that 4th spot. Dupuis looking over his shoulder to see the gaggle of go-karts behind him, of Balog, of Sebastian Rist now inside that top 6 or 7 now. That's McCurdy actually in 7th. Landon Boer down there in 8th as Vidmontien throws it up the inside of Fisher. Gassiet Lee's going to follow him through. Less than a minute to go.
So as they head into turn number 4 for Isaac Malcuit, this heat is somewhat needed. It was a 4th place in heat number 1, but again, the points are merged, so it's not even going to be a top 5 starting spot with this potential heat win, Alex, because of the way points get kind of thrown together. That 11th is no better than a 20th to 22nd overall in the standings, right? So even if he wins this heat, even if he gets a 0 marker on the points for heat number 2, there's going to be a lot of drivers with 2s and 3s and 4s that are all going to start ahead of him. The best Enzo can hope for is a top 10 starting spot around 8th to 12th, depending how this one plays out, which is anyone's guess, because we're getting down to the timer to hit 0. It'll be the double sticks either this time or next time. Let's see. Do we get it from Justin this time by at the finish line? We do. 2 to go, and Enzo feeling the heat here from Chase Gassiet Lee. He'll instantly start to cover the low side off in turn 2.
We've read this story before here. The second you see the 2 to go signal, the gloves come off here in the KA junior category. Vidmontien, bottom of the racetrack. Gassiet Lee and Isaac Malcuit follow through. Fisher looked for the over-under. Not going to happen. McCurdy trying to get around Balog. Couldn't make it stick here into turn number 5. Ends of Vidmontien. We're going to see a white line special, I think, for the next lap and a half if he wants to hold on to this one.
Yeah, he's going to take us into the S's. Lap and a half to go. Nowhere for anyone to make a move. Ty Fisher tried to open up for an over-under. He's actually going to get Balog looking to his inside. And Vidmontien now has Gassiet Lee setting him up a little bit because they got a bit of a gap. But that already has gone back away into the back hairpins here. I mean, they're stacked all the way back to Landon Boer right behind Nathan Dupuis. You're talking 1st to 8th. Less than a second and a quarter as of last time by the loop. But now Vidmontien has a little bit of a break. And Fisher has a big one back to Balog. So it's going to be 4 of them on this last lap. And Malcuit wants to be second in the line. McCurdy into the top 5 there in turn number 2 as well. But Ike is buying Enzo a lot of real estate here as he blocks low in 4.
Yeah, this might have just finished it off here. If you're Vidmontien, you can look back and see about a 5 or 6 card advantage to the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Look at this. Fisher looking around the outside. A lot of grip there, but Gassiet Lee's going to run him out of road. And Ty Fisher into the dirt there, now having to fend off Roman McCurdy for that 4th position there. So for Ty Fisher now, instead of battling for a top 3 finish, he's worried about the drivers behind him. He's going to drive McCurdy to the bottom of the racetrack there, and McCurdy have to lift and losing to Dupuis and Boer almost.
Yeah, he backs off. Dupuis gets through. Boer does not. But that just kind of accordioned down the fray. Dupuis with an over-under coming from Fisher, but I think he's going to hold it. Fisher again into the dirt as up front. Vidmontien will score a 0. He wins heat 2 to make up for that rougher go of things in heat number 1. Malcuit, Gassiet Lee, Dupuis, Fisher, McCurdy. Landon Boer ends up crossing the line P7. Sebastian Rist 8th, Maximo Karam in 9th, and Gabriel Balog rounds off the top 10 in KA Junior provisionally here. You can see Marco Romero caught up to him at the end. Travis Pettit back in 12th. Casey Mosley in 13th. Isabella Simpson, and then John Michael Dunnigan 15th. That's right on that kind of cut line from what we can imagine. And then what a bummer for Mason Kuhn. He was inside the top 10 early, ends up with a DNF. The same for Ezekiel Height. I think that's 2 DNFs in a row. So So he's sadly going directly into that B pre-final, probably from the rear. Kennedy Tracy also an 18th in Heat 1, a DNF in Heat 2. She'll be going to the B pre-final, and Gage Harden will join them there, as he didn't even really get anything in that race. 1 lap complete, and that was all she rode for Gage Harden, and the same for Wyatt Smith. He didn't even get to join the race at all. But the R-Kart had an issue on the out lap. So out of the 26, we still were able to finish with 21 of them, and Enzo Vidmontien should slot in somewhere around probably 8th or 9th, especially when you consider so many of the front runners in that other group having calamity on that last race and getting a 20-plus position points haul, even if they won or finished in the top 3 from heat number 1. But with KA Juniors now gridded for the B pre-final and the A pre-final, the top 30 will race again later today. The bottom half will have to wait until tomorrow morning to get back onto the racetrack. As for the Swift Stars that are currently on grid, well, they are all going to race in their main event, which means they're all going to run their pre-final later this afternoon. But there's more pickups to go, so we'll take a moment to catch our breath after that and line up for more action here from Cincy. Engines are fired here from Cincinnati for the Swift Stars final heat race. But before we get to them, let's go back and wrap up that second KA Junior Heat. Enzo Vidmontien ends his heat race rotation with a good finish. He's standing by with Caleb Viesca. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Enzo Vidmontien. Enzo, that seemed like a hard-fought race from start to finish. Just walk me through it.
We had a pretty decent start. Throughout the race, I went like first or second, like back and forth. On the last few laps, I passed. I think it was tied. And then Chase said to go forward. I went forward. For the last lap, I had a gap and I won.
Yeah, so a lot of racing left on the weekend, right? I mean, it seems like you're making friends out there. You and Ty Fisher kind of calling your shots together. How good does it feel to have kind of, friends, close friends that you can work with and kind of push up the field together with?
Yeah, it feels good. Friends on and off track. But it's definitely like you feel like more comfortable, like you can trust the person, and yeah.
Lastly, about the track, right? It's kind of getting a little bit harder. When do you think we're going to get to that point where grease is over?
Maybe for the pre-final, but not sure yet.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it from Enzo Vidmontien, and the Swift Stars now rolling onto the racetrack to lay down some more rubber. As Caleb mentioned, we're expecting at some point in the day for things to get a little more slippery, but definitely from Enzo's answer, still pretty grippy out there right now. Holden Myers and Marco Samet, the front row. Brandon Ang got spun off to the wayside at turn 1 of the start of heat number 1. He needs a massive rebound here in Heat 2 in the same way that Enzo was able to do so and win his heat race. Bowen Green on the outside of the second row. Then it's Josh Bergman, Parker Ives, Grayson Walcott, Nico Katowski, Isaac Payne, and Ben Gleverman, the top 10 for quite a lengthy Swift Stars field. Into the tram lanes we go, and we are lights out and racing down to turn number 1. This time it looks like they're all going to make it through the first corner, and now we go 2 wide and down to single file pretty quickly through turn number 2.
Yeah, out of 2 and into 3 is still single file 2x2 further back here is, wow, a dummy move there from Marco Samet. He had Holden Myers thinking he was going to defend, opened the corner up, and then the BGR MDR driver decided I'm going to go into P1. So Marco Samet now leads ahead of Holden Myers. A couple battles further back there. That's Brandon Ing going at it side by side with Bowen Green. Brandon Ing's going to hold on to that 3rd spot now as Josh Bergman finds himself in that 5th spot. Grayson Walcott has gotten around Parker Ives. He's up into the top 6.
Yeah, he has gotten himself already safely into a good spot to fight from. Can he go any better here in the sweeper? They're all ducking in and out of line. Here's Josh Bergman looking to go on Bowen Green. And no, not going to happen. Couldn't quite get deep enough alongside to make that move happen. So 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go as we get 1 lap in the books. And Marco Samet commands the field down to turn 1 as Bowen Green pops out for 3rd. And again, Brandon Ang's going to slam the door shut right in his face over to turn number 2. He'll fall all the way back into the clutches of Bergman again.
Yeah, had to lift out of it in turn 1, and that's going to give Josh Bergman a great chance in the 4 if he wants it. He's a little bit too far back. Somebody who's not too far back is Parker Ives. Inside and clear of Grayson Walcott. Behind him, that's Nico Katowski. Now on the bumper of Grayson Walcott. Down to turn number 5. Do we see him move to the inside? Yes, we do. Katowski might have moved Walcott a little bit. Nonetheless, makes it stick. And behind him, Isaac Payne now is going to go through. Side by side, Gleverman and Walcott through turns number 7 and 8. And whoa, side by side all the way through as Walcott there. Gleverman's going to go through.
Yeah, here comes Braden Westfall now trying to get alongside, having his best national weekend to date. As to the inside goes Josh Bergman. Nice move on the inside of Bowen Green. He'll take that spot away for 4th. And Brandon Ang continues to ride along up the road while all of the field has made it through the opening couple of laps now. 2 complete. First back to 28th, which last time by was Asher Ferris and Riley Dobelier. And Marco Samet, Holden Myers, well, they've got company. It was for a moment a 2-car breakaway. Brandon Ang had a reason for slamming the door shut for 4th and 3rd. The Catalyst driver development, Italcar driver, was the fastest of the leaders last time by. He was not fastest overall, though. That honor goes all the way back to Isaac Payne, who crossed the line in 8th. He went purple out of 62.41. And you can see not just Ang is on the way, but looks like Bergman is bringing the rest of that kind of main pack up to the back bumper of the top 2. Holden Myers saw Ang close up. Now he's going to try to retake the lead. He will in the sweeper, and Samet's going to get shuffled to the wayside. 1, 2, 3. Is he going to hang on for at least 4th? He will, and Parker Ives tried to go. Oh, wow. Isaac Payne up and over the rear bumper of Parker Ives there in a weird kind of jam up coming out of the back hairpin.
Yeah, it looks like monster jam back there. The way Isaac Payne climbed over the rear bumper of Parker Ives. Nonetheless, keeps it on the racetrack. That was your purple driver last time around. Brandon Ang to the inside and through on Holden Myers. We saw that move from Myers last lap around. He saw on his rear view mirror almost that Bergman was catching him as Bergman puts the front fairing to the rear bumper of Holden Myers, letting him know that he is here to party. So down to turn number 5. Do we see a move from any of the top 3, top 4? Not going to happen. Brandon Ang's going to lead this group of Myers, Bergman. Samet holds on to 4th as it stands ahead of Bowen Green. Katowski up a spot. Parker Ives, I mean, we've seen him be incredibly quick all year long. This is the first time in a while that I've seen Parker Ives not be dominant, I'd say, or at least a top 3 driver, but he's had the pace to do it. Another driver that's had the pace to do it is Josh Bergman. He's back to P2. Marco Samet is going to make amends for Holden Myers going way wide. They're going to go 3 wide here, and Katowski is going to be the beneficiary of that one as Holden Myers loses 3 spots.
Yeah, that one could have ended very badly. That was a pucker moment for sure for Katowski, Myers, and Bowen Green, but we're all still good, and we're all pretty much one big pack back to Ben Gleberman in 8th. So change in the lead, though. Josh Bergman, who led a lot of laps in heat number 1 for Swift Stars, goes to the point over Brandon Eng. And into turn 4, it looks like it'll stay that way, although Eng really locked the tires up behind Bergman, and that's going to open him up. We've got 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It gives us a little more time to go down to pit lane. Here you go, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Jackson Warney. Jackson, we haven't spoken to you yet this weekend, but it's going well. At 3rd place already in heat race number 1. Just walk me through how your weekend's been to this point.
We've had really good pace this whole time. We've just been playing with the kart setup, and it's new for us, but it's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, and I mean, last time you were here a couple of weeks ago, you were able to get a win in X30 Junior. This time, you're racing in KA Senior, obviously in the Stars Championship Series. What are some of the big differences here, and does anything that you've learned in Junior kind of translate over to racing against some of these seniors?
I think it's not much different. Junior, I think it's a little bit crazier than it is in Senior. So dealing with some of that actually helps in Senior to me, I think.
Sounds good. Well, starting on the front row for this next heat race, how are you feeling going into that one with the very competitive field here this weekend?
We have the pace. It's just staying up front and just not letting anybody by.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
There you have it from Jackson Wolney, who led a good amount of laps in his opening KA Stars Heat race. That class is on deck. They'll be headed out here next. For now, in Swift Stars, you haven't missed much at the front. It is still Josh Bergman to Brandon Eng and Marco Samet, and the group goes all the way back here as now Holden Myers has fallen to the 8th position. Our top qualifier, who led some laps early, is struggling to hang on to the end of the main pack because Bergman is laying down some pretty good times, Alex. He owns the fast lap of the race from earlier on, and he has definitely started to spread this pack apart by dropping that minimum lap time to compete.
Yeah, Josh Bergman has begun to put the field on notice. His last couple of mini starts, I'd say, and this weekend especially has been one where he's really put himself in position to get his maiden mini stars victory here ahead of Marco Samet now into P2. Brandon Eng holds on to 3rd spot, but for how much longer? Bowen Green now all over the rear bumper of Brandon Eng. Look at this. Parker Ives inside and through. Ives back into the top 4. The 149 RPM OTK machine absolutely flying at the latter half of heat number 2. A minute to go plus 2 laps. It'll probably be 3 laps to go this time around. So 3 more times around MCC for Josh Bergman and a heat 2 victory. But he's got Marco Samet all over his rear bumper.
Yeah, well, Bergman might be the fastest car. You're not going to break away at the pace he's got over the rest of the pack. He did have the fast lap. Got beaten that time by Ben Gleberman, but still the rest of the field was close in overall lap time. And Marco Samet has definitely learned a little from the 140 of where he could be a little better because he has closed right to the rear bumper. And talking about learning, Parker Ives making that move on Brandon Eng for 3rd. This has been a weekend of learning where they've been trying to allow Parker to make his own decisions on the racetrack as they battle again behind him. Green, Eng, and Gleberman and Katowski all going at it. And Ives decided to go out in qualifying and tow the rest of the pack around. The kid that has already 2 major wins to his name and counting in the Mini Swift class. Parker Ives now has finally seemed to sort out what he needs to do on his own to march up the grid. And he's got himself into 3rd, and we'll see what he decides to do when he catches these 2 drivers because he'll be there in a few moments as behind again it continues to erupt. This time Katowski goes through for 4th. And side by side, Eng, Bowen Green, Holden Myers still there. Green's going to get through, and now Brandon Eng's going to be on the outside. Here comes Ben Gleberman and Holden Myers looking to go by. Gleberman's even going to go by Bowen as up front, Samet takes over the lead.
Marco Samet, your new leader, but look at this. Parker Ives has joined the mix here. It's a 3-car breakaway. 2 seconds back are the 4th place drivers of Katowski and Bowen Green, but out front, Samet leads over Bergman, over Parker Ives. A lap and a half to go out of 4 and into turn 5. Bergman may have to go here, otherwise Parker Ives will most likely get around him with the pace that he has shown over the last couple of laps here. A 1:02.2. He was 2 tenths quicker than your leaders last time around. Lap time doesn't matter anymore. A lap and a half to go. It's all about track position. Up the hill and onto the back straightaway. Marco Samet, a lap and a half to go. One more time around after this lap. Bottom of the racetrack he goes. Bergman puts the bumper to the back of him. Samet holds on. Bergman's going to slide through. He'll take the top spot away. Ives patient in that third spot, but it's going to set up a great crossover here.
Yeah, he'll have a decent opportunity at the two of them when they get back around to the stripe. Let's see how they fan out here. Coming to the white flag, 1 to go. Bergman all the way low. Samet in the middle. Ives up high. Nothing going to go in 1, and I don't think anything will happen in turn 2 as Josh Bergman was quick. Nearly spun the Kart out, jumping down to the inside to defend. Here they go in the run to 4, Alex.
Bergman bottom of the racetrack into 4. Samet trying to go on the outside. No grip there. Out of 4, down towards turn 5 here. Where does Parker Ives go? Because you know Bergman's going to go low. Samet will probably go low with him. Ives going to go to the high side. Do we see a crossover move out of 5? Not going to happen. Bergman kind of ruined his exit there, but it doesn't really matter because you have an S section of the racetrack. You don't see too many passes here, but this is a section of the racetrack where you can throw it up the inside if you want to. Climbing the hill, Xander.
Up and over the crest for the final time in heat number 2. Josh Bergman to the low side. Marco Samet in the center. Parker Ives with a big over-under as Samet gets tripped out there and blows the corner. Ives into second now. Can he find a hole? I think he might be just content with a P2 drive forward from 9th on the grid, but he did get a great run at Bergman. They're going to go side by side. Here comes Ives with a run. Unfortunately, I think he's going to have not enough straightaway. Bergman wins heat number 2. Josh Bergman gets the TKG hospitality suite fired up down here by turns 1 and 2 with a win by just 0.05 over Parker Ives. Marco Samet ends up in 3rd. Katowski 4th. Gleberman in 5th. Bowen Green ends up 6th. Brandon Eng spent most of this race in the top 3. Unfortunately, he will fade all the way to 7th. And I think between that and his DNF, he'll start somewhere in the mid to low teens for their pre-final, which at least the bittersweet end of that is there's still more time to make up ground because the pre-final will directly set your main event starting position. So if there was a race on the weekend to get taken out on, one of those 2 heat races is probably the better of the 3 options between the heat, a pre-final, or a main. You have 2 more rounds to kind of get through, 2 more stages, if you will, to line up nicely and have a chance at the hardware at the end. Behind Eng, Myers, the top qualifier, 8th. Grayson Walcott, 9th. And then Simon Jack Klein, the top 10.
Yeah, further back, Isaac Payne. We saw him go purple early on in the race. He was up in the grass at one point of this one, so he'll take an 11th after that. William Vetter, Braden Westfall, Bashi Jimenez, Anthony Mazuel-Colo. That was your top 15 in the Mini Stars category. Engines are fired here, Xander, for the first of 2 groups in the KA Stars class.
Well, we heard from Jackson Wolney. We know that this class is going to be wild. The first group last time was a bit more tame than the second group. The second group was a lot crazier. Jackson Wolney and Finnegan Bailiff complete a Kart Republic lockout of row number 1. Alan Isambard and Brandon Lemke on row number 2. Lemke was running safely inside the top 5, and he won, Alex, only to break down with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, mechanical there. This is one of the classes where you really don't want to have a DNF in one of the heat races because it really messes up your points for the pre-final starting positions. Row 3, Ben Gaunt, Dallas Dunlap. Row number 4, Sam Avrutsky, Ryan Bierman. Row number 5, Lucas Zybo and Adam Maxwell. He had a top 3 finish at the end of heat number 1.
Back behind them on the outside of the top 10, you have row 6 with Andrew Hamill on the eyes up, Body Symmetry MD, Tony Kart, and Ryan Crouch, the privateer, back in 12th. Logan Mueller got taken out in the first heat race, spent most of it running by his lonesome. He starts alongside Chase Adams, his Magic Kart.
Yeah, and then behind them, row 8, Cameron Estes, and then Camden Trachtenberg, row 9, Matthew Mockabee, Giovanni Santora, row 10, Jaden Harry, and Autumn Fisher.
Final few rows as they come across your screen. Back to row 14. Remember, Eli Warren has to start tail end of the field back in 27th after getting popped for fuel at the end of qualifying. He already made up a number of spots in Heat 1. He has to do it again here in Heat 2. Ahead of him, Carson Sauter, Mason Walters, who is absent this weekend. Sauter there on, I believe, the red speed. Actually, I don't see where Sauter might be lined up, but further back a couple more rows beyond the top 20. Because, again, they still all need to race into the top 15 because it's only half of the field together. There's more than 50 entries here this weekend. Jackson Wolney and Finn Bailiff leading them down for Heat 2 into turn number 1. And it's a good start for both lines. This was a nice and tight grid coming to green. and it will make its way through turn 2 without issue. We're green over to 4. A couple drivers off. One of the LN carts looked like it went a little bit wide, and Jackson Wolney, Alan Isambard have both gone around Finnegan Bailiff here. They are first and second now. Bailiff in third, and an all-out brawl back for fourth.
Yeah, this is a similar top 3, actually almost identical top 3 to what we saw in the first heat race there with Lemke in 4th in that one. Lemke's down in 5th as it stands at the moment, but these top 3, if they do what they didn't do in the first race, which is work together, they could pull away here as Lemke now with a great run there. He's going to get a move back up into the top 4. Finn Bailiff takes advantage of Isambard going way wide. He's up into the second spot as it stands at the moment. They're getting ready to complete lap number 1 here in the KA Stars category, but you can see what it does. One pass is all it takes for the likes of Lemke and others to get back in the mix.
One pass and a bit of defending from Wolney has brought us now to be nearly the entire field down the front straightaway. Look for an over-under here from Isambard on Bailiff, but Bailiff's going to park the bus down low, and now Allen to the high side again is going to pay for it as Lemke pulls alongside him. Looks like he'll get away without any issues, and everyone's going to have to cover the low side off in turn number 4. The rookie, Jackson Wolney, said he had gotten through all the craziness in junior. It's made the senior racing a little easier to handle. He's handling it well enough right now on lap number 2, has bought himself a gap, and now he can go back to hitting his marks, I would think, over the crest of the hill and try to put a couple good laps together to spread this pack apart, because the downside of defending like that is when someone stuffs it on your inside like Finn does, there's another one that goes, another one lined up to go, and all of a sudden you find yourself down in 4th, when had you just lost one spot, you would have been in 2nd. But luckily the damage wasn't terrible. The pack was kind of spread apart by the time they got there. And Finn Bailiff is going to take us back to the normal racing line here with 2 laps complete. Isambard hot on his heels down to turn 2 with a pass further back. Looked to be for 5th. I think that was Sam Avrutsky on the AEM Tony kart trying to get by Ben Gaunt, and he did. And now Isambard just trying to fend off Lemke, trying to say, hey, you know what? We'll stay here in these positions. This is fine enough. Let's drive away from everyone else, because there's too many go-karts near us right now. And he'd be right if that's what he's thinking, because there were 15 across the line, all within 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, if heat number 1 is anything to go off of, Alan Isambard didn't have any plans to stay in that second place spot, and as it stands, I don't think he has an option because Lemke wants to go to the inside. Isambard's going to shut the door on him, and it's going to cost Lemke a spot and a bit of front fairing damage there. Luckily for not to lose that front fairing if you're Brandon Lemke, but it's definitely going to be flapping around now.
Yeah, definitely could have gone a lot worse. I mean, thankfully that the bumper caved in versus making tire-to-tire contact as he was full lockup. Here's Adam Maxwell further back, making a move on Lucas Zabo. He moves by, and we've got a couple big moves down at turn number 2. A lot of drivers really chirping the tires at this point of the day. And here's Jackson Wolney, a little fade on Isambard, not going to happen. So Lemke somehow gets away with that one, which, to be fair, he was kind of due for a lucky break from a bad scenario after 2 major issues this weekend. First and foremost, of course, that crash in final practice yesterday, and then a mechanical here in heat 1. He needs a top 5 result desperately to stay away from that B pre-final.
Yeah, this is like I mentioned earlier, similar top 4 to what we saw in the first heat. Lemke, he needs a good result, because this and the KA junior class are the 2 classes that you do not want to have a DNF in, because it really ruins your point standings when it comes to where you start in the pre-final. There's a look at Eli Warren. He's up to 15th now as he makes the move on Matthew Mockabee. In heat number 1, he went from last to 8th. This time around, he's already up into the top 15 with 4 minutes to go. He's looking for another top 10 finish in the heat races. That really becomes a top 20 if you round out the points, but that's safely in as it stands for Eli Warren. So he's been incredibly impressive. Jackson Wolney's been impressive as well. He's back to P2.
And you heard from Eli when we talked to him this morning that all he really was hoping to do is just make it into the A pre-final. Then he can drive forward from there, start in the top 15. If he can finish in the top half of that A pre-final, well, then he'd have a heck of a shot of racing for the win tomorrow. But he might even do better than that with tracking at an 8th place result in Heat 1 and already up into 15th with more karts up the road for him here in Heat number 2. He could be looking at a top 20 result. Until that happened, something just went wrong for Eli Warren, and he has pulled off and into the grass right on cue here at the exit of the S's. Something mechanical's just gone awry for Eli Warren, and there is a look at it as he checks, and it might have been probably a chain jumping up and over the curbing. Looks like there's no other visible damage on the go-kart. Back on the racetrack, Dallas Dunlap making a move there. He gets by on Sam Avrutsky. So Dunlap into the top 5, and he'll get a little closer to the leaders as they start to fight. Here's Wolney, Lemke through into second. Finn Bailiff back to third, and Alan Isambard continues to lurk on there in the 4th spot.
Yeah, Isambard down there in that 4th position, but like you mentioned, the more they fight in the frame now, you just saw the white helmet of Dallas Dunlap in that same frame with 2.5 minutes to go. It is a 4-car battle for the lead, but there it is. The Super Tune OTK lurking in the background will happily jump in this top 4 battle if he is invited. And as it stands, I think Wolney might send him an invitation here soon with the defending that is happening out front. There it is. There's the 998 of Dallas Dunlap. He has left Sam Avrutsky and Ben Gott in the dust, and he's actually closing the gap now to the top 4. 2 minutes plus 2 laps for the rookie. Jackson Wolney to fend off the veteran Brandon Lemke as well as Finn Bailiff, and Wolney throws it off the racetrack. He's going to lose a handful of spots. 4th. He's lucky to only fall back to 4th.
Yeah, I don't know if he caught some dirt or if some drivers had gone off the lap before, but that has just absolutely caused this lead pack to come unglued. Finn Bailiff to the lead. Wolney already was trying to fight back, getting the nerves, I think, of going off and having a mistake. He wanted to try and stop the bleeding and get by Allen. He did not complete the pass, but Finnegan did. So Bailiff the leader, Lemke second, Isambard third, Wolney 4th, and here comes fellow senior sophomore Dallas Dunlap closing in on the rookie Jackson Wolney. Dunlap as well. I believe this is only really his 2nd year in karting, period. So a late join into the sport for Dallas Dunlap, and he is having a career best weekend here in Cincinnati there at the edge of the top 5. Little gap further back to Ben Gaunt and then Lucas Szabo. They are still running solidly. Szabo now ahead of Gaunt for that 6th position with 1 minute plus 2 laps to go as Finn Bailiff is trying to hit the afterburners. He is trying to get away from Brandon Lemke and the rest of this group.
Yeah, depending on when they cross the timing sheets there, it might be 4 laps to go, at least 3 to go here as Wolney back to the inside and through on Alan Isambard. That they're going to lose a bit of ground now to the leaders and actually allow Dallas Dunlap to close even more. So it's a 2-car breakaway out front. They're 2x2 out front. It's like old NASCAR style as it stands right now. 30 seconds to go. So they're basically racing to the timing line to see if it's 3 or 4 to go. Wolney goes way wide. And now as they go to the back straightaway here, Isambard's going to have a great chance if he wants it. Doesn't decide to take it a little bit too far back through the left sweeper. Do we see a lunge from Isambard? Not going to happen. I think at this point in the race, Allen knows that he wants to help Wolney go to the front. Finn's going to help him go as well because they're going to go side by side through the final corner.
Yeah, now down the front straightaway, they're all back close a bit again across the line. Justin Dittrich is going to give us the double sticks. 2 to go, and Lemke at this point, you know, if you're Brandon Lemke, until Finnegan starts defending, I'm not sure if you pass him. I think you keep trying to push him and just take a second, because a second place at least is going to put you into the A pre-final. But if you fight with Finnegan, if you fall back to 5th or 6th or further back, all of a sudden you end up closer to that 15th, 16th place average when you take a 26th place or 22nd place result you had in heat number 1. And that's when things get scary of having to go and race your way into the main and be locked at no better than a 31st place starting spot. So I don't know if Lemke goes on Bailiff. The risk reward is pretty high, and I think there you saw the answer. He was just defending. He definitely had a chance, but Bailiff, opening the door, gave him a window, and he didn't take it. 1 to go. Unfortunately, I don't know if he'll have much of a choice to go or not, because here comes Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, 1 lap to go here for Brandon Lemke, who wants to play the safe game against Finn Bailiff, who doesn't really need to win this one. He has a great result in heat number 1, so he knows he can really finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Doesn't really matter. He's in the A main for Brandon Lemke. He actually doesn't really know where the points stand. As it says, you mentioned it, 2nd is probably good enough, but for all he knows, he needs a 1st. But he doesn't really have an option because Jackson Wolney has closed the gap. Isambard's in the mix as well. Brandon Lemke all over the bumper of Finn Bailiff. What does he do here with half a lap?
Yeah, he's just trying to, I think, park it in 2nd. I don't think he's trying to make anything crazy happen. No, I take that back. Little fade there down the backstretch, but ultimately, if the pass is there, he might go. Otherwise, he's going to take the veteran's way out and I think try to claim a 2nd. So Finnegan Bailiff is looking good. Lemke's going to pull alongside. They're going to drag race a little bit to the dog leg. This will get close. I think Finn's barely got the edge. It's a drag race. Bailiff will hold on by 400ths. Finnegan Bailiff will sweep the 2 heat races he's involved in. Lemke 2nd, and a much-needed 2nd for him. Alan Isambard 3rd. Jackson Wolney fourth. And again, Dallas Dunlap, major progress here this weekend. And 2 back-to-back top 10 runs here in the heats with a 5th place here in Heat 2. A nicely done run for Dallas Dunlap there in that second heat race. Lucas Szabo in 6th, Adam Maxwell 7th, Sam Avrutski 8th, Ben Gaunt 9th, and Andrew Hamill rounds off the top 10 in KA Stars Heat 2 Group B. Ryan Bierman, Jaden Harry, Logan Mueller, Ryan Crouch, and then Matthew Mockabee. Little bit of cleanup to take place here. Sadly, it'll be for Eli Warren as the War Power Racing Machine was cracking the top 10 and rolling forward before Mechanical DNF takes him out and will more than likely send him to the B pre-final. He'll have to hope that there is a lot more chaos and other drivers around the 8th to 10th place position in this next group that end up going out with some penalties. So that's it for the moment. We're going to take a break. When we return, it'll be time for KA Stars Group A Heat 2.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and we are ready to go with the second of the 2 groups for KA Stars. We just wrapped up Group B. Watch Finnegan Bailiff take the win in that one. It'll now be time for James Overbeck and Nick Gabriel to dance again. And Overbeck, after all the chaos that went down in that first heat race, where he was in the top 5, leading laps at certain points, and then end up getting crashed out with Noah Jackson. Well, he charged his way back into the top 10 by the time that the checkered flag flew. And not only that did he charge back forward into the top 10, but after penalties moved him 8th. So he still has a good result, but he's looking for more to start in the first few rows like he is now. Josh Campbell and Vaughn Beasley, Christian Maniz and Chris Harrower. Jackson, Thompson, Frank Powers, the top 10. And it goes further deep as we've got 25 or so KA Stars ready to do battle. Overbeck on the right in the blue and white. Mick Gabriel on the left in the teal and blue. Here we go to the Truck Systems North America lights, and they're out. We're racing down to turn number 1. Overbeck with a nice getaway. Gabriel with a good one as well. He'll pull into second there down to turn 2, Caleb.
Yeah, Mick Gabriel actually got a penalty for jumping the start in heat race number 1, so that's why you saw him a little bit more calm this time around than we did in the first one. doesn't want to end up with 2 penalties for jumping starts here this weekend. Overbeck going to lead us away comfortably. Second, Mick Gabriel. Campbell was able to get going in that 3rd spot. Von Beasley sits in 4th. And further on back, everybody else able to stay single file here.
Yeah, all the way single file to Chris Harrower, who I think at the end of this opening half lap finds himself around 8th, so pretty tightly packed. Here comes quick Mick Gabriel, looking for the lead into the sweeper. He'll take it away from Overbeck and kind of cover off that low side into turn 13. Josh Campbell looking behind, and Christian Moniz, I think, just might have made the move for 4th. The factory car driver on the charge here, and yes, indeed, Christian Moniz now a spot higher in the top 5, but it cost him a lot of ground to the top 3. Big move as well. Luke Powers to the inside of Zach Frank. He'll force Frank to the low side, and looks like Von Beasley just got freight trained also. He drops back, but while we have a brief moment where there's only a couple of drivers in the lead, let's go and hear from Alexander Searle down on pit lane with our most recent heat winner, a double heat winner in Finn Bailiff.
Thank you, Xander. Finn, a 2 for 2 so far in the day. I mean, how would you kind of summarize your weekend so far? It seemed pretty clean for you up front.
Yeah, it started off kind of slow, but now that we're actually racing, I'm able to get some wins and maybe put it on pole for the pre-final and then see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty strong all weekend long so far. Have you felt like it's been stronger on certain times of the day, or it's been pretty good all day long?
Yeah, now that we got the kart set up right, it's been strong all day long. I mean, we haven't had many kart problems. Maybe towards the end of that last race, I kind of fell off, but other than that, it was great.
We saw the top 4 throughout that race kind of battling it out. How tough is it to race around here with all the marbles on the racetrack? Has it been pretty tough for you?
No, because I'm used to it, but yeah, I could see how if you get offline or anything, it's like end up off the track just because it's so slippery out there and there's so much grip everywhere else.
Thank you, Finn.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have him, Finnegan Bailiff, as we saw Chris Harrower and Von Beasley get together there. They definitely weren't happy with each other after that contact, but you heard there from Finn. There's a lot of grip online. Everything offline seems like a slip and slide as we check in with our top 3. Mick Gabriel, still your leader. And James Overbeck there in second with Josh Campbell following as Moniz gets stuck on the outside. Thompson going to look to go through. He's able to get the move done there on Frank. So Thompson with a lot of pace here. He's had a lot of pace so far this weekend, had a lot of pace last weekend as well. Now taking the fight here to the top 5.
Carter Thompson won his opening heat race, so Trinity Karting Group has gone 3 for 3 in KA Stars heats, but his work is a little bit cut out for him here in heat number 2, running back in that 6th spot with the top 3 playing nice, driving a smart race. For once, it feels like in KA Stars. We've actually got some strategy going on at the front of the field, and all 3 are in lockstep. Gabriel Overbeck and Josh Campbell. Again, Noah Jackson runs by himself on that TKG KR, trying to hunt them down in 4th. And then it's Powers and Thompson and Zach Frank and the rest of the group. Let's keep an eye on them while we have another moment. Let's go hear from Sodi Racing USA's own Alan Isambard. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Alan, you seem pretty comfortable all weekend long. I think here and there still fighting a bit of gremlins in your go-kart, but nonetheless, every time you're out on the racetrack, you seem to be going for the lead every single time. Is that because you feel like you have to, or the kart's is good enough?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. Sometimes the kart's good enough, especially now. We fixed the issue that we had with the front grip in the first heat, so it was a lot better now. So I felt a lot better. We just lack a little bit, I think, with the engine, just down the straight. I lose off the bottom, and I don't even catch in the draft.
It seems pretty hectic out there. The top 4, you were pretty clean. It was fierce but clean. What's been like out there so far in the racing?
Yeah, it's been hard, but it's been clean and it's fair. Everyone leaves the space. You know, when you go down the inside, they don't try to turn it on you. So it's nice that it's clean.
How do you expect it to be when we combine some more karts in the mix?
Not very clean.
All right, there you hear from Alan Isambard. Back to you, boys.
Straight to the point, and sadly, I hope he's not too accurate, because we've seen all too many good potential races in this class kind of get thrown away with lots of crazy driving. But like Alan said, it was a clean, hard-fought battle in that last race, and now in this one, a very smart race by Mick Gabriel and James Overbeck and Josh Campbell. Noah Jackson is doing everything he can back there in 4th. You got to feel for the 976 machine, because he is by himself. He has no dancing partner whatsoever. He's watching the leaders make 0 mistakes. He's a tick faster than them at points, But when he gets onto those 2 long straightaways, the run out of turn 3 into 4 and the run all the way out of turn 14 down to turn number 1, Caleb, it's got to be so hard to stay motivated because you know that they're pulling an extra 10th, maybe 2 tenths by drafting together, and then you have to eat all that back up in the more technical parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, luckily for Jackson, his teammate in Carter Thompson is actually quickest on the racetrack, a 55.582. If both of those Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic drivers can get together, there's still a lot of racing action left here, just over 2 minutes. So they will have time to ultimately catch up to the top 3, but obviously Thompson needs to get there in time to be able to push Jackson up there in the field.
Josh Campbell pushing James Overbeck back up to Gabriel. Overbeck does not look maybe as dominant as he did earlier in the day pace-wise. I mean, he was a rocket ship in that first heat, even after the crash. But right now, I mean, you saw him kind of lose some ground behind Gabriel. I don't know if it's a matter of just kind of backing up his markers behind Quick Mick or if maybe here he's a bit further off and the track kind of got away from them. You know, we've definitely raised the air temperature. We all can feel it from when they were on track 2 to 3 hours ago. The surface temperature has probably multiplied another 20 or 30 degrees on top of that. So, you know, when you compare the conditions, it's definitely a much different surface than what they were racing on in that first heat race, and that definitely doesn't make things easy to guess, because when you're so fast like James was in Heat 1, as now he goes to the lead here with 1:15 to go, Caleb, but when you were that fast, again, even yesterday with the crash in qualifying, but still putting it on pole, they checked it on the frame table. It was almost perfect, a tick off, and they didn't want to touch it because they didn't want to make it slower, and they were in that same spot again in Heat 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to leave it standard, but now maybe that advantage they've had has gone away, whether the track's gotten ahead of them or the field's caught up. In either case, I think he's going to have to fight for this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely not going to be easy when Mick Gabriel has kind of been equal on pace with James Overbeck almost all weekend long. To me, whenever he was sitting in second, it seemed like he was kind of just coasting. Him and Mick Gabriel, obviously you saw both of them come in after the warm-up session in good spirits, kind of messing around. So I think there's a lot of respect in between the top 3. Obviously Overbeck and Campbell being teammates, and Overbeck and Mick Gabriel racing together for many years on the 4-stroke side of things. So I think just kind of a lot of respect there. Mick Gabriel looking to go back on Overbeck, but if for any of these top 3, if any of them want to win this heat race, it's not going to be easy, and they're going to have to fight for it all the way to the end.
Well, that's what Noah Jackson and Carter Thompson are hoping for as they run back in 4th and 5th. Jackson has started to fade off a little bit. Carter Thompson is still putting in flyers. Went purple again last time by. This time around, they just barely beat the clock. They're going to get another 2 laps, I believe. So, Overbeck a bit deep there, and Campbell even kind of got it in a bit hot as well, and that just separated them all. And now Noah Jackson, he can almost taste the draft off the back of 3rd place.
Yeah, Gabriel needs to be careful here. He was noted for defending in heat race number 1. Wasn't given a penalty, but was warned after that one for some, I guess, moving across the racetrack just a little too late. So we'll see what it looks like for Gabriel. He defended in one of those corners and defended, it seemed like in one of them where they weren't close enough to make a move. Overbeck going to be right behind him. Gabriel to the bottom, Overbeck to the top.
And it's tough because, again, I mean, the track washes you out at so many of these corners, especially like at the end of the S's going up and over that hill. You're trying to, block the inside here and still come out narrow enough that they don't get around you, but that hurts your momentum. And now Overbeck has a run. Does Josh Campbell, his teammate, line up behind him? He does not. He's going to push Mick Gabriel on by, and Campbell will go into 2nd.
Yeah, Campbell going up to 2nd, but already looking to go on Mick Gabriel, not wasting any time, and look who's arrived on the scene. Carter Thompson and Noah Jackson here have been lapping quicker than anybody else on the racetrack. Everybody to the bottom of the side except for Thompson, looking to set up an over-under, but expect those Kart Republics to work together here and take the fight to the top 3.
Yeah, they are low and high and looking for any opening to try and make up another position here. Jackson had a 12th place result after his collision with Overbeck in that first heat, so he needs at least a top 5 to give him a fighting chance in the A pre-final later on today. At least if he finishes in 4th where he stands, he'll safely go through without having to go to the B. But he's going to lose 4th. Carter gets a nose down low and clear. So the TKGs swap spots, and now the fastest man through the last few laps, Carter Thompson, is another spot closer to the lead as Campbell goes to the high side, and Overbeck is going to repay the favor. He'll follow Gabriel through down in turn 1, and Campbell's going to hit the marbles and lose another spot. Here comes Carter Thompson, again around the outside. This time it goes to second. What a power move from Carter Thompson from 4th to P2.
And that's what experience around this racetrack really gives Carter Thompson. He knows how to make that move, but contact in between Overbeck. They go 3 wide almost. Thompson to the bottom. Overbeck going to get that spot back. And now Jackson looking to take advantage on Thompson. Not close enough. And this is all releasing Mick Gabriel up ahead. White flag was out last time by, so this could almost hand it over to Mick Gabriel here, Xander.
Yeah, and if Mick Gabriel can get away with this one here, it would be another heat victory for him up the hill. That's the 9-1-4, it looks like. Another one of the Sodies that's gone out as Thompson is going to lose 3rd. Here's Campbell to the inside to take that spot. Jackson can't go anywhere. His bumper, it looks like, may have broken as well on this final lap. I don't know if it's going to stay attached long enough to get it to the checkers, but as they cross the line, Mick Gabriel will win Heat 2 in Group A. Overbeck 2nd, Campbell, Thompson, Jackson provisionally. As with all the new regulation changes that have come forth, there's much stricter penalties on any part of the go-kart coming off or coming loose. We learned that back at the SCUSA Pro Tour here a month ago. Keaton Kaminsky was disqualified for the NASA panel braking on the bottom mount. It still was attached on the top, but Noah Jackson, if that bumper is still connected on both the left and the right side, he will be okay. But if it did break on the left or the right side and was fully disconnected, he might risk a DQ when he gets to the scales, and that would inevitably send Noah Jackson to that B pre-final and put his weekend a bit in the dumpster, because at the best, you come out of that B pre-final 31st. At the worst, you don't even line up for the main event. So hopefully Noah's okay when he gets into the scales. Luke Powers 6th, Christian Moniz 7th, Zach Frank, Presley Whitney picks up a few at the end. Will Steele in 10th ahead of CJ Bowman. And then a little gap back to Valverde, Surgener, Sunseri, Kai Robin, Facino, the top 15 in Group A. And then Frederick Manning, Blade Fountain. These are all the drivers outside looking in, hoping for some good points. Chris Harrower has had really no luck in both heats, and he ends up 22nd across the line. Joseph Gallin was the Sodi that went out there with 2 to go. And Seamus McKendry and Vaughn Beasley. Beasley, the other driver involved in the Harrow incident. Both of them going to have a really rough run through the points, and we'll be anxiously awaiting the official posting of whether or not they will make that A pre-final, or if they're going to have to try and fight to get a chance to race tomorrow afternoon in the B pre-final tomorrow morning. So craziness a little bit on that last lap. Not too much. And I think this one was good. You mentioned the defending and warning that Mick Gabriel got, partly due to the fact that it wasn't so much that the moving across the track was late, but it was moving when someone had already gotten a nose alongside him. That's where it turns from defensive driving to chop blocking, and that will draw the eyes of the officials and potential penalties. So a wag of the finger, but no penalty, as you mentioned. And a heat win again here for Mick Gabriel is going to put him in a great position for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, some pickup going underway. I believe one of the BJR MDR drivers found themselves in the barriers there at the end of this one. That was Seamus McKendry, unfortunately. But still, a lot of action set to come our way here. One more heat race, and then we go into pre-final racing and pro moto racing here. But OKN-J slated to come out next.
Well, KA Stars now making their way into the scales and tech area. And as Caleb mentioned, the last of the semi-pro heat races is hitting the racetrack now. OKN-J onto the circuit. 8 drivers in total, and one of them with a bit fresher tires, and that is unfortunately the case for Gage Core. And I say unfortunately, he did not even make it past the first 300 feet of the lights going out in the opening heat race for OKN Junior. He got turned around, and then with the direct drive pump start carts, you cannot restart the motor on track. You cannot get any help. And so if that motor, if that cart comes to a stop, that motor is off, and it will stay off for the rest of the session. The good news is, didn't run more than an outlap. So is that advantage going to be enough to charge up the grid? Because we only saw about really 2 or 3 on-track passes in that first heat race. They all were pretty evenly stacked and just kind of, unfortunately, riding in position, it felt like, Caleb.
Yeah, it seemed like almost an IndyCar race at Mid-Ohio, if I were to compare it there. But it was very close, and we'll see how this one plays out for Max Weiland and Isaac Malquit as they get set to go green.
Here they go into the tram lines. A quick outlap has got them ready. Weiland on the inside of the Magic Cart. Mal Hewitt on the outside in the Bureau Art for PSL Karting. Lights out, and here we go. Weiland again, a good jump off the line, and Mal Hewitt will fall instantly to 4th. He's going to try and send it to the high side to maybe go for 3rd, but won't get anything more than just an even spot. But this time, Gage Corin and everyone else survives the start, and we're green with all 8 so far into turns 4 and 5. Now the run to the infield, Davin Roberts. He was frustrated with the way heat number 1 ended. He's trying to take the fight to Weiland, who's going to over-under him and push him a little bit wide there. And Davin, you can see his hand go in the air. He was frustrated with that move. A little bit of dirt on the tires for Roberts, and that's going to give Weiland a bit of a gap now as they crest the hill.
Yeah, there goes Isaac Malquit on the inside. Agassi at Lee is really going to have to commit and get that move done. He gets clear. So Isaac Malquit up inside of the top 3 now after losing a couple of spots there on the start. Gassi Lee going to slot back to 4th. Korn, P5 here. And this is really the first time we're going to see the pace that Korn has in a race distance.
Yeah, he has now got his teammate John Antonino Jr. right on his heels. Same with Nathan Golseth right there as well. That's 5th, 6th, 7th, all nose to tail through turn number 2 with a lap in the books, and the gap pretty hefty up to the top 4. So through 4 and 5, let's check back in with the leader's gap. Roberts has already cleaned his tires back off and driven back up to Mad Max. And when the tires are cold, seems like that's going to be the best opportunity to catch someone off guard in this class before everyone kind of gets up and is evenly matched at hot pressures. So Roberts is going to try again into the sweeper. This time it will stick on Max Weiland. So Davin Roberts, the new leader now out of 13 through 14, and he'll take us to put his first lap atop the pylon in heat race action across the line. Here they go. Weiland has had a little more gear, though, at the end of the straightaway. We've seen him make some passes in turn 1. He won't go this time, but he'll be all over the rear bumper of Roberts through that first turn.
Yeah, definitely super close there for Max Weiland. Just not able to get Davin Roberts back for that move. He's definitely going to look for it here, though. Inside and clear for Max Weiland, and he's going to stack and pack him now as Malquit and Gassi at Lee. They're not too far back from the rear bumper of the top 2, so it's anybody's game here, and we've seen it all weekend long. Their lap time, super consistent. We saw how hard it was to pass in the first heat race, and we'll see what it looks like this one as Davin Roberts a little bit wide. We saw him go way wide in race number 1, and that's really going to cost him. Can't afford to make a mistake like that again, as Malquit going to go on the inside and clear up to 2nd for Isaac.
Yeah, so Mal Hewitt now back to where he started, but with a little gap to run down Max Weiland. I'm not sure where Davin Roberts will find himself pace-wise now back in 3rd. Can he break through the pack, or will he be trapped back there as they go through turn 1 with another lap in the books? And we're back up to about a couple car lengths apiece for the top 4, and then about a second back to find John Antonino Jr., who did work his way around Gage Korn a lap ago.
Yeah, so we'll see what John Antonino can do here. Sits in that 5th spot at the moment, and those battles just kind of staying stagnant further back there as well. We saw Antonino have a lot of pace early on and was super consistent as well. He was running the same lap times as the top 4, but obviously the track continues to evolve. Setups change. Everybody, you have to keep pushing. You have to try and get that little bit quicker every time you go out onto the racetrack. And it seems a little bit of the same, and everybody running a little bit faster this time around for the likes of Weiland and Malquit here in this one. So We'll see what it looks like as we get to the stripe this time by. We're going to keep a tab on the lap times. Weiland was quickest last time by at 56.380. And we'll see what it's like when they cross the stripe. Malquit just went quickest to 55.986, so that's a good lap by Ike there as he runs 0.2 of a second quicker than Weiland.
He had a little hiccup in turn number 2, but I think probably a bigger story this weekend is I mentioned earlier in the day that, Max Weiland had them covered, and then, I was expecting, I think, more of a jumble of the names through the heat races on speed especially, but positions too, because that's kind of how things worked at Charlotte Motor Speedway as they were figuring out the package, both the drivers on how to drive it and the teams and dads and mechanics on how to tune it. Now there's a little as Malquit tries to move there on Max Weiland, but it doesn't work in the sweeper. But really, we've seen it kind of, I would say the rapid progression stagnate a little bit, and that's probably a testament more than anything to the teams and drivers figuring out the package more and more. So down to the start-finish line we go. Max Weiland by a car length, still over Malquit. The only real difference here is Malquit and PSL karting seem to have found a little more speed from Heat 1 to Heat 2. He's going to try and take it to the lead this time. It does stick in turn 4. Malquit through, and Weiland going as wide as he did and trying to hang on has brought Roberts and Gassiet Lee right back to his rear doorstep.
Yeah, they slowed down a lot there, so now Roberts and Gassiet Lee, like you said, just right at the doorstep from the top 2. Looking to continue to make moves here, but they just need to stay consistent. That's kind of been Roberts' weak point here. Whenever he tries to make a move, kind of either oversends it a little bit or goes wide in a couple of corners when he tries to set something up. Just has to hit his marks every single lap to really stay up there in the top 2.
Out of the last turn and down the front straightaway for Isaac Malquit. 3 car lengths clear on Max Weiland. Can he be the first one in this class to really start to break away today in racing action? He's going to have to do it solely on speed because Roberts is not close enough to really bring the fight to Weiland and get them going side by side. Behind, though, they are racing, it looked like a little bit again. Nate Golseth getting around Gage Corn, and the two of them were side by side in turn 2 after the lap as well. But ultimately, it has really just kind of netted out, and Gage Corn going from 5th, then back behind Antonino, and now back behind Golseth. And I don't know if there was any looming damage from the incident in Heat 1, but sadly the 133 does not right now have the speed to fight with these 4 at the front where he was a few races prior. Weiland, though, is going to bring the fight back to Malquit. A nice move to recover the lead, and he kind of got tripped up in the last turn, so they're going to be stacked up on his tail down the front straightaway. Let's see if he covers the low side. He's going to open the door, but they're on the limiter already, so nothing Ike can do down in turn 1.
Yeah, just not close enough there for Ike to get it done there. So we'll see what it looks like here in the turn number 4. Going to have a good shot, a really good exit there by Malquit. He's going on the inside, looking to get clear. They get together. I don't think Weiland saw him there and just kind of turned in, and they made contact. So Max Weiland out of this one early.
And now Malquit goes back to 3rd, and Davin Roberts inherits the lead. Chase Gassiet Lee moves up to 2nd. So 2nd race in a row, one of our top 5 starters and major contenders in OKN Junior goes out. So it's Roberts over Gassiet Lee, and then a little gap back to Isaac Malquit as they go through the sweeper. But Chase Gassiet Lee has been just kind of riding in that lead pack for the first couple of laps, and now he has a real shot to win this heat race with 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So not much time left. Essentially 3 laps remain as they hit the line.
3 laps to go, and just falling right into the hands here of Roberts and Gassiet Lee. So now they have to stay on it and hope that Malquit doesn't refine that pace that he's had in the past couple of laps. So we'll see what it looks like as the time continues to run out. It's about to run out here in 5 seconds time. So all to play for here for these OKN-Js here, as there goes Malquit on the inside of Gassiet Lee. He's able to get clear. Malquit up to 2nd.
Obviously not much damage or nothing that's affected Ike's speed off that contact with Max Weiland. You always get a little bit wary when you have contact to either of your front tires because it could easily bend a tie rod or bend the steering column and make it that much more difficult to drive. But from what we can tell from the sky views here, Malquit's wheel is centered and good. Back behind him again, it goes Antonino, then to Nate Golseth, then to Gage Corn there in 6th. Across the line, 2 laps remain. Davin Roberts going to have to fight for it because Isaac Malquit has been the fastest through this race on the whole, and he is right there a half car length away out of turn 2.
Yeah, he's going to have a good shot here in turn number 4. We saw him try it on Weiland. Does Roberts defend? He doesn't. But still there for Ike, still in the second spot, and just kind of biding his time. He knows where he has to make the move, so just depends on when he's going to pull the trigger here on Davin Roberts.
A big run out of the infield hairpin puts him right on the bumper of Davin. They'll climb the curb through the S's. Nothing going to happen at the end of it. Davin Roberts is so good out of that right-hander and then just buys a little real estate, but he's not as good out of the left over the hill, and Ike will take advantage. Isaac Malkiewicz back to the lead now through the long sweeper. Roberts was right behind him there in that hairpin, and he was basically lifting up Ike's rear tire for him. Now the gap is up to 2 car lengths as Malkiewicz comes to the line to see the white flag. 1 to go, Malkiewicz, Roberts. Here comes Chase Gassiet lead, looking for second in turn 1, and they nearly collide.
Yeah, and I think they may just run out of time here as Gassiet Lee and Roberts look to fight. I'm not sure if Roberts really has the same pace as Malkiewicz and Gassiet Lee. He was about a couple of tenths slower, obviously getting past and stuff. 56.7 for Roberts last time around, and Gassiet Lee at 56.3. So very, very good pace out of Gassiet Lee's machine right now.
Now as they go to the S's here, through and over to the left-hander, backing up and over the hill. Isaac Malkiewicz back to Davin Roberts, back to Gassiet Lee. Chase will have maybe a chance, but he needs a perfect run through the S's and a mistake out of Davin. He will not get it. So they will, problems for Malkiewicz. Malkiewicz blew the corner. Here comes Gassiet Lee to take second away. Roberts tried to find a hole for the second race. He picks the wrong lane. Malkiewicz's going to survive. He'll win the heat race. Then Gassiet Lee second and Roberts third, but just out of frame. We thought Malkiewicz was well and safe with the win, and he just basically nearly threw it away by going wide there in turn 13, and luckily nothing else happens to it as he still gets credited with that heat race victory. Chase Gassiet Lee second, Roberts third, Antonino, Golseth, Korn, Moniz, and Max Weiland sadly goes from leading and winning Heat 1 to a DNF and an 8th place in Heat 2. That'll shake up our grid for their pre-final later on this afternoon. But it is time to go pro racing. When we return from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, OKN Stars gridded up and ready for Pro Moto 1.
AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you ready to get...
Engines have come to life for the OKN Stars, and we are ready to go racing in the pro divisions for the first time today. Paulie Massimino scored the pole in qualifying yesterday afternoon. He starts alongside MPG Motorsports' own Austin Olds, who put it on the front row on debut. Behind him, two more of the championship contenders, Nick Terlecki, the points leader, and Diego Ramos, who sits right behind him in second. He rolls off fourth.
And you go back to Henry Wheeler and Caleb Gaffera on row number 3, Aiden Fox and Aiden Lorenko, row 4.
It's an all Holtz DD row 5 with Josh Oates and Alex Feldstein to complete the top 10. Then Shea Aldrich and James Brassel on row 6.
Go back to Theo Corelli, Cedric Gable, Mingnan Zhu, Brandon Carr not here this weekend. Beckett freezing out with a rib injury, and Zachary Clayman DeMello getting set to go green here in this one after reed issues in qualifying.
16 deep here as they hit for the tram lines. Massimino on the right, Austin Olds, the rookie, on the left. Here we go, pro OKN Stars, and we're green down to turn 1. Nick Terlecki with a good start to go to second, and they're going to make it through the first corner as we go 3 wide. Josh Holtz all the way on the low side, trying to pick up a couple spots. He got by Aiden Fox at least, and look at ZCD on the red and yellow Marinello. He picked up 4-5 there off the first few corners.
Yeah, a lot of spots gained early on in this one for Zachary Clayman DeMello now. It looks like he's behind Shea Aldrich here at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, as Wheeler there looking to go on Austin Olds. They go side by side for a second. Over-under for Austin Olds, back up to third.
Nice move there from the rookie as Diego Ramos follows him back through, and behind Shea Aldrich is going to drop a tire and go off in front of Aiden Fox. He'll lose a spot, maybe 2. Here comes Theo Corelli to the rear bumper into the sweeper as ahead of him, Caleb Gaffera is now going to go by on Henry Wheeler. He'll put the number 54 LEM Tony Kart back a spot higher. And across the line, Paulie leads the way to Terlecki, Olds, Ramos, and now Gaffera, your top 5 at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, and a lot of pace out of Paulie's machine there as Wheeler going to go on the inside of Gaffera. Look for the over-under. He's going to try it into turn 2. Going to send both of them wide, and now Josh Holtz going to have a good run. And as I say that, Aiden Fox on the inside gets clear.
Fox sneaking by on Josh Holtz, and Shea Aldrich, a fellow rookie, pulls right up behind the wily veteran in the 22 car through the infield hairpin here. Wheeler now has 3 of them behind and a bit of a gap to run up to Gaffera and a bigger gap to Diego Ramos, who is lurking behind the rookie Austin Olds. At the same time, Nick Terlecki is on the charge. He was half a second back from Paulie last time. He's already caught up to the rear bumper here on the end of lap number 2. So we've got a fight on our hands looming for the lead. The number 88 trying to get there. Austin Olds trying to drive back forward as well as Paulie leads us at the end of the second lap.
Yeah, Paulie going to lead us away here, and everybody making some adjustments to the radiator flaps on the engines as well. So just kind of trying to find whatever pace that they can in the early stages of this race here in Pro Moto 1. As there you see Paulie looked like he went a little wide there, and then you have Diego Ramos on the inside of Olds. Ramos up to P3.
Nice move by the Brazilian. He has been very methodical after kind of shuffling back from 4th on the grid to 6th or 7th on that opening lap. Back now up on a net gain of 1 into 3rd. Caleb Gaffera, Henry Wheeler still running in the 5th and 6th spots. Wheeler has driven back away from Josh Holtz and Aiden Fox and company, so he's looking to go for 5th. As the leaders head through the hairpin, Terlecki wants the lead. He'll take it in turn 14, but he goes wide. Massimino had nothing to answer with. Didn't expect him to drop a tire, and that's going to stack him up 4 deep for the lead. Terlecki to the low side. Massimino high, low, over, under, but he won't go anywhere with it in turn 2.
And this is going to start to stack him up as Terlecki continuing to defend here. They're going to go side by side, Massimino and Ramos looking to slot back in line. Terlecki still middle of the racetrack. Austin Olds to the bottom, looking to get through on Ramos. It's all going to come unglued here, Xander. Everybody's starting to fight.
Pass in the grass from Caleb Gaffera to get to 4th, and Olds shuffled back to 6th there here, now out of turn number 7. But Nick Terlecki leads the way here in Pro Moto number 1 for OKN Stars. But Diego Ramos, I think, might even be a little bit better than him, as a bit of a mistake is made there by Olds. He had dirt on the tires for sure, and he lost some ground coming up the hill. So 4 drivers nose to tail through the back hairpins. Really, this pack goes all the way back to Zachary Clayman DeMello. He has already climbed into the top 10. He is on the back bumper of Josh Holtz now on that number 75 Marinello.
Yeah, you see everybody there in frame, kind of single foul line here at the moment. Ramos right behind Paulie Massimino. A lot of times, last time by, even they were fighting, so not too relevant at the moment, but Fastest lap of the race goes to Gaffera, 55.353. So we'll see what Caleb G has in store for us here.
Diego Ramos still is hunting on Paulie Massimino, and both of them are trying to keep touch with the points leader, Nick Terlecki. Caleb Gaffera was a bit aggressive and didn't look like he had a lot of pace early. He's trying it now, but that move did not pay off, and he's going to go off the racetrack. The young driver, the youngest driver in the top 4 in the championship fight by a number of years, getting a bit aggressive and unfortunately paying the price for it. And now Austin Olds cutting him a break, although he tried to go by, and Olds is going to pay. Aiden Fox gets through now in turn number 14.
Yeah, Aiden Fox definitely didn't want to waste any time there. Wanted to get through as well. Josh Hote seems to be all over the rear bumper of Shea Aldrich there, looking to go into turn number 1. And we'll see how that battle continues to unfold, but just a little bit of a split in between Nick Terlecki here and Austin Olds. It looks like Terlecki opens up his gap a little bit on the exit of the corners here, so that could be something for Massimino to see if they could change for Pro Moto 2.
Yeah, he has gotten out of turn 2 pretty well since he's been able to go back to the normal line. Austin Olds is who we've got our camera on, now trying to make back up ground as he's right behind Aiden Fox. They'll go through the S's. We already saw Gaffera try a move there. It did not work for him, so Olds is going to wait as the leaders head through the sweeper. I think Austin will look maybe in one of these back hairpins to get around the 11 car. Let's see. He can't. Yes, he did. He got through, and now Fox has to defend from Shea Aldrich and Josh Hotes and DeMello, and closing in as well as Aiden Lorenko on the number 29. So down the front straightaway we go. Another lap in the books. Terlecki, Massimino, Ramos, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, everybody single file line still, just a little battling further back. Nothing too dirty here at the moment. Everybody just kind of biding their time. A lot of veterans in this class, and a lot of the rookies as well have learned how to race and kind of fight against each other in this 15 kart race here at the moment.
You cannot afford a mistake here. There are too many drivers that put too many laps in all the hard work, as Massimino got a lot of airtime there up and over the right-hand curb. Here comes Diego Ramos with a run. He's going to roll with it to the inside for second in the sweeper. The 21 up to P2, and first, second in the championship, and fourth. 1, 2, 3 on the racetrack right now as Terlecki tries to keep that gap back. But there's still a lot of time left here in Moto 1 for Diego Ramos to keep on marching towards the lead. And the same for his teammate, that PSL Red Army 1-2 punch of Ramos and Henry Wheeler. Henry Wheeler has gotten himself all the way up to Massimino's rear. He did not get a good exit out of turn 2, to be fair, but he is really close to being able to crack.
Thank you, Xander. AJ, I'll keep this short and sweet for you. What's it going to take? I mean, you expected to start 4th, and after post-race tech, all of a sudden, you're in the back.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just recovery day. It'll be a lot of fun out there. I just got to steer clear of the carnage, and I expect 2 top 5s to be right there for tomorrow.
We spoke earlier today. We were talking about the master shifters.
It takes him to try and get to the rear bumper of his teammate, and Diego Ramos here as it stands. He's currently 6/10 back, and that gap, 4/10 back to Ramos, and I'm pretty sure that gap's going to close because Wheeler absolutely flying a 55 flat last time by, almost a 1/10 to 2/10 quicker than his teammate.
Yeah, that was a really, really quick lap from Henry Wheeler, so hopefully he can bring that gap closer because his teammate Diego Ramos has kind of stalled out behind Nick Terlecki at about 2 to 3/10 back. So maybe the challenge for the lead will come from the number 2 plate, as here is all of the BJR team taking a look and following along as Paulie Massimino has faded back to the 4th spot and needs more. He has lost a ton of ground to the front 3, and our pole sitter is not looking so hot here in Moto number 1. He needs to find something before they head back on the racetrack later tonight for Pro Moto 2 in OKN Stars. Meanwhile, we're still keeping an eye on the 2 Red Army machines in 2nd and 3rd as they close the gap up to Terlecki. And you saw Massimino reach in front of the motor, try to make a little carburetor adjustment, try to find some more speed because it is not there right now for him. The only good news that is there for Massimino is that there is a big gap back to Austin Olds' MPG Kart Republic. So there's plenty of space to slow down at this rate. And you also saw Ramos take his hand in front of the engine. He can definitely tell that he is still missing a little bit to fight with the number 88 machine. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they cross the line. Terlecki continues to lead under heavy pressure from Diego Ramos. No room for error for Nick Terlecki here through turn 2.
Yeah, definitely no room for error. Looked like he went a little wide there on the exit of turn number 2. Now going to fall under fire to Ramos, who looks to stick the nose on the inside. wasn't close enough. But I think, unfortunately for Ramos here, if he can't pick up the pace and get ahead of Terlecki, he's probably going to have to swap spots with his teammate and Henry Wheeler here, Xander.
Everybody's eyes are on the racetrack right now for the OKN Stars class. There's a look on top of one of the campers for Nick Terlecki's dad, Tim, watching along, and his sister, Haley, as he continues to lead us up and over the crest. Terlecki, Ramos, and Wheeler is right there. Let's see if Henry wants to send it on his teammate. If he wants to do it and still have time to get to Nick, he needs to do it within the next lap or so because we know they're going to lose a little bit. And Terlecki is still yet to really put a major wheel wrong, even though he did kind of bounce it through turn 2 last time by. Let's see what this time looks. 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Into the corner, a little narrow for Nick, a little wide on exit. Ramos staying a little more narrow on exit. That's going to get him a better run to 4. He's going to look for it, looking for it, and he can't get there. Terlecki closes the door.
Yeah, not going to be enough, but Henry Wheeler, the fastest car on the racetrack here. He's going to have to go ahead of Ramos here at some point. I just don't think Ramos can find a way around Wheeler here, Xander.
Yeah, you saw Ramos put a hand in the air back to Henry Wheeler. I don't know if that was a thank you or if he's maybe even thinking of pointing him by at this point. I know Diego is really wanting to get that maiden U.S. national title, but Henry is trying to put himself back in that picture as well. So they both still need every position they get. He is on track for a maximum points haul here in Moto number 1. He's got 2 laps keeping him from it. 2 to go here at the line. And look behind. Massimino has fallen all the way back to Austin Olds there for 4th and 5th. So I thought Matt Pauly had plenty of room. There is something way amiss on the BJR MDR cart further back. Here's Ramos again, this time with a big send. He'll take the lead. Wheeler's going to get alongside him as well. Terlecki back to 3rd.
Wheeler going to slot back in a line after going side by side with his teammate there. A 1-2 for PSL. And I'm sure the Red Army is absolutely ecstatic right now on the fence line as Terlecki falls back to the 3rd spot. And Massimino, like we said, still very busy on the needles. It seems like they haven't figured out that carburation just yet in Pro Moto 1.
Pauly's going to have to block and make that cart really wide here with a lap and a quarter to go to try and salvage a 4th place result. Austin Olds still looking pretty fast, even though he's kind of gotten shuffled around a little bit in this opening moto. White flag in the air. Wheeler definitely has a little more horsepower, I feel like, than Diego Ramos. How nice is he going to be to the number 21? Is he going to play kind of the team player role, get himself a safe 2nd place and help Diego kind of shorten that gap and potentially take the points lead? Terlecki just had a big bobble there out of turn number 3 and lost a ton of time. So if he wants to go, he's got the window where Diego may only fall back to 2nd, but he needs to be closer than that. That was a bad exit out of turn number 5, and now Ramos is up by 2 car lengths to the S's.
Yeah, this is really good for both drivers here, especially Wheeler. Had a pretty good qualifying, so I would really be surprised to see them fight here all the way to the end, Xander.
Diego's going to take it normally through the sweeper. He'll open up nicely through 13. Over to 14, nothing crazy from Wheeler. Massimino's going to hang on. Austin Olds back there in the 5th spot will as well. To the line, it is going to be Diego Ramos, who keeps a PSL 1-2 nice, with Wheeler right behind him at the checkers. Nick Terlecki 3rd. Pauly Massimino hangs on for 4th over Austin Olds. Caleb Gaffera back in 6th. Then Aiden Fox in 7th. Lorenko ends in 8th. DeMello ends up a little further back battling. You saw with him and Josh Holtz across the line. Shea Aldrich were able to get around both of them. Take a look at the radiator on Austin Olds. That bottom bracket has broken, and I don't believe that would be a penalty. I'd have to check the rules. They have gotten stricter on body parts failing, but that radiator slapping that left rear tire is not helping Austin Olds' case to go fast whatsoever. So impressive that he was able to put the laps that he did and hang on to a top 5 finish. But Diego puts Brazil on top here in OKN Stars Moto 1. Wheeler, Terlecki, Massimino, your top 5 as we bring it to a close and start to gear up for gearbox racing action. Pro Stars now lined up on the grid and getting ready to fire with the rest of the field of nearly 25, I believe, between the ROK Stars and Pro Stars drivers, and we'll keep a tab on the blue and white and orange magic carts of Michael Riccio and AJ Myers, who have to roll from the tail end of the field in both Pro Motos. You heard it from AJ. He called his shot. He said, I think we can get a couple top 5s out of this deal. No problem. I just got to get through that start, and I'm definitely a little more worried after the way it worked for that first Pro Masters run off the line with the Carnage. So that has definitely shaken our grid up quite a bit. There you can see the two of them lined up at the back. Myers on the left, Riccio on the right. Riccio will get the cleaner racetrack, but really from that far back, you're just hoping for a clear path rather than the benefit or loss of the surface. But they're going to push off and fire the engines, and we will bring you the starting lineup for the Pro Stars opening moto here this afternoon from Cincinnati. Jay Irwin, the Kiwi kid, who made such an impression, a massive splash here in the States this year. He's been running a partial schedule in the U.S. over the last year and a quarter, really. A handful of local races and testing back home in New Zealand. And then this year, the full Stars Championship Series, the full Superkarts USA Pro Tour, got a podium in Orlando, a win in Charlotte, and while he had a bit of a bummer run that put him 9th in the points coming into this weekend, he put it straight to the top of the pylon in qualifying over the All-American badass Billy Musgrave, who rolls off on the outside of row 1.
Vincenzo Saracino, a really good qualifying session yesterday. Going to put him on the inside, starting third, alongside Josh Conker, who was able to get back on the podium last time out at the King of the Castle. Gavin Bailiff in his backyard, starting on row number 3 alongside Ian Quinn.
Charlie Steins, the best of the Factory Fury GP karts, lines up in the inside of row 4 alongside the number 3 plate, Justin White. And you have to go all the way back to 9th to find the reigning series champ, Talon Yockel, who is trying to make the most of the opportunity with the points leader starting from the rear. He rolls off in 9th alongside Eli Fox in 10th.
You go back to Jared Ramnarine and Annie Ruan, row number 6. Carmody, Pegram, Kennedy, Ocasio, Jason Enrique, Frankie Iadavea, Tegan Poles, and Mitchell Lowry, your top 10 rows.
The final few rows will populate your screen with Logan Hickman and Eric Hugh, Chris Farino, and then again, Michael Riccio rolls off on the outside of row 12 in 24th. AJ Myers, the Magic Man, needs a magical run to the motos as he lines up in position number 25 at the back of the grid. There is the two Magic karts ready to try and make quick work of the field. A long way forward for the two of them. We already got problems. Tegan Poles, hands in the air. She has stalled it on the grid. That will knock off the start, I believe. Let's see, there is Rusty Ferguson's going to try and quickly bump start her. If he can't do it on 1 or 2 tries, they're going to have to wave the field around, and Tegan will have to go to the back. So that'll be one free spot for AJ. But it looks like they got her. So we're good now. 25 deep. Jay Irwin on the inside. Billy Musgrave on the outside. To the lights for Pro Moto 1 and Pro Stars. Who gets the whole shot? Give it to Billy Musgrave, one of the best in the business, will lead us through turn 1. And Josh Conker into third, and Vincenzo Saracino breaks off the line.
No idea what happened to Vincenzo Saracino. Just went into the grass there, and Jay Irwin as well. Almost caught sleeping there. Musgrave caught him, and then Gavin Bailiff in fourth. Everybody else side by side. You see Myers around the outside looking to get some move done already ahead of Riccio here, Xander.
Michael Riccio following his teammate through. Look at them on the inside of Kyle Kennedy on that HMG TB kart. Myers gets through. Riccio does not. Now he'll go to work on fellow teammate Jonathan Ocasio here in the S's. Ocasio trying to go, and there's Riccio with a move attempt on Kyle Kennedy. Didn't quite work there in the back S's. Up front, Justin White with a move there on Ian Quinn. He gets through. There's Gavin Bailiff ahead of Charlie Steins into fourth. And, couple tripped up. Eli Fox and Ian Quinn get together. Ramnarine, look at the stack up. All right in front of AJ Myers, who goes way off the racetrack. Myers and Talon Yockel stalls it. Yockel on the number 1 plate trying to get it refired, and it looks like the spark plug boot came out of the number 1 plate.
A lot of issues all over the racetrack here. Ian Quinn, Tegan Poles way up in the air there. And out of this one early, Talon Yockel out with the spark plug boot coming off. It seems like going to get refired here, but a lot of issues for a lot of drivers. Quinn had issues, and more just find themselves. That's out of Iadavea. Carnage, absolute carnage so far in this Pro Stars race.
And it will not refire. The second place in the points, the reigning champ, Talon Yockel, with problems here in Pro Moto 1. Meanwhile, Billy Musgrave is finally getting some good luck as Myers goes back down the inside of Riccio. He had to take crazy evasive action there with the carnage. You could see the rubber marking on the front of the bumper as they just kind of all stacked up in front of him. But the Magic Man, I think, is going to cross the line somewhere around 12th or 13th. He was 15th last time by. Yeah, mark him 12th. So good march forward as here's Ian Quinn next on the docket. Quinn's going to go a little wide in 2. And AJ will get through. That's another spot. Move him to 11th there on the number 200. So Billy Musgrave's lead up to about a second over Jay Irwin. Josh Conker, his teammate under the JMF Racing Factory Kart banner, running in third and applying a lot of pressure to the New Zealander as he's got pressure of his own. Gavin Bailiff is right there in the fourth spot on the TKG Kart Republic, trying to move his way up into third. Had one driver go off at the top of the hill, and I think it might have been Jared Ramnarayan on the 261 that were following him right behind David Carmody and Annie Rule, and Annie fell behind the two of them. She's now back to 10th. AJ in 11th. Next one on the docket for him as Gavin continues to apply some more heat to Conker.
Yeah, Gavin's still looking to get ahead of Josh Conker here. Conker, really good exit out of turn number 3. Bailiff just still not close enough. I want to take a look back at Ian Quinn's rear bumper. He has some sort of issue that's really slowing him down here. Whenever he came out of the final couple of corners, that rear bumper was kind of lodged on both tires. I don't even know if those sides of the rear bumper are still on his machine there, but big issues for Ian Quinn at the start of this one. You see all the corners that happen at the start of this race.
Yeah, that bumper is definitely bent up on both ends there as he and Eli Fox got together. Looks like, if anything, it might be curved in more so to the left rear tire, but here's Annie Rule going on Jared Ramnarayan, and AJ Myers has already got around both of them. That was Michael Riccio going by on Quinn now, and that bumper is starting to definitely dig into the ground. What a shot that is there. Talon Yockel off on the side, watching and looking away while the field runs behind him, and check it out. Gavin Bailiff has driven around Josh Conker. Bailiff up into third. Charlie Steins with a career best run here in Pro Moto 1. He's trying to challenge for fourth right now as they come out of turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, good run up the field for Charlie Steins. He's going to go on the inside of Conker, not close enough that time by, but very, very good pace out of that Factory Fury GP machine here. And Justin White, the lead of the Maranellos at the moment, in 6th. Fox 7th there at the moment. So not a bad showing as Mark Steele on the fence line looking on as his driver in Ian Quinn continuing to struggle. There's Jay Irwin, just hasn't been able to make a dent in the gap that Musgrave has. Musgrave has been lapping a 10th quicker as Ramnarayan able to get back ahead on Annie Rule.
Those two having quite a scrap back there for the 12th and 11th positions. Let's keep an eye on the action on the racetrack here with 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, folks. Plenty of time still to roll, but for PSL Karting, they've at least got one win already of the 2 pro classes motos, and that was with Diego Ramos at the helm. Let's hear from the Brazilian as he just came off the racetrack. Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Diego, it's been a pretty solid opening, race to your weekend. How would you kind of rank your progression so far heading into Moto number 2?
Yes, yesterday we didn't have amazing quali, P4, but I mean, we know if we put everything together, we have a fast car, and then we just did for today, and then we show our pace. Also, my teammate was faster too in the final, in the heat, and then we say we keep pushing, we keep improving, and to come back to the lead in the championship.
You explained to me before the interview. Kind of the how difficult it is to make passes when you're close to somebody. Can you explain that to the viewers back at home?
Yeah, like I said to you, when you get close with the guy in front in the OKN, because we don't have like amazing bottom, when he start blocking, he can come back early in the throttle going out the corner, and then you need to wait more behind him, and then your engine go like really rich, and then you lose a bit in the bottom. That difficult our race, but I mean it's a bit more difficult to race OKN, but I like it like this. We need to drive a bit more aggressive to make the passes. And then, yes.
Now, how confident are you heading into Moto 2, knowing that the team as a whole has been pretty good with you and Henry Wheeler in the 1-2?
I'm feeling confidence now with my teammate Fast. I think we just keep improving. And it's really important for the team, be both in the front, just show everybody we come back strong from the race before. We are showing the pace, and we keep pushing and improving.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
There you have it from Diego Ramos. While we were side by side there, you saw a very scary moment. Big crash at the back of the field, way back around 19th and 20th, involving a number of drivers, and the leaders just barely got through without any issues. Speaking of getting through, AJ Myers has now gotten by Eli Fox. We saw that there at the end of that clip as well. So Mark the Magic Man up and into 7th. Justin White is about 4 seconds up the road. Michael Riccio has clawed his way up into 10th. So it's still a decent points haul, and considering Talon Yockel has gone out, that's a big hit to his championship hopes. But you know who's looking really good right now? The man in third. Gavin Bailiff stands to potentially leapfrog his way up into second in the point standings off of this Pro Moto alone and make up some ground on AJ Myers. There's only so many points up for grabs here in each of the motos, but with AJ starting at the back for both and Gavin having a great one right now, he could all of a sudden even up that 93-point margin that he entered the weekend trailing with by the time we get onto the grid for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show tomorrow afternoon. So Gavin Bailiff right now, a second clear of Charlie Steins more or less. It probably will end there because he doesn't have the pace quite to run up to Jay Irwin. The New Zealander is 2 seconds up the road. What's more interesting here is Josh Conker. Again, we heard from him a little bit, and we've talked about him a little earlier in the weekend, how the factory car driver from Canada injured his ribs here at this racetrack 1 month ago at the SCUSA Pro Tour. It's only one rib that's a bit damaged right now. He said he can try and make it, but he was debating of whether or not to run all of the practice sessions, and it kind of got canceled for him with that last one getting rained on. But he's obviously got good one-lap pace, qualifying inside the top 2 rows. But over the course of the long run here in this opening Pro Moto, he has slowly slipped backwards here, and now he's fighting to hang on to that 5th spot because Justin White on the Maranello is looking good, trying to get the red, black, and yellow machines at least one top 5 result with their other driver, Vincenzo Saraceno, going out before the racing even began, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Saraceno, but I mean, again, on the topic of Josh Conker, 12 minutes plus 2 laps. It's a very physical race, a very physical racetrack. You need to really give it everything because nobody's really going to let you take a rest or even take a breath for even a couple of seconds here. So Conker, you know, as much as he'd like to kind of sit back and rest and maybe even miss a race, he can't do that. He's in the championship. He needs to continue to push, and he understands that. He knows that he needs to push that JMF team forward, especially when a guy like Billy Musgrave is also up there fighting for race wins and podiums every single time they come out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, how about this for Billy Musgrave right now? 1.6 seconds out and keeping the young kid, the 15-year-old from New Zealand, at bay at the moment. Back behind, we're watching those 2 battles there, 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th. There goes A.J. Myers all alone in 7th. Eli Fox in 8th, and Michael Riccio caught up to David Carmody last time by. He might be able to get there for 9th, but here's a look at the margin from 1st to 2nd. It's been all factory car, all American-made against the kid from down under, and you've got years of experience. Billy Musgrave was still racing in pro shifter action when Jay Irwin was born 15 years ago, Caleb. That just shows you the difference of the driver levels here in this class in experience alone. Jay Irwin's only been driving a shifter kart for 14 months. Billy Musgrave has definitely been putting in the hours over the years. He's a 4-time Super Nationals champion for a reason, and we've just been waiting for the weekend to finally come together because he is such a busy man helping all of the drivers under the factory kart banner here with JMF Racing at the Stars events, with his own operation at the SCUSA Pro Tour. It's rare that sometimes he's able to even touch his own go-kart, much less make sure all the nuts and bolts are nice and tight on that thing. So between that and just not having as much time as maybe some other efforts to dial himself in, that makes it tougher for him to put results together. But when he rolls off the truck fast, you got to be worried because he's going to stay fast, and that's been the case so far.
Yeah, no, for sure. Another driver with a lot of pace here, Charlie Steins, now starting to apply a little bit of pressure to Gavin Bailiff. The Steins fade low, not as of yet, and still continue to lap around. But very, very good pace out of Charlie Steins the last time by, a 53.2, and similar for Gavin Bailiff, 53.2 as well. So kind of staying stagnant here, going back and forth with who has the quicker lap times. But I think at this point, when you start kind of thinking of your equipment, you want to start saving a little. And I think that's exactly what Gavin Bailiff and Steins are doing here at this point, Xander.
Yeah, at least in the case of Steins, he has the decision to make here. Now he's going to try, but not really enough room to make something happen there in turn 13. And the downside, again, you heard from Diego Ramos how tough it is to pass an OKN. The same goes for Pro Stars, as Josh Conker has now faded behind A.J. Myers and Justin White. So Myers, I wasn't sure if he was going to make up that gap, but it seems like, based on his pre-race prediction, Caleb, of getting to the top 5, it seemed a little far-fetched a few laps ago. It doesn't seem out of reach now. Last time by for the Magic Man of 52.6. That was 0.4 better than Justin White as he made the pass on Josh Conker. So he is definitely going to arrive to challenge for 5th here, coming to 2 laps to go. And we've got then 2 battles to really focus on. The fight for 3rd as Gavin Bailiff tries to fend off the Factory Fury GP Motorsport entry of Charlie Steins, and the battle for 5th between Justin White and the hard-charging A.J. Myers, who will have gained a net of 20 and nearly gets the move done right there in 13. White's going to cross it over and hold on out of 14. 2 more laps. Justin's trying to hang on and hold off one of the most highly decorated shifter drivers, one of the most highly decorated kart drivers, period, in the last 15 years.
Yeah, I'll tell you what about A.J. Myers. Absolutely pushing, the only driver still in the 52s outside of Musgrave and Jay Irwin. So definitely pushing, not leaving anything on the table. Doesn't leave anything on the table for Justin White in turn 4. He's going to get the move done and inside of the top 5.
Simultaneously, Michael Riccio had caught up to Eli Fox last time as well, back in the 8th position, 13 seconds away from the leaders. His teammate, Eli Fox's teammate, Charlie Steins, on the other end, trying to still bring the fight to Gavin Bailiff. But with only a lap and a quarter to go, he's running out of time, and Bailiff knows it, so he's going to start parking the bus on the inside, try to bring home a third. That would still make some points up to AJ, but it won't be enough to take over the lead by the end of this moto. White flag in the air, Bailiff low. Here comes Steins trying the high side. Not going to happen, but he will get it over-under done, and Charlie gets through to 3rd. Bailiff back to 4th.
How about that for Charlie Steins to get that move done there on the hometown kid, who moves back to 4th. Steins now going to look back, look to defend from Bailiff. So already a really good fight on our hands in between Steins and Bailiff, all the way to the checkered flag here in a couple of moments' time.
Speaking of going to the checkered flag, Jay Irwin has continued to push on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. The young buck still trying to make up the ground to Billy Musgrave, who I would have to imagine has been managing the tires and trying to burn up that gap that he had. You can see AJ is closing in on Bailiff and Steins. I think he's going to come up 1 lap short of going any bit further, and Bailiff's going to cover it off. But Billy Musgrave dominates Pro Moto 1. Irwin finishes 2nd. Here comes the run to the line for 3rd on back. Steins, Bailiff, Myers right there at the end in 5th. Justin White 6th. And something happened to Josh Conker on this last lap. Or no, he did cross, sorry. Conker good there in 7th, but he did lose some time. Michael Riccio 8th. He gets around Eli Fox late in the going. David Carmody rounds off the top 10. But there will be a lot to clean up. About a 4-car pileup in the back. Talon Yockel has his number 1 plate kart off on the side as well, with a disappointing end to Pro Moto 1. So it's Musgrave by a 2nd over Jay Irwin. It was at one point built up to 1.6. He bled that gap down as he started to cool the tires back off at the end, down to 1 second. Steins, Bailiff, Myers, the ending top 5 from Pro Stars Moto number 1. And man, there was action all around in that one, Caleb.
Yeah, all over the field. We saw a lot of contact, a lot of passes. And I mean, that's why we love shifter racing, right? That's why it's the main event of the day, last race of the day. So always love to see some guys and girls bang some gears and really try and make moves here across every single corner. But a lot of pickups set to come our way, and I'll definitely like to hear what some of the drivers had to say about the racetrack after that one, David.
Yep, we'll take a break. On the other side, we will hear from some of our top contenders in Pro Shifter and get ready for pre-final action here from the Clash at the Club. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here to the Stars Championship Series clash at the club from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And the All-American Badass has done a fantastic job. Billy Musgrave dominated the opening Pro Moto. And as we get set to go into pre-final action, we're going to send it down to Alex to hear from Mr. Factory Karts USA himself.
Thank you, Xander. Billy, you're sweating, but I have to take it as more because of the heat and not because of how hard it was out there, because you made it look easy. Over a 1 second gap there at the end. I mean, it looked like you were almost just managing the gap towards the end. Is that what it felt like in the kart?
Yeah, I mean, it got out to a great start, and then kind of pushed for the first 4 or 5 laps, and once I saw I had a pretty reasonable gap to, I think it was Irwin right behind me. From there, just kind of played it smart, just kind of cruised, make sure we save the tires for the second moto. But yeah, kart felt freaking awesome. Really haven't changed much since we got here yesterday. Finally have some brakes now, so everything's working up to 100% like it should be. And yeah, kind of rolling right now.
Is it fair to say that the kart feels just as good as yesterday?
I would say so, yes.
One more moto today for you, Billy. I mean, what can we expect?
Hopefully another 1 second lead.
The grip seems to be pretty good out there. Is it maintained throughout the day, or has the sun been baking it?
So that's actually what kind of caught me out yesterday. You know, we were so fast first 2 sessions, and I had that little bit of rain there, and then the track dried up, and the little cooler temperature, kart freaking took off, and it was a rail. Then going into qualifying, I wasn't sure how much it was going to grip up. You know, sometimes with these tires, when everybody puts new ones on, it gets a little bit more greasy than it does grippy. But yeah, no, the rubber actually stacked a little bit yesterday. So it caught us out as a little bit too tight in quali. Just made a small little change with the rear width this morning, and it's been perfect ever since.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you very much.
That fro is fast. Billy Musgrave with a flag-to-flag win in Pro Stars for their opening moto. He'll have to back it up again to get the pole for the main tomorrow, though. The main for ROK Masters is about to get set, at least their starting grid, because it's pre-final action here for the clash at the club. John Bonanno and Nicky Coelho, your front row as they roll through the trim lines, and the lights are out. We're racing down to turn number 1, and what a start for John Bonanno and that entire inside group. Andy Kutcher and Jacob Neary get by. Coelho will slot into 4th. David Goldman into 5th, and a couple are going to go a little bit wide. They're coming out of turn number 2, Caleb.
Yeah, it looked like it was Steele, the driver off the racetrack there early. Could have been Lee as well. One of the Kart Republics there that was off, but everybody else still cycling through in the top 5. Before the race started, I noticed that Settles looked down at his, what I believe was his motor, and he is at the back of the pack. So could be something to miss here for Clay Settles, and definitely looks like something to miss for Clay Settles here, Xander.
Yeah, you can see the head bobbing, and that's it's almost like the fuel pickup on something or another going into the carburetor. We're just kind of throttling up and then just running out of gas from what I can tell just from the outside. But, oh, we got one way off all the way down in front of us. 2 of them, actually. 2 of the Magic Karts, teammates together there. The 211 of John Sinescu and the 296, I believe, of Tom Gerstner. Both of them going out from 8th and 9th, and they're going to get back going. Looked like Sinescu really smoked that clutch getting out back out onto the racetrack. And we got more. David Galonia has now gone off at the end of the front straightaway into turn number 1. So chaos all around as this KA Master Pre-final gets underway. There's Tyler Prestel making a move on the Eyes Up Body Symmetry MD entry of Brand Estes. So that was would have been for 10th. Now it's for 9th with Galonia knocked out. So big shakeups already. Bonanno, Kutcher, Coelho, and Jacob Neary, your top 4.
Yeah, very good pace out of John Bonanno all weekend long. It seemed like at rounds number 1 and 2, really just had to be the one chasing. Now he's the one being chased as Coelho on the inside of Kutcher. Coelho able to get clear and up in a second. Everybody else from 4th on back, still single file. Queen in 6th, Zach Corder, after having an unfortunate sequence of events in heat race number 2, finds himself in the 7th position, but still trying his best to make up more spots and have a good starting spot for later on in the day. And then you see a little bit of a shuffle just on the edge of the top 10. Presto up to 8th, Estes to 9th, and Lee to 10th.
Through the turn 4 complex we go once again. David Goldman, little bit of a narrower exit, kind of cost him some time to Jacob Neary. But for Nicky Coelho, he's already marching forward another 10th. Last time by was a bit of a gain, which was nice. This time looks like it might be even more so as John Bonanno takes us up and over the crest with only a car length to boot. Goldman back behind was looking on Neary. He thought better of it and tucked in. This pack goes about to 7th, but it's going to get tighter. New leader Coelho through in turn 13 and all the way back to Zach Corder there on the 260, who is rebounding from his crash in heat number 2. Across the line, change in the top spot for the first time. We're going to change it again. Bonanno wants the lead right back in turn 1.
Yeah, looked like Austin Queen was going on David Goldman as well, so there's a pass for the back for P5. And there you see that little bit of a shuffle there. Quarter looking on the inside of Goldman. Wasn't close enough that time by for Zach Quarter.
Yeah, Zach Quarter on the black and chrome TKG Kart Republic is going to get a little bit of a run as Goldman kind of runs it wide out of turn 4 and 5 that time. But he didn't have anywhere to really go with that momentum, so he'll stay back in tow. Over the curves we go once again, this time with Andy Kutcher back a little bit closer. Neary a little closer as well as we approach the halfway mark towards the line with about 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Bonanno continues to lead and try to elevate himself in that championship chase. He's had podiums this year. He's had good runs through the heats. I don't think he's led as many laps as he's led this weekend. This has been a great Saturday afternoon for John Bonanno and the Comp Kart crew.
Yeah, good weekend nonetheless for Bonanno. Goldman as well. Just a little bit of the opposite, right? Goldman was kind of one of the ones leading as Coelho now on the inside on Bonanno. Coelho going to be your new leader. Now Bonanno falling under fire to Kutcher as well. And already just a mix-up here as it continues to progress. But Goldman been on the back foot all weekend long, has a race win already this year. Just has been lacking a little bit to the top 5. Looking to get in the mix as well for the Team Ferris Racing DAP Kart driver there who sits in 6th at the moment. So some work to do and still a lot to learn as they're going to go longer than they have all weekend long here in this pre-final.
Speaking of learning, I think Jacob Neary, big bobble from Goldman right there at the end of the S's. He'll wag the tires before the sweeper to try and clean them back off, but that's going to back up himself and Zach Quarter from this group of 5 at the front. That Austin Queen has finally started to really join the picture, and Neary as well, I think, was fastest on track last time around. And Coelho feeling the heat from from Bonanno, waited till the last possible second to open up at turn 1. He's got to be careful about that with how late he opens back up for the turn before he gets called for multiple moves into turn 4. He's going to do the same thing. Actually, this time he's going to stay on the low side, taking a page out of the KA Stars and KA Juniors books by defending a bit early in this KA Master Pre-final. Maybe trying to just buy himself some real estate or trigger a fight for second, which would inevitably have the same effect.
Yeah, most definitely there. So we'll see what it looks like for Bonanno as this race continues to progress here. The top 5 just kind of very, very close here in this one. There goes Bonanno, fades low, fades back to the top of the racetrack behind Coelho. Looks like Bonanno wanted to go and thinks about it again, just thinks better of it every time that he kind of gets a nose close to the rear bumper there, Xander.
Out of the last turn, David Goldman and both Zach Quarter have definitely made some inroads back to the leading quintet. This time, though, it looks like they still are about a second and a half back, but they both picked up about 3 to 4 tenths last time around, partly helped due to Coelho's defending. Is he going to go to the low side as we got problems with the 275? The Tony Kart driver has tagged the wall. That is Jennings, and he has severely damaged that front nose cone. He's got the visor up. He's definitely coming to pit lane with the kart in that kind of shape. So a lot of attrition, probably more than I think most of the field anticipated in this KA Masters Pre-final. Gerstner out, Stanescu out, Settles pulled in on his top kart. So we're down to about 18, still rolling at this point. Jacob Neary there giving a little wave back to Austin Queen. I don't know if that was to ask him to calm down or what, but that was a new hand signal. I haven't seen that one, at least in quite a while. They kind of wave up and down with the hand, but either way, they're all still rolling nicely down the front stretch. Coelho the leader, back to Bonanno with a small gap to Andy Kutcher, and I'd love to know what these guys' gear ratios are, because whether it's just the fact the leaders, the top 2, are getting out of that last corner better, or they've got a much longer gear that allows them to kind of run all the way to the end of the front stretch and keep building power. Kutcher, you can see he closes up to them here in turns 4 and 5, is good in the infield. The moment they hit this long straightaway, we see a 3 to 4 car length gap begin to form back from the number 1.
Yeah, for sure. David Goldman had a really good lap a couple of laps ago, a 1:01. A 1 minute .148 for Goldman. He was able to get to the rear bumper there of Austin Queen at the tail end of the top 5, and he's bringing along with him Zach Quarter. So could be something to look out for here when and if they decide to fight here. Still a lot of racing action to go. Just under 4 minutes when they cross the stripe.
Quite a bit of time left still. That is going to give you probably another 7 laps or so around this place. Nicky Coelho content to lead and doing everything he can to keep it that way. And while John Bonanno was pressuring him and trying to go by a few laps earlier, he has since just kind of bided his time back in second and pushed him along, trying to string the field back out again before he maybe makes another bid for that top spot. This lead group of 7 has pulled away by nearly 5 seconds back to the next group. Greg Leahy leads a pair with himself and Brant Estes in 8th and 9th. It's about a second back to Tyler Prestle's AMAX Racing Tony Kart in 10th. And then the field is kind of, again, just, slowly spaced around the racetrack in packs of 1, 2, and 3. This is the biggest group right here. We've only got actually now 16 left running. Galonia's pulled in. Jennings we saw pulled in. So only 16 remain. And you're not missing much while we stay on this lead group because the rest of the pack is just, it's not a pack at this point. Peter Cook's alone. The 2 Marinellos in the midfield are alone of Kevin and Ken Simonelik. Same for Scott Carapolati and Marciano Santos, who runs by himself on the DR kart. It's all about this front 7 pack right now. Nicky Coelho still leading the way with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, very fast for Nicky Coelho, but not as fast as Austin Queen, who went quick his last time by. A 59.979 for Mr. Queen here, who sits in 4th. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Queen attempt a move on the back straightaway on Andy Kutcher. So definitely wouldn't surprise me. We'll see if Mr. Queen is going to go for it here down the back straightaway this time around. Is he going to go? Is he going to wait? Is he going to push? It looks like he will wait just that little bit longer here. But David Goldman very, very close on the rear bumper there of Neary on the edge of the top 5.
All 7 of these drivers just kind of feel gridlocked, Caleb. At moments or another, they seem to get to each other's rear bumper and then just kind of stall out. I don't know if that's partly by choice, if they're just waiting, or if they really are struggling to, make up time against one another. I mean, Austin Queen, granted, has gone around Neary, but beyond that, there's been little to no movement, even with passing attempts inside this pack, as long as we've been following it. Maybe that'll change with 2 to go. If Coelho defends, that'll surely open the box up for more and more moves, but the draft is kind of keeping them together. I think they're all running even times, probably within a 1/10 to 2/10 in average pace on the session, but not as many passes as a pack of 7 you would think would bring in any division, regardless of whether it's a junior, senior, or masters. Here's one as the number 1 goes to the top spot. John Bonanno finally breaks the ice and goes back to the lead here. Coming to the line, it'll be 3 laps to go. And the comp kart's going to have pressure coming. Here comes another run from Coelho, looking low to the inside and 1. He won't get there.
Yeah, got a little sideways there, under braking. Now under threat to Andy Kutcher, who looks to go around the outside, not able to get it done. So Coelho holds on to the 2nd spot, and everybody else starting to make moves. Neary looking to defend from Goldman, who goes to the top of the racetrack. And everybody's still single file here, but Coelho lost a lot of time to John Bonanno on the exit there of turn number 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did not really get the best exit there. Didn't get the best one out of 7 either. But thankfully, they've still pulled away from 3rd on back, which might get a little crazy here in a moment. How about a crazy move from Austin Queen? Well, that was pretty textbook, but he did go a little too hot in, and now Jacob Neary's going to make him pay and try to take 4th away. Queen's going to fight back on the inside. That'll bog them both down. It's going to buy Andy Kutcher some real estate. And behind them, David Goldman and Zach Corder are just looking for a gap, looking for an alleyway to follow around, but there's going to be nowhere to go. These 2 are going to go back and forth. Queen back to the inside of Jacob Neary. Door to door out of turn 2. He'll muscle his way on by through 3. As up front, Bonanno has started to go to the low side in front of Nicky Coelho. And look at that big slide by Neary, and he ends up getting into the back of David Goldman.
Yeah, unfortunate sequence of events there for Neary and Goldman, who lose a lot of time to the pack that they were in. And they're starting to lose time to the gap further back with Lee and Estes and Tyler Prestle, who currently sits 10th as well, who's one of the contenders in every single one of the heat races, but has had to work his way up ever since. There goes Coelho on the inside of Bonanno, gets the door shut again while he has a foot in there Just still not close enough for Coelho. Going to need to pull something out of the bag and get creative on John Bonanno if he wants to take away the pre-final victory.
Yeah, Bonanno has done a great job keeping that comp cart nice and wide. White flag in the air. One more lap to still do it. Coelho's going to push him into one. Look high, look low. I don't think he'll get there by 2. Yes, he will. Big late lunge from Nicky Coelho, and it caught Bonanno off guard, and that's going to open up the margin to 2 or 3 tenths now as they run into turn number 4.
Yeah, I think Bonanno still has a lot of pace and enough pace to try and go back on Nicky Coelho on the back straightaway. So definitely still a lot to play for here for Nicky Coelho. He cannot stop pushing because Bonanno does have a lot of pace and his Timmy comp cart machine.
As the field heads out of the S's now, over and out of the back left 90, and to the crest we go. Nicky Coelho's lead of a half car length back to John Bonanno. Still holding strong there through that left sweeper. Now to the last 2 turns. A nice surprise move. Got him the lead. Can he hold it? It looks good out of 14. Bonanno will have a decent run. It will not be enough, I think, to get there. Checkers in the air. Nicky Coelho will flip the front row for tomorrow. He wins the pre-final in KA Masters. Bonanno second, Kutcher third, Queen fourth. Zach Corder on the last few laps able to sneak away into 5th over Neary and Goldman, who end up 6th and 7th. We'll see if those results get flipped due to the contact that sent them down the order. Greg Leahy in 8th, Tyler Prestel 9th. He gets around Brant Estes late in the going to take that spot away. Then Peter Cook, Anthony Stifler, Marciano Santos, back to Carapalati, Simonellic. Actually, something happened to Santos. Santos faded behind Carapalati on the last lap. Then Kevin and Ken Simonellic just from 15th and 16th. But a lot more failing to finish than you would probably put down on paper. David Galonia out. Damian Jennings out. Clay Settles out. John Sinescu out. And Tom Gerstner out as well of the 21 in KA Masters. But that pre-final comes to a close, and we go back to the grid for the next one. From the veterans down to the micro swifts. The engine's already fired as they're getting set to roll. We'll bring the lineup up for you to take a look.
Yeah, the micro swifts have definitely delivered a lot of racing action throughout the weekend. The likes of Santi Orioli, Zane Burgess, Easton Kubinski have all, kind of just fought it out for heat race victories. But it's Zane Burgess starting on the inside alongside Santi Orioli, Jake Manalio, and Easton Kubinski on row number 2.
Back to row 3, Lawrence Perriman and Jaden Francisco make up spots 5 and 6. Hudson Howard and Lennox Lockhart, a couple of rookies on row number 4.
You go back to Jack Katowski and Dominic Gaddis on row number 5. Marcelo Flores and Darius Warnowicz, row 6.
Back to row 7, Danny O'Gara has had a topsy-turvy Saturday. He'd like to turn that around with a good run here in the pre-final. He starts alongside Wyatt Huntsbarger's Magic Kart in 13th and 14th. Then it's George Zeminski and Kaysen Hendrickson on row number 8.
Miles Wilson and Will Feichentinger on row number 9. Drake Willinson and Jackson Frank, your top 20 drivers here this weekend.
Back to the last row, Lincoln Wiley and Liat Simonellic on the final starting spots here in 21st and 22nd. We got problems. Zane Burgess has come to a halt right here coming out of pit lane. If we can pan the camera to the right, the engine has stalled, and the Sodi team is frantically trying to get their leading young superstar off the grid. Problems as well for the number 20 late off the grid. You can see on the access road, they're trying to fire Zane up. He's halfway down past the end of the grid here, and it is a mad dash to try and get him fired up, and I don't think it's going to go. Zane Burgess, the championship points leader, is looking down a fail to start result here from the pre-final for Microswift. It would put him down to dead last to start the grid in the main event after 2 solid heat races. They are doing everything they can to try and make it through the 90-second rule. But again, they are past the front of the grid as well. They're trying to roll him back towards the starter, see if they can get him going. And I think
they're saying throttle's open,
yeah.
I think.
They're going to roll him back here and try to fix up the 55, but we are looking to go green, I believe. And indeed, green flag is out, and that'll do it for Zane Burgess. So Santi Orioli and Easton Kubinski now take the field out of turns 2 and 3 without one of the major contenders.
What a change, what a shake-up to the afternoon in Micro Swift. Orioli leads. Jake Manolio with a great start there into second on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Then behind him, Kubinski third. Good start for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro car to Jaden Francisco. He'll slot into fourth as they head out of the infield and over to the S's.
Yeah, a lot of moves there being made by all those drivers. As Santi Orioli, your leader, Manolio in second. Easton Kubinski, the driver, in third. Francisco sits in fourth. Lawrence Perriman currently P5. All single file at the moment. And as I say that, Francisco looking on the inside of Easton Kubinski. Francisco gets clear and up in a P3. So a heads-up move there by Jaden Francisco to be able to get the move done in that corner. And everybody else going to rocket their way onto the main straightaway. And a couple of moves further back, Dominic Gaddis looking on the inside of Lennox Lockhart. Gaddis gets the move done.
Good move there for Dominic Gaddis. That's another move gained for him. Lennox Lockhart maintaining where he started in the 8th position. He's been having motor issues all day long, but they think they have got it fixed. It's a bit of a carb issue throughout the day for the PSL driver, so look for him to keep making spots up as the race goes on. But out front, it's still a really good start for Santi Orioli. Behind him, Jake Manolio, but not for long. Jaden Francisco now. He started on that third row. He's up into P2 now. Lawrence Perriman behind them. As these three battle, he'll regain a chance at a top 3 position here. Lawrence Perriman, the BJR MDR driver, the number 28 machine, as Lennox Lockhart has been spun around in the back half of the racetrack. He's facing the opposite direction. That'll put him dead last here in the Micro Stars category.
Man, unfortunate for Lennox Lockhart, who is having a dream third national race start here this weekend. And man, just super disappointing there for Lennox Lockhart to find himself around in the 90-degree left-hander. But back up at the front with Santi Orioli and Jaden Francisco, who goes purple in the process behind Orioli. So we'll see what Francisco can do here as he sits back in the second spot. Still looking to make up some time. Just hasn't been close enough as of yet for Jaden Francisco. There you see Kubinski on the inside of Jake Manolio. He's able to get that move done, and he's able to get clear.
Easton Kubinski up another spot. He's up in a P3 now. Let's see if he can bring Jake Manolio into the mix. Look at this. Lawrence Perriman is back into the fray, as well as Dominic Gaddis. It's a 6-car breakaway out front, and then behind them is Hudson Howard. He is a couple seconds back from this group of 6, but if they inevitably start the battle, he'll be right back in the thick of the... I cannot speak right now, but in the mix of the race here, the top 6 still pulling away from that group of 7 on back, with Orioli leading ahead of Jaden Francisco.
And there you have Hudson Howard looking to cycle his way through as well. He finds himself in 6th now, if I'm not mistaken. 7th at the moment for Hudson Howard. Marcelo Flores, the driver behind him. And the top 2 still rocketing their way here into turn number 2 now. There's Hudson Howard and Marcelo Flores. And both the rookie up ahead and Howard has had a really good race this time out. Has definitely come to life this time around here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, but doing a good job nonetheless. Back up with our leaders, Francisco and Orioli, still single file. Kubinski looks like he has a lot of pace, so 103.397 for Easton Kubinski. He was a 10th quicker than Francisco and Orioli last time by, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Kubinski attempt a move here in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, Orioli still leads, but Jaden Francisco is hot on his tail. Behind him, like you mentioned, Kubinski. If Francisco doesn't go through, Kubinski will inevitably go through on him for that battle for second. Further back, look at that. Dominic Gaddis gotten around Lawrence Perriman and almost grip flipped there. You saw him get 2 tires up in the air there. Even in the Micro Stars category, it still happens there with how much grip there is on this racetrack. So, yeah, the MPG driver showing really good pace here. But Perriman thought about a move back to the inside, thought better of it, decides, you know what, it's better to push and not lose too much ground to the leaders rather than fight and then lose a lot of ground. So out front, it's still Orioli, Francisco, Kubinski, Manolio. It's a 4-car battle. Look at this. Francisco to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to go to P1, but only for about a second because Orioli takes it right back. Kubinski thought about an over-under move. That's not going to happen. The more they fight, the more the likes of Perriman, Gaddis will join in on the mix. But Orioli thus far holds on to the lead. But look at this. Francisco has the favorite position. He's up to P1.
Yeah, side by side there for a couple of moments. Francisco, the driver at the point. Orioli in second. Kubinski third. And then you go back to Jake Manolio, and there you have it. Francisco, bottom of the racetrack, looking to hold on to the lead. And something falling off the cart there of Santi Orioli on the back straightaway. Not sure what it was, or if it was, I guess, a loose part there on Orioli's machine. But something fell off of Orioli's car, it looked like there, Alex.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that's exactly what it was or a big piece of rubber. Nonetheless, hopefully not off of his go-kart. Look at this. Dominic Gaddis thought about a move to the inside. He might make it stick here through turn 2. Dominic Gaddis has gotten around the likes of Jake Manalio there. That's the battle for 4th. So now it's 4th, 5th, and 6th as Lawrence Perriman has lost track of the leaders and falling back. He's down in that 6th place spot. It is a piece of, what is that, maybe some tape there, Caleb?
Yeah, it looks like, it looked like tape there. I'm not sure. See if we can get some trackside reports here shortly. But we'll see what it looks like for these drivers in the top 3 when they get to the back straightaway. It's still Francisco, your leader. Orioli, the 2nd spot. Kubinski in the 4th spot. Not a lot of moves being made here. Still in single foul line. And they continue to cycle their way through. Let's go to a battle further back inside of the top 5. And actually, as I say that, they're still there. 4th, 5th, and 6th going to arrive here on the scene shortly. That's Dominic Gaddis, Jake Manalio, and Lawrence Perriman, who are all there as well. Gaddis leads that 2nd group and looking to close down his gap to the top 3 here, Alex.
Yeah, that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th is raging on. Orioli there got all sorts of sideways on the braking zone of turn number 2. Keeps it facing the right direction. Those 3 have about a 2 or 3 car length advantage over the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Here we go. Battle for 4th is raging on. Manalio thought about a move on Gaddis. Can't make it stick. It might cost him 5th here because now Lawrence Perriman is all over his rear bumper. Into turn number 5, no one's going to make a move there. Gaddis a little bit wide at the apex of the corner. Gives him a good run out, though. Let's see if those 3 can catch up to the top 3. Still a long ways to go here, Caleb. 5 minutes and some change left in this Micro Swift pre-final here. Further back, the likes of Marcelo Flores, Hudson Howard, Daniel Guerra, Katowski, they're battling for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. But these 3 on our screen, this is the closest battle on the racetrack right now, as well as the likes of Manalio, Perriman, and Gaddis. This is a good look here. Hudson Howard, as well as Marcelo Flores. Howard, I think, got a pretty bad exit there out of that corner. Looks like it was, slowing down a little bit, but it's just the grip on the racetrack. Look at this. Orioli forcing his way through, but couldn't make it stick, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think was close enough there for Santi Orioli, unfortunately. Going to have to stay in the 2nd spot. Kubinski still in 3rd here with Manalio, who lost the spot actually to Dominic Gaddis that time around. So Gaddis is up into the 4th spot. I think it was turn 2 where Gaddis was able to get it done. Then you go back to Lawrence Perriman, the lead BJR MDR driver here at the moment in this Microsoft category. They go side by side. And Orioli able to stay ahead there of Easton Kubinski. So Kubinski looking to find his way around Orioli, just not close enough. And when you look at the lap times and you see that Dominic Gaddis way wide onto the back straightaway there, losing a lot of time to Perriman, who's starting to close down his gap. But a 103.3 last time by for Orioli and a 103.4 for Francisco. Kubinski currently lapping quicker than them. And look at this little battle going on here. Hudson Howard and Jack Katowski. Katowski able to get ahead of Howard now as they're bumper to bumper all the way back to Daniel Guerra.
Katowski's made up a lot of ground there to catch up to Hudson Howard so quickly. So now Jack Katowski up into that 8th spot. Like you mentioned, Hudson Howard now under fire from Daniel Guerra. The MPG driver's had a pretty solid second half of his day, I'd say. So good run for the MPG driver there. 3 minutes to go in this one. 4-car breakaway out front, and then it's the likes of Gaddis and Perriman behind them. So if the top 4 begin the battle, it'll become a 6-car train again, which inevitably is most likely going to happen if we have to base the heat races on what we can expect here in the pre-final. Nonetheless, though, Jaden Francisco, as we have Jack Katowski off the racetrack, we were just giving him high praises there, and he's found the grass. He's got himself back on the racetrack, but much further back than he would have liked.
Yeah, I think that's one of the final times that we will ever talk good about another driver, because it just seems like all weekend long we've been commentator cursing a lot of these drivers. But there goes Orioli on the inside of Francisco. Orioli to the point. Francisco to 2nd. Kubinski to 3rd. And Manalio just sitting there patiently in 4th, looking to pick up whatever scraps that Orioli and Francisco leave them. When they cross the stripe, just under 2.5 minutes to go left in this one. Orioli, your leader. All the way back in this lead group is Dominic Gaddis in the 5th spot. Further back, Perriman currently in the 2nd group, just about in no man's land. Not close enough to get the draft from the top 5, and not close enough to get a push further back from Flores and Howard, who had some sort of issue with Katowski, as we saw Katowski have an issue there in turn number 4.
All right, less than 2 minutes to go here, Caleb, plus a couple of laps in the pre-final. So for Santi Orioli, he's still got a couple of laps here to hold on ahead of Jaden Francisco, who's arguably been the quickest driver all weekend long in the Microsoft category. Him and maybe Zane and Orioli, but Jaden Francisco, besides the qualifying effort, he's been incredibly quick in the races. Another driver that's been incredibly quick is Easton Kabinski. He's through to the inside, back to P2. Francisco, a nice crossover move. He's going to take it right back. The more they battle for second, though, it's going to give Orioli a bit of breathing room. Nonetheless, though, we know in the draft class, as we see Francisco there showing how he actually feels on the racetrack, letting Kabinski know, listen, there's no point in battling. There's still quite a bit of racing left before the checkered flag waves. Look how powerful the draft is. Down the front straightaway with a little bit of help from Kabinski. It's brought Francisco back in the mix.
Yeah, these drivers, can't talk to each other. They communicate with hand signals, but that point forward was really, really loud there by Jaden Francisco as he looks to set up an over-under on Orioli. He gets a good run out of turn number 4. They go side by side, wheel to wheel into 7. Can Francisco find a little bit of room to get it done? Not close enough. Falls back to third there. Just got stuck on the outside. Kubinski was going to push Orioli through to get himself in a comfortable spot when they get to crunch time with 2 laps to go. It's going to be 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe here, Alex.
3 laps to go next time around here for Orioli, Kabinski, Francisco Manalio going defensive on Dominic Gaddis. It won't really cost them too much lap time, though, because the top 3 are going to continue to battle. Francisco gets into the rear bumper of Easton Kabinski, and look at this. Lawrence Perriman had a poor couple of laps in the middle of this race, but he's clawed his way back up into that 6th position. He still lost ground to the top 5, but if they begin to battle, he'll still be in the mix of it all. I mean, behind him, it's a big gap. 5 seconds back to Marcelo Flores. In front of him, it's about 2 seconds to Dominic Gaddis. So he's all on his lonesome here by himself, is the 28 machine, the BJR MDR driver. But it's all still to play for here with 3 to go. And for Santi Orioli, round turn 4, he's in the clear. But for Francisco, he just got around Kabinski.
Yeah, so a good move there by Jaden Francisco to go up to 2nd. As there goes Jake Manolio on the inside of Kubinski as well. Gaddis side by side now with Kubinski up the hill. And not close enough there for Gaddis to get through. And I stand corrected because they banged wheels there for a little bit. And, yeah, it just wasn't close enough for Dominic Gaddis. But down the back straightaway, it's Jaden Francisco. A heads-up battle against Santi Orioli when they get to the 2 sticks here shortly.
Getting ready to see 2 sticks in the air for your top 2. They have about a 5 or 6 car length advantage over Jake Manalio as it stands. Kabinski, and then it's Dominic Gaddis, and then behind them it's Perriman. So this time in the air, Justin Dietrich puts the 2 sticks in the air. Santi Orioli decides it's time to go and defend his position. Jaden Francisco looking for the crossover move. We've seen this all day long. Bit of side-to-side contact, but Francisco's going to force his way through with a little bit of contact. Now Manalio's going to try it. Kabinski's going to help Orioli maintain P2. Who's going to take 2nd and 3rd here into turn number 5? Orioli holds on ahead of Manalio, ahead of Gaddis. So Easton Kabinski thought he had a free 3rd. He's actually down in 5th.
Yeah, it was close, but I don't think that was any bit of contact that Francisco would receive a penalty for. It just seemed to me in my eyes it was hard racing there by Francisco, and he set that move up nicely. But Orioli, unfortunately, was on the bad end of it and lost a lot of time to Manalio, Gaddis, and Kubinski for the 2nd spot and the spot on the outside on the front row. You saw Diego Ardiles here actually a couple weeks ago during pre-finals at the SCUSA Pro Tour. He did not want to start on the outside line, elected to start on the inside, and would purposely let people and other drivers pass him right before the start-finish line so he could get that inside starting spot. These drivers, I think they're a bit young where they still want to fight and get wherever they can and whatever they can, so they're not going to do that, but definitely something to take to note whenever you get later on in the day with the senior classes and maybe the Masters categories as well, of picking and choosing where you want to start, and you have the privilege to do that if the leader has long gone, compared if you want to start on the inside to the outside, as we see Kubinski and Gaddis go side by side here for a moment.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, it's a little bit more important this time around than what it was a couple of weeks ago because of how much rubber's being laid down. The marbles are even more exaggerated than they were a couple weeks ago. So definitely the outside is not where you want to be. A couple drivers in front of us here in our commentator's booth going off the racetrack in turn number 2, Caleb.
Yeah, a couple of drivers here collected, not sure the numbers on that. But still, the battle continuing to unfold here. White flag was out last time by as Gaddis and Kubinski continue to fight here for the 4th spot. To see who starts on the outside lane. There goes Kubinski on the inside of Gaddis, not close enough. All the while, Jaden Francisco runs away with the pre-final victory and the pole position in Micro Swift. Santi Orioli 2nd, Manolio across the line in third. Kubinski crosses fourth, able to get ahead of Perriman. Perriman actually able to get up to fifth, so good end to Perriman's race. Gaddis was the driver who lost out there, fell back to sixth. Hudson Howard, seventh. Marcelo Flores, eighth. Danny O'Gara, ninth. And Lennox Lockhart. A good recovery drive by Lennox after having a spin early on to finish inside of the top 10 here, Alex.
Yeah, impressive stuff there for Lennox. I mean, anytime you back it into a barrier and finish 10th, you'll take that any day of the week. So good run for Lennox there. Further back, we saw Jack Katowski go off the racetrack. He clawed his way back up to 11th. Darius Warrenitz in 12th. Miles Wilson, Drake Williamson, Wyatt Huntsbarger. That's your top 15. It's a magic 14 and 15.
Then you go back further back in the field with a little Fight Tinger, Lincoln Wiley, Jackson Frank. We get Simon Ellick, George Zeminski, and Kason Hendrickson round up your field here in Microsoft. Some pickup, I believe, getting set to go underway here shortly. But we're going to go quiet on the airwaves regardless and get set to go green with our Pro Masters ROK shifter and KZ shifter coming up in a couple of moments' time. Well, the engines come to life here in Pro Master Shifter as we get set to go green with our ROK power plant and our KZ power plant. As let's run you down your starting grid order here for your Pro ROK and KZ Masters. As we look for the drivers on the pole position here, Matt Machiko starting further up there as well. And we'll wait for our timing update here for our Pro Masters and our ROK Masters Pre-final here as we get set to go green in a couple of moments' time. Scott Presti, the driver on the pole position, starting alongside Mike Rivera. Jake Fetter and Luis A. Quinones on row number 2. Joe Ruck and Skitchy Barnes and Marinello Lockout of row number 3. Matt Machiko and Ryan Frank on row number 4. Ryan Frankie on row number 4. John Distawig and Luis Quinones, row number 5.
The last 3 drivers are Michael Gouache, Hugh Templeman, and Diomedes Ortiz. There's 7 rows. The last row is taken up by one single driver there, Caleb. But nonetheless, it's one of the greatest spectacles we have in all of karting. It's a standing start here with the gearbox class. And it's the Masters guys, but nonetheless, one of the more experienced drivers that we have on the national calendar, and they put on a show for us all the time. And I expect a good one here because Joe Ruck has been incredibly quick all weekend long, but with an axle issue, actually. The axle completely sheared in that second heat race with just the amount of load and how much grip there is on the racetrack is what he told me. And so that's what happened in the second heat race with him having to pull off the racetrack early. So nonetheless, it puts him.
Joe Ruck?
Joe Ruck.
Wow.
Yeah. So inside of row 3 now is the number 1 plate from last year. Expect him to make some moves early.
Yeah, so definitely let's keep an eye on Alexa Barnes, who made contact in Heat 2 as well. And Joe Ruck, drivers who we expect to work their way up the field here momentarily. But we look to Justin Dittrich as he throws up the flag, gives directions to look over to the lights. And we await the lights to go out here as the first couple come on now. And we look at Scott Presti and Mike Rivera. Lights are out. Scott Presti gets the whole shot. Mike Rivera loses time to Jake Fetter there, side by side. And Joe Ruck makes a little contact there with Luis A. Quinones. Machiko looking to go on the inside there of Quinones. He's able to get through. Frankie looking to get through as well. And a lot of drivers here side by side just kind of jockeying for position early on.
Yeah, the dream start here for Scott Presti. He got all sorts of grip on that outside row, and it worked out for him because he has a pretty good gap already to Jake Fetter, and then behind him, it's the likes of Michael Rivera. He had a great view of the starting grid there. He was up in a P2 at one point, down in third now already. Behind him is the reigning Stars champion in the Masters shifter class. It's Joe Ruck, already up a spot here, looking to make some more. Behind him, it's Skitchy Barnes on the ROK shifter package. He's been pretty quick all weekend long, missing out a little bit in terms of overall pace on the long run here, so probably not looking forward to an even longer pre-final, but nonetheless, Skitchy went back to the drawing boards a little bit. Let's see if he figured out some pace. So far, so good for him.
Yeah, we'll see as well for Joe Ruck, right? I mean, I think Xander made a really good point earlier on in the day about some of these drivers maybe opting to flip their tires, especially with how much load they're putting on the right side of the tires and how they wear. So, flipping them could be something that could work and could really become an advantage for some of these drivers. So I would be surprised if some of them decided not to do that. As we see Joe Ruck going on the inside now of Mike Rivera. Ruck had to muscle his way through, but he got it done. Rivera loses yet another spot there and falls back to fourth. Whoa. And now, wow, look at that. Skitchy Barnes and goodness gracious, the two leading ROK Power Plant drivers here going side by side, locked out in an all-out duel here as Matt Machiko looking to take advantage and go through on the two of them on the back straightaway. Just wasn't close enough that time by for Matt Machiko.
That was a crazy sequence of events there. I thought Rivera was going to lose it, regained grip, and actually got a nice crossover move on Skitchy Barnes. It cost them about 1.5 seconds to Joe Ruck, but nonetheless, it was fun for us to watch. It actually cost Skitchy Barnes another spot because now Matt Machiko is going to go through on him and defend into turn number 2 for good measure. So now move the Magic Kart driver up into the top 5. Skitchy Barnes outside now looking in. He's in that 6th spot behind him. Luis Quinones, he had a top 4 starting spot. He's down there in 7th as it stands. Robert Franke, he again had a pretty decent starting position. He's down there in 8th now. It's kind of plateaued out for him after a pretty poor start on board the 605 machine. Out front, though, it's still Presti by 1.7 seconds ahead of Jake Fetter. Only 1/10 now separates Fetter from Joe Ruck, who's actually gone around him while we were taking a look at the battle for about 5th, 6th, and 7th. So Joe Ruck has one kart between him and a pre-final victory. He needs 1.7 seconds to make it happen.
Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like for all those drivers, especially Joe Ruck, who, like you said, has a lot of pace here and continues to go just that little bit quicker than Jake Fetter. It's a matter of time of when he gets to the rear bumper of Scott Presti at this point. When you look at the lap times, Presti went quickest last time by at 54.5, and for Ruck at 54.841. Again, Presti just kind of has been pushing every single heat race, even in this pre-final so early on, hasn't stopped pushing here. Whenever you look at his lap times, kind of flatlining, super consistent, but consistently fast. So then you start thinking about his equipment. Is he saving anything for tomorrow? What is Joe Ruck doing differently than Scott Presti, right? Because you got to start thinking about all those little things, and it seems like Presti just continues to push and push every ounce of speed that he has in his Ralf Schumacher kart.
Yeah, but I'll be shocked if he pushes for too much longer. In terms of, you look at his hands, he had the quietest hands on the grid that last time around that I watched him through the final couple of corners. Part of that could just be the setup is perfect on board that Ralf Schumacher go-kart, but also I think partly due to the fact that maybe he's going to start conserving, but this time around he's not going to conserve at all. 54.274, still purple. So Scott Presti, the 608 Ralf Schumacher driver, is absolutely flying right now. We're only a couple laps in to this long pre-final. There's still over 7 minutes left in this pre-final event for the Master Shifter drivers. But for Joe Ruck, this might be the first time all weekend long as one driver's off in the background there into the barriers to even get a number on him.
That was
yeah, it is.
in the Burrell Art machine. Unfortunate there for the 646, who's out of this one early and isn't going to be able to get going again here in this one, unfortunately, for Mr. Distelwig.
Look at this, Matt Machiko. He has a bunch of go-karts behind him. He's having to defend now from Skitchy Barnes. He got around Barnes a couple of laps ago with a nice crossover move into turn number 1, but now the Skitchy's refound some pace on board that Maranello machine. Now he has to get back under work here to catch up to the Magic Kart driver behind him. It's Quinones, it's Franke, it's the other Quinones as well. So a bunch of drivers that Machiko has to fend off here in the remaining 7 minutes of this pre-final. Let's see if he can do it there. There's a look at Michael Rivera as well, who's lost a bunch of time to the likes of Skitchy Barnes and others. He's just continuing to fall back after a great starting position on the front row. He now has his sights not set forward rather than behind him, because Franke is actually quicker than the likes of Quinones in front of him.
Yeah, very quick at the moment for Ryan Franke here. Looking to continue to close down his gap to Mike Rivera, who sits in the 7th spot after starting on the front row. He's second of the ROK power plant. Skitchy Barnes being the first, who sits in 5th. So you look over to the left of your time screens. The ROK power plants start with the 500 number range, and the KZ master power plants start from the 600 number ranges. As we look on, and Matt Machiko has definitely closed down his gap to Jake Federer here. Sits at a car length at the moment. Machiko fades low and wasn't able to get it done into turn number 2. Still biding his time and being very patient, but I'm sure he's not going to be patient for too much longer here, Alex.
Yeah, out of turn number 4 and into turn number 5 here. Machiko all sorts of sideways on the braking zone of turn number 4, so he's going to lose a bunch of ground to Jake Federer. He'll have to take a couple corners here to refine the grip on board that Magic Kart machine through the S section of the racetrack. We've seen passes here before, but not too common in the shifter package. But a good exit up and over the hill here into the final couple of corners. Could see a move for Matt Machiko. 2 corners to go here. There's still about 5.5 minutes to go for Matt to make a move, but behind him is indeed the likes of Robert Franke and others. That is Skitchy Barnes behind him. So he'll have to see if he can make a move early. Otherwise, Skitchy's going to try to get around him any moment's time here. Here we go. Machiko inside and clear on Jake Federer. He's in the marbles now, so that's going to cost him a bunch of time. It's going to cost him another position to Skitchy Barnes.
Yeah, Skitchy Barnes taking advantage there. Didn't waste any time on Jake Federer. He was able to get clear and up to 4th that time for Skitchy. And now see if he can close down his gap to Matt Machiko, who sits in the 3rd spot here as it stands. So everybody just kind of lapping around. Nobody really close enough to make moves as of yet. A driver who could get really close here is Luis Quinones, who sits in 6th. So he has Jake Federer in his sights, and let's see what Quinones can do against the Timmy Tech Comp Kart driver of Jake Federer in his maiden and rookie, I guess, National Pro Master Shifter season.
Yeah, Jake Federer had a pretty good start to this pre-final, but since then, it has just been backwards for the Comp Kart driver, who's now looking over his shoulder to see the likes of Luis Quinones and Michael Rivera as well, who actually started in front of Federer, but since the great start that the 612 machine has had, it's just been all backwards for Federer. Who knows if it was a miss in the tire pressures, a miss in the setup, maybe the track caught him off guard a little bit, but nonetheless, rather than facing forward, he seems to always be looking over his shoulder. Doesn't seem too comfortable on board that Comp Kart machine. Nonetheless, Luis Quinones seems a lot more comfortable because he's closed that gap now to about a car length and a half.
Yeah, we have just over 4 minutes to go as Quinones on the inside there of Jake Federer, and he's going to lose another spot in the process as well. Mike Rivera going to get through on Federer. So Federer just been falling like a rock here, unfortunately, for the Comp Kart driver. Just continuing to lose spots here, and his lap times 55-second ranges last time around. Has been getting past, but just looking at the times, has been almost a second slower than his competitors here, Alex.
Yeah, Jake Federer, there's something amiss on board that go-kart because he has been pretty quick all weekend long and even into the heat races today. So it's a bit of a shock, I'd say, and he's probably feeling it inside that helmet for the lack of pace that he has in comparison to what he's had all weekend long. You see him, I think I saw him shake his head there a little bit, so he knows that there's something not quite right on board that Comp Kart machine. Lucky for him, it's only the pre-final. You go back to the drawing board and get it right for tomorrow's main event. So for Jake Federer, he's going to try to do some damage control here, not lose any more positions. In front of him is a good battle beginning to brew here between Luis Quinones and Michael Rivera. That's a battle for 5th.
Yeah, we'll see if Mike Rivera can get onto the rear bumper there of Luis Quinones. You see a little bit of a difference in lines there. Quinones going to have a much better exit as Rivera has a much better entry into the final kind of 180 corner there on the racetrack as they rocket down the main straightaway. It's still Scott Presti, your leader, a 53.9 last time by. Joe Ruck, a 54.2 last time around. So Presti still pushing, hasn't let off the gas for one bit. And Joe Ruck seems to just fallen off here a little bit of the pace that Presti is running. Kind of 4/10 back is Joe Ruck on his lap times. Matt Machiko still sits in 3rd. And Skitchy Barnes, the driver in 4th, who we saw there on our screens. And you see the gaps there. There's Machiko, and Joe Ruck was the driver who cycled through a couple of moments ago. But everybody kind of in no man's land here at the moment. Just kind of playing predator and prey with each other. And nobody close enough to make moves as of yet, Alex.
Yeah, this might be the closest battle on the racetrack right now. It's between Jake Federer and Ryan Franke. That's the battle for 7th and 8th here on the racetrack. As you see a good look at Scott Presti and his 3.9-second lead over Joe Ruck. And then behind Joe Ruck, you got to wait about 4 seconds.
Oh, Feder
for
with a
Matt
big
Machico.
issue. Feder
Yeah.
with a big issue. He's pulling in. Jake Feder here on the exit of turn number 2. I don't know if he blew up or what happened, but Jake Feder out of this one early here, Alex.
Wow, Jake Feder. I mean, that might have, answered some of our questions at where the pace has gone up with that 612 machine. It wouldn't shock me one bit if it is a bit of an engine issue for him. So unlucky for the comp car driver. That's going to give Ryan Franke a free spot. All the drivers behind him, it's a free position up.
Yeah, so everybody going to get promoted a couple of spots better. The only two that won't, John Distawig and Deminez Ortiz, who are unfortunately out here early. We saw Distawig in the wall a couple of laps ago, but there you look at Frankie. He runs in number P8 here at the moment. Michael Gouache, 9th. Quinones, 10th. Hugh Templeman, 11th. So 11 and forward are the only drivers who are still, or I should say 10th now and up, are the only drivers still on the racetrack as we wait for Templeman to cross the line here shortly. But for Matt Machico, 4 seconds back on Joe Ruck, and Ruck, who's 4 seconds back on Scott Presti, and you look at the gaps there on the left-hand side of your screen. Everybody just long ways away from each other here at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, there's a good look at the gap between Machico and Skitchy Barnes. Nobody behind him, really. It's about a second and a half to Luis A. Quinones. Here's a good look at Ryan Franke, who was promoted, like you said, into that 7th place spot. So too is Gouache, Luis Quinones, Hugh Templeman, and then the 3 DNFs that we've had so far is Jake Feder, Ortiz, and Distawig. We saw earlier on in the race. Only 10 carts left onto the racetrack now. About 2 laps to go here for our master shifter drivers. And for Scott Presti, he's still setting pretty quick lap times. His best lap's a 53.87. Last time around a 54 flat. So a 2/10 disparity between his best lap and his last lap. So the Ralf Schumacher driver, like you mentioned, really not taking his foot off the gas, or his go-kart's just that good.
Yeah, he's definitely made a lot of changes overnight and knew that he didn't have the pace to contend with the likes of Ruck, with the likes of Barnes, and others who kind of out-qualified him yesterday. When I went over to his trailer and talked to him, kind of running a lone kart operation here this weekend, went over and talked to him. He's like, I'm not here to run around in 5th. I'm not here to kind of waste my money, waste my time, and just run around to have fun. I'm here to win, and to win only. And that's all he's been doing ever since the start of heat race number 2. Made some setup changes overnight, and thought that was going to be the answer for him here today. And yesterday when I went to go see him, he didn't have a smile on his face. I'm sure when I walk the paddock later tonight, that story's going to be a lot different. He's going to have a smile from ear to ear. He's going to know the job's not done yet. He still has a lap and a half left, but he's still, you don't get hardware on the Saturday afternoon. It all comes tomorrow when we go into main event racing. And for Joe Ruck, who we've spoken to a lot this weekend as well, he has kind of been the class of the field all weekend long, and issues for him in Heat 2. Just can't seem to have an easygoing weekend at all this year, unfortunately, for Joe Ruck, and finds himself in second. Going to find himself on a front row starting spot tomorrow, and going to have to take the fight to Scott Presti, who continues to push and continue to set in just better lap times than Joe Ruck here, Alex.
Yeah, but you mentioned it, right? Joe Ruck, I'm sure we'll have something to say about this tomorrow. The hardware is earned tomorrow, but for Scott Presti, like you mentioned, a confidence booster is just as important as a trophy to a driver. If you can enter a feature race the following day knowing that you are the fastest guy on Saturday, you must feel pretty good heading into the main event tomorrow. So for Scott Presti, the progression that he's shown from when he arrived here Friday morning to now has been pretty impressive. As Presti looking down on his motor, I hope it's just precautionary stuff there, but nonetheless, around to the final couple of corners here, Caleb.
Around the final couple of corners here for Scott Presti. Got to the lead early, didn't look back since. Scott Presti going to qualify on the pole tomorrow and win the pre-final in Pro Masters and ROK Masters. Joe Ruck across the line second, Matt Machico third. As I believe Hugh Templeman was the driver that they were lapping there late on. Skitchy Barnes crosses fourth. Luis A. Quinones fifth. Mike Rivera sixth. Ryan Franke ninth. Michael Gouache eighth. And the other Luis Quinones now crossing the line in eighth. So that was it for our Pro Masters. When we come back in a couple of moments' time, we're going to go straight into our KA100 Juniors. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. RKA 100 juniors now rolling onto the racetrack here as we get set to go green in pre-final action. Chase Gassiet-Lee and Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting on the front row. Isaac Malcolm and Nathan Dupuis on row number 2.
Row number 3 has Ty Fisher on that Race Lab Karting TB card on the inside. Benham Abernathy on the outside with Max Weiland and Tristan Murphy on row 4.
And you go back to John Antonino and Enzo Vidamontien on row 5. Gabriel Balog and Landon Boer on row 6. Cameron Marcia and Ryan Mord on row 7. Nate Golseth and Travis Pettit on row number 8.
Got one other driver slow off the grid, and I think, Derek Wargo in the DYL Kart Sport comp cart trying to fire. He's stuck about halfway down, probably further than that, down the access road right now in turn number 2. They are trying to get that cart cleared out, but I think, he will not make it. The officials are saying you have missed the time, and so Derek Wargo will not get to join the rest of the field in this pre-final. The top 30 in points after the heats have not seen each other. Some of them haven't seen each other all weekend. At best, they might have seen each other in qualifying. Gassiet-Lee on the Coastal Link custom printing machine on the inside. Tyrone Kemper on that black, red, and yellow Carlos Sainz. Tony Kart on the outside. Here we go. One driver stuck in the middle there. Further back as the field snakes its way through turn number 1. 30 deep, biggest amount we've seen on the racetrack so far this weekend. And they're all going to make it through 1. They will all make it through 2 with a little bit of elbow grease as we rocket to 4.
I think Mo Karam, the only driver who was held up there on the exit of 2. Everybody kind of slipping and sliding here with low tire temperatures here early on. Chase Gassiet-Lee to our leader. Isaac Malkuit in second. Ty Fisher there is a big contact there. Further back, Kai Mars gets collected. Travis Pettit involved, and one of the
one of the Kartworks Racing drivers. That was the 819 that piled in there in the last second. So 3 out in the infield. One more driver went off top of the hill. I believe that might have been Benham Abernathy as he tries to get in line ahead of Enzo Vidamontien. And at the front, Ty Fisher goes around Isaac Malkuit for second. So already a few things to note. Max Mokaram there, you can see here on that DPK Americas Alonso kart, was back of the train, but at least caught up to the field as Weiland and Kemper go at it for 4th. Kemper to the inside for 5th, He'll take that away from Mad Max through turn number 3, and then back to 7th right behind is still looking on is John Antonino Jr., but a big gap to 8th as Benham Abernathy and Enzo Vidamontien trade that spot in turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, still fighting there, and good to see Abernathy feeling much better in racing here. This race looked a bit shaken up after some contact that he had in the second heat race, and had to take a seat after the race after the adrenaline kind of came down post-race, but feeling much better and doing a good job of getting himself inside of the top 10. Another driver who's feeling good is Ty Fisher on the inside of Gassiet-Lee. Isaac Malkuit looked to go through as well. Wasn't close enough that time by, going to stay in second. Kemper getting racy and ahead of John Antonino, who drops the tire there in the process and now opens the door for Benham Abernathy here and Enzo Vidamontien.
Yeah, they're going to freight train him now. Abernathy first, Vidamontien to follow. Antonino's going to tuck in line behind the pair and try to reset, but he's got more company looming. Gabriel Balog trying to get in there, can't quite do it. And I believe Landon Boer runs right in line there in the 11th spot. As up front, Malkuit, the new leader now. Dupuis second. Fisher back to 3rd. Gassiet-Lee back to 4th. And Ike is going to take us down to the inside and defend here with plenty of time left, but feeling the heat from the 5 cars all lined up behind him. And that's going to make things a lot easier for Enzo Vidamontien and Benham Abernathy to arrive on the scene in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, they rocket down the back straightaway here. Isaac Malkuit already going to go defensive. This is going to really allow Enzo Vidamontien to continue to close down his gap. You see side by side, Weiland and Gassiet-Lee. Gassiet-Lee gets the inside. He's able to get clear, but Kemper Jr. sets up the over-under. Looking to go through on both of them. He's able to get it done, so Kemper Jr. up a couple of spots here, up in 4th. And now you see a little bit of separation there as Isaac Malkuit continues to defend.
Big wide slide there for Chase Gassiet-Lee. He's going to pay for it. Here comes Weiland. Vidamontien will go. But Abernathy should get clear. Maybe they're going to bang tires, and Benham's going to get sent to the weeds. He'll get a big shove back forward by Gabriel Balog. And in contact, Abernathy into the side of Gassiet-Lee. Antonino collected as well. Chase all the way out in the weeds. Benham Abernathy was trying to hang on strong. And the 2 of them now fall all the way to the tail. There goes the leaders through the S's now as the pack has been withered down to just a handful of what it was originally. We're down to 6 in this main group. And here we are. We're going to trade up the top spot again. Dupuis, Fisher, here comes Kemper, and Weiland to the inside, all on little sizzle. And Enzo Vidmontien, 5th, outside, inside, nowhere to go, stays 6th.
Yeah, still single file here for the top 5, top 6 as they rocket down the main straightaway. Everything further back. They go side by side. Cameron Marcia and Balog. Balog gets the inside. Marcia stuck on the marbles, loses a lot of time. Jackson Deal going to go through. And Tristan Murphy looks to be closing down his gap as well to Cameron Marcia after he was in the marbles there for a second.
Out of turns 4 and 5 into the infield again for Nathan Dupuis. The Canadians 1 and 2 over the Louisiana native in Tyrone Kemper Jr. Then Max Weiland there in 4th. Back to 5th with Malkit, 6th with Vidmontien. And then it's was 1 second last time back to Landon Boer. Might be less now with a big move from Weiland and Vidmontien through the S's. And they shuffle Malkiewicz down to 6th. And that gives them some a bit of a gap to the top 3. Vidmontien there tried the inside on Weiland. That time didn't stick, and we got problems. Cameron Marcia got that right front bumper stuck behind the tire. He's trying to join back on, and eventually he'll get back onto the dark stuff with the motor fully stalling. So the 804 from 8th, he's going to drop all the way down outside the top 20 now.
Yeah, the good thing about this pre-finals for the likes of Gasly Lee, for the likes of Marcia, is that even if you do end up DNFing, you're still in the main event. The pre-final B or the LCQ is tomorrow. There goes Ike on the inside of Enzo Vidmontien. He's able to get through, and we can't fail to mention the 2 drivers on our screen, the Kart Republic and the Burrell Art Machine, did get together last time out at the King of the Castle at round number 2 of the Stars Championship Series. So keeping it clean for now, but and just something to note there as Dupuis able to go through, and side by side, Vidmontien sends Ike to the wayside.
Well, you called it right there, Caleb. Those two have definitely shared no extra space with each other over the last few races. As up front, we're trading spots again. Check out Weiland and Fisher going at it back and forth. Fisher getting shuffled down to 3rd. How about the run this weekend for Nathan Dupuis and Tyrone Kemper Jr.? Both of them are having fantastic outings here at the club. And now they've got a chance to potentially break away from the field here with 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Kemper was here last weekend at the MCC Pro-Am, kind of setting in some laps, racing like to Kai Mars and Homer Heeman, as well as Marco Romero, all here testing and fighting it out for the race win. And that kind of gave Tyrone Kemper Jr. a little bit of a taste of what he was going to see here this weekend. And, I mean, to say the least about Nathan Dupuis, he's a driver who's kind of found himself on the edge of the top 10, fighting for a top 15 finishing spot, but switched teams. And the first race with Sodi Racing USA projects himself all the way to the front row and fighting for race wins, heat race wins, and all of that fun stuff. So Nathan Dupuis definitely coming into his own, and it seems like it's safe to say he's found a home with Sodi Racing USA.
Yeah, there's no better way to debut or really kickstart a relationship than winning, but we've got more to talk about. First up, the 866 off the side of the racetrack. That's another DNF. Good news, again, for those that have crashed out and are still continuing earlier. As well, Vidmontien and Malkiewicz just can't seem to get away from each other. They cross the line 7th and 8th, nose to tail, and they might have gone side by side, but we're watching the leaders go side by side. How about Tyrone Jr. to the lead in turn 4?
Yeah, good to see that move there by the kid from NOLA to go back up to the point. Ty Fisher now, that's going to open the door for him as they go side by side there for a moment. It seemed like Dupuis had a nose there on the rear tire of Tyrone Kemper Jr., but all clean for now, and Ty Fisher very much on the rear bumper here of Nathan Dupuis. Dupuis looks to the bottom of the racetrack, gets stuck there on the rear bumper of Kemper Jr., and that could have ended really bad for both of those drivers. Wow, super, super close call there.
Malkiewicz now down the inside on Landon Boer behind them. He'll take that spot away, and that will move Boer from 5th last time by the line to 7th with Enzo Vidmontien lurking on. But challenge for the lead. Last second, late move by Nathan Dupuis puts Tyrone in the marbles. He'll lose 1, 2, almost 3. Great recovery by Tyrone Kemper Jr. to hang on there for 3rd.
Yeah, that was definitely a close one there. Dupuis decided to make that move just a little late, and he was able to get it done. Kemper didn't lose out too much, only lost out to Fisher, who's going to go to the point of the field here, side by side with Weiland and Tyrone Kemper Jr. locked out in a game of chicken going into the S's. Kemper looking to stay ahead. Weiland going to lose the spot. Jackson Deal going to make up a spot in the process as well.
Jackson Deal in the 894 has been slowly marching up the grid now. He's really in a good spot if he can hang on to it in fourth, but Weiland's going to stuff it down the inside on him and go back into that fourth position. Malcuit will get hung out to dry. He'll lose a spot to Vidmontien. And all the while, the top three get a little more breathing room. Deal's going to go back on Weiland. This time, maybe with help from Vidmontien. No, he won't get it. And Weiland's going to go, does he go back on him? No, Deal's just going to cover it off and try to bring Vidmontien through. He can't get by. And now Jackson, if he leaves the door open again in turn 4, he's going to get stuffed here. He's got to stay low again. And he's going to get the bumper from Mad Max. Move him wide, put him into the dirt. Sideways for Jackson Deal. He's trying to stay clean, but Weiland is bringing out the crow horn and throwing everything he can to stay in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, and to me, Jackson Deal's bumper looks a little pushed in. He has obviously a little damage on the front bumper, but it also looks a bit pushed in as Enzo Vidmontien going to send Mad Max Weiland to the wayside. He's able to get the move done in a 90-degree left-hander there, and everybody cycling through here. Malquit lost a couple of spots in the lap prior as he's going to try and regain to Max Weiland. Not close enough. Balag going to look to go on Malquit, who drops the tire there. Able to continue going here.
Now, I never want to advocate for anything other than clean racing, but when you have a driver that isn't necessarily being conservative, we've got problems up front. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has pounded the wall in turn 2, and there's more contact. Big impact over in turn 2. 3, 4 cars collected in the opening hairpin. Scary, scary moment with heavy, heavy damage for a number of drivers involved.
Very, very big contact there as Nathan Dupuis trying to get out of his cart here. He's able to get out. He's okay. The other driver involved, I believe, was Caleb Tartar, sorry, who is okay as well. So they're both up and out of their carts, but very, very close there and very scary.
All right, so the on-site medical team keeping a close tab, but I don't believe we're going to go red. Looks like everybody's okay. Nathan Dupuis okay, catching his breath now, and I think more than anything bummed about that great run he had going. He and Tyrone Kemper Jr. colliding, all frustrated for sure, and understandably so, as those two drivers were going at it along with Ty Fisher for the lead. What does the leaderboard look like? Well, it's 3 seconds back from Ty Fisher now. Jackson Deal inherits P2 after all of that, and Enzo Vidmontien moves into third. And as crazy as they were fighting behind, we did not expect it to explode at the front. But what a heartbreak for Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Dupuis to collide. And sadly, it was just out of view from our camera shot as we were anticipating the 3 drivers up front to just kind of wait a little longer before things started to really boil over.
Yeah, it just unfolded a little bit sooner than what we thought. As you see, Vidmontien, a good exit there out of the left-hander and getting closer to the bumper of Jackson Deal here. Just not close enough really to get the draft there. As we look further back, Balag, Weiland, Homer Heeman in that group as well, Isaac Malquit, all fighting it out for the last couple of spots inside of the top 10, on the edge of the top 10 there. And everybody just continuing to fight here. Antonino, I believe, in this group, close to this group as well. So 2 sticks in the air and officially crunch time when they cross the stripe this time by.
Yeah, that group right there is 5th and 6th on back. They are 7 seconds back from the lead. Jackson Deal trying to score a front row starting spot for tomorrow with Vidmontien on his heels. Landon Boer, the top qualifier, having a good pre-final there in 4th after chaos. Here's Rowan McCurdy shoving Isaac Malcuit through on Gabriel Balag. They'll stay side by side. He tucks back in behind Balag. This is, again, these two drivers here, 9th and 10th now. Homer Heeman is 11th. Ryan Mort, end of that train, in 12th. Tyrone Kemper Jr., after slamming the outside barriers, was able to continue. He's actually still running in 13th right now, so he's in a decent spot, but without a doubt, there's going to be, you see contact, you see smoke. The fire comes in the form of penalties, and I would not be surprised to see a change up in a lot of the grid positions here. There's Kemper trying to make up some more spots. He's gone around Emerson Lane. Next up is Brian Cranston, so that's right around 13th. Tristan Murphy making a move for 5th. Battling, and they're going to make contact. Antonino goes around in front of the field as well. He's able to continue. And the over-under move ends up sending John Antonino Jr. out of the top 10. Yeah. Tristan Murphy by himself now.
Yeah, look at this gap for Ty Fisher. Just absolutely running away with it. But everybody fighting here, an all-out war for the rest of the finishing spots here in this one. Homer Heeman there on the edge of this group, and everybody just continuing to fight as we get up to the top of the hill.
This is just brutal right now to watch. This KA Junior Pre-final is featuring a lot of rough driving, but Ty Fisher, we didn't really get to see and can't fully say whether or not he was or wasn't involved with Dupuis and Kemper, but at least he's going to cross the line by himself with a clean race on everything else we've watched. There's the Magic teammates going at it. Fisher wins the pre-final, Deal second, and they collide. Max Weiland and Gabriel Balog crash on the final lap as well, and Balog is beached in the infield. So in another big turn of events, right as we thought they weren't going to crash, those two collide. And so it's Fisher the winner, Deal second, Vidmontien third, Boer fourth, Murphy provisionally fifth, but he had contact with Antonino. Mount Hewitt, McCurdy gets seventh. Ryan Mort drives from way back in the grid to eighth. Homer Heeman ninth. Antonino 10th. Cranston 11th. Kemper Jr., he crashed 12th. Cameron Marshall went off the racetrack in the grass for what felt like an hour through the entire turn 14 complex. He goes from 23rd back up to 15th. Emerson Lane 14th. Maximo Karam was nearly dead last on the opening lap. He ends up 13th. So just too much to unpack alone.
Yeah.
So much attrition. Only 19 of the 30 even crossed the line to finish. I mean, just rough racing in the KA Junior class. And, you know, you want to maybe pinpoint at one or another, but, you know, truth be told, all it takes is kind of one botched move that frustrates another driver, and then everyone starts seeing red. And for the 11 to 15-year-olds, again, they're still learning the limits of how they can push. For some of them, you know, this was the best they'd run all year. Other ones, worst they'd run all year. And so there's either frustration or elation, and it just all kind of boils over on this hot summer day here in Batavia, Ohio. But that is, without a doubt, going to take a long time to clean the racetrack off and reset the barriers. The on-site medical team was very quick to check out all the drivers down here by turns 1 and 2. Nathan Dupuis, Caleb Charter were up and instantly okay. The rest of the drivers up and okay as well. So a big kudos to the on-site medical team, but lots to break down for what you can. You could spend another hour going on that race.
Yeah.
But we've got to move on. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we'll see you with the Swift Stars Pre-final and hopefully some cleaner action.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions.
Very, very hectic KA100 Junior Pre-final as pickup continues to go here. Let's go down pit lane with Alexander Suro, who's caught up with Jackson Deal. Alex?
Thank you, Caleb Jackson. Well, that was a pretty chaotic pre-final for the KA Junior boys and girls, but you were pretty much front row and center for most of that chaos. How would you kind of describe the racing?
It's all over the place. I mean, you just got to survive and keep your head down and keep your nose clean the whole race.
Yeah, and surviving is what you did. You started P16, finished second. I mean, does the kart feel good? I know you had a wreck in heat number 2. How does it feel heading into tomorrow?
Feels absolutely amazing. I feel so confident in it right now. The MPG boys have me hooked up. Thank you to Race, Chase, all them boys that are working on the car. Jonesy, my mechanic. I mean, it's really good right now. I feel amazing.
Yeah, you saw the chaos ensue in front of you. I mean, what's it going to take to kind of maintain that second spot and maybe go one higher tomorrow?
I really think it's just going to be keeping calm the whole race. I mean, just keeping my head on. Even if someone gets by me, I just got to keep going forward. I just got to be there on the last lap.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you.
Great intel from Jackson Deal, and I mean, he put it pretty much as bluntly and as correctly as you can put it, Caleb. When races like that kind of erupt into just straight up chaos and back and forth battling, defending, contact all around, all you can do is just try and self-preserve, just stay alive. Don't put yourself in any compromising spots. I like to say to any drivers that I'm working with, Caleb, that don't give someone the chance to wreck you. Don't put yourself in a position where someone can get into your inside rear tire and turn you around or whatnot. If you're defending, make sure you're braking early enough that if they do hit you, because they will, that you don't go way wide, and definitely don't put yourself on the outside at the corner exit, because as soon as you start to see some of that contact, some of that aggressive racing, no one is going to be nice enough to let you stay on the racetrack. We saw that plenty of times over, but again, that's from the self-preservation side. That's from the driver coaching side. Obviously, the Stars officials, I'm sure they would have loved to see a contact-free race. they're going to definitely, where the rule book allows them, clean things up by issuing penalties for sure. So while provisionally it shows Fisher to deal to Vidmontien, and on back, a lot could change as the night goes on and inevitably protests may come in. But we're ready with Swift Stars. They're on the racetrack. Let's take you through how they'll line up. Josh Bergman is having a standout day with Trinity Karting Group. He'll lead us to green alongside Marco Samet. Parker Ives moving up a couple rows from his qualifying spot. He'll roll off third alongside Nico Katowski.
Go back to Ben Gleverman and Holden Myers on row number 3. Simon Jack Klein and Grayson Wolcott on row number 4. Running up your top 10, Isaac Payne and William Vitor.
Then you go back, Anthony Mazzaculo and Braden Westfall on row 6. Robert Lash and Bashi Jimenez on row 7. Mose, Eng, Green, Johnson, Kutcher, and then Parker Stewart, the top 20. And the final couple rows will populate onto your screen, culminating in the end with A.J. Stoner on that AMAX racing machine back on in spot number 29. Here we go, looking for green in Swift Stars. Bergman on the white and orange on the inside. Salmon on the blue and white on the outside. Lights out and a big jump for the inside lane. Josh Bergman and Parker Ives are going to go through, and there's contact up ahead. A couple cars are going to go a little wide, but it looks like everyone stayed on the dark stuff. And if they can make it out of turn 2, we might have a chance of getting through the first lap cleanly. Bergman, Ives, back to Gleberman. It looks like they're in third. Great start for Ryan Perry Motorsport. Up to 2 and 3. Marco Samet into fourth here on the opening lap through the Alpha timing hairpin.
Yeah, good start here nonetheless by everybody. Bergman still your leader. Parker Ives in second. You saw him fade low to defend from what looks to be another one. It's Ben Gleberman, actually, who's currently in the third spot. Marco Samet lost it. There he's in fourth. Nico Katowski, P5, as they get down the last couple of corners here. And Katowski looks for a move on the inside of Gleberman, and Samet wasn't close enough that time by and loses just all the time on the exit as Simon Jack Klein looks to go side by side here shortly with Isaac Payne.
Here comes Marco Samet on Gleberman down the front straightaway. Big run for third. Katowski will follow. He'll move up to fourth on the Sodi. And Holden Myers still hanging in strong there as the top qualifier there in sixth right at the end on that Timmy Tech comp cart. Back behind him, you've got Payne, like you said, and big change for the lead this time. Parker Ives has taken all day to work his way up the board, and the 149 finally commands the field. The driver that towed around what felt like the entire top 7 to 8 in qualifying, leading the way now on lap number 2.
Yeah, very good start to the race so far by Parker Ives as he continues to cycle his way forward. Everybody else from third on back, Marco Samet in that group, and he's able to get clear. Parker Ives now looks to defend a little bit from Bergman, still in line. And Samet, this is really going to allow them to start to close down their gap. Ben Gleberman as well. That's going to open the door for him to close down his gap to Katowski up ahead. So everybody kind of just a gaggle at the moment in between the top 5.
It has been such an open bag of different drivers at the front in the mini Swift class across all the national races here this year. Parker Ives has some of the most main event wins, and he doesn't even have all too many. Took him until Charlotte Motor Speedway to get his first with the Stars Series. Josh Bergman hunting for his first this weekend, and he has emphatically taken back the lead of this pack, and that is the only safe spot it feels like right now when a pack is this large, because it will not stay this deep for many laps here. At some point, someone's going to make a move, and it will split, but for the moment, it's a pretty picture from first back to 8th with Simon Jack Klein there in the 132, and not far behind is Grayson Wolcott on the Paralyn. Here's Ives looking low. This is more so to defend for Marco Samet. He's going to run wide and looking for 1, maybe 2. Katowski into third for a second. Samet's going to go right back.
Yeah, Samet was able to go back. There you see Holden Myers able to get ahead of Isaac Payne, and it looks like Ben Gleberman as well that time around as they're going to go side by side. Katowski and Samet. Katowski to the bottom, gets the inside. He's clear. Samet, does he go back here? Not close enough, and spinner there.
Isaac Payne. Around, dropped a tire, and that was what happened to, unfortunately, Nathan Dupuis in that KA Junior Heat race that had him facing the front of the field head on, and Isaac Payne in a similar spot. Thankfully, he ended up overbeached in the grass. He'll continue, but all the way back from the main pack, and he'll drop down to what will probably be about 27th or 28th. On the racetrack. More contact further down the field. That is Braden Westfall, actually. No contact, but a mechanical failure for the Kart Republic driver. He'll pull into the infield. And one more off. Nicholas Mose off at the top of the S's. The CRG will continue further back. Here's some passing, though, back in the lead group that has split apart a little bit with Katowski, Samet, and Myers going back and forth. There's a look at Brandon Ang. That was our third overall. Oh, red flag. Red flag in the air. I don't know who that may be for. It may be for Braden Westfall. He did not get up and out of the go-kart in the infield. And I think that's the driver that has pulled off and has triggered the red flag here, is the Kart Republic of Braden Westfall. So we are going to bring the pack to a halt down at turn number 2.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Braden Westfall. We wait and hope that he is all right, but everybody going to come to a halt here in turn number 2. So we'll wait to get more news, but we're going to go quiet on the airwaves here for a couple of moments and try and get as much intel as we can. The driver involved there for the red flag was indeed Braden Westfall. Is okay and up and out of the cart. Just going to get checked on. But we get set to re-grid our drivers here in this mini Swift category, Swift Stars pre-final. Going to be a single file restart, Alex, but already we saw a lot of parents and mechanics and all that fun stuff kind of trying to get the kids water or towels to keep them hydrated and whatnot.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, during red flags, whether they're 5-minute red flags or hour-long red flags, people need to drink water. And on a hot day like this, I know we said it earlier on in the broadcast how important it is to stay hydrated. These young stars need their water, need their hydration in order to maximize their performance on the racetrack. And so it was good to see that all the kids get a bit of hydration before, because obviously we're not like in the cars where you can kind of get a drink tube out there and drink during the race. So anytime you can get a bit of human fuel, I guess you could say, with water or Gatorade or whatever it is you want to give your kid before they go out on the racetrack, it's usually a good thing.
Yeah, will definitely be a good thing to keep all these kids here and hydrated and everybody else also. It's been a super hot, I guess, and humid day all day. I mean, everybody kind of been struggling, and a huge shout out to all of our cameramen who are out there are working hard, and to the entire Stars Championship Series team as well. But speaking of our cameramen, why don't we give each of our cameramen a quick shout out here while we have the time. And we'll look over to the infield section first with our very own Rocco Ruzic, who's out there at the moment bringing you all the action live from the infield section. And we'll take a look, see how Rocco's doing, what he's doing. He's walking back to his camera at the moment, but a shout out to Rocco. How are you doing out there? All good? Thumbs up? You good? Yeah, he seems to be all right, in good spirits, and you see him jumping up and down. And we'll have Rocco hop back on his camera so we can take a look at the very own Jerry Fandry, the American Sniper, they call him. So we'll see how Jerry Fandry's out there doing and how he's holding up out there in the sun. So we'll have Rocco pan over to his right and see how the very own Jerry Fandry is doing up there. A couple of feet up in the air for Jerry. And there he is, Jerry. That's actually Riley Can, who's out there in turn number 1. So shout out to Riley, and good to see he's doing all right, keeping warm and keeping cool out there with the shades on and all that stuff. And then Jerry Fandry over to Rocco's right there as well. So we'll look over and see how Jerry's doing as Rocco. And there's Jerry up there, a couple of feet up in the air. How you doing, Jerry? All good and all good up there? It seems like you're doing quite all right. He's coming down, going back up. So it seems like he's having a good time out there too. So a huge shout out to our entire camera crew who always do a good job and work their butts off to bring you guys all the action live here and give you guys all the shots and all the angles. But we get set to go green here once again, and we'll find out how they're going to line up when they cross the stripe here. But it's going to be a single foul start here in a couple of moments' time. Looks like Bergman's going to lead us to green. Parker Ives going to start second. Marco Samet slated to cross third. And then you go back to Nico Katowski, Holden Myers, and everybody else still cycling through. Nicholas Mose there popping out of line. But we'll try and bring you guys the official, I guess, starting order here in a couple of moments' time, Alex, as we get set to go green here once again in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, I mean, usually in the red flag situation, the standard protocol is the lap before is what you go to, so I can guarantee you that it's going to be Josh Bergen leading them to the green flag, and then behind him should be Parker Ives and Marco Samet as well. I know Parker had just gotten passed by Josh Bergman. Bergman had almost about a half-second lead when that red flag came out, so now they're going to stack them and pack them here when the green flag is waved the next time around. As well, they slam on the brakes out of turn number 1 and 2, and a couple of drivers have to swerve out of the way to not run into the back of the driver in front of them. So this is usually what we see in these sorts of situations where the young stars are trying to figure out what's going on, where they stand, where they're gridded up. So yeah, one more lap to go around here most likely before we get the green here, and Bergman should be the pole sitter.
Bergman is a pole sitter. Parker Ives going to start second. Marco Samet third in line. Katowski fourth in line. You go back to Myers, Gluberman, Klein, Wolcott, Green, Mose. And then it goes down to 11th with Robert Lash, Bashi Jimenez, Alex Kutcher, Brendan Eng, Anthony Mazzaculo, Owen Gacion, Alyssa Eddy, Cameron Johnson, Riley Doublier, Parker Stewart, Silas Root, Asher Ferris, Cade Wolf, AJ Stoner, William Vitor, Isaac Payne, and Paxton Romero, one of the drivers that we lost, as well as Westfall, another one of those drivers that we lost due to the red flag, unfortunately there. But everybody is okay, and we get set to go green here with Josh Bergman and Parker Ives going to lead us to green here in a single file line.
Single file restart is the standard protocol under red flag situations. They're getting ready to go green. It was about 7.5 minutes left in the race when the red flag came out, so it should be that way when the green flag is waved here. Bergman getting ready to lead. The likes of Parker Ives, Samet, and others to green. Green flag is out. Josh Bergman leads Ives into turn number 1. Bottom of the racetrack he goes. Sideways is Samet. Further back there, 2 and 3 wide. That's a battle for about 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's Mose there in the CRG leading that group from 10th on back. Look at this. Parker Ives thought about a move to the inside. It was more of a defensive maneuver ahead of Marco Samet. Behind him, Katowski, and then it's Holden Myers.
Yeah, so everybody cycling through, and Parker Ives going to defend and fade low there from Marco Samet, as we saw Brendan Jarskrek on the fence line earlier on a couple of moments ago. Looking on as Marco Samet looks to kind of hold on here to a podium starting spot for tomorrow, starting 3rd at the moment, as everybody else rockets down the back straightaway here. And we continue to cycle through. Bergman with a couple of car lengths in between himself and Parker Ives. There goes Myers on the inside of Ben Gleberman. He's able to get it done, so Gleberman loses a spot there, unfortunately, and everybody else still shuffling their way through.
Yeah, behind him, a couple other moves were being made. There's Katowski having to fend off. Holden Myers now further back. I think Bowen Green got around Grayson Walcott, and he has. Look at this. Holden Myers thinks about a move. He's made it stick. Holden Myers back up into P4, and now the likes of Katowski has to defend from Gleberman and S.J. Klein behind him.
Oh, 2 drivers go around there. 2 comp carts off of the racetrack in turn number 2, and they are off. Unfortunate there. Holden Myers still going. Bowen Green is still going, so 2 of the Timmy Tech comp carts further back in the field. The 154 there and the 199. Cade Wolf, one of those drivers, and Silas Root, unfortunately. As you see them there shuffle to the back of the field. Unfortunate for Cade Wolf and Silas Root. And here we have it. We had a change for the lead. Parker Ives was able to get to the front. Now it's going to change. Josh Bergman back up to the top, and Parker Ives sets up the over-under. Looks to retake the lead here. He is. Bergman going to go side by side with Marco Samet. He's able to hold on, but Parker Ives, your new leader, coming to the main straightaway.
5 minutes 46 left in this pre-final, plus 2 laps for Parker Ives. Bergman is second for how much longer? Further back.
Jimenez.
One spot. Oh, big contact.
Big contact. More and more drivers get collected there on the main straightaway. Bashi Jimenez stuck in the middle of the racetrack there. Everybody, I'd like to say, is okay. Jimenez able to get back going again, but huge contact there. Was that Gleberman on the main straightaway as well, I think? But, wow, big contact. Very, very scary instance for Jimenez, who spun there on the main straightaway. Definitely not what you want to see as one of the DPK America's Benek machines around there as well, or one of the Alonso Kart machines around. I think that was one of the Jay Howard TKG machines there, unfortunately. But everybody is up and out of their karts, so everybody is okay. Unfortunately, we won't have to go back red.
Wow, chaos continuing to ensue here in the Micro Swift Stars pre-final class. Less than 5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps for Parker Ives, who still leads out of Marco Samet. But now it's Holden Myers in 3rd. Here comes Josh Bergman. He wants to reclaim that 3rd spot. I don't know if he has enough here on the straightaway. He doesn't. He had to bail out of that one. And now the likes of Katowski and S.J. Klein are on his bumper. Behind them, Bowen Green, Grayson Walcott, Brandon Eng. That's your top 10. Eng's about a second and a bit behind Walcott. So Walcott's the final driver in that group of 9 that leads this mini Swift pre-final class. Further back, we saw a move there, an attempt of a move by Gleberman there on S.J. Klein. Couldn't make it stick. It's still Katowski leading that second train of about 5 go-karts. Out front, still Ives leads over Marco Samet.
Yeah, Ives still with a comfortable lead here at the moment, so we'll see what it looks like. Marco Samet was looking to fade low there from Holden Myers, but what really affected Bergman there was the half move kind of that he tried on Myers, just wasn't close enough into turn number 1, and then lost a whole lot of time there, unfortunately, but everybody's still cycling their way through. And there's Brandon Eng, who currently sits inside of the top 10. And the driver ahead of him, Grayson Walcott. I thought Ben Gleberman was one of the drivers involved. He's not. He's still in 7th, so that's good to hear by him. But I think it was one of the RPM machines. It could have been Dobelier who was involved. Jimenez was involved there on the crash on the main straightaway. But everybody is A-okay, and we see Ives now going to start to fade a little low there and try and hold off the rest of the group. Isaac Payne involved as well. So everybody's still cycling their way through here, Alex.
Yeah, cycling with their way through. There's still 3 minutes and 2 laps to go, and it's still Parker Ives ahead of Samet, ahead of Myers, who's pulled away slightly over Josh Bergman, not enough to really break a sweat if you're on the fence line. As Bergman, a good corner there. He's back on the rear bumper of Holden Myers. This 4, I will say they have about a 3, 4, maybe 5 car lengths advantage over this next group, as that was an attempt of a move there for the likes of Gleberman on S.J. Klein. Look at this, Josh Bergman bullies his way through in a third, and that's going to bring the group back into the mix. It was a 4-car train. Now it's back to 9, as the likes of Katowski is in the mix as well.
Yeah, Katowski there in the mix and starting to take the fight up there. About to go side by side there further back. It looks like Wolcott and Eng we're about to go at it on the main straightaway. Everybody's still single file, though, as it stands. Katowski looking to close down. Let's take a look at the lap times. Brandon Eng, the fastest driver on the racetrack, a 102.542 for Brandon Eng. Parker Ives, a 102.7. So he's lapping around quite nicely at the moment, holding off Marco Samet. Bergman sits in the third spot at 102.8. And the lap time is absolutely identical, especially for the likes of Bergman, who has a draft to Samet. And now they've kind of left Myers a little further back. So we'll see if they can pull away and build enough of a cushion so they can fight comfortably in, Alex.
Yeah, less than 2 minutes now here for Samet to try to make a move on Parker Ives. But Josh Bergman looks pretty good here late in this race. Remember, with the red flag, I mean, it kind of messes up your tire pressure strategies, but it's the same thing for everybody. But if you're a driver that, set your tire pressures pretty high early on, it's a little bit worse off than somebody that set them lower for a late race charge here, like Josh Bergman's trying to do in third place. Look for a move maybe to the inside of turn number 2. Not going to happen. They're going to say single file here, playing it smart. They know there's still a minute and a half left plus 2 laps in this Mini Swift pre-final. But Holden Myers with a good run out of turn number 4. Might sneak a move into 5. Not going to happen. Behind him, S.J. Klein and Bowen Green is that next group behind him. And then his Gleberman, Brandon Eng has just got around Grayson Walcott as well, as Josh Bergman throws it up the inside of Marco Samet. He's the P2.
Yeah, good move there by Bergman to get clear. As further back, they continue to fight. Nico Katowski looks to close down the gap to the top 4. So we'll see what Bergman has in store for Parker Ives here as they get to the last couple of corners. Just 40 seconds to go, so 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe here in a couple of moments' time. Simon Jack Klein was up to 6th. Bowen Green is 7th. Ben Gleberman there on your screen now, who seems to be slowing here, is going to lose a spot there to Green and to Brandon Eng. Not sure if Gleberman has some sort of issue, but just kind of uncharacteristically slow out of the last corner there, Alex.
Yeah, that was more of just he defended really hard into the final corner and got a really bad exit. And in these low horsepower categories, I mean, a bad exit is worth a ton of spots, as Gleberman just found out there. Falls back to 9th now. Next time around, these young drivers are going to see 2 laps to go. So for Parker Ives, the 149 RPM machine, he's going to try to hold him off for 2.5 more times around the MCC racetrack for the Mini Swift pre-final. Behind him, Josh Bergman. This has been a breakout couple of weeks for him in the Mini Stars category. Let's see if he can make it a heat race and a pre-final victory in the same day. Behind him, Marco Samet has been very quick all year long, pretty consistent on board the BGR MDR LN Kart. And then behind him is Holden Myers. This has been a great performance for him on board the U race, or sorry, not the U race, but the OTK machine. Behind him, that was Bowen Green making a move on Brandon Eng, and then behind Brandon Eng, Gleberman has fallen back like we saw last lap to 9th. Walcott's fallen off the back of this 9 kart train. 2 sticks in the air, Caleb.
2 sticks in the air, and officially crunch time here for all these drivers, as now Parker Ives going to fall under fire here to Josh Bergman in a couple of corners. When does Bergman decide to go? Looks on the inside, goes back and follows Ives through. So Samet there still in third, and kind of everybody biding their times here. Samet could be thinking about where he wants to start later on today, if he wants to start on the inside, if he wants to start on the outside, and it could have a lot to play. When you get to this age, you're just on the cusp of racing in the junior karts. You're going to start thinking about what you want to do, where you want to start strategy, and how you want to race. So could be something that they think about, as we're going to now take the gloves off and fight for the lead. Over-under looks for Josh Bergman, looks for the over-under there, as Ives there. Still defending quite nicely from very, very seasoned Mini Swift drivers. Bergman, a rookie as well. So 2 rookies lead us away here. White flag in the air, and it's going to be all to play for here as they continue to cycle their way through. Ives bottom of the racetrack, and a defend into turn number 1, but I think he overshot it just a little bit too much. Bergman goes through, Samet goes through, Katowski goes through as well.
Holden Myers tried to go through, but the door is shut on him. So Parker Ives is going to maintain that 4th spot. Katowski forces his way through into P2. That's going to give Josh Bergman a 3 kart lengths advantage heading down towards turn number 5. Look at the lead that Josh Bergman has now created for himself with that move a couple of corners ago. Now it's Katowski trying to hunt him down, but only half a lap to do so. And then it's Samet, then it's Parker Ives, Holden Myers, and then it's the likes of S.J. Klein.
Simon Jack Klein there just on the edge of the top 5, trying to work his way in, but all this fighting has really given it, and the race win kind of falling into the laps here of Josh Bergman, who's been perfect all day long. They're going to fight here for a second. Ives on the inside there of Samet, is able to keep it clean, but Josh Bergman hasn't been denied this weekend for now. Bergman wins the pole position in Swift Stars. Across the line second, Nico Katowski. Marco Samet across the line third. Parker Ives fourth. Holden Myers fifth. Simon Jack Klein sixth. Bowen Green seventh. Brandon Ang in eighth. Anthony Mazzaculo ninth. And Kutcher in 10th.
What a race here in the Mini Swift Stars class for Josh Bergman, a pre-final winner. He's 1 race away from his maiden Mini Swift main event victory. Nico Katowski, a good run for him. Samet and Parker Ives, identical across the line. They both a dead even heat for those two, but Samet just getting the edge over Parker Ives, who finishes 4th. Holden Myers, a top 5 finish for him on board the Timmy Tech Comp Kart machine. So, wow, only 6.9 seconds separates the 1st through 13th, with Walcott falling back to 13th at the end of that one. But you mentioned that they're the top 10, as well as Cam Johnson, Robert Lash as well, in the mix of that one. Benny Gleberman at the end of the whole race finishes 15th. So maybe there was a bit of issues on board that go-kart. We'll have to wait and find out for that one. But for Ben Gleberman, he was a top 5 contender for a majority of that pre-final. He finishes 15th, Caleb.
Yeah, then you go back to Paxton Romero, Asher Ferris, Nicholas Mose, Blasha Jimenez, who we saw spin on the front straightaway, Riley Dobelier, Silas Root, Alyssa Eddy, Parker Stewart, Isaac Payne, Owen Gassion, William Vitor, Cade Wolf, and Braden Westfall were drivers here. Some of them not able to close this one out. But some cleanup, I believe, getting set to go underway. And when we return, we go into our KA Stars that have delivered a lot of action all weekend long. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Welcome back to the MCC Kartplex as the KA Stars A Pre-final hits the racetrack. And let's bring you the starting lineup for the 30 drivers that will automatically find themselves on the grid tomorrow afternoon. It's an all-Trinity karting group lockout of row number 1 with hometown hero Finnegan Bailiff on the pole alongside last week's MCC Pro-Am Karting Club race winner Carter Thompson on the outside. Row 2 has Alan Isambard on his Sodi, and to the outside of him, Josh Campbell, who has stayed his nose clean through all the madness of the 4 heat races so far.
And you go back to row number 3 with Jackson Wolney and Mick Gabriel coming off of a big win at Badger Kart Club a couple of weeks ago. James Overbeck and Adam Maxwell starting on row number 4.
Christian Moniz on the factory kart starts alongside Dallas Dunlap, and then a couple of rookies behind in row 6, Sam Mavrutsky and Will Steele.
Ben Gaunt, Zach Frank, Presley Whitney, Noah Jackson, Lucas Zabo, Luke Powers, Ryan Crouch, and Mason Surgener round up your top 10 rows.
10 more rows to go here. Back to Andrew Hamill and CJ Bowman. 10 more spots. Brandon Lemke and Matthew Mockabee, Jayden Harry, Vaughn Beasley, Valverde, Santora, Kai Robin Facino, and Massimo Sunseri start shotgun on the field in 29th and 30th. Here we go for the KA Stars A Pre-final. We're on the gas and the lights are out. Finn Bailiff with a nice jump here. Carter Thompson around the outside is going to try and hang on to second or maybe third at best now. And he goes alongside and gets contact and gets spun around and knocked off into the wayside. Carter Thompson, Brandon Lemke, and more are collected. Mason Surgener, I believe, is involved. Matthew Mockabee is involved. Lots of body work all around the exit at turn number 2. And off is Jackson Wolney in turn 4. Jackson Wolney out of the lead group as we caught up the aftermath of turn number 2. Jackson Wolney goes out. And now it is Bailiff to Isambard to James Overbeck as the field crests the hill.
Yeah, Wolney's issue really seemed like a mechanical there, just slowing in the infield section. As there you have Mick Gabriel on the inside of Josh Campbell. Gabriel's able to get that move done. And Campbell going to slot back in the line, but Overbeck already as Moniz looking to get the move done on Overbeck here. We'll see what it looks like on the main straightaway.
Big run for Lucas Zabo towards the back of Ben Gaunt. They're a couple kart lengths away from the next trio. It's the 2 out in front of Bailiff and Isambard trying to pull away while James Overbeck, Christian Moniz, and Mick Gabriel run 3rd, 4th, and 5th. What a weekend it has been so far for Christian Moniz, and already a great start to this pre-final. Granted, he'll surrender that 4 spot to Gabriel, but still good positioning at the end of the opening lap. Then Campbell, Maxwell, Avrutsky, Gaunt, and Zabo. If that's still the order they're in, we know that everyone's been antsy to make up positions. The drivers that did not make it out of lap number 1. Carter Thompson did, all the way back in 24th. Lemke continued as well as Mockabee. CJ Bowman was the driver involved, Bowman was the one involved. Mason Surgener not in this session. He's over in the B pre-final. It was CJ Bowman on the MPG Kart Republic that was also collected in turn number 2, and I believe 2 more that did not cross the loop as 28 made the opening lap. 2 laps complete now. Gabriel up to 3rd, Overbeck back to 4th, and a little gap for the 2 of them up to Alan Isambard still at about a 2nd.
So he moves further back there by a couple of the TKG Kart Republics. Noah Jackson there was able to get that move done. And they're just outside of the top 10 there for Jackson and company after some contact. Had them starting further back in the field. There's Gaunt going to get past there by
Presley Whitney
by
on
Presley
the
Whitney
BJR
there.
entry. So Presley Whitney moves up a spot. He's up 3. Ryan Crouch up 5. Lucas Zabo up 7 on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. Dallas Dunlap fell back 7 on the opening lap. The whole outside lane kind of went backwards as the inside lane went forwards, and then the 2 unable to continue. It was indeed Mason Surgener, the other one collected. I think something happened to CJ Bowman also, but indeed Mason Surgener and Jackson Wolney on the original call were the 2 that could not continue. Wolney out in 4, and Surgener collected in turn 2 and lost a side pod, so he instantly pulled in. Provisionally, they'll start 29th and 30th. Another lap complete. And the gap is closing. We've got more problems for Matthew Mockabee. The issues continue to plague the TKG Kart Republic driver. The 963 is slowing in the back section. So Mockabee will also join the fray in the scale line and finish in 27th. Brandon Lemke pulled in as well in 28th. But Finn Bailiff, Alan Isambard, separated a little bit, and that's allowing Mick Gabriel to start to eat into that gap on that AEM Karting EOS kart.
Yeah, and you're starting to see a lot of the veterans here in this KA100 category kind of start to shine here. Finnegan Bailiff, Alan Isambard, and Mick Gabriel, all older drivers in this field. I think the youngest one inside of the top 5 could be Overbeck or Moniz, but just you're starting to see the experience starting to pay off for the drivers who are in the top 3 here already, all of them with a lot of wins to their names. Gabriel 2 weeks ago had a lot of wins. Finnegan Bailiff 2 wins to his name so far this year, leading the SCUSA Pro Tour Championship and very close to leading this one here as well. Alan Isambard has been super strong all year, especially in the month of April, Mr. April himself. And then you go back to Overbeck and Josh Campbell, the BJR MGR LN karts, who lap around in 4th and 5th, respectively. But just the experience now starting to shine for all these drivers, starting to show kind of the mature driving is a smart way of driving, and that's really what starts to kind of come in handy for all these drivers, especially the ones in the lead here at the moment. So working out just fine for all of them. And then you have Bailiff now on the back straightaway. A car length separates himself and Isambard. Gabriel there in 3rd, a couple of tenths back, 7 tenths back to be exact. As you see the entire Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic team there on the fence line and on the hauler there. Track owner Greg Heeman as well watching on as Finnegan Bailiff and Carter Thompson, who had issues in this stage of the race as well after starting on the front row. Thompson finds himself outside of the top 10 and way back in the field, just outside of the top 15 as well. So unfortunate for Carter Thompson's race. He's currently 23rd, 21st now, but unfortunate sequence of events for Carter Thompson, losing a lot of spots in this one.
Just a matter of time before Mick Gabriel gets to the point of this field. He's already caught Alan Isambard and Finnegan Bailiff. In the heat races, he was a bit more eager to lead. I don't know if he'll be as eager to try and take over that top spot, but he's got a great view and probably a few chances already that he has passed up on. Problems further back. One driver towards the end of the grid has tagged the wall. 3 of them. Giovanni Santora, Massimo Sunseri, and the 900 of Kai Broben Facino. They were battling for 24th of the 26 running on the racetrack, and the 3 of them collide in turn number 7. Still, we stay green. Bailiff leads, and 4th and 5th, Josh Campbell, James Overbeck starting to roll. They just picked up 2 tenths on the leaders.
Yeah, definitely picking up some time here for James Overbeck and Josh Campbell. Lap time last time for Overbeck, a 58.4. It was similar to Gabriel and Isambard's, but they continue to fight. There goes Isambard, late move on the inside of turn number 4, gets it done. Finnegan Bailiff, super easy over-under there for the TKG lead driver here. Just made that look easy there, Xander.
Yeah, that was nice from Alan Isambard. The track is definitely greasing over to the point that I'm not surprised to see more slide jobs go unsuccessful. We are well deep into the evening now. 6:15 p.m. local time here on the East Coast, 3:15 p.m. Pacific. We still have 3 more sessions to roll after this. The OKN-J Pre-final, as Gabriel goes to 2nd now on Isambard, along with the final 2 Pro Motos, one for Pro OKN Stars and the other for Pro Stars. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in Pre-final A for KA Stars. Little carburetor adjustment for Finnegan Bailiff. He got a gap thanks to Gabriel going by, but I don't think that'll hold for long. And James Overbeck, Josh Campbell, we mentioned earlier in heat number 2 that the 2 of them didn't look like they had a whole lot of outright pace, specifically Overbeck, compared to how good they looked in heat 1 and in qualifying. But now we're at the same track conditions, or roughly the same, as when they qualified yesterday, and the BJR MDR machines are flat flying. They have been 2 to 3 tenths a lap better than the leading trio.
Yeah, definitely closing down their gap there. And there goes Isambard right behind Mick Gabriel. Not close enough, and it just seems like in a couple of corners, Gabriel and Isambard really catch up to Finnegan Bailiff. Turn number 4, one of those, and in others, it just seems like Bailiff has a little bit of a better exit and just an edge on those drivers there. And is that the exhaust of Christian Moniz? That's what we hear, Xander?
Yeah, it might be here, and I think he hears it as well. And yeah, he's going to pull on in, looking to the officials, trying to point to the drivers as well that he's got to pull into the pit lane. Great catch by our cameraman in the back corner, instantly IDing which go-kart. What a heartbreak for Christian Moniz. Oh, doesn't look like he pulled in that time, as we can hear him come by us, but look at this for the lead. Mick Gabriel to the point. Bailiff back to 3rd. Alan Isambard into 2nd with James Overbeck and Josh Campbell right in tow. This is probably the oldest top 5 this class has seen in a minute, with veterans all the way through the lead pack, the youngest being James Overbeck, I believe, at 18.
Yeah, very, very young lead group here as we mentioned before. And there's Gabriel still holding off from Isambard, and that got really close there. Bailiff looking to go through as James Overbeck's dad looks on and is going to see his son emerge in P4 here as he's going to go side by side with Josh Campbell on the main straightaway. Campbell looking to push Isambard, and they're going to go side by side, and Isambard moves over to block James Overbeck. So Overbeck able to hold on from his teammate in P4 and looking to go on Isambard that time by, just not close enough, and they need to be careful with how much they fight here. They could let the leaders run away with it here, Xander.
Yeah, and I think Allen defending at this point here, he must not feel too confident in that Sodi to continue to white line at this point in the race. I mean, there's still enough laps left to go further. Ultimately, he'll win out as he forces Overbeck back to 5th and Campbell into 4th, but they've already given up about 2 seconds to Finnegan, Bailiff, and Mick Gabriel up the road, and it's even allowed 6th and 7th to close the gap as well. So quite a margin that has been eaten up, although now Finn wants the lead. He'll take the spot away in turn 13 from Mick Gabriel.
Yeah, Overbeck and Josh Campbell still continue to fight behind Alan Isambard here. And Isambard, kind of mentioned that his engine wasn't the best, and that's probably what he's feeling right now, feeling the pressure definitely from Overbeck and Josh Campbell, as Sam Abruski starting to close down his gap to the drivers ahead of him. So definitely going to be something to watch here. Isambard stopped defending for now, but still going to be a factor here as Finnegan, Bailiff, and Mick Gabriel going to lead us through the infield section.
Yeah, through turns 4 and 5. Finn right now trying to take the normal line, trying to elevate the pace of the two of them. They have a slim chance to keep it a 2-horse race for the pole tomorrow. They've got 1.1 seconds approximately back to Alan Isambard. Last time by, Isambard at a 59.3, and there he just dropped a tire, so that's going to help. Isambard going wide at the top of the S's. Overbeck getting through on Campbell a moment ago, and they're all trapped behind the Sodi, and they're stacking up. Here comes Overbeck to go through. Campbell will go as well. Isambard's going to get tripped up. Here comes Sam Avrutsky also. He'll get by. Campbell able to over under his teammate to get to 3rd, but nonetheless, they're all able to get around Isambard. Here comes Adam Maxwell as well on the AMAX Racing Tony Kart. He'll get through into turn number 1. So Maxwell now to 6th. Alan Isambard goes from 3rd, hanging on desperately back to the 7th spot, and more on the way. Lucas Zabo's charge is not done. Overbeck to the inside now in turn 4. He'll get back around Josh Campbell, and he looks to be probably next best to these two pace-wise right now, but sadly, all the defending has cost Overbeck a lot of time that I don't know if he'll get to keep up. 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. They'll be right on the cusp of whether or not we get 3 laps to go at the line or 2. And 3 would help Overbeck. 2 would be a godsend for Mick Gabriel and Finn Bailiff.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to stay like this because James Overbeck and Josh Campbell, even though they are teammates, they haven't been working together as much as we'd expect. So they want to be kind of, beat each other out there on the racetrack. So we'll see how it ends up playing out for those two. Have kept it clean, have kept it respectful all the way through, but going to cycle their way through this time by. Overbeck going to lead the second group. Bailiff still leads from Gabriel. 58 4s for your leaders and 58 7s for Overbeck and Campbell and Abrutsky, who sit in line as Mick Gabriel starting to get creative here on Finnegan Bailiff.
Yeah, right now, Mick Gabriel already knows what it's like to defend his way to a race win by doing so in that second heat race. Can he out-chess match Finnegan Bailiff, a driver who doesn't have as many laps around here as you might think for someone that lives 50 feet away, but definitely mows the lawn and knows every inch of this property. Down into the left-handed sweeper here. Finn Bailiff going to stay low. He'll force Gabriel to really get creative at this point. Coming to 2 to go at the line. Behind them, that next train again led by Overbeck, 2.5 seconds away with the BJR MDR duo there in 3rd and 4th. Avrutsky 5th, Maxwell 6th, Isambard 7th, and Lucas Zabo lurking on. 2 to go for Finn Bailiff and Mick Gabriel. The gap staying at 2.4.
Yeah, and Bailiff still not going, as defensive as Gabriel was with 2 laps to go. So just kind of being patient here. A little adjustment to the helmet there, middle of the racetrack there for Finnegan Bailiff. Gabriel now taking the normal racing line, but Bailiff still has a pretty good exit there, considering I guess half defensive moves you can say.
Little move there through the infield, but it didn't hurt him at all. In fact, he got a great exit into the S's. So Finn's got a nice bit of breathing room now. He'll pop the curb and get a great launch up and over the hill. Gabriel trying to get a little bit more speed as they go into the left-hander. Behind, we got problems for Sam Avrutsky. Heartbreak for the rookie. He's got a mechanical failure here with a lap and a half to go, and the pre-final was running in the top 5. Look at everyone. They were 3 wide behind him with Presley Whitney on the bottom. And sadly, the AEM karting team will have one driver still in the fight for this win. The other one will go all the way down to about 21st. Bailiff once again leads us, this time to turn 2 a little bit tighter, about a half car width lower than the lap before.
Yeah, just still defending here from Gabriel. This is going to be another big shot for Gabriel to see if he can get the move done. Bailiff, full defensive there into turn number 4. Holding off Mick Gabriel. Going to do the same thing here in this hairpin. Another big passing zone. So we'll see what it looks like. Bailiff around the outside. Looks to set up the over-under. Not close enough.
Gabriel not able to get that crossover move done on Finnegan. Bailiff through the S's now. Over the right. Bailiff low. This is where the over-unders are really easy. Here comes Gabriel with a nose down low. Finn left the door open just enough, and Gabriel's going to get through. Can he hold it on the inside? They're all slipping and sliding at this point in the day. Mick Gabriel to the bottom. Finn trying to get one last heave at it. Out of the last turn, he'll have a run at him, but he'll hit him too early in the straightaway. Mick Gabriel gets an over-under at the end of the S's. Bailiff's going to have a run at him at the last second, but give it to Gabriel in the pre-final. Finn Bailiff second here. Look at this, Ben Gaunt going through the dirt, running to the line. That's the midfield swarm from about probably 8th on back. And it's going to go the way of Vaughn Beasley, who picks up a handful of spots at the end. What a run forward for Vaughn. 17 spots gained for Vaughn Beasley, one of the last few to transfer. He started all the way back in 25th. 8 up for Lucas Zabo. They were the 2 biggest movers. Luke Powers made up a number of spots also. But the provisional top 10 has Mick Gabriel on top, Finn Bailiff second, James Overbeck third, Josh Campbell fourth, Alan Isambard fifth, Adam Maxwell, Lucas Zabo, Beasley, Presley Whitney, and Will Steele the top 10. And a close run, but a little bit of an educational lesson right there that the one corner, it looks like you can over-under on this layout, easier than anywhere else, is at the end of the S's going up the hill.
Yeah, definitely what we saw there by Mick Gabriel. So continue to work our way down the order. Christian Valverde, 16th. Zach Frank, 17th. Ryan Crouch, 18th. Dunlap and more. There you have a Avrutski after issues for him.
Yeah, the throttle cable snapped for Sam Avrutski coming up and over the hill. That was also what happened for Zane Burgess, why he didn't get off the line in Micro Swift. It's $10 or less, but it can throw $1,000 and more, sometimes a $10,000 weekend away. But sadly, the bittersweet news out of it all is Avrutski did definitely prove his worth. He picked up a number of spots. He'll provisionally start 21st tomorrow, but he might have a chance to go even better if penalties are applied, potential DQs and the like through the grid. Sadly, of course, 2 laps behind in the DNF for Sam Avrutski. One more race on the semi-pro structure remains. OKN Juniors Pre-final is next up, and then after that, it'll be time for the Pro OKN Stars and Pro Stars drivers to hit the racetrack for their final of 2 motos. That sets the grid for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show tomorrow afternoon. So 3 more races remain from Cincinnati as we race into the sunset here at 6:30 p.m. local time. Karts onto the racetrack for the OKN Junior Pre-final. And we saw finally a bit of a challenge for Max Weiland in the form of Isaac Malkiewicz, and really the Davin Roberts and Chase Gassie elite combo as well all kind of took the fight to the Magic Kart driver, but even still he was holding strong until he and Malkiewicz collided, and it sent him out into the weeds and ended his second heat race. Malkiewicz looks like he's lining up behind him as we pull the leaderboard up. After all shook out, it's Chase Gassie at Lee on the pole here for the pre-final, with John Antonino Jr. on the outside of row 1. Davin Roberts and then Max Weiland on row 2. Malkiewicz and Nate Golseth on row 3. Gage Korn and Jonah Moniz on row number 4. So the 8 drivers have been basically thrown in a blender and mixed all around here, Caleb, from where they first qualified and where roughly the raw speed should slot them. It should make for an entertaining race, if nothing else. It gives us a new front row. Gassie at Lee on the Coastal Link custom printing EOS kart. Antonino on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic on the outside. Looking for the green flag, and the lights are out. We're racing at OKN Junior down at turn number 1.
Yeah, good jump there for Davin Roberts as Antonino looked low. To go wasn't close enough that time around, so going to stay in third here, but a good jump for Roberts, a good jump for Gassie at Lee as well from the pole, so they're able to work their way through turn number 4. No moves being made as of yet. Malkiewicz currently P4, so it's all steady racing for now as Antonino looks like he has a lot of pace in that MPG Academy machine here, right behind Davin Roberts, and has a lot of early pace here in this one, Xander, I must say.
Yeah, he looks good, but he also had a lot of early pace in that second heat as well, and then it was decent, but it kind of plateaued out by lap 3 or 4. Credit to Davin for either just being a little better on lower air or being a little better off the running a bit higher air and managing it to the end as Weiland gets around Antonino. So Mad Max is now up to third, and behind him, here comes Malkiewicz for 4th as well. Let's see if Ike tries to go by in turn 2. I don't think he's close enough, so they'll stay in line. Let's go and hear from some of the contenders from that KA Stars pre-final. First and foremost, James Overbeck. A good luck end to the day, but it wasn't necessarily all too easy to get there. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. James, I think it was an eventful day for you. You'll take a P3 in a pre-final any day of the week with the luck you've had recently. How would you kind of summarize how the day went from your seat?
Yeah, I think when I changed the suit, I was hoping that I didn't wreck, and I still ended up getting earlier today, so I'm not too sure if it's the suit or not, but yeah, I was definitely after the first heat. I was like, I just don't want to wreck. I just need solid finishes to get a good starting spot, and sure enough, that's what I did, especially on the start of the pre-final. I was like, I can't wreck, just need to stay up here. And like what happened on the outside guys, like Lonely and them, like they had with the DNF, and that's definitely not what I wanted to do. So I'm glad with the 3rd place finish. I would have been fine anywhere in the top 5, but yeah, a solid end of the day. And I think we have some speed, still need a little bit more, but I think when we look at data and stuff with BJR boys, I think we'll be good.
You mentioned the DNFs. I mean, the KA racing, both the junior and senior class has been pretty chaotic all day long, I'd say. Is there anything you could do to kind of avoid it? It seems like no matter where you start, you're still in the middle of it all.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I mean, as cautious as I have been, I mean, it still seems to not be able to work. So I think a lot of it's just been bad luck recently. I mean, past couple races, the stuff that's happened, none of it's really been my fault. I've just been wrong place, wrong time. Like when the kid in front of me, his motor blew up yesterday in qualifying. I mean, you can't predict stuff like that. And I don't know. It's just maybe you can try some different things early in the race, just position yourself a little bit better. But that's the way I look at it, is just what could I have done earlier in the race to even prevent being in that position. So I'm trying to get better with that, and I think I can keep it up, just keep putting myself in good spots to get good finishes.
It's not too often we're on a racetrack driving after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So what can you tell us about the conditions of the racetrack right now, and how did it feel out there?
Yeah, we thought we could go the same pressure for that session that we did early in the heat race. I mean, I went out there and the track was super greasy, super slick. So I had to adjust my driving really early on and had to wait a couple laps for the tires to really come in. And once they did, it was good. But then even the last few laps, it started to get really tight and hopping a lot. So it's hard to find a good balance, especially in conditions like these. But thankfully, our final is somewhat early tomorrow morning. So I think we'll be good. And it's hard to judge off these conditions what the kart needs because it's nothing like what we'll be racing on tomorrow.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Lots of great insights in that interview with James Overbeck, and great questions from Alex there to kind of get a bit of an insight into what's going on in his mind. And you can definitely tell that they're going to, put a bit more thought into, what they want to try for maybe morning warm-up tomorrow to search for a little more. Because, again, they excelled here in these conditions at the end of the day, but in the heat of the day in the early afternoon, which while their main event should go before noon, may get pushed if we get some more red flags like what we saw today. On the other end, one driver that had one heck of a view from the front of the field in the last 2 sessions he was in was Mick Gabriel. He ends as the provisional heat race winner. He's standing by down with Alex now, too.
Thank you, Xander. Mick, I mean, if you look at the post-race results, it'll look like a pretty easy race for you, but I'm sure it wasn't that easy inside the driver's seat.
No, the start didn't really go very well. Woney ended up bending an axle right in front of me, so it about all ended right there. But luckily, my go-kart kept coming in. We got a really fast piece this weekend, just like Badger, and I'm just kind of rolling with the momentum, and I think we can win, no doubt.
You've been fast all weekend. I mean, what can you tell me about the progression of you guys as a team as a whole under the tent? Because on Friday out of the gate, the entire squad was pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a pretty good understanding of the track conditions, and, we're quick in Masters, Senior, and Micro. A couple of our senior guys are doing decent, but I really like these conditions, especially with my size. I think it's maybe a little bit of an advantage, and my driving style works pretty well with it, so I'm really confident. I love this new tire, and I love these conditions, so.
Thanks, Mick.
Thank you.
Great point from Mick Gabriel, again, being the benefit of being a little bit smaller in the seat. With the high rubber and the high G-load, they're pulling through the corners here. That lower center of gravity certainly helps. Now, we're at the halfway mark, and we have kind of moved around a little bit. Max Weiland got up to third, and I thought for a moment he was going to track down Davin Roberts and Chase Gassie at lead. But then he slipped back to fifth. He's gone back around Isaac Mount-Hewitt now, but all the while, the top two have kind of inched their way away from the rest of the field. So now at about a second back from Roberts to John Antonino Jr., we'll keep our eyes on this potential fight for third here in this OKN Junior Pre-final. And at the same time, let's go down and hear from some more. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with your hard charger in that previous race, Vaughn Beasley. Vaughn, I mean, it seems as though if you have any luck, it's bad luck, but this time it turned around for you and the pace was there. How would you describe that one?
This was a fun one again. I mean, this year has been so tough for my dad and I, just with our luck. I mean, well, the one good side is I get to do this a lot. I get to start from the back and work my way up. So I will say I've had some experience this year with this type of racing where I have to get through the pack pretty quick. But I mean, nonetheless, we struggled a little bit this weekend with the kart setup. So just trying to get that dialed in and get a good session so we can kind of figure out the direction we need to go. So this session helped quite a bit with that. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see if we can keep working our way up.
Talk to me about that, right? I mean, you said you have a lot of experience coming from the back, so it helps in these sorts of situations. But nonetheless, in a class so tight, in a competitive field with a lot of incidents, flying around in front of you, how do you kind of manage all that?
I mean, a lot of it's just keeping your head up. I mean, at the start, I was looking so far down that track. I saw what Lemke had, and I just had to back off and just keep my nose clean because I knew that if I could just keep my nose clean at the start, we'd have a good kart coming in. So a part of it too is just the confidence part because I know a lot of these guys are knowing that I'm going to be coming through the field, and when they see me behind them, they know that either they're going to race me hard, or I'm just going to get right by them, right? So I mean, part of it too is just you have to time your moves super well and be aggressive.
Thanks, Vaughn.
Thank you.
Great input from Vaughn Beasley, waving that privateer flag loud and proud here this weekend, and one heck of a run. 17 spots gained on the racetrack, and could potentially have even some more after all of the post-race infractions are factored in. We saw Max Weiland get around John Antonino while we were side by side there, and that's kind of faded away a little bit now, so we're keeping a close eye on the leaders. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Chase Gassie at Lee has just been stuck in the tire tracks behind Davin Roberts, and now he has finally gone around him in the back. Gassie at Lee to the lead here for the first time in a while. Roberts back to P2, 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they rocket out of turn 14 and head down the front straightaway. And while we keep our eyes on them, let's go back down to Alex for some more intel and breakdown from that KA Stars Pre-final A.
Thank you, Xander. Another driver that made up a bunch of spots in that one, Lucas Zabo. I mean, he had an incredible start from there. Kind of plateaued after that, but How would you kind of describe that race from your perspective?
Yeah, I think I got a really good start. Made up a lot of positions, but I think there's some work to do with tire pressures because I think we just need to find a couple of tenths late in the race, to stay there and stay competitive.
I mean, I'd say probably heat number 1 is the most similar track conditions you're going to have for tomorrow's main event. Is there anything you learned from that one into tomorrow?
Not really. We were on a completely different setup in heat 1, but I mean, the track's always changing, so we just got to stay on top of it.
Thank you, Lucas.
Yep, thank you.
Great intel from Lucas Zabo as well, who also, like Vaughn Beasley, picked up a number of positions in that heat race. He got a lot of them on the opening few laps and then just kind of, stayed even there towards the end. But the OKN juniors closing in here. Chase Gassey at lead. Davin Roberts battling it out here for the lead and the race win right now. Down to turn number 4. Here's a look from the side shot. And they're a car length apart. And tracking them down is Max Weiland. He is now down within a second of the top 2. So Mad Max is on the cusp of getting there. Isaac Malkit is as well. This lengthy pre-final has allowed things to kind of spread out a little bit. And we've got one more interview to go, and that is the beginning of the OKN Pro Stars on deck with Henry Wheeler. So let's go down to Alex Tahir as he watches along while his teammate in Isaac Malkit tries to follow this kid, Max Weiland, to the front.
Thank you, Xander. Henry, I mean, it was a pretty solid weekend up until, I'd say, the first moto for you where you really found a lot of pace. I mean, what do you think made the difference from Friday to today?
Yeah, we were really quick. I missed the first session on Friday, and then we didn't go out for the third practice, so we were a little blind going into qualifying, and it was fast. And, I mean, 5th was all right, and then today we worked on it a little bit more after the warm-up, and we found some good pace for the first heat, so I think it's really good right now.
It seems like you and Diego worked pretty well in that first moto race. Not a lot of guys in the OKN class have a teammate. Do you think it plays a bit of an advantage for you?
Yeah, I think it helps having Diego there. It helps back the tent, too, and I think it's really good for both of us being up there.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
As Henry Wheeler suits up here, the action on the racetrack is beginning to heat up here in probably a corner or two. We're down to probably less than a second at the line from first to fourth. The same 4 that have been at the front all day long. Chase Gassey at lead, Davin Roberts, Max Weiland, Isaac Malkit. Throw a blanket over them and call it 3 laps to go. Any of these 4 have a chance, and they are hanging on for dear life right now on this slippery, heated up racetrack. It has taken 12 hours of karts and on-track action, and now Gassey at lead locks up and spins in turn 4. Chase Gassey at lead, out of the lead. Roberts was going to the inside. Gassey at lead, I don't know if that was a straight up losing the back end or maybe a mechanical issue there in 4 where the motor locked up as well and seized, but now with 10 seconds to go, we're down to 3, right as if on cue, as they come over the hill. There's the run into the back section with Davin Roberts by a car length and a half, back to Max Weiland, and then Isaac Malkit. 1, 2, 3, coming to 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Malkit last time by was the quickest driver on the racetrack, a 55.3 for Ike. So now let's see what he can do, and if he can close down his gap to Max Weiland. 2 sticks in the air. Let's see what Weiland has in store for Davin Roberts in a turn number 2. Not close enough as of yet. This is the battle for the pole position here. These 3 drivers should be 4 with Gassey at lead, but they've been in a class of their own so far and doing a good job. Antonino just kind of lapping around in 4th in no man's land there. 4 seconds back from this lead pack. But we'll see what Mad Max Weiland has got in store for Davin Roberts.
He needs to make something happen here quick. A lap and a quarter to go. A quarter car length now separating them. Big run up the hill for Weiland. He'll have a chance here into the sweeper as they crest the hill over into the back section. Davin Roberts by half a car length right now into the turn 13 hairpin. He'll go to the low side. Weiland to the high side. Weiland's going to miss the corner. Weiland will break as well. Max Weiland, right as he got up to the bumper of the lead, breaks in second and coming to the line to the white flag. We're down to 2. Davin Roberts with a big lead now back to Isaac Malkit.
Big gap here at the moment. When they crossed the stripe, it was at a second. Even though Ike was going quicker than Davin Roberts, just having a kind of fend off a broken down Max Weiland, slowed him down just that little bit. So that's pretty much. I don't want to speak too soon because of what we saw happen to Max Weiland there in the last couple of corners, but it seems pretty much set in stone that Davin Roberts is going to come away with this one, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't know, right? We've seen a couple of mechanical failures, not so many this week, but now with the final few laps, glad we were back to full screen with them because we caught them both. Gassi at lead locking up and spinning in turn 4 with a potential issue, and then Weiland braking as well going into 13. But through it all, Davin Roberts will round the dog leg and head down the front straightaway for the checkered flag to score the win in the OKN Junior Pre-final. Mel Hewitt will end in second, Antonino in third, Gulseth in fourth, and Gage Korn will round off the top 5 over Jonah Moniz in 6th, who I believe may have gotten flagged in on that last lap as he was going close to going a lap down.
Yeah, Moniz still out there on the racetrack. He's currently lapping around in 6th, but gonna have to go one more go around on his own as the rest of the drivers are across the stripe. But those are your results. Chase Gassioli and Max Weiland gonna have to start from the tail end of the pack tomorrow with some work to do. Moniz, he's next across the stripe here in a couple of moments' time at 6th, so we'll wait for him to cross the stripe. But man, mechanical issues once again strike this OKN-J class for Mad Max Weiland and Chase Gassioli. Some pickup getting set to go underway. In a couple of moments' time, it's time to go green with Pro Moto 2. The Stars Pro Show returns.
It's time for the second round of Pro Motos, beginning with Pro OKN Stars. Paulie Massimino will lead the field to green here after qualifying on the pole yesterday afternoon, but he struggled in the opening heat race, fading all the way back to 5th by the checkers, just barely fending off Austin Olds, who was all over him as well. Back on row 2, Nick Terlecki had a great run in that heat race. He ended up 3rd. Behind Diego Ramos and Henry Wheeler, who got around him late in the going. Those two start 4th and 5th on the lineup. Alongside Wheeler will be Caleb Gaffera.
You go back to Aiden Fox and Aiden Lorenko starting on row number 4. Josh Holtz and Alex Feltze in row 5. Shea Aldrich, who we saw go off the racetrack there for a moment in Pro Moto 1. He's starting 6th alongside James Brassel.
Then you go back to Theo Corelli and Sutter Gable on row number 7. And Ming Nen Zhu and ZCD back on row 8 for the 16 OKN Stars.
We get set to go green here in OKN Stars Pro Moto 2. Austin Olds and Paulie Massimino going to lead us here to green.
Side by side, engines ready to fire. To the lights we go by Track Systems North America. They're out, and Pro Moto 2 for OKN Stars is underway. Massimino with a good jump, and they're all going to make it over to 2. Little side-by-side contact. I don't think anyone even ends up in the grass. We've got all 16 of them on the way to turn 4, and look at this. Massimino, Terlecki, Ramos with another start that sent him back, but a great start for Henry Wheeler into that 3rd spot just ahead of Aiden Fox.
Yeah, absolutely flying Henry Wheeler here early on and already applying the pressure to Nicholas Terlecki. When is Wheeler going to have the open shot to get the move done? He's going to have a good run here onto the back straightaway. Is Wheeler going to be close enough this time by? Goes to the bottom of the racetrack, inside and clear for Henry Wheeler.
More moves further back. Josh Ho's trying to fend off Caleb Gaffera as he got around him early. And now as they round turns 13 and 14, single file, Caleb G in the 54, LEM Tony Kart will cross the line somewhere further back. The off-pole kid, Austin Olds, way back here at the end of the opening lap. Back to 6th, it looks like. 5th place, actually, for the MPG Kart Republic. Ahead of Holtz, then Gaffera 7th. So not a good start once again for that outside group as they just could not get down in line. On the other end, Paulie Massimino with another chance to try and score a moto victory and get some points back from Nick Terlecki. Thankfully, Diego Ramos and Henry Wheeler got up into the mix with him and were able to minimize the damage a little bit in Moto 1 by pushing the points leader down to 3rd, and Massimino 4th. I misspoke earlier, 4th in Moto number 1. Through the S's they go and up and over the hill. I think the one to worry about, though, more than anything of the points contenders is Henry Wheeler. That number 2 PSL Birol Art is rolling. He's already pulled away from Terlecki. He is closing in tremendously on Paulie Massimino. That'll be a fight for the lead here before we know it.
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out here. But there you have it. Henry Wheeler closing down his gap to Paulie Massimino. That gap's inside a car length, and Henry Wheeler, fastest driver on the racetrack last time around, 55.8, was a lot quicker than Paulie Massimino, almost half a second quicker than Paulie Massimino. So Henry Wheeler, definitely the driver to look out for here.
As they go to the infield once again here, 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this moto. Back for 3rd, little challenge still for Terlecki versus Fox, and Austin Olds trying to get into that mix as well as Wheeler hunts Massimino. You saw at the top of your screen as well when they crossed the line that Diego Ramos is continuously working on the needles to try and find some more speed. He didn't look like he had the best power plant in Moto number 1, but Wheeler kind of pushed him along. Now at the end of the opening couple laps, he finds himself in 8th, and he and Caleb Gaffera both still have yet to find a way past Josh Holtz. And I don't know if that's more of a testament to the improvement the 22 car has made or the struggles or the 54 and the 21, but either way, the positions are locked in. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They have not changed at all. The same for Alex Feldstein back in 9th as we got a challenge for the lead. Henry Wheeler to the point over Massimino in turn number 4.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler getting that move done on his former team, that team that he finished 2nd with in the OKN Championship last year. Moved over the winter and was able to get...
moved over to the winter to the PSL group as Massimino tried to nose down low in the S's. He could not get by. Paulie now has to back out of it, and a very good recovery move for Paulie Massimino as he had a nose down low on Wheeler, and it looked like he was deep enough inside to get position, but Henry was not going to give it to him. And also, behind them, Caleb Gaffera and Josh Holtz have come together. That's allowed Ramos and Feldstein to get by. And that they have lost a lot of time to the leaders, but at least it's a 2-spot gain for the Brazilian who won Moto number 1. So this is what a mix in the points here. Again, Diego makes up a ton of points in Moto 1 on Terlecki by beating him and having Wheeler between the two of them. But now he finds himself all the way back in 6th, Terlecki in 3rd, and Massimino from 4th up to 2nd. So these three, and Caleb Gaffera included, if he could get rolling in this heat also, just don't want to get separated. I don't know who is going to stand out as the overall deserving points leader and eventual champ by the time we get to the night fight.
Yeah, so we'll see how it all plays out, but definitely very close in the points, like you said, Xander. I mean, just an absolute mix-up all around the field. Wheeler finally coming to life here this weekend, and that's exactly what he's been eating. He knows he has the pace in this class to really take the fight up to the front runners because he is one of those front runners with that number 2 plate. Just had to get used to the chassis, had to get used to the team, had to get used to the equipment once again to really get it done. A lot of mechanical issues and a lot of bad luck have put him on the back foot this year, but all that changes today because he's at the front of the field, and this looks like it's going to be a really good finish. If he can finish like this, I think that puts Henry Wheeler on the pole position for tomorrow's main event, and he arguably it has been the quickest driver all weekend long. Diego Ramos seemed like whatever issue he had at the start of this race has definitely been figured out. A 54.943 for Ramos. Went purple last time around, so it seems like whatever carburetor adjustment he made is definitely working at this stage. For Paulie Massimino, who sits in 2nd, was really quick over 1 lap, but when you put everything together, it seems like that carburetor just still a miss. Not too far off the time Henry Wheeler put, a 55.243, so 0.3 off the fastest lap time of the race for Massimino as he continues to try and close down his gap to Wheeler, but with just over 6 minutes to go left in this 2nd Pro Moto, it's going to be a lot of work to do for Massimino to reclose that gap to Henry Wheeler. It just seems like they don't have the pace and they don't have, what Henry Wheeler has here at the moment, Xander.
No, not quite. I don't know if anyone does right now here this weekend. Henry, like he said, he only got 1 practice session. I think that makes that even more impressive and probably more worrying for the rest of the field that he's this fast off of basically 2 practices. 1 yesterday, a qualifying session, and a practice session for warm-up this morning. And in 3 completely different times of day and conditions, he's been quick as Caleb Gaffera went off the racetrack there at the top of the hill in the S's. He lost a couple of spots, dirt on the tires for the 54. He was by himself last time by, and it looks like he has lost a lot more time now. Might find himself behind Aiden Larenko and ZCD. We'll see when he comes across where the 54 will populate. And it will still be all good. It was actually, might have been Shea Aldridge that went wide. He ended up losing a spot, but look at this. Aiden Fox going to lose a position there through turn number 3. So Fox now falling behind Austin Olds, who gets by, and Ramos getting by as well. That puts them to 4th and 5th, and Diego is back in a good point spot. And we can't speak too soon, to be fair. Henry Wheeler, while he has pulled that gap, Terlecki is closing a little bit, and Massimino, I think, is closing this lap also.
Yeah, it looks a lot better for Massimino at this stage of the race. Like you said, it looks like he's closing in, and there's Olds. He was able to get ahead of Ramos. Ramos on the inside of Olds. He's able to get clear, so Ramos up to the 4th spot here. And then you see Aiden Fox, who was passed a couple of corners ago, further back in this field. But it all continues to play out here. Still a lot of work and a lot of racing action left with just under 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Austin Olds and Diego Ramos, they could march a good ways up to the leaders, and especially if we start to see a fight in the top 3 spots. Right now, they're all kind of running a couple of karts apart, but PSL karting looking good at OKN Stars, and they've got another one of their stars in the Pro Stars KZ Power Division standing by with Alex trying to get ready to go.
Thank you, Xander. Ian, you're on a bit of a top 5 streak recently in your past few KZ races. Your work's cut out for you this time around. I mean, what's going to take in this Moto 2 to kind of, stay out of the incidents?
I'm going to have to give it a little bit more space, look for the rubber, not get on the marbles, and, try and keep the thing in one piece. I know I have the speed. We proved it in practice and the warm-ups and everything, so I know we can make our way up if I just keep my nose clean and do what I need to do.
Yeah, you were quick in practice, like you said, quick and happy hour, or the warm-up session started this morning, but in the qualifying, I'd say you lost a little bit of pace to your teammate. Where do you think it kind of went?
Sorry, could you ask that again? I didn't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, in the qualifying sessions, to your teammate Jay Irwin, where do you think some of that pace went in terms of what you had in practice compared to qualifying?
So I tried a new brake setup in qualifying, which probably wasn't the best time to do so. You know, I had some more pace in the kart than I showed there, and I just had to get used to it. So, you know, I think we have what we need. I just need to be a better driver.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Credit to Ian Quinn for being honest, but I will say I think he's one heck of a driver himself. Now, for Henry Wheeler, the counter on the start-finish line couldn't be ticking slower. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and every time it looks like Massimino gets close, that gap opens back up again. Now, actually, it looks like Nick Terlecki might be the one on the charge as he's running closer to the number 40 than the last 2 laps around, but he's still not quite there to be able to make a major move for position. So, while we keep a tab on now the new fight or potential fight for second, let's also go down and hear from one of our Maranello pilots who got literally about 50 feet in that first moto, Vincenzo Saracino. Alex?
Yeah, Vincenzo, you didn't really make it around turn number 1 in the first pro moto, but besides the luck, how would you kind of summarize and describe, you know, your go-kart underneath you? Do you think you have the pace to kind of be good in pro moto too?
Yeah, I think I got really good pace. Showed in practice and in quali. It's just going into turn 1, we tried to go 3 into 1 and it didn't work, and unfortunately I was the kart in the middle, so it's luck of the draw at that point. But I mean, you know, head down for Moto 2 and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you have a bunch of drivers underneath the Maranello tent over there. So what have they kind of told you to relay in terms of the track conditions out there, and what can you expect? It's past 7 o'clock now.
Honestly, I didn't ask a single question. I just stopped crashing on the go-kart 5 minutes ago. I was lucky to even make it to the grid. I barely put tire pressure. I'm going.
All right, well, you hear from Vincenzo Saracino there. Just going to send it back to you boys.
Crazy to imagine the damage and all the work that must have gone into rebuilding that Maranello USA machine for Vincenzo, but luckily, we've got him back for Moto number 2, and he is hoping to be the red kart that crosses the line first in Pro Stars. For OKN, it has still been all Henry Wheeler since he's gotten to the lead at the track that robbed him of a championship a year ago where he was so close and he led to the white flag. He has come back with, I think, a little bit of extra to try and perform and really put himself back in the championship picture once again as the pack works its way over to turn number 4. 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. They will be right on the border of whether or not they get the 2 sticks at the line. I think they're going to get them, and they're all pretty evenly matched at this point. Wheeler by 7/10 to Massimino. 7/10 from Pauly back to Nick Terlecki. Diego Ramos back about 1.25 seconds away, nearly 1.5 seconds. He's a 0.5 second up the road from Austin Olds. Then you got Aiden Fox about 2 seconds away, 1 second back to Feldstein, and about 1 second to Caleb Gaffera, and then Aiden Lorenko. There's really not much action going on in this OKN Stars second moto. They've all just spaced themselves, and everyone's been 0.5 to 1 slower than the other on the overall race average. I mean, the lap time specifically for your race leader in Henry Wheeler isn't necessarily all that much quicker than everybody else on the racetrack. The best lap out of 54.84, he doesn't even have it, right? An 82 for Massimino, an 82 for Nick Terlecki, a 79 for Ramos, an 89 for Austin Olds. All of the drivers in the top 5 have a best lap within a 10. Henry Wheeler is 4th fastest of the 5. But how consistent he's been, how much that kart has stayed good throughout the run. He's only been slower than, say, Terlecki or Massimino, maybe 3 or 4 of the 13 laps completed to this point. The rest of them, he's been just enough to be better and pulling away. He's going to head to the white flag this time by, and once again, this lap around, Massimino started to slow the pace a little bit. I don't know if he's trying to maybe conserve tires or cool them down, but he'll need to be careful because Terlecki is looming, and so is Ramos. Big lap out of Diego last time by. He picked up another 10th on the overall, and quite a bit on Nick Terlecki and Pauly Massimino for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the story for Diego Ramos' race so far. Obviously, the carburation issues at the start of the race kind of put him on the back foot, has had to work his way back up. He was even outside of the top 5, just near 8th at the start of that one. And then after adjusting the needles, kind of worked his way up and up and up and up, and has continued to set in really good lap times, just as quick as his teammate, if not quicker, a 54.6. last time around, and then a 54.7 for Henry Wheeler last time, who's still up on the wheel, definitely not getting comfortable here as he crosses the last couple of corners.
And even still, again, he started on the outside lane, too. That was the big reason why track position-wise he went so far backwards, but he'll end this one in the top 5, get some good points out of it. His teammate, Henry Wheeler, will score the most. Henry Wheeler wins Moto 2 in OKN Stars. Paulie Massimino second, Nick Terlecki third, Ramos fourth, to kind of swing the points back a little bit in the way of the 40. Give a little back to Terlecki and cost some to Ramos. Austin Olds ends 5th, Aiden Fox 6th, Alex Feldstein 7th. He hangs on over a hard-charging Caleb Gaffera, who knocks that gap down to half a second away by the checkers. Then Aiden Larenko in 9th, Shea Aldrich 10th, a second up on Holtz, DeMello, Corelli, Brassel, Sutter Gable, and then Mingnan Zhu, the 16 in OKN Stars from their second moto. One more break, folks. When we return, Pro Stars is going green from Cincinnati.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to Cincinnati at the MCC Kartplex, and it's time for the last moto of the day, the last race of the day. It has been one lengthy Saturday here for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We kicked off at 8 a.m. with morning warm-ups. It is 7:12 p.m. here with Pro Stars Moto 2, and the hybrid day has spread it out for all the race teams and officials, but still, we are racing into the sunset hour. This is later than we have gone in any Stars Championship Series event, to my knowledge, in the series history. So this is uncharted territory of how to set the kart up, how to drive through it, and who knows the rest. But Jay Irwin and Billy Musgrave will be the first two off the line to lead us into turn 1 alongside row number 2, Vincenzo Saraceno and Josh Conker.
You go back to Gavin Bailiff, Ian Quinn, Charlie Steins, who had a good race last time out, White, Talon Yako, Fox, Ram Narayan, and Andy Rule, your top 12.
Final few rows have Carmody Pegram, Kennedy Ocasio, Enrique Iadavea, Tegan Poles, and Mitchell Lowry. And as we go to the last couple rows, again, you'll notice that Michael Riccio and AJ Meyer start all the way at the rear after a post-qualifying technical infraction. Chris Farino, Logan Hickman, and Eric Hugh make up the other spots just outside the top 20. 25 cars. The Magic Man drove all the way up to 5th in that last heat race. Let's see if he can make up another 20 spots or more in this one. Can Musgrave get the whole shot? We go to the lights. Jay Irwin on the inside. Billy Musgrave on the outside. Pro Stars Moto 2 is away. And oh, big contact in the middle. There are 4 or 5 cars sideways. And it all stemmed. Ian Quinn stalled it off the line. Into the wall for one of the Magics at least.
Riccio.
One of the 2 of the Marinellos. Riccio in the barriers. Ian Quinn able to get refired, but there is all kinds of calamity over on the front straightaway with a number of drivers not getting off nicely. There is a look at the 216 of Michael Riccio. That's the risk of having to roll from the back of the grid. Nowhere to go for him. A.J. Myers somehow evaded the fray. He's got himself in a good spot here at the end of this opening lap. And, well, Billy Musgrave leads us as we've got more problems. This is Saraceno. Oh, no. Vincenzo Saraceno said he made it to the grid with 5 minutes to spare. And there is something amiss for the Maranello driver. He is slowing as well at the end of this opening lap.
Yeah, man. Feel bad for Vincenzo as Gavin Bailiff out of this one as well. He's in the runoff on the exit of the pits. Wonder what happened to Gavin Bailiff here early on, but he's out. And some of these guys, man, just cannot catch a break. And wow.
You talk about big names out. Bailiff out. Riccio out. Saraceno out. Not to mention Quinn with a false start. I mean, your running order is a huge shuffle. Musgrave and Quinn, or Irwin, leading the way over Conker, who is battling with Talon Yockel. Yockel broke in the opening moto. He's looking better in Moto 2 now, in 4th at the end of the opening circuit. Charlie Steins is 5th. Jared Ramnarayan is in the top 10. So is David Carmody. They're on good runs. They're 6th and 7th. Then it's Kyle Kennedy right behind Andy Rule in 8th and 9th. And then back behind him is the Magic Man, who's already up to 10th. So AJ said top 5s were feasible. He's already on something even better, it looks like, up to the top 10 by the end of lap 2. How far forward can the Magic Man march here in this one?
Yeah, he already has a 5th to his name here and looks to get another one done here shortly. And there he goes on Kennedy on the inside of turn number 2. A.J. Myers is clear, so if he can get finish the day off with 2 fifth-place finishes, definitely going to start well inside of the top 5 and going to have a much, much easier day tomorrow.
10 minutes plus 2 laps to go here, and not only will it make it easier for AJ tomorrow, this is minimizing the points damage. Again, he actually gained, I believe, overall on almost everyone except for Gavin Bailiff, who now with the DNF here in Moto number 2 is going to watch some points that he just picked up in Moto 1 slip away. Jay Irwin, Josh Conker, Billy Musgrave, they're all going to get into the fight, and Talon Yockel desperately needs a Superman-level Moto 2 to keep his championship hopes alive heading into the night fight at Charlotte, or even heading into the main tomorrow, because they all trailed by nearly 100 markers from AJ coming into Saturday. And he has taken that post-quali DQ in stride, marching up the grid. Next up was Annie Rule. I don't know if he already got around her, but this battle for third is still pretty close between Yockel and company. There is a look. He's gotten around Rule in turn number 4. AJ up to 8th.
Yeah, good drive so far for AJ. And, man, if we could only count how many spots he's made up with both heats combined, it's an absolutely astronomical number so far for Myers to be working his way through the field like he is now. So next on his list, the GFC of Carmody here, and we'll see if it was close. Myers held on to it, and he does. So kind of still biding his time here is AJ.
Talon Yockel doing the same, just kind of riding in the wake of Josh Conker. I will say up front, Jay Irwin is ready to bring the fight to Billy Musgrave here in the heat. Myers got around Carmody there at the end of the front straightaway, but the Kiwi kid was a 10th and a quarter better than the All-American badass Billy Musgrave. We've got a fight on our hands here with less than half a second separating P1 and P2 here, and you can only imagine what tomorrow will look like when AJ is able to start near these two. We've got at least 3 major contenders for the race win, and if Josh Conker can muscle through the rib pain, if Talon Yockel can find a little more speed on that privateer number 1 plate, we could have a lot all jockeying for position in the main event. Yockel, what that happened. Charlie Steins as well, can't count him out. That Factory Fury GP has been in the top 5 now in both motos today.
Yeah, very, very good weekend for Charlie Steins and the entire team, kind of really starting to show their pace here this weekend and making a lot of moves here. A 5th, really good considering the competition they have, right? Jay Irwin, Factory PSL, the Factory Kart man, and Billy Musgrave, AJ Myers as well. So good to see Charlie Steins up there. Just a 2-kart operation here this weekend for all of them, and good to see them fighting up inside of the top 5.
AJ Myers is now closing into Jared Ramnarayan. The Charles Leclerc card for PSL karting in 6th is about 7 seconds back from the lead, and in fact, he just got around him as well. So the Magic Man is up to 6th, and again, Josh Conker is continuing to really park the bus in the last 2 corners. That's the only time Talon is really having to adjust his line around him. The rest of the track, Josh is doing a good job hanging on. I don't know which side of the ribcage he had the issue with. If it's the right side, that makes sense, Caleb. So, yeah, the right side rib, and then that big, heavy G-load left-hand sweeper and that left-hand hairpin is where Conker's a little weak. For those two corners, him to be the slower driver in him and have Yockel all over him makes a lot of sense because his right side is getting thrown into the side of that plastic seat. There's a look over the crest back to Michael Riccio. He is still lapping right now, well off the pace after the damage from the opening lap and 45 seconds back from these two, Musgrave and Irwin. He's just trying to stay out there and collect as many positions as he can off attrition because he's not going to catch that many more to the end of this race. We've still got 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go, but he's over 10 seconds away over 15 seconds away from the next closest driver on the racetrack. He's got a long way to get to anyone else.
He just got black flagged, so that's going to be it for Michael Riccio, who is about to get caught up by the leaders of Billy Musgrave and Jay Irwin. So that's going to be it here for Michael Riccio.
What a bummer for Michael Riccio here as we continue to check in with Conker versus Yockel. Now, let's go and hear from one driver who has had a consistent day amidst the rest of the fellow championship contenders having, a good moto and a bad moto. Nick Terlecki said consistency was the name of the game, what he's been working on this year. A couple top fives, good points. Have him looking good for tomorrow, Alex.
Thank you, Xander. I think you said it best there. You referenced in your interview earlier today about, consistency is what it takes to win a championship in this class. That's what you've done today. Is that how you kind of summarize your day and your weekend so far?
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just, 2/3 finishes. Not where I want to finish. Of course, I want to be more in the front to the win, but, I'm still in the top 3, which is what matters.
It was pretty tame out there. I'm sure it wasn't inside the cockpit of the go-kart. Is that kind of how it felt for you?
Yeah, there's still a lot of grip out there. It definitely did not go down, and I think we missed that maybe a little bit, but still walked away with 3rd, so we should have a good starting spot for tomorrow and just make some minor tweaks and should have another consistent finish.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
And while we were on Nick Terlecki, Talon Yockel did get around Josh Conker finally for that 3rd position. Conker's still not safe yet. Charlie Steins is lurking on, but he's also got A.J. Myers tracking down that trio here to try and get another consecutive top 5 result. But a 3rd for Yockel will at least kind of make that points loss for Moto number 1 hurt a little less. Meanwhile, look at Jay Irwin. He is within a car length and a half from Billy Musgrave. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
It's been a 10th every lap here for Jay Irwin. Last time around, 52.4, and then for Billy Musgrave, a 52.5. So every single lap, Irwin just kind of chipping away at the gap of Billy Musgrave, closing down bit by bit. Every single corner, just Jay Irwin pushing out every ounce of speed in his PSL Burrell Art machine.
Yeah, he is giving Billy everything that he's worth right now, even himself a little bit wide there in that left-hander. You can only imagine withstanding the heat through the entire day, working on the karts, and then going out and trying to perform. It is still very hot and humid out here, even at 7:30 at night right now at the MCC Kartplex. And these drivers, we've talked about it probably into the ground at this point, how much this track beats them into the ground. So it can't be understated how physically demanding it's got to feel for Billy Musgrave right now to have this 15-year-old nipping at your heels and still have to try and go out there and last another 5 laps with him right there all the way. The good news is he did pull a little bit on him last time, so that was good. The gap now up to 4 car lengths. And further back, Talon Yockel has pulled away from Josh Conker, and Charlie Steins is within 2 to 3 tenths of the Canadian. So we might have a little bit of a skirmish for 4th here before this is all said and done. Yockel looks to be safe there in 3rd, but here's a look back to Conker and Charlie Steins, only a car length and a half between the two of them.
Yeah, and I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me here, Xander, but it looked like something flew off of somebody's car here coming to the main straightaway. Not sure what it was, but it looked like something flew out of somebody's machine there. But, you're right. Charlie Steins all over the rear bumper of Josh Conker. From what he was telling me from that injury, it's the 10th rib that's just stiff. Your rib cage should be moving at all times, and he's just saying that 10th rib is the only rib in his rib cage that doesn't move. So it's in a lot of pain, has done a lot of cupping to try and, ease the pain and kind of stretch it back out. Goes to the chiropractor during the week to try and prepare for this race. But It's just nothing has worked, especially when you're going around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati at 89 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, I think what happened was Josh Conker, he had a GoPro. Oh, no, it was the radiator pipe. The radiator pipe and the hose clamp have come off on Josh Conker, and he is spitting water out of the side. That's what it looked like, at least down the front straightaway. Big smoke as the radiator starts to billow over. So there was something that was loose off the back of Josh Conker, and I don't know what it looked like at this point. If it was the radiator housing, then it would have already spit out all of the water. But there was a big fluid dump, and you can see he is still dumping more through the S's. And it's on the left side, so it's not going to be anything oil-related. It looks like it's more of the overflow bottle, maybe off on Conker. Meanwhile, something's happened to Billy Musgrave. Musgrave's just fallen behind the race leader, and he started to slow as well. Billy Musgrave, we checked away for a minute, and Jay Irwin now commands the field.
Big gap already as well. That gap is at over a second and continues to grow. It grew by half a second the last time around, and goodness gracious, Billy Musgrave just falling a little bit off the pace here as Irwin continuing to push as it stands, with Irwin having a pole position, a second-place finish, and a race win at the moment. That gives Jay Irwin the pole position going into tomorrow.
Must have been just a straight-up mistake. I think Billy's back going strong now, but you can't make a mistake when you've got this kid behind the wheel. He has been so sensational all year. Jay Irwin, a podium, a race win, and now looking for another moto victory as he tries to get his second American Pro National win and catapult himself back into the championship fight. 2 laps to go. He's got a 1+ second lead back to Musgrave, who is now trying to drive back up to him with a vengeance. He just picked up 3/10 last time by. Everybody is slipping and sliding right now at this point in the race. And also, speaking of slipping and sliding, check out this battle back behind. Ian Quinn catching up to Jared Ramnarine. Remember, he stalled off the line. Quinn just went across the start-finish line straight. He's back into the top 10 now. And this group here, 4th, 5th, 6th just went by in turn 4. You've got Josh Conker, Charlie Steins, and A.J. Myers all going at it. There's a look at Quinn. Got someone that just had a pipe go loose. It is all coming unglued here in the final few laps of this shifter moto.
Yeah, absolute madness here as Charlie Steins has lost some time into Josh Conker going to the back straightaway. And there you see Jay Irwin still pushing forward, going to get the white flag in the air. This time when he crosses the stripe, Musgrave, we'll see what the gap looks like when they go by. Irwin crosses now. White flag in the air, so that gap closed down a little bit more, 1/10 of a second for Musgrave, but he may just end up running out of time here. Yockel across the line 3rd. Conker crosses now, and Charlie Steins all over the rear bumper here. They're all bumper to bumper. A.J. Myers in this fight as well as Conker and Steins here. This is a 4th, 5th, and 6th at the moment.
Yeah, Charlie Steins, Josh Conker, A.J. Myers here again, 4, 5, 6. Steins looking to the inside, also kind of defending. It looks like it's one of the Rivera Racing GFCs. I wanted to believe it might be Jason Enrique or Kyle Kennedy on the HMG TV card as Myers forces his way through on Charlie Steins. That's a second top 5 now on the last lap. He gets into 5th as up front, Irwin somehow was able to get through on Musgrave, and he holds on. He'll win Moto 2. Musgrave 2nd, Yockel 3rd, and the run to the line for 4th. Josh Conker blowing up almost as he crosses the line, spitting out coolant. A.J. Myers in 5th. Here's a look at Jonathan Ocasio, Ian Quinn, Kyle Kennedy all in the mix, trying to run to the line. Quinn slowing. Kennedy's going to get around him coming to the stripe. Ian Quinn coasts across the line. He'll cross it down in...
I think it's Quinn's pipe. Quinn's exhaust is loose,
It was
I think.
Quinn. Yeah, it was Ian Quinn's pipe, so... But at the same time, it didn't even populate him. He would have crossed the line back in 13th, so I don't know if timing is behind a lap or what in the world went down, because A.J. Myers still hasn't updated to go into 5th yet on the Alpha timing lap. So, oh no, there it is. He did go. So just a bit of a delay on our end, but we know at least A.J. finished in 5th. This is from the previous lap, but most of the results are the same. Sadly, Ian Quinn, that pipe going loose here in Moto 2 will hurt him. But Jay Irwin ends as the winner in Moto 2 for Pro Stars over Musgrave, Yockel, Conker, and A.J. Myers. The Magic Man goes 20 for 20, 20 spots in Moto 1, 20 spots gained in Moto number 2. It's been a long day, folks, here. We've got a lot of action coming for you tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. we kick off again, with warm-ups before we move into the B pre-finals, and then the Mazda Motors, or the semi-pro mains will go right after, followed by the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show with OKN Stars and Pro Stars. A long Saturday, and if you're hearing this here in the paddock again, while it was long for you as well, if you see the Stars Championship Series officials, they weren't the ones driving the karts and causing the red flags. They were out here in the sun from 7:30 in the morning here this morning till now 7:30 at night, a 12-hour workday with about a 20-minute lunch break. So if you see one of the members in the black shirts with the red and blue Stars logos, say thank you for coming out and working. Say thank you as well to all the hard-working team at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. This was a lengthy day in the summer heat in Ohio. Thankfully, we have concluded it with a clean run to the end in those last few pre-finals and those 2 motos. We'll be back on Kart Chaser again, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific to kick off Sunday for the Clash at the Club from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.